falling off the cliff of ghostly sorrow and not dying, plus binding aSign-In system. Tang Xian touched his body, unable to believe Itone's second he was thrown off the 1,000-fathom cliff by Tang San, and the next he was supported by golden light, safely landing. On the edge of the cliff, peerless Tang Sect, aSign-In system, he suddenly realized, I've crossed over. Is Tang San here? Memories of his past life flooded back. Was Tang San's senior brother, having entered the sect 15 years earlier, yet he was merely an outer disciple. A few days ago, Tang Xian found Tang San, readied and pleading, help me. I must pass the last inner sect assessment. Tang San put down his hidden weapons and sighed, 3 months with your talent. Unless you practice the Xuantian Treasure record. Xuantian Treasure record? Tang Xian grasped at the chance. But that's the Tang Sect's ultimate skill. Stealing it would mean death. Tang San gritted his teeth. For my senior brother, I'll accompany you. I know the loophole in the secret pavilion. On a dark, windy night, the two of them stole the Xuantian Treasure record, and why senior brother will comprehend it in my inner chamber while I keep watch. Tang San handed him the secret manual and stepped out. As Tang Xian became engrossed in reading, he caught a glimpse of a hidden weapon on the table. Outline was unmistakably the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus from the Xuantian Treasure. Record, just a mechanism expansion. In an instant, he understood Tang San was not helping him. He was using his hands to steal the secret manual and frame him. No wonder there were footsteps around when they came out. Tang San, you are so ruthless. Tang Xian grabbed the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus mechanism expansion and rushed out of the inner chamber. Tang San stood in the courtyard, surrounded by a group of elders, coldly saying, Senior brother, you've stolen the secret manual. What punishment do you deserve? The elders shouted angrily, capture this traitor. Tang Xian smiled bitterly. Wanting to take the blame? No way. He raised the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus, madness flashing his eyes. Tang San, don't you want this? Here it is for you. Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus. Self-destruct? Boom! A thunderous explosion shook the entire Tang Sect. Tang Xian watched as Tang San was blasted away, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. At that moment, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Sign-In location. Ghostly Sorrow Cliff. Sign-In reward. Complete blueprint of Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus. Full volume of Xuantian Treasure record. Tang Xian froze. Was this intercepting Tang San's opportunity? As the smoke cleared, Tang San, covered in blood, stared at Tang Xian, his eyes filled with resentment. You didn't die? Tang Xian, holding the newly acquired blueprints, sneered. Tang San, your time of death has come. His soul power surged within him, unexpectedly stronger than Tang San at the same time in the original story. Can Tang Xian successfully suppress Tang San? With the complete blueprint of the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus in hand, will he become the new legend of the Tang Sect? Even more thrilling, which side will the elders take upon seeing this scene? While pondering, he inadvertently glanced at one of the exquisite hidden weapons on the table. This weapon's outline looks so much like the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus from the Xuantian Treasure records hidden weapon illustrations. No, it's just a mechanism expansion. Tang San's inner chamber. How could there be such a thing? Tang Xian reached out to touch the prototype mechanism expansion of the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus, and just as he touched it, a golden arrow shot out, piercing through his forehead. With a loud bang, he fell heavily to the ground. Tang San leisurely walked in, holding him and crying in anguish, Senior brother, how did you die? Didn't we agree to steal the ultimate skill together? But the smile at the corner of his mouth betrayed him. Want to share the comprehension of the Xuantian Treasure record with me? Too naive. Stealing the secret manual is a death sentence if you don't die. How can I be at ease? He took the Xuantian Treasure record from Tang Xian's hand, grinning wickedly. I can only throw you to ghostly sorrow to feed the beasts. Who would have thought that Tang Xian would be reborn at the cliff's edge and bind a sign-in system? Sign-In. Congratulations on obtaining the Xuantian Treasure record, Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus. Tang Xian looked at the golden lotus in his hand, his eyes widening. This was precisely what Tang San had schemed for, and he got it just by signing in. As he played with the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus, his finger accidentally pressed a protrusion. Crack. Oh no. Accidental trigger. The next second, flames erupted, and a mushroom cloud rose at ghostly sorrow. The entire Tang Sect shook like a sieve, and the mountaintop was directly flattened. The ancestors and the sect master of the Tang Sect all rushed in, trembling as they looked at the ruins. It's Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus. Someone has refined it. Inner sect disciples shook their heads. Not us, the ancestor roared angrily. Ultimate skill leaked. Search the entire sect. Kill without mercy. On the other side, Tang San had just erased the traces of the scene and was preparing to study the Xuantian Treasure record when suddenly the ground shook. An earthquake? He didn't think much of it and continued flipping through the secret manual. Within a year, I will surely comprehend the mysteries. He had no idea that the explosion had already pushed him to the forefront of scrutiny. Did Tang Xian survive the explosion? When the Tang Sect traced it back to Tang San, could he hide the Xuantian Treasure record? Even more thrilling, if Tang Xian reappeared holding the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus, would Tang San be scared out his wits? Tang San had just flipped to the hidden weapons section of the Xuantian Treasure record when he suddenly heard footsteps outside the door. It's the elders. Tang San, you have some nerve to steal the Xuantian Treasure record. The sect master kicked open the inner chamber door, and Tang San was caught red-handed as he opened the manual, trembling in fear. The ancestor blocked the sect master, staring at him. Did you refine the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus? Tang San glanced at the mechanism expansion on the table, steeling himself. I refined it. The ancestor looked at that broken thing, enraged and roared. You tricked me. With a single punch, Tang San was obliterated, and the inner chamber walls were splattered with ketchup. On the other side, Tang Xian was saved by the system during the explosion, and when he opened his eyes again, he had become a little kid in the blacksmith shop of Holy Soul Village. Douluo continent? I became Tang Hao's son? He looked at his reflection in the water, a 4 or 5-year-old face covered in soot like tea that moment. A drunk Tang Hao walked in. Tang Xian, go out. If you can't lift a 100-kilogram hammer, what are you learning to be a blacksmith for? Tang Xian silently chanted in his heart. Sign in. Ding. Obtained 100 June power, strength 100 kilograms. He walked to the anvil, grabbing the 100-kilogram iron hammer with one hand. Don't waste your effort. Before Tang Hao could finish a sentence, he was dumbfounded that... Tang Xian let out a roar, swinging the hammer with one hand, clang, clang, clang as it struck the iron ingot, sparks flying. The 100-kilogram hammer felt like a toy in his hands. Tang Hao's drunkenness instantly sobered up, his eyes wide like copper bell show old. Is this kid swinging a 100-kilogram hammer with one hand? He rushed over and grabbed Tang Xian's shoulder, a stream of soul power quietly probing, but found nothing. When did you have this strength? Tang Xian stopped, his voice childish yet arrogant. Just now, Dad. Tang Hao stared at him, suddenly recalling something, his expression turning serious. This kid is not normal. Could it be related to the Haotian hammer? Even more thrilling, tomorrow is the awakening of martial souls, and Su Yuntao is coming. What martial soul will Tang Xian awaken? The Haotian hammer? Or something even more powerful? As he swung the hammer, he suddenly noticed a blurry character Hao engraved on the hammer handle. Tang Xian swung the hammer taller than himself, striking the iron block fiercely, but he just couldn't hit it accurately. Tang Hao didn't care at all after all. It was a 100-kilogram hammer. How could this 5-year-old kid swing it like it's nothing? When he was that age, even 50 kilograms was a struggle. Useless thing, Tang Hao scolded, but he picked up Tang Xian and threw him out the door. Chop 10 bundles of firewood tomorrow. If you don't bring it back, you won't get any food. Tang Xian fell to the ground, internally complaining. So what if you're a titled Douluo? Just wait until I sign in and get stronger. You'll see how I deal with you. His stomach growled. An old Jack happened to pass by. Little Xian, come to Grandpa's house for some meat. Tang Xian's eyes lit up as he rushed over to the roasted meat and asked, Grandpa Jack, when do we awaken our martial spirits? In 3 months. Just in time for your 6th birthday. 3 months. 90 sign-ins. Tang Xian was secretly delighted enough. Back at the blacksmith shop, Tang Hao was snoring drunkenly, mumbling third sister and iron. Tang Xian sighed. Ain's sacrifice was truly a thorn in Tang Hao's heart. Once I get stronger, I will definitely settle the score with the spear hall. The next morning, Tang Xian squatted on the mountaintop, staring wide-eyed at the sunrise. Purple extreme magic eye. Let me train. He tried to find purple energy coming from the east from the golden light using the method from the Xuantian Treasure record, but ended up squinting so much that tears streamed down his face. How embarrassing. Is my talent this poor? Where's the purple energy? Just as he was feeling down, the system prompted. Ding. Sign-in count refreshed. Sign in. Congratulations. You have obtained Purple Extreme Magic I Small achievement. In an instant, the world in Tang Xian's eyes changed, could see the veins on the leaves from afar, and even the insects underground couldn't escape his sight. He ran back to the blacksmith shop, where Tang Hao was hammering iron. There was a small flaw on the iron block that even Tang Hao hadn't noticed. Tang Xian picked up a hammer and, with a few bangs, accurately struck the flaw. Tang Hao suddenly looked up, his drunkenness completely gone. This precision was even steadier than when he was young. How? How did you do that? Tang Xian blinked, a flash of purple light in his eyes. Secret. Tang Hao stared at him, suddenly pulling out a smaller hammer. Try this one. This hammer was only 10 kilograms but required even higher precision. Tang Xian lifted the hammer, his gaze focused. Could he perfectly master this small hammer? Would Tang Hao discover that he had trained the Purple Extreme Magic Eye? What was even more exciting was that when the martial spirit awakened in 3 months, if he showed off this skill, how shocked would Su Yuntao be? With one swing, the iron block instantly transformed into the shape of a small dagger. Seeing the sun slowly rising, Tang Xian realized he had missed the best training opportunity and wiped his tears. System sign-in. Sign in at the mountaintop of Holy Spirit Village successful. Congratulations on obtaining Purple Extreme Magic Eye. Xuantian Treasure record has reached the first level. In an instant, the world in Tang Xian's eyes changed, could clearly see the footsteps of ants and the sound of sprouts breaking through the soil. Purple Extreme Magic Eye. So terrifying. But 3 seconds later, he couldn't hold on any longer. Damn, that was so short. Recalling Tang Hao's task, he carried a mountain of firewood back, looking like an ant moving a mountain on a mountain path. Fortunately, no one saw him. Tang Hao, I want to eat. Tang Hao threw a punch. Call me daddy. You got no food if you don't call. Tang Xian angrily turned to leave, but Tang Hao called him back. In 3 months, when your martial spirit awakens, you need to spend the rest of the time learning blacksmithing. With me, or you'll starve outside. This guy, tough on the outside, but soft on the inside. Entering the blacksmith shop, Tang Hao crossed his arms. Just having strength isn't enough for blacksmithing. What you did yesterday was just flailing around. A piece of material needs to be hammered 100,000 times, and with your lousy precision, it would take 1,000,000. Who said my precision was poor? Tang Xian retorted, walking to the anvil. Watch closely. He activated the Purple Extreme Magic Eye. A flash of purple energy appeared in his eyes, and he picked up the hammer to swing. Bang, bang, bang. Each hammer strike landed precisely on the flaw of the iron block, sparks flying in perfect order. Tang Hao was completely sober now, his eyes wide open. His precision was even more ferocious than when he was young. Your eyes. Tang Xian stopped and raised an eyebrow. Secret. Saying this, he picked up a piece of scrap iron and, with a few strikes, shaped it into a dagger with a blade so smooth it could reflect a person. Tang Hao suddenly grabbed an even smaller hammer. Use this, hammer out 10 identical iron rings. This hammer was only 5 kilograms, but required absolute precision. Tang Xian gripped the hammer handle, activating the Purple Extreme Magic Eye again. Could he do it? Would Tang Hao discover the secret of the Purple Extreme Magic Eye? What was even more thrilling was if he mastered this skill. When his martial spirit awakened, would Su Yuntao kneel in shock? With one swing, the first iron ring instantly took shape. Power surged. The Purple Extreme Magic Eye activated. Tang Xian's veins bulged, a layer of purple energy enveloping his eyes, and he swung the 100-kilogram hammer effortlessly. Bang, bang, bang. In 3 seconds, he struck 100 times, each hit landing perfectly in the center of the iron block, not a fraction off. He set down the hammer, lifted his chin. How about that? Impressive, right? Tang Hao was left dumbfounded. This talent was even more formidable than when he was young, but Tang Xian's small hand behind his back were already red and trembling. The recoil from that last swing almost shattered his palms. Tang Hao walked over, crouched down, and gently said, Xianer has grown up, already has secrets. He took Tang Xian's hand, pulled out some ointment, and applied it using soul power. As the warm flow passed, Tang Xian's hand immediately felt better. Come tomorrow, they'll teach you hammering techniques. Tang Hao stood up to leave, then added at the door, iron isn't worked like that. Tang Xian was stunned. Was he going to teach the chaotic hammering technique? The next morning, Tang Xian hurriedly signed in. System, ding. Obtained Xuantian skill. Awesome. With internal power, he no longer had to worry about the Purple Extreme Magic Eye lasting only 3 seconds, nor about being injured by the hammer. He carried a firewood into the blacksmith shop, where Tang Hao was hammering iron, the red-hot iron block shining brightly.The. Oh, you want to be a blacksmith? Tang Hao asked. I want to be a divine blacksmith who can forge divine weapons. Tang Xian pouted. Tang Hao laughed. A divine blacksmith can turn ordinary iron into divine items. It's not just about materials. Saying this, he picked up a small hammer. Watch closely. This is the basic hammering technique. Practice it 10,000 times first. Tang Xian grabbed the hammer, activated the Xuantian skill, and the hammer instantly felt lighter. Bang, bang, bang. The rhythm was steady, even more standard than Tang Hao's demonstration. Tang Hao squinted. How did this kid master internal power control over the hammer overnight? The more Tang Xian hammered, the more excited he became, suddenly saying, Dad, after practicing for so long, can I have a chicken leg? Tang Hao's face darkened. No. But when Tang Xian finished practicing and turned around, he saw a shiny chicken leg on the stove. Was Tang Hao really going to teach the chaotic hammering technique? With the Xuantian skill and the Purple Extreme Magic Eye, how quickly would Tang Xian learn the hammering techniques? What was even more thrilling was that in 3 months, if he showed off this skill during the martial spirit awakening, would he directly leave Su Yuntao dumbfounded? As Tang Xian picked up the chicken leg, he suddenly noticed some strange patterns appearing on the hammer handle. Did you see that piece of iron on the forge? Start by hammering it 10,000 times until it is refined into wrought iron. This will be very helpful for your strength control. Tang Xian was taken aback, and then he noticed the slight upward curve of Tang Hao's mouth. He immediately realized Tang Hao was going to exploit the child labor again. Clearly, he still wanted him to work, talking about not having enough control over his strength. Practicing strength control? Not happening, not happening. Tang Xian just signed in early this morning and received the Xuantian skill. The issue of strength control has long been resolved. I don't want to forge iron anymore. I don't want to become a blacksmith. I want to go visit Grandpa Jack's house and listen to stories. However, as soon as he finished saying this, Tang Hao directly picked him up and threw him beside the mother iron. If today's mother iron can't be transformed into fine iron, don't even think about leaving the blacksmith shop. And also, there's no food to eat. Tang Hao smiled slightly. Such a good seedling cannot be wasted. He understood the principle that strict teachers produce outstanding students. And besides, this little guy claimed he would venture out into the world in 3 months. He couldn't let this unique skill of his go to waste. Tang Xian was going crazy. It was clearly exploiting child labor and threatening him with not giving him food. People are made of iron and food is steel. If you don't eat for a meal, you'll starve. Tang Xian, who was still growing, was the easiest to get hungry, so he had a compromise. It was just a piece of raw material. I can turn it into refined steel in no time. Tang Hao turned and left, leaving Tang Xian alone in the blacksmith shop. He himself sat at a stone table in the courtyard of the shop, took out a plate of drunken peanuts and an old jar, and began to drink contentedly. Inside, the sound of hammering echoed, clanging away. To refine the impurities from the raw material, one needs to hammer it 10,000 times while controlling the strength properly. For a beginner, the control over strength is quite vague, so at least 20,000 strikes are needed. Tang Hao smiled slightly. Tang Xian was still too proud. What good is innate strength and keen eyesight? He must first temper this little guy's sharpness. Tang Hao was eating peanuts, and he had only drunk half a jar of wine. The clanging sound inside suddenly stopped. Tang Hao finished the wine in his bowl, shook his head and smiled lightly. After all, he's still a little guy. He can't even swing after less than 5,000 times. As soon as he finished speaking, with a bang, Tang Xian forcefully pushed open the iron shop door. He glanced at Tang Hao in the yard with a faint expression. This guy is really exploiting child labor while drinking wine here. I want to eat. Today I want an extra chicken leg. Tang Xian shouted loudly at Tang Hao in the courtyard. Tang Hao didn't lift his head, continued to drink his wine, and elongated his voice while saying, "Refined iron. Refined iron. How can I sell you money to buy chicken legs without refined iron? If we don't finish work today, there will be no food to eat." Clang! Tang Xian directly threw the cold extracted fine iron onto the stone table. One chicken leg added. I've finished my work for today, and I'm going to visit Village Chief Jack's house to listen to stories. Tang Xian threw down the refined iron and rushed towards Village Chief Jack's house, leaving Tang Hao in a state of confusion in the wind. Refined iron? Although Tang Hao had been drinking outside, he heard it clearly. Tang Xian had only forged it less than 5,000 times. Is it possible to refine a piece of iron or into refined iron with less than 5,000 strikes? For him, a title Douluo, it would be very easy. But Tang Xian is a beginner. This is impossible. This is impossible. Tang Hao was shocked as he picked up the refined iron on the stone table. When he turned around, Tang Xian had already run several hundred meters away, making faces at him. This was definitely stolen. This piece of refined iron was absolutely taken by Tang Xian. However, no matter how much he didn't want to believe it, this piece of refined iron had just been forged, and although it had been cooled, it still retained some warmth. Moreover, Tang Hao was very familiar with iron, and it was clear that this had just been forged. This meant that the little guy, Tang Xian, had indeed forged a piece of impure iron into refined iron with fewer than 5,000 strikes. Originally, it was supposed to take over 10,000 strikes, unless this little guy had already reached a terrifying level of control over his strength. The ultimate control over power could allow every strike to land in the most precise spot, maximizing the effectiveness of each blow to remove impurities. This required a combination of strength, vision, and control to achieve forging a piece of refined iron in less than 5,000 strikes. In just one day, this little guy had made such great progress. He had only given him a little guidance, yet Tang Xian had improved so much. Tang Hao first felt what it meant to have a gap in talent, the disparity among people. Chapter 5. One move of the Xian Yu hand made Tang Hao call me dad. Tang Xian didn't give Tang Hao the chance to exploit child labor and directly ran to village chief Jack's house, chatting with him for an entire day. By the time Tang Xian returned home in the evening, there was already an extra plate of roasted chicken on the stone table in the yard. Tang Hao staggered over with a jar of wine. Here, the chicken leg is yours. Tomorrow, I'll continue to use the Iron Mother to produce 100 pieces of fine iron, and from now on, you'll get chicken legs to eat every day. Tang Xian had just torn off the large chicken leg from the roasted chicken and brought it to his mouth, pausing slightly. Is there more? Tang Hao Somai Fai Li sat at the stone table and began to eat roast chicken, taking a sip of wine. He said with a faint smile, "It's nothing to forge a piece of fine iron. Although your control over strength has improved significantly, it's still not enough. Still not skilled enough." Tang Xian was munching on a chicken leg, thinking to himself, "That's not wrong. I just signed in to learn the Xuantian skill this morning. And it was indeed a bit awkward to control my strength the first time I practiced it, but I've done well enough. Okay." Tang Hao saw that Tang Xian didn't listen to his words, and with his strong arm, he grabbed Tang Xian's wrist, using his other hand to gently take the chicken leg from Tang Xian's hand. "Tang Hao, you promised to add a chicken leg. You're a liar. I didn't stop you from eating. Just take a look at your palm," Tang Hao said lightly, staring at Tang Xian's palm. Tang Xian withdrew his hand in confusion, looking at his little palm covered in grease. "It's quite cute. What's this? Huh, it seems like a blister is about to form." Tang Hao was filled with frustration and said lightly, "Blacksmiths all have a common problem, which is that they develop calluses on their hands. You're just starting out. When your hands are covered in calluses, then you can officially start. But doesn't that mean you have to get a lot of blisters before you can develop calluses?" He certainly didn't want to suffer for no reason. Tang Xian widened his eyes and instinctively looked at Tang Hao's enormous palm. He then angrily said, "Tang Hao, you big liar. Your palm is clearly smooth and has no calluses from blacksmithing." Tang Hao was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. As a titled Douluo, he was certainly not comparable to those ordinary blacksmiths. He simply said, "Your father has long been an old blacksmith. Only with proficiency can one do it without leaving a trace. This requires ultimate control over strength when swinging the hammer. There should be no excess force rubbing against the iron hammer, so naturally, there will be no blisters and no calluses." Tang Xian suddenly realized and thought to himself, no wonder he is a titled Douluo. This level of control over power is just too impressive. Although he has obtained the Xuantian skill, his control still pales in comparison to that of a titled Douluo. However, Tang Xian is no longer a child. He can see that Tang Hao is using these excuses to motivate him, wanting him to take learning weapon forging seriously. Tang Hao has set his sights on his forging talent. After ignoring me for the first 5 years, he is only now starting to make amends? I remember yesterday Tang Hao said he would teach him a hammer technique, which is likely his chaotic cloak hammer method. These intense training sessions are probably preparing for this. After all, in less than 3 months, Tang Xian will be leaving the Holy Soul Village, and Tang Hao wants to teach him some skills that can help him survive outside. Although I feel somewhat moved, Tang Xian is inwardly groaning. "Tang Hao, there's no need to teach me. I have a sign-in system. After signing in for 100 days in Saint Soul Village, what skill can I learn? This kind of training is too boring and torturous. Why should I torment myself when I can gain things through signing in?" However, Tang Xian couldn't say this to Tang Hao. "If you can produce 100 pieces of fine iron without getting blisters or calluses on your palms, I'll call you Dad." Tang Hao made a bold statement. A little punk actually dared to compete with him. Tang Xian gritted his teeth, feeling that this old guy Tang Hao was a bit disrespectful. He was also a bit unconvinced. Isn't it just 100 pieces of fine iron? Can I do it without getting calluses? I don't believe it. If you, Tang Hao, can do it, then I, Tang Xian, the little genius, can't. As soon as Tang Xian heard this, he got angry. He immediately jumped onto a stool and shouted. Tang Hao smiled slightly. To reach his level, how easy could it be? It takes decades of forging skills. Asking him to call this kid Dad? How is that possible? This is just a strategy to motivate Tang Xian to properly learn forging from him. He doesn't know why, but in the past few days, Tang Xian's courage has been growing bolder. He even dares not to call him Dad. He was especially excited to hear that they were betting, and the loser would have to call the other Dad. Tang Hao had a question mark floating above his head. Could this kid be having some kind of problem with his brain? Tang Xian confidently snatched the roasted chicken leg from Tang Hao's hands and took big bites out of it. He mumbled, "Tang Hao, just wait. Tomorrow you'll have to call me Dad. Xiao Xian. When we have time, let's go to the end of Shenghan Village and visit the village doctor." Tang Hao said with some concern, feeling puzzled. This kid hasn't been sick much since he was young. This made Tang Xian so angry that he directly scolded, "Tang Hao, don't make excuses. If you hit 100 pieces of fine iron, there won't be any blisters or calluses. Tang Hao nodded in a daze. Although this kid had good talent, his delicate skin was already forming blisters after just forging a piece of fine iron today. It was absolutely impossible not to get blisters after forging 100 pieces of fine iron. He couldn't possibly lose. A man's word is his bond. Although he didn't know where Tang Xian got his confidence from, it was still quite good that such a promising talent was willing to learn blacksmithing properly under his provocation. So he agreed with righteous vigor. After that, the two of them, each with their own thoughts, silently ate their chicken legs and drank their aged wine at the stone table in the courtyard. Tang Xian looked at his palm, which was about to develop blisters, and shook his head slightly. The Xuantian skill was still lacking a bit of refinement. Although there had been significant improvement in his control over power, it was impossible to avoid any friction between his palm and the hammer handle, just like the title Douluo Tang Hao did. Once there was excessive friction between the palm and the hammer handle, blisters would form on the palm, and over time, it would lead to what was called calluses. However, Tang Xian was not discouraged. Although he couldn't master blacksmithing as skillfully as Tang Hao in a short time, there was still a way to prevent blisters on his palm. The reason being, he had the aSign-In system at his disposal. In the past few days, the aSign-In system had continuously granted him martial arts from the Xuantian Treasure record. First, it was the purple extreme demon I, then the Xuantian skill. Tang Xian boldly speculated that tomorrow's aSign-In might just be the Xuan Jade Hand. The purple extreme demon I and the Xuantian skill were the eye training and internal skill method from the Xuantian Treasure record, respectively. The Xuan Jade Hand was the hand training method from the Xuantian Treasure record. Mastering it would mean that his palm would become indestructible. How could a little friction caused by the leakage of power possibly harm the Xuan Jade Hand, let alone blisters and calluses? 100 years later, his palm would still be as smooth as it was now. Thinking of this, Tang Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud. Little chick? Did you turn into a little chick after eating a chicken leg? Tang Hao looked at Tang Xian in amazement. Tang Xian awkwardly coughed twice. You're the little black one. Your whole family is little black ones. After saying that, he took his bowl and chopsticks and went to wash them in the kitchen, left at the stone table. Tang Hao looked confused, weighing the wine jar in his hand, which still had more than half left. He felt a bit like a monk who couldn't figure things out. Mumbling to himself, I haven't drunk that much, have I? Am I drunk? No, I clearly said little chick. What is that kid Tang Xian talking about? Little black one? What is a little black one anyway? After thinking for a long time, he couldn't make sense of it. So he simply continued to drink his sorrows away. 3 months, that's enough. With Tang Xian's current forging talent, learning the chaotic cloak hammering technique from him seriously would not be a problem. Tang hadn't taken the bet he just made with Tang Xian seriously at all. He shook his head and said, in the end, Xiao Xian is still just a child at heart. Am I being too harsh on him? After taking another sip of the aged liquor, he couldn't help but sigh. What a good wine, and the fine iron this kid produces is quite valuable. $100 worth of fine iron. How much aged liquor could that buy? Everything is for the aged liquor. Oh no, for Xiao Xian. It wasn't until he drank himself into a stupor that Tang Hao crawled back onto his little broken bed and buried his head to sleep. Tang Xian was disturbed by the loud snoring of Tang Hao next to him, along with the occasional mumbling in his sleep, making it hard for him to fall asleep. He could only look forward to the next day when the aSign-In count would refresh, and he could obtain the mysterious Jade Hand. He also wanted to give the title Douluo Tang Hao a hard time. The next day quietly arrived. Tang Hao had already gone back up the mountain to collect firewood as usual. However, as always, there was no rush for collecting firewood, and Tang Xian still came to the giant rock at the top of the mountain. He checked the aSign-In system. Remaining aSign-In attempts. 1 time. The aSign-In attempts had refreshed as soon as midnight arrived the next day. However, at that time, Tang Xian had already fallen asleep. He habitually came to this old place. Smiling slightly, he said to the system, "Sign-In, ding. Sign-In at Holy Soul Village successful. Congratulations, you have received a level 1 reward, Xuan Jade Hand." Instantly, a cold and mysterious energy enveloped his hand. The palm that had almost developed blisters yesterday was instantly healed. Smooth as before, his hands looked even more refined than usual, exuding a touch of celestial aura. After a while, the celestial aura faded away. The palm returned to normal. It looked no different from an ordinary palm. However, when Li Xian used his finger to poke, it instantly sank into the tree trunk. There was no resistance at all. The Xuan Jade Hand could easily penetrate even a tree trunk. Tang Xian's hands, if they want to get injured, I'm afraid it will be very difficult. As for blisters, calluses, there's no need to worry about such things at all. The probability of it happening is now 0. Tang Xian smiled slightly. His prediction was correct. The aSign-In system indeed gave him the Xuantian Hand, and he was very satisfied with this result. This aSign-In system seems to have a bit of a telepathic connection with me. With the Xuantian Hand obtained, Tang Xian quickly picked up dry branches. While picking them up, he complained, "Tang Hao, just wait. See how I'll use the Xuantian Hand when I get back to make you call me Dad." Chapter 6. The Way of a Father, a Slap and a Piece of Candy. Tang Xian directly chopped down an entire dead tree on the mountain with the Xuantian Hand, carrying it down the mountain without any pressure. The Xuantian Hand served as an axe, and it worked remarkably well. The entire hand remained smooth and undamaged. When he returned home, Tang Hao had already gone somewhere to buy wine. The blacksmith shop was left with only the 100 pieces of iron ingots that Tang Hao had prepared for Tang Xian. And this was Tang Xian's task for today. He had to forge them all into fine iron, just like yesterday, or he would have no food to eat today. As for the bet with Tang Hao, the condition for the loser to call the winner dad was that, after succeeding, their palm must have no blisters or calluses. Tang Xian smiled slightly. He had first mastered the power of 100 June, the purple extreme demon eye, and the Xuantian skill, making the forging process quite easy for him. This morning, he received the reward of the Xuan Jade Hand, further enhancing the protection of his palms. However, compared to a piece of Iron Mother, 100 pieces of Iron Mother did indeed seem a bit excessive. He decided to treat it as a way to refine himself. Tang Xian rolled up his sleeves and got to work. Forging iron is the best way to strengthen the body. His physique was still too small, lacking muscle, so he might as well lift some weights. Tang Xian thought to himself as he clamped a piece of iron, or with an iron clamp, then placed it on the forging platform. He picked up the hammer and began to strike with incredible precision. The force of 100 June was transmitted through the hammer onto the iron ore, causing sparks to fly as the impurities inside were compressed. With the help of the purple extreme demon eye and the Xuantian skill, each strike by Tang Xian hit just the right spot, leaving no impurities in the iron or undetected. Each swing of the hammer sent a tremendous recoil force through the unyielding handle into his palm. But every recoil was blocked by an invisible mystical light emanating from Tang Xian's hand, a manifestation of the Xuan Jade Hand's power protection. The hammer was firmly gripped in his hand, without any unnecessary friction. Clang, 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 the rhythmic and powerful sounds of forging echoed in the workshop. Inside, the atmosphere was hot and lively as the large piece of iron ore was hammered down into a small block of refined iron, with all the impurities turning into flying sparks. Yesterday, it took at least 5,000 strikes to forge a piece of refined iron. But after a day and a half of practice, Tang Xian gradually became skilled enough to do it in just 4,000 strikes. Forging 100 pieces of refined iron would require at least 40,000 strikes. At this point, Tang Xian was already drenched in sweat. This was a form of body refinement, and his muscles were gradually solidifying. In the evening, when Tang Hao returned home tipsy, the sound of forging still resonated loudly inside. Tang Hao smiled slightly. 100 pieces of fine iron, it's not that easy. Even when I was his age, I might not have succeeded, and even if I did, my hands would be covered in blisters, which is quite uncomfortable. I didn't expect that Xiao Xian would work so hard. It seems he really likes blacksmithing. Saying this, he took out a bottle of bamboo ointment from his pocket, which he specifically gathered materials to make today. He then shook his head. Xiao Xian has been forging iron all day, so his hands must be full of blisters by now. He really is a child that doesn't let one rest easy. However, it's indeed surprising that Xiao Xian could persist for so long. He is truly a piece of raw jade worth careful carving. It's not in vain that I specially found materials from outside to make this bamboo ointment for him. Tang Hao stuffed the jade bamboo paste in his pocket and pushed the door open. As soon as he opened the door, the heat inside rushed out. But for a title Douluo, it was nothing. Sometimes he would stay in a blacksmith shop for 2 or 3 days. But this environment was not suitable for a 5 or 6-year-old child. Clang, clang, clang. Xiao Xian, if you can't do it, then just give up. 100 pieces of fine iron is indeed a huge challenge for you. Don't hurt yourself. It's 98 pieces now, just you wait, Tang Hao. Tang Xian said directly. At this moment, Tang Xian's face was flushed red from the firelight, and he was covered in sweat. Tang Hao Wen, looking at the stubborn child in front of him. This guy, Tang Xian, really hadn't taken a break all day, continuously working in the blacksmith shop without slacking off. 98 pieces of fine iron. Wait, is it only 98 pieces of fine iron? Tang Hao quickly realized that the forging speed was astonishing. He hurriedly stepped aside and indeed saw 98 pieces of pure iron in front of him. Not a single trace of impurity. Are you out of your mind, kid? Are you trying to smash your palm to bits? Tang Hao directly grasped Tang Xian's wrist. How old is Tang Xian? He can't bear such a slap. So I quickly took out the jade bamboo paste from my pocket and stuffed it onto Tang Xian. All right, don't be angry. This is the jade bamboo paste that your father prepared for you. It is very helpful for repairing muscle strain and treating blisters. You've done well enough. You're a good foundation for a weapon refiner. Tomorrow, follow me to learn the chaotic wind hammering technique. Here, take the jade bamboo paste. A master craftsman must protect his hands. Tang Hao stared seriously at Tang Xian's big and bright eyes, earnestly reminding him that he truly acknowledged Tang Hao's performance. The 100 pieces of fine iron were just something he said for fun, but he didn't expect Tang Xian to actually do it. Tang Xian opened his eyes wide and looked at Tang Hao. Tang Hao. Little Xian, just call me Dad. A little kid should at least have some basic etiquette. Tang Hao. Are you trying to play tricks? Huh. Tang Hao was confused by Tang Xian's sudden shout. Tricks. As a titled Douluo, he never went back on his word. Looking at Tang Xian's angry expression, Tang Hao couldn't help but glance at the hand he was holding Tang Xian with. That little palm must be covered in blisters. You shouldn't push yourself anymore. Saying this, he took the iron hammer from Tang Xian and pried open his hand. While prying it open, he even covered his eyes, not daring to see the tragic sight of the blisters. This jade bamboo ointment. What are you afraid of? Open your eyes wide and see clearly. I don't have any blisters. Are you trying to play tricks? Hearing this, Tang Hao smiled slightly. At this moment, little Xian was still being stubborn, so he focused on Tang Xian's palm. Suddenly, he shuddered. The entire palm was as smooth as jade. Not a single blister. Even the marks from yesterday had healed. Where are the blisters? Where are the calluses? This is truly unbelievable. How could this happen? You keep the jade bamboo ointment. You will need it someday. I just want to be quiet. Tang Hao said this without blushing or his heart racing, preparing to run away. But he was caught by Tang Xian, who slowly adopted a little adult's demeanor and said, "Who said yesterday that the loser has to call the other dad?" Tang Hao's expression stiffened. You little brat. Have you grown some wings? Do you need a spanking? With that, he grabbed Tang Xian by the back of his neck and gave him a good beating. How dare you challenge your father's authority? Tang Hao took the initiative and started to teach Tang Xian a lesson. He was secretly wondering, how come his kid's hands are so intact? Not a single blister? Has he secretly learned my chaotic hammering technique? Tang Xian was held in the hands of a titled Douluo with no room for resistance. Only the fate of being beaten, instantly screaming in agony. The blacksmith shop filled with cries of despair. Tang Xian covered his bright red little butt and pointed at Tang Hao, angrily shouting, Tang Hao, you disrespect your elders. You big liar. Tang Hao felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing this. He couldn't stand Tang Xian more and more. He used to think he was quite obedient. Tang Hao was infuriated and gritted his teeth as he said, even if you don't have blisters or calluses on your hands. There are only 98 pieces of fine iron here. It hasn't reached the bet of 100 pieces yet. Tang Xian smiled slightly and said, isn't it just 2 pieces? I've already forged 98 pieces of fine iron. Forging 2 more is a small matter. Just wait to call me Dad. Tang Xian was covering his red bottom as he walked towards the forging platform, ready to refine the last 2 pieces of iron or to seek revenge for his sore rear. Tang Hao's heart tightened. This was unacceptable. If he let his son call him Dad, then what dignity would he have left? It was too embarrassing. He couldn't bring himself to do that. Thus, Tang Hao quickly fixed his gaze on the last 2 pieces of Iron Mother in the forge. With a surge of soul power, he secretly absorbed the remaining 2 pieces into his hands. Then, with a sudden forceful grip, the 2 pieces of Iron Mother turned to ash in the hands of the Haotian Douluo. Strange, where did the 2 pieces of Iron Mother I placed here go? Little Tang searched the entire forge, but couldn't find any trace of the Iron Mother. It had disappeared without a trace. Tang Hao smiled faintly and said, since you can't gather 100 pieces of fine iron, it means you lost. Just honestly be my son, Tang Hao. Don't think about other things. Let's leave it at this for today. Tang Hao had a mature demeanor, generously letting Tang Xian off the hook. As he reached the door, he said, today I bought a roast chicken from outside and put on the stone table. Let's eat it later, or we'll get cold. Tang Hao smiled faintly. The way of my father is nothing more than a piece of palm and a piece of candy. After Tang Hao left, Tang Xian realized that he had been tricked by Tang Hao again. He had a suspicion in his heart that Tang Hao, afraid of losing, had secretly destroyed the materials. Tang Hao is a true titled Douluo, while I am just someone who hasn't even awakened a martial soul. Although I have learned many techniques from the Xuantian Treasure record through the aSign-In system, there is still a significant gap compared to Tang Hao. Tang Hao wanted to perform some small tricks in front of him, effortlessly. in Douluo continent. Only soul masters are the main theme, capable of bridging such a gap in strength. Tang Xian gritted his teeth. I must become a soul master. I must become a title Douluo. Holy Soul Village is just the first stop for Tang Xian. As for Tang Hao, he will never be able to catch up with his footsteps in Holy Soul Village. Only by going out into the world will there be a chance. However, Holy Soul Village is indeed a good place to sign in, and there is still some time before this year's Martial Soul Awakening ceremony. Tang Xian estimated that if he continued to sign in like this, he would definitely receive a Martial Soul reward before the Martial Soul Awakening ceremony began. He just didn't know what his Martial Soul would be. He felt a bit of anticipation in his heart. However, this matter depended on luck, and there was no way to rush it. While thinking about these things, Tang Xian's stomach started to growl. Seeing the roasted chicken outside, he suddenly exclaimed with delight, "Chicken, you are so beautiful." Tang Xian is never polite when it comes to food. He took a big bite out of the chicken's backside, gritting his teeth. Tang Hao is, after all, his nominal father and takes good care of him. However, the grudge from Tang Hao spanking him is something that cannot be forgiven. Chapter 7. The last stop of the 100 days sign-in, Spirit Village, Spear Hall Branch. Ding! Congratulations on successfully signing in at Spirit Village. You have received a level 1 reward. Shumi Ring, Storage Space Ring. Ding! Congratulations on successfully signing in at Spirit Village. You have received a level 1 reward. 10,000 copper soul coins. Ding! Congratulations on successfully signing in at Spirit Village. You have received a level 1 reward. 10,000 silver soul coins. Ding! Congratulations on successfully signing in at Spirit Village. You have received a level 1 reward. 10,000 gold soul coins. Ding! Congratulations on successfully signing in at Spirit Village. You have received a level 1 reward. 1,000 June power. For nearly 3 months, aside from signing in every day, Tang Xian has been working in the blacksmith shop under Tang Hao's arrangement. It seems that the sign-in at Spirit Village has also hit some sort of bottleneck. After signing in for more than 2 months, he hasn't received anything substantial, only some soul coins as rewards. Soul coins are the universal currency of Douluo continent. 1 gold soul coin equals 10 silver soul coins, which equals 100 copper soul coins. After signing in for more than 2 months consecutively, he now has nearly over 1 million soul coins in his Shumi ring. Tang Xian has now become a definite nouveau riche. In Douluo continent, a normal family only needs to spend 1 gold soul coin a month. However, Tang Xian has hundreds of thousands of gold soul coins in his space ring. But he knows that wealth should not be flaunted. Before his strength becomes formidable, he must not show off. For the past 2 months, Tang Xian has been consistently learning the chaotic wind hammer technique from Tang Hao. Blacksmithing is a training method that can rapidly temper the body. Although Tang Xian complains, he can feel that his physical fitness is improving, and he has even grown taller, with perfect muscle lines gradually taking shape. His strength has grown from 100 Jin to 1,000 Jin. Overall, he has been forged into a little man by Tang Hao, and his childishness has faded significantly. However, after practicing for 2 months, he still couldn't grasp the essence of the chaotic wind hammer technique's soul skill, which made him quite frustrated. Finally, one morning in the 3rd month, he signed in. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully signed in at Holy Soul Village and received a level 2 reward. The Haotian Hammer Martial Soul. Haotian Hammer. The inherited martial soul of the Haotian Sect, known as the strongest weapon martial soul in Douluo continent, with the reputation of being the #1 in strength, showcasing the aesthetics of violence. Tang Xian tried to summon it, but it was extremely difficult, and for a moment he couldn't summon the Haotian Hammer. However, he could feel that a new martial soul had awakened within him. The sign-in system would not deceive the host. This meant that he could awaken the Haotian Hammer during the awakening ceremony. Thinking of this, Tang Xian felt a surge of excitement. In a good mood, he worked the iron with renewed vigor. Clang, clang, clang. Tang Hao glanced sideways, a bit surprised. Today, Xuantian's state of blacksmithing was much better than before. Could it be that he had his first moment of enlightenment in the past 2 months? Tang Hao quickly guided from the side. Realizing that comprehension is a matter of sudden enlightenment, with excellent understanding ability and rapid absorption speed. Xuantian, focus on feeling the essence of your father's skills. The Chaos Cloak Hammer technique can be used for forging as well as attacking enemies. It requires 81 strikes, with each strike leveraging the power of the previous one, using force against force. Upon completion, the last strike is the ultimate culmination, which can harm the spirit. The techniques of exerting force can be categorized into 9 types. 1. Void, embracing and absorbing, echoing in empty valleys. 2. Seal, containing like a drawn bow, sealing force and solidifying power. 3. Penetrate, continuous flow, stacking offensive momentum. 4. Through, combining motion and stillness, penetrating surfaces with points. 5. Entangle, twisting silk-like spirals, generating curves and straight lines. 6. Shock, borrowing strength to counter, moving and shaking with buffer. 7. Break, having structure and combined force, breaking swiftly. 8. Stop, being carefree, like a moment of clarity and obscurity. 9. Collapse, meteor-like radiation, mountains collapsing before you. This is the Haotian 9 absolute techniques. Perhaps due to the acquisition of the Haotian hammer martial soul, along with the meticulous guidance from Tang Hao over the past 2 months, even without the help of aSign-In system, Tang Xian instantly grasped the essence of the Haotian 9 absolutes, gradually achieving unity with the hammer, entering a state of perfection. Each strike was stronger than the last, culminating in 81 powerful blows. Tang Xian took a deep breath. Have I learned the chaotic wind hammer technique? This was the first technique that Tang Xian had learned through his own efforts. It made him extremely happy. Tang Hao took a sip of wine beside him, feeling quite pleased. Xiao Xian has grown up. Tang Xian smiled faintly and said, "That's right. I'm going to explore the Douluo continent all by myself." Tang Hao was slightly taken aback. There was only 1 month left until the awakening ceremony in the Holy Soul Village. Indeed, as Tang Xian said, he would soon have to venture out on his own. Let's talk about it after you awaken your martial soul. It's very dangerous outside. Tang Xian nodded slightly. This statement was indeed correct. In Douluo continent, strength is paramount. Only by awakening a martial soul and becoming a soul master admired by all can one avoid being bullied. Just like Tang Hao, a titled Douluo who was hunted down by the spirit hall all over the world. This even led to his wife and children being sacrificed for him. Without strength, one cannot protect oneself, let alone protect those around them. Thinking of the grievances between Tang Hao and the spirit hall, coupled with the fact that he had just received the Haotian hammer martial soul reward. Once this thing is released outside, anyone knowledgeable will immediately recognize it as Tang Hao's. It must not be easily exposed. Even Tang San was advised by Tang Hao not to show this martial soul in front of outsiders to avoid attracting deadly trouble. This was Tang Hao's way of protecting Tang San. Tang Xian naturally understands the pros and cons of the situation. In another month, he will see if he can sign in to obtain other martial souls. Otherwise, if he can't use martial souls outside, it will be really difficult to move forward. In the following month, Tang Hao has not been restricting Tang Xian much, only asking him to cook for him every day. Tang Xian was also quite relaxed and comfortable, checking in daily at the Holy Soul Village. However, he had already checked in at almost all places in the Holy Soul Village, except for the 1,000 gene strength, countless soul coins, and the martial soul Haotian hammer. There was nothing more he could check in for. Each check-in location has a limit. As the number of check-ins increased, the rewards he could obtain from checking in decreased. Now, Tang Xian found himself in this predicament. It seemed he could only go outside to continue searching for fortuitous places to check in. There were only 4 days left until this year's awakening ceremony held by the Spirit Hall, which happened once a year. In 4 days, he would be able to go out. Thinking about the martial soul awakening, Tang Xian instantly felt invigorated. After more than 3 months of checking in, he had left his footprints in almost every corner of the Holy Soul Village, with only one place he had never visited. That was the Spirit Hall branch in Holy Soul Village, where the martial soul awakening ceremony took place. Open only once a year, the fortune of this place was extraordinary, as it served as the foundation for the Spirit Hall's enduring presence scattered across the Douluo continent. Tang Xian remembers that if Tang San comes to this world, after he becomes a god, he will spare no effort to destroy all the Spirit Hall branches. Only the Spirit Hall branch in Holy Soul Village will be spared. This is also the place where Tang San once awakened his martial soul, and the combination of this Spirit Hall and Tang San's great fortune is truly extraordinary. Tang Xian thought that since there were no substantial rewards to be gained from signing in at other places in the Holy Soul Village, it would be better to accumulate the sign-in opportunities. On the day of the awakening ceremony, he could sign in all at once in this place of great fortune in the Holy Soul Village, and perhaps he would obtain something different from the Spirit Hall subchapter. With this in mind, Tang Xian did just that. Ding. Sign-in count refreshed. Remaining sign-in chances 1. Ding. Sign-in count refreshed. Remaining sign-in chances 2. Ding. Sign-in count refreshed. Remaining sign-in chances 3. Ding. Sign-in count refreshed. Remaining sign-in chances 4. Time quietly passed by. Tang Xian has already accumulated 4 sign-in times. Whether he can awaken his martial soul or with something else depends on the luck of the Spirit Hall branch in Shenghan Village. Woof woof woof. Wang Kai at the village entrance is shouting at him crazily. Tang Xian smiled slightly. No matter what, he couldn't expose his Haotian hammer martial soul. Otherwise, as soon as he left the Holy Soul Village, he would face the pursuit of the Spirit Hall. Although he had Tang Hao to vouch for him, who would want to live a life of hiding. While thinking about this, Tang Xian had already skillfully steamed the buns in the kitchen. Tang Hao, the sun is shining on your backside. Get up and eat the buns, or they'll all go into my stomach. Tang Xian shouted, as usual for Tang Hao, who loved to sleep in, to get up. As usual, there was no response, and Tang Xian had already gotten used to it. Tang Hao now looked like a dead pig, not afraid of boiling water, returning to his previous state of living a life of heavy drinking. After eating a few buns in the yard, old village chief Jack was already shouting for Tang Xian to come outside. Coming, village chief Jack, I'm on my way. Halfway there, Tang Xian adjusted the lid on the buns on the stone table and shouted inside. Tang Hao, I'm going with the village chief to the Spirit Hall branch for Spirit Awakening. Hearing no response from inside, Tang Xian ignored it and followed old village chief Jack. At the entrance of the Spirit Hall branch in Holy Spirit Village, old village chief Jack was instructing the 8 children from Holy Spirit Village who had come for Spirit Awakening this year. He said with a serious tone, only by awakening your spirits can you become the spirit masters admired by everyone on the Douluo continent. There are 10 ranks for spirit masters: Spirit Scholar, Spirit Master, Great Spirit Master, Spirit Elder, Spirit Ancestor, Spirit King, Spirit Emperor, Spirit Sage, Spirit Daw, and Title Daw. You are the hope of Holy Spirit Village. And I hope you can once again showcase the former glory of our Holy Spirit Village. Tang Xian looked at the serious tone of Jack, the old village chief, and thought to himself that the former glory of Shenghan Village was just a soul saint. He was destined to become a god. He muttered in his heart, just wait. Village Chief Jack, I will be the glory of Shenghan Village in the future. With this in mind, the old village chief Jack had already respectfully walked towards another direction. Tang Xian had already noticed that person. The attendant of the Spirit Hall, wearing a badge with 3 long swords on his chest, was a genuine great soul master. He was Su Yuntao, who was responsible for the awakening ceremony in Shenghan Village this time. Old village chief Jack respectfully said, respected battle soul master, I trouble you with these children. Su Yuntao's expression was clearly somewhat displeased. He had already visited 6 villages and had not found a single potential soul master. This was a thankless job. Let's get started quickly. Let them in. I hope this time the luck won't be so bad. Chapter 8. Awakening the 3 Lives, Martial Soul. Joining the Spirit Hall Strategy, Bibi, Dong, Su Yuntao was an inspecting attendant of the Spirit Hall. And every year he would go to various villages to help children awaken their martial souls. However, not many could awaken their martial souls. And those who awakened powerful martial souls were even rarer. Most people were either ordinary individuals without martial souls or awakened useless martial souls, with no qualifications to become soul masters. Su Yuntao said lightly, children, come in and stand in a row. Before we proceed with the martial soul awakening ceremony, it is necessary to introduce my identity to you. My name is Su Yuntao, and I am the guide to help you awaken your martial souls. Children, let's begin. Tang Xian looked at Su Yuntao with great interest as he introduced a certain aspect. He saw that Su Yuntao had already set up 6 hexagonal stones in the center of the awakening area of the Spirit Hall's branch, holding a shiny blue crystal ball in his hand. Then he called the children to stand one by one in the center of the hexagonal stone array. Tang Xian was the youngest, so it was his turn last. Therefore, he witnessed the entire process of Su Yuntao helping the child awaken at the first scene. He saw Su Yuntao let out a loud shout, "Lone wolf possess!" Instantly, his black hair turned silver gray, and faint wolf-like fur emerged on his arms. A green light suddenly radiated from his pupils, which was quite intimidating. Tang Xian was not particularly scared, but he was still a bit surprised. It was his first time seeing someone release their martial soul. Su Yuntao's martial soul was a beast martial soul. After the martial soul manifested, its characteristics also bore some features of a werewolf. Su Yuntao signaled the children not to be afraid and began to inject soul power into the hexagonal stone array. Then started checking the palms of the children. Scythe, no soul power. waste martial soul. Who? No soul power, waste martial soul. Blue silvergrass. No soul power, waste martial soul. A total of 7 children had martial souls without soul power, especially one girl's blue silvergrass, which was the standard form of a waste martial soul. Tang Xian clicked his tongue. If a person's martial soul is blue silvergrass and they have no soul power, they are indeed nothing. If it weren't for Tang San in the novel Awakening the Haotian Hammer, he would also be a useless person. Su Yuntao's eyes revealed a look of disappointment as he looked at the last child. Child, why don't you come over and give it a try? Tang Xian's heart raced. Is it finally my turn? Tang Xian carefully stepped into the hexagonal stone array. This place is where the luck of the Wuhuan temple lies. If he signs in here, the rewards will definitely be abundant. Lone Wolf possess. Su Yuntao has already begun to inject soul power into the hexagonal stone array, which emits a layer of golden light. It gradually envelopes Tang Xian. Tang Xian's heart stirred. Ding. Remaining sign-in attempts. 4. Without hesitation, he internally shouted, System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully signed in at the Spirit Hall branch in Holy Soul Village and received a level 6 reward. Awakened Spirit, 6-winged angel. The 6-winged angel. It's actually the 6-winged angel spirit. Tang Xian remembered that Qian Douluo, Qian Xuanji, and Qian Renxue also had the 6-winged angel spirit. This is a legendary, God-given spirit, and also the top-tier spirit. The 6-winged angel symbolizes the messenger of the angel god. The luck of the Spirit Hall branch in Holy Soul Village is indeed extraordinary. It even produced the God-given spirit from the Spirit Hall. System, second sign-in. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully signed in at the Spirit Hall branch in Holy Soul Village and received a level 6 reward. Awakened Spirit, Radiant Holy Dragon. The Dragon God has 9 sons, with the Radiant Dragon King leading. The Radiant Holy Dragon is the bloodline that is closest to perfection passed down from the Radiant Dragon King, a highly powerful existence among dragon-type spirits. Tang Xian was radiating golden light all over his body, with faint pure white dragon scales visible on his surface, and amidst the light, there was a hint of a sacred aura. System, third check-in. Ding. Congratulations on successfully checking in at the Spirit Hall branch in Holy Soul Village. You have received a level 4 reward. Innate full soul power. Tang Xian, aSign-In. System, fourth check-in. Ding. Congratulations on successfully checking in at the Spirit Hall branch in Holy Soul Village. You have received a level 2 reward. Level 1 Peach Blossom Luck increases the probability of triggering Peach Blossom events. Ding. Remaining check-in attempts, 0 times. After checking in 4 times consecutively at the Spirit Hall branch in Holy Soul Village, a series of astonishing reward notifications rang out in Tang Xian's mind. He suddenly awakened the 6-winged angel, the light god dragon spirit, and he even had innate full soul power, along with the Haotian hammer he had awakened earlier. Tang Xian is now a 3-life martial soul, terrifying indeed. The last sign-in reward. Level 1 Peach Blossom Luck increases the probability of Peach Blossom events occurring. Is a bit overwhelming. What does the system mean by this? The literal meaning. Tang Xian secretly thought, will stealing the luck of the Spirit Hall attract the attention of Bibi Dong, Qian Renxue, and Hulaina? This kind of peach blossom luck is a peach blossom calamity. While he was thinking about this, Su Yuntao suddenly let out a muffled sound, and his soul power became somewhat chaotic. It was a natural bloodline suppression from the 6-winged angel and the holy dragon of light. How could a small wolf martial soul withstand it? Instantly, the soul power became disordered. But fortunately, Tang Xian quickly retracted his aura. He did not harm Su Yuntao. Su Yuntao, composed, coughed lightly, and said in shock, "What kind of martial soul is this? Its aura is so terrifying. I feel my martial soul trembling from my soul. Child, what is your name?" Su Yuntao's expression suddenly became incredibly gentle. "Tang Xian, extend your hand. Let me see what martial soul you have awakened." Su Yuntao held his breath, feeling involuntarily tense. That aura was too extraordinary. It should not be weak. Tang Xian felt a shiver run down his spine. The Haotian hammer was the exclusive martial soul of the Tang Hao family, and Tang Hao had a deep grudge against the Spirit Hall, so it absolutely could not be exposed. The 6-winged angel was a unique martial soul belonging to the Qian family of the Spirit Hall. It would be unreasonable for him to possess such a martial soul, and it wouldn't make sense to explain it. He could only show Su Yuntao the bright Saint Dragon. Tang Xian turned the back of his left hand with the 6-winged angel and the Haotian hammer, carefully extending his right hand. A pure white mist amidst the golden light. faintly exuded a holy aura. Within the room, the sound of dragon roars echoed. Once the holy light faded, Su Yuntao was able to glimpse the true form of the martial soul in the child's hand. It was a golden little python with 2 small horns. Even with Su Yuntao's experience, he stared for a long time. After a moment, he exclaimed, "A mutated beast martial soul. The golden python martial soul. The golden python is a rare, mutated beast martial soul, fiercer than ordinary snake martial souls, with extremely strong attack power, belonging to the strong attack category." Su Yuntao quickly made his judgment. He never expected to find such a talented prospect in this fallen holy soul village. Tang Xian was puzzled and thought to himself, "Su Yuntao, have you lost your vision? This person has a top-tier martial soul called the Radiant Holy Dragon, not some snake. But a misunderstanding is just a misunderstanding. Revealing one's weakness too early is not a good thing. In this way, it won't attract too much attention. This gives him a chance to silently sign in and become stronger." At this moment, Su Yuntao's gaze towards Tang Xian was completely different from before. Even the golden python is considered a top-tier, mutated martial soul. This is a genius. Of course, Su Yuntao still did not forget his primary duty. The awakening ceremony had not yet been completed. Tang Xian, I need to test your soul power level. Then Su Yuntao pushed the shining blue crystal ball closer to Tang Xian, asking him to undergo the soul power test, just like the previous few children. Tang Xian touched his nose, naturally placing his palm on the blue crystal ball, and with a thought, he summoned his soul power. Crack! The blue crystal ball suddenly shone brightly again, followed by a crisp sound as several cracks spread across its surface. The blue crystal ball couldn't withstand Tang Xian's soul power and shattered. Su Yuntao clicked his tongue and then took out another, darker blue crystal ball from somewhere else on him. Tang Xian, let's try again. Tang Xian followed the instructions and illuminated the deep blue crystal ball, lighting up a full third of it. This was a higher-level soul power testing ball. Innate full soul power. Su Yuntao couldn't help but exclaim, feeling extremely excited. A mutated martial soul of the assault type, combined with innate full soul power, this was too monstrous. If he became a soul master in the future, his prospects would be bright. Su Yuntao was so happy that he almost jumped on the spot, and after coming out, he excitedly told Old Village Chief Jack that there was a child with innate full soul power in Holy Soul Village. Su Yuntao said seriously, "Child, your talent is good. Don't waste it. I ask you, are you willing to join the Spirit Hall?" Su Yuntao was just a patrolling steward in the Spirit Hall responsible for helping ordinary people awaken their martial souls in the branch hall. But if he could recommend some talented and potential children to the Spirit Hall, he could gain a lot of evaluation benefits. There was even a chance for promotion. Serving at the headquarters of the Spirit Hall was not a dream. As soon as he discovered Tang Xian's talent, he immediately threw out an olive branch. The Spirit Hall. Tang Xian was slightly taken aback. He had never considered the Spirit Hall before. However, the fortune of the Spirit Hall was too great. He couldn't help but feel tempted, especially since he had just received a second-level reward. The reward was a first-level peach blossom fortune. Increases the probability of triggering romantic events. With this peach blossom fortune, he might have a chance to win over Qianrenxue, Hulaina, or even Bibi Dong in advance. Thinking of this, a smile couldn't help but rise at the corner of Tang Xian's mouth. He wasn't a child. Children make choices, but he wanted them all. Su Yuntao smiled slightly. The Spirit Hall was at its peak, and there might not even be a qualification to join. He believed no one would be willing to refuse. So he took out a work-study student badge. This is a work-study student quota for the Spirit Hall Academy. I am just a patrolling deacon of a branch hall, and the quotas are limited. Here, take this. If you're interested, report to the Spirit Hall Academy in 3 months. Old Village Chief Jack had tears streaming down his face. This child, Tang Xian, had actually awakened a bee spirit, and it was a rare innate full spirit power. Their Xianghun village finally produced a good seed. Joining the Spirit Hall and restoring the former glory of Xianghun village was not a dream. Chapter 9. Refusing Su Yuntao's invitation to the Spirit Hall and going to Nuoding Academy. Su Yuntao handed over the recommendation token for the work-study student quota of the Spirit Hall Academy. Tang Xian, cherish this opportunity. From now on, your identity will change. As long as you join the Spirit Hall Academy, you will bring glory to your family and will always be cared for by the Spirit Hall. Tang Xian instantly calmed down and quickly shook his head. Can I refuse to join the Spirit Hall? Although Qianrenxue, Hulaina, and Bibi Dong are indeed enticing, but I have a grudge with Tang Hao. After all, I am Tang Hao's son, and if I let my guard down, it would be over for me. The character of sex is like a knife, and AI is just a single sound. Tang Xian was quite precious about his life. He simply turned around and left. Su Yuntao's hand, which was holding the recommendation token, paused in midair. This was the first time he had encountered someone who could refuse his invitation to join the Wuhuan Temple Academy. Can you give me a reason, child? This is not a joke. Many people are fighting for this opportunity, and he refused it after only thinking for 3 seconds. If I had to give a reason, it would be that I think I'm still too mediocre. I'll go improve myself in other academies first. Gold shines anywhere, doesn't it? Respected Battle Soul Master? Tang Xian said calmly, without a change in expression. Tang Hao is the one who defeated the previous pope. Unless he really doesn't care about his life, he would go to that kind of place. It's deadly to shine in the spirit hall. Su Yuntao clicked his tongue. This reason turns out to be a lack of confidence. This stems from an inner issue. This child hasn't realized what joining the spirit hall truly means. But there is also some reluctance. Tang Xian's talent is simply too good. A strong attack-type mutated beast martial soul. He opened his mouth and said, "You take this recommendation token for the Spirit Hall Academy first. Once you truly go outside and witness the gap between other academies and the Spirit Hall Academy, you will come back to thank me." After saying this, Su Yuntao left Holy Spirit Village with a cold expression. It was hard to come across such a good seedling. Yet he is such a blockhead. Respected Battle Spirit Master, thank you for your hard work. Why not stay for a meal before you leave? Old Jack asked cautiously. Su Yuntao waved his hand. Although he worked at the grassroots level, he was busy and had to rush to the next village. It was already a stroke of luck to encounter such a talented seedling today. After Su Yuntao left, Tang Xian's left hand finally relaxed, trembling slightly. The Haotian hammer and the six-winged angel, 2 top martial souls together, caused sparks of dark lightning to flow from the tips of Tang Xian's left hand, followed by flashes of golden holy light, coupled with the radiant holy dragon. This is the 3-life martial soul, unique to the Douluo continent. Mediocre? How could he, with a 3-life martial soul, be mediocre? It's just an excuse. Old Jack held Tang Xian's hand all the way, exceptionally excited. He walked much faster than usual. In no time, he brought Tang Xian back to Tang Hao's blacksmith shop, and from a distance he started shouting towards the blacksmith shop. "Tang Hao, great news. Tang Xian awakened his martial soul during the awakening ceremony today. Your family will have a soul master from now on." Tang Hao paused slightly while pouring the wine and said calmly, "Got it, Old Jack. You won't be staying here for dinner. Tang Xian, come in with me." Hearing Tang Hao's tone, Old Jack knew that Tang Hao had a bad temper. He turned to Tang Xian and said, "Don't worry. As long as you can become a soul master, it doesn't matter which academy you go to. There is still a work-study student slot at Nuoding Academy in Holy Spirit Village. Here is the recommendation letter. Make sure to discuss it with your father. Little Xian is the hope of our Holy Spirit Village. He will definitely pass the admission assessment for Nuoding Academy. This slot at Nuoding Academy is reserved only for Tang Xian. Everyone else has useless martial souls." Tang Xian received the recommendation letter for the work-study student at Nuoding Academy. He then glanced at Tang Hao, who surprisingly had no significant reaction. Village Chief Jack awkwardly escorted Tang Xian to the door. And only then did Tang Xian walk in the blacksmith shop, where Tang Hao was silently swinging the hammer. After a moment, he stopped, sighed deeply, and couldn't help but ask, "Xiao Xian, what spirit of martial arts have you awakened?" Tang Xian said with a Haotian hammer. Tang Hao was a bit surprised to hear this. "Xiao Xian, you? And the Holy Light Dragon." Tang Xian continued speaking. Tang Hao's ears rang with a sudden buzzing, and he suspected he had misheard. Twin martial souls? Fortunately, Tang Hao did not understand as much theoretical knowledge about martial souls as Master Xiao Jang. Otherwise, he might have doubted whether there were some unusual ties mixed in his feelings for aSign-In. Tang Xian nodded and said, "Innate full soul power." Tang Hao suddenly became dry and parched, and rarely picked up Tang Xian completely to examine him. Tang Xian also felt a bit guilty. He still had one martial soul that he hadn't mentioned, which was the 6-winged angel. He was not a twin martial soul, but a triple martial soul. Having lived 3 lives, he naturally knew to keep some secrets. The first article of the general outline of the Tang Min Xuantian Treasure record: never let someone you cannot fully trust know how strong you really are. In a certain sense, Tang Xian is no longer the original son of Tang Hao. Tang Xian has only been in this world for 3 months, so his feelings for Tang Hao are still quite vague. During these 3 months, he has either been working for Tang Hao or cooking and doing chores for him. However, Tang Xian doesn't have any complaints. He naturally understands why this man in front of him has become this way. Tang Hao had previously crossed paths with the last pope, Xian Jade, and had some entanglements with the Qian family of the Spirit Hall. The six-winged angel is a unique martial soul of the Qian family, and having the six-winged angel martial soul himself would inevitably raise his suspicions and doubts. To prevent things from developing in an even more absurd direction, Tang Xian decided it was best not to let Tang Hao know too much. During this period, he could occasionally feel Tang Hao's paternal love, such as when he taught him the chaotic cloak hammer technique, which was quite useful. After 3 months of forging, Tang Xian's body had become much stronger, and his demeanor had also matured a bit. Tang Hao's gaze today was much warmer than usual. He gently stroked Tang Xian's head with his large hand and said, "Xian, I know you have a heart for exploring the world. You're grown up now, and it's time to let you go out and gain some experience." After hearing that Tang Xian had declined Su Yuntao's invitation to the Spirit Hall Academy, Tang Hao let out a deep sigh. Dad won't interfere with which academy you choose. Whether it's the Spirit Hall Academy or the Nuoding Academy, you just need to remember that only by becoming stronger can you protect yourself and those around you. Remember what Dad said. No matter when, don't easily reveal your martial spirit, the Haotian hammer, in front of others. Tang Xian naturally understood that Tang Hao was alluding to something, and he obediently nodded. However, Tang Hao's attitude was still very open-minded, surprisingly not stopping him from joining the Wuhuan Hall Academy. Is this arrogance or confidence? Isn't he afraid that if he really goes to the Wuhuan Hall Academy, he might expose himself and fall there? However, Tang Hao was quite curious about why Tang Xian would refuse the invitation to the Wuhuan Hall Academy. Joining the Wuhuan Hall is a rare opportunity for ordinary people. Don't you regret it? Tang Xian couldn't help but think of Tang Hao's words. Only by becoming strong can one protect oneself. Yes, without power, one might walk into danger without even knowing how they died. There's nothing to regret. I don't particularly like the hypocritical atmosphere of the Spirit Hall. However, the resources of the Spirit Hall are indeed not bad. Otherwise, people wouldn't be so vibrant. A place's environment nurtures its people, after all, Tang Xian said casually, as if he knew what the Spirit Hall was like, but he clearly had never been to the Spirit Hall, nor had he ever seen anyone from the Spirit Hall. Tang Hao smiled faintly and shook his head. You've been listening to too many rural legends from old Jack again. You little rascal, so small yet so mischievous. Tang Hao took a sip of wine and turned to walk into the blacksmith shop. He murmured inaudibly, "My child is going to become a soul master too. Tang Xian. This child, with his twin martial souls, is destined for greatness. The Spirit Hall. Haha, it's been a long time since we last met. But soon we will meet again. After years of old grievances, it's time to settle the score. The hatred of taking my wife. Spirit Hall, you better wash your necks and wait." Clang. Tang Hao casually threw the empty wine jar in his hand into the courtyard, and it exploded. He then stopped, turned his back to Tang Xian, and said, "Xiao Xian, since old Jack has given you the work-study student quota for Nuoding Academy, you should go to Nuoding City to be a work-study student. The Spirit Hall is just a pile of garbage." Huh. Tang Xian was slightly taken aback. To his surprise, Tang Hao actually agreed. He had thought it was tacit approval, but why did it suddenly ignite like this? This Tang Hao, after all, is still a blooded title Douluo. Village Chief Jack, you heard that, right? He has agreed. This drunkard Tang Hao at least hasn't lost his mind. Xiao Xian, get ready. Tomorrow you'll go to Nuoding City with Village Chief Jack. It's much more expensive in the city than in Holy Soul Village, so make sure to bring enough money. All right. Village Chief Jack, money for expenses? Tang Xian is currently not lacking in money at all. Besides the generous rewards from signing in at the Spirit Hall branch in Holy Soul Village, there are plenty of soul coins. He's actually worried about not having a place to spend it. As for the money issue, he can find a way to solve it himself. Came the calm voice of Tang Hao from inside. Tang Xian rubbed his forehead. If he really relied on Tang Hao, he would have starved to death long ago. This guy had been relying on him for 3 months' worth of drinking money. At night, when Tang Xian was getting ready to sleep, Tang Hao still hadn't returned. Lying on the bed, he focused on feeling the 3 martial souls within him. The Holy Dragon of Light, the 6-winged angel, and the Haotian hammer. These would be his support for becoming stronger in the Douluo continent. As he thought about this, Tang Xian's eyes gradually grew heavy, and he slowly fell asleep. In the early morning, a burly man in a black cloak with a stubbled face stood outside the window, silently watching. This person was none other than Tang Hao. Tang Xian turned over and saw that the figure outside the window had long disappeared, leaving only the shadows of the trees swaying in the night wind. Chapter 10. The Shocking Incident at Nuoding Academy. Beating up the Gatekeeper, Master Yu Xiaojang. The next morning, let's go, we are heading to Nuoding City. Tang Xian followed old Jack onto a shabby carriage and glanced back at the blacksmith shop. Tang Hao hadn't come back last night. That guy Tang Hao is probably off looking for some liquor. Let's go. He won't come to see us off, old Jack said with a faint smile. Off we go. Little one. Old Jack started the carriage and headed towards Nottingham. Tang Xian smiled slightly. Nuoding Academy, here I come. I wonder if you Xiao Jang will recognize my radiant sacred dragon. This martial soul might not be recognized by others, but you Xiao Jang, as a theoretical master and coming from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, whose family martial soul is the powerful Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, has a subtle connection with the radiant sacred dragon. There's no way the master wouldn't recognize it. Tang Xian smiled slightly, looking forward to Yu Xiaojang's expression. As soon as they arrived in Nuoding City, old Jack took Tang Xian to Nuoding Academy, as they didn't have much money to wander around. Just as they reached the entrance of Nuoding Academy, they were stopped by 3 burly men in front of the school. Stop! Where do you beggars come from? Nuoding Academy is not a place for you to beg. Get lost. Old Jack quickly apologized with a smile and explained, we are not beggars. We come from Holy Soul Village. I am bringing the child to register at Nuoding Academy. Register? Our Nuoding Academy does not allow just anyone to join. Seeing this, old Jack hurriedly rummaged through his ragged bag to find an enrollment certificate. We really are here to register. Here is the proof stamped by the Spear Hall. We have a work-study position from Holy Soul Village. The 3 burly young men disdainfully took the certificate and casually glanced at it, clearly unimpressed. Oh, a mutated beast spirit of the assault system? An innate full spirit power? Haha, a country bumpkin, and such a genius can come from that kind of place. Our academy hasn't had any so-called work-study students for years. I now have reason to suspect that your Spirit Hall certificate may have been stolen or is simply forged. You are refused entry. You. Open your eyes and see clearly. You are the bumpkins. Your whole family are bumpkins. Old Jack was so angry that his body trembled. He directly started cursing. His face turned red, and due to his old age, his breath became unstable. He almost fainted from anger. Tang Xian quickly supported the almost unsteady old Jack. He silently infused a trace of Xuantian Gong in old Jack's body. Old Jack's complexion finally returned to normal. A bumpkin is just a bumpkin. What's wrong with calling you a beggar? Can a golden phoenix really emerge from straw nest? What a disgrace. Don't block the way at the entrance. Take this kid and your shabby luggage and get lost, or don't blame us for being rude. You worthless dog, looking down on others. You're just a guard dog for someone else. You only know how to bully others with power. You're even worse than beggars. One of the young men was about to step forward to drive them away when Tang Xian directly extended his left hand and instantly struck the young man's abdomen. The young man's expression changed slightly, and before he could react, he was kicked in the abdomen again. Tang Xian directly pushed the window to look at the moon, followed by a rabbit kick. The Xuantian skill, combined with the force of 1,000 pounds, directly knocked the young man to the ground. Tang Xian raised his chin, looking down at the 3 men. You can't even defeat a beggar. What kind of filthy scum are you? If you say one more unreasonable word, I'll take your lives. What? What do you want? This is Nuoding Academy, and people from Beggar Village are just rude. You say a few words and then resort to violence. You won't be able to enter Nuoding Academy today. Brothers, throw them out. The other 2 young men gritted their teeth in anger. 3 of them couldn't even handle a small beggar. That was just a sneak attack. They had never suffered a loss without fighting back. Go. The man who had been kicked to the ground was already in too much pain to speak. Seeing this, the other 2 rushed forward to subdue Tang Xian. Filthy scum. This is what you brought upon yourselves. These 3 months of training were not in vain. Die for me. Holy Light Dragon, possess me. 1,000 gene power. Bang. In an instant, there was a dull sound, and one of the young men was sent flying, collapsing to the ground like a stack of pancakes, howling in pain. There were just a few dogs relying on their power, and in the Douluo continent, strength is paramount. As long as you have talent. What's the big deal about beating a dog? The last young man, who was halfway through charging, was instantly dumbfounded. He really was a powerful assault-type beast martial spirit. What strong aura. The opponent was clearly just a child, yet at this moment, he exuded an oppressive force, radiating an awe-inspiring light. Their boss had been kicked away by the opponent, leaving him in a dilemma. You're all trash. Just roll over there. Boom. The last young man fell on top of the other 2, causing a chorus of miserable cries from the ones underneath. Tang Xian's face was as cold as ice as he slowly said, Beggar, Your whole family are beggars. Am I wrong? Ah, yes. I am the beggar. We are the beggars. Tang Xian approached step by step with a playful demeanor. You, don't come over here. Don't come over. Don't, voice breaking. The three young men gritted their teeth against the pain and struggled to roll and crawl away. Eager to leave this place of trouble, they felt that they had kicked an iron plate today. If they stayed any longer, they would die. Escape. They had to escape. The opponent's martial soul was too terrifying, definitely not something they could provoke. Their previous pride had long since vanished. Each of them was bruised and battered. This young man was too frightening. But before they could run far, Tang Xian casually picked up a few fallen leaves from the ground, infused them with hidden energy from the Xuantian Gong, and sent the leaves flying towards the legs of the several young men. Get down. The three young men fell in response. This was the hidden weapon technique Tang Xian had recently acquired from his aSign-In rewards, with the internal power of Xuantian Gong empowering external objects. Even flying flowers and plucked leaves could injure people. Since you look down on beggars so much, today I will cripple you and let you experience what it's like to be a beggar. Tang Xian was about to strike down and sever these scoundrels' meridians. A voice rang out from inside Nuoding Academy. Stop. A middle-aged man in a gray robe, holding a scroll, stepped out, his eyes radiating a profound depth. Master. Tang Xian looked up and recognized that person as Master Xiao Jang from the Nuoding Academy. He immediately smiled, his lips curling upwards. With such a display, he was sure to attract the master's attention. So what if he was a work-study student? He was going to be this high-profile, as a theoretical master studying martial souls. Xiao Jang couldn't possibly overlook his talent. In the novel, the master was a crucial figure who helped Tang San step by step to become a god. He was not like that little beggar Tang San, who knew nothing at the beginning. Upon seeing the master appear, the three burly young men at the gate rolled and crawled, bruised and battered, to the master's feet. Master, save us. Woo. Old Jack gasped at this scene. Was Xiao Xian really this powerful after awakening his martial soul? No wonder he was a rare, innate genius with full soul power. Even without obtaining his first soul ring, he was already this impressive. Tang Xian steadied old Jack's trembling hand again, a faint smile appearing on his face. If anyone dares to bully our village chief Jack in the future, they'll have to face the consequences. Old Jack took a deep breath, and after a long while, finally regained his composure. This sense of security is really nice. Tang Xian glanced inside and thought, if he can't even enter a small Nuoding academy, how can he talk about reaching the top of the divine realm? That, you guys are the ones who made the first move. Everyone saw it. Tang Xian, with a calm demeanor, decided to report the incident first. Xiao Jang gazed at Tang Xian with deep eyes, and Tang Xian naturally noticed him, casually explaining, what's there to be afraid of from Xiao Jang? He's not some terrifying monster. The character of this master is relatively gentle. As long as you don't touch his reverse scale, he won't take action over such trivial matters. You few are not worth mourning. The academy is a sacred place. How can it tolerate your filthy existence? Let me help the academy clean up the mess. Tang Xian continued to give color to the three young men who had humiliated him. Xiao Jang clearly did not expect that this young man in front of him had such a fierce temperament, showing no regard for his presence at all. He actually continued to educate them. The shock was palpable. Xiao Jang frowned slightly. He was indeed not someone who liked to meddle in others' affairs. And these guards were indeed a bit unbearable. But this was Nuoding Academy. And as a master of Nuoding Academy, such matters could not be allowed to continue without intervention. All right, this is Nuoding Academy. Are you trying to tarnish the reputation of Nuoding Academy? I'm a teacher here. Now, tell me, why are you causing a ruckus here? And who are you? Xiao Jang addressed everyone. And when he spoke the last sentence, his gaze sharpened as he looked at Tang Xian. Old Jack, upon hearing that the other party was a teacher from Nuoding Academy, quickly stepped out from behind Tang Xian to clarify his identity and the purpose of their visit, then recounted the difficulties they had just faced with the guards. We really came to enroll. This is the enrollment proof from the Spear Hall. Teacher, take a look. The only work-study spot from our village is for this child. The enrollment proof was essentially the awakening record from the Spear Hall. Xiao Jang took a glance at the document handed over by Old Jack. His mouth slightly opened. Golden Python, mutated beast martial soul, innate full soul power. Xiao Jang continued reading, noting that there was a martial soul illustration described by Su Yuntao attached. When he saw that the Golden Python had two small horns, Xiao Jang smiled slightly. The earlier sensing must have been correct. Golden Python? And it has innate full soul power. How is that possible? It's a dragon martial soul. Yu Xiaojang, coming from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family and having studied martial soul theory for decades, immediately detected the clues. At this moment, all his attention was focused on Tang Xian, and the earlier incident was completely unworthy of his concern. Your enrollment proof is valid. Old sir, I sincerely apologize for what happened. These three will be expelled from the academy. Tang Xian, Nuoding Academy welcomes you. Chapter 11. The Bond of the Dragon Martial Soul between Master Yu Xiaojang and Tang Xian. Old sir, I apologize to you on behalf of the academy for what just happened to you. As for, you can rest assured to leave this child to me. Yu Xiaojang looked up and down at Tang Xian. This kid has secrets. Old Jack was moved to tears. He had finally met someone who was reasonable and sensible. Moreover, he was so courteous, which made Old Jack a bit anxious. Since the other party was a teacher from Nuoding Academy, he must also be an incredibly powerful soul master. It's all right, it's all right. The young man is unaware of the gravity of the situation. In the future, it will be the academy's responsibility to cultivate him well. Old Jack quickly responded to the master's words, realizing the other party's extraordinary identity while he was just a small village chief. The fact that the other party even apologized made him feel very anxious. There were no other requests. Rest assured, old sir. Nuoding Academy is a place that cultivates soul masters. It is the teacher's duty to nurture students with potential. Thank you so much, teacher. Xiao Xian, why are you still dazed? Hurry up and stand by the teacher's side and follow him inside. Enrollment successful. Old Jack's task was finally complete. He quickly pushed Tang Xian forward. Xiao Xian, be obedient in school. Temper your temperament. And I will head back to Holy Soul Village now. All right, goodbye, Village Chief Jack. Tang Xian waved goodbye to Village Chief Jack, who had sent him off all the way. Tang Xian, right? Your martial soul isn't the golden python, is it? After Village Chief Jack left, Yu Xiaojang, standing beside him, asked Tang Xian faintly with his head down. Tang Xian paused, and indeed, the older ginger is spicier. The master really saw through it. However, he did not show any surprise on the surface and calmly replied, your identity is probably not that of a teacher at the academy, right? Yu Xiaojang raised an eyebrow. He was indeed not a teacher at Nuoding Academy. But how did this young man know that? Wasn't he just reporting to the academy for the first day? A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but was quickly concealed. Strictly speaking, I am indeed not a teacher at Nuoding Academy. I do not teach here, but everyone at Nuoding Academy must address me as master. Yu Xiaojang did not hide what kind of presence he had at the school. It could be easily found out with a little inquiry. As for whether he was a teacher or a master, it was just a title to him. You said, your name is Tang Xian. Your surname is Tang? Otherwise, master, do you not believe in Jade? Tang Xian Zito. Yu Xiaojang paused internally. Recalling some old acquaintances, that person also had the surname Tang. People from the Haotian sect also had the surname Tang. No wonder his talent is so monstrous. Yu Xiaojang already had some guesses in his heart. But how could this child's martial soul be related to the dragon martial soul of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family? This left Yu Xiaojang perplexed. Tang Xian, if I am not mistaken, your martial soul is an exceptional mutated dragon martial soul. You have high talent, but you lack a good teacher to guide you. In Nuoding Academy, no one understands martial souls better than I do, and no one understands dragon martial souls better than I do. I have unique insights into martial souls. If you are unwilling to call me master, you could just call me teacher. With these words, Yu Xiaojang expressed that he was already intrigued by Tang Xian's talent. Tang Xian smiled faintly. Indeed, the master's theoretical knowledge is unparalleled in the world. However, his strength is not that impressive. But this is also one of Tang Xian's objectives. His martial soul is quite special, and with the support of a theoretical master, his growth speed will soar several times. Teacher, Tang Xian was not a child. Having lived 2 lives, how could he not discern the underlying meaning in Yu Xiaojang's words? He immediately cupped his hands in a gesture of respect and formally acknowledged him as his master. This was the teacher who would help Tang San achieve godhood. Such a valuable resource couldn't be wasted. However, the main reason Yu Xiaojang took Tang San as his disciple was that he recognized Tang San's talent for having the dual martial souls of the Haotian hammer and blue silvergrass. On the other hand, it was Tang Xian's extraordinary talent and impressive mutated dragon martial soul that caught Yu Xiaojang's attention. Ah, child, what you are doing. From now on, you will be my teacher, Tang Xian said solemnly. Ha ha ha. Yu Xiaojang also have a disciple now. That's really great. You are a good child. All right, get up. Yu Xiaojang's eyes were slightly moist, feeling quite gratified. There's also a bit more sparkle in his eyes. Tang Xian's martial soul is very special, and his talent is very high. He might even have a twin martial soul. If I could apply my lifelong martial soul theories to this child, when he dominates the Douluo continent, who would dare to question my martial soul theories? Jang is now eager to guide this child to become a legend, to prove that his theories are feasible. This is also the dream he has pursued all his life. In the master's view, Tang Xian's talent can only reach its maximum growth potential under his guidance. There is no one more suitable than him among the teachers at Nuoding Academy. Tang Xian, come in my office for a moment. Jang is urgently seeking to verify some things. Tang Xian nodded and came to the office with the master. The master said with some anticipation, Tang Xian, can you show me your martial soul? Tang Xian did not refuse. His right hand slowly extended, and a golden long-horned holy light dragon appeared in the palm. The master gasped in surprise. This is truly a top-tier, mutated dragon martial soul, and it is a holy light dragon martial soul. This martial soul is many times stronger than the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul. When the master saw this martial soul, he was excited for a long time. His judgment and feelings were not wrong. He then asked, you say you have innate full soul power? You must be hiding another martial soul, right? Tang Xian Sumai Fai Li. In front of Jang, a master of martial souls, there was nothing to hide. He then slowly extended his left hand, revealing a Haotian hammer that was pitch black with a hint of electric light. You are right, I have another Haotian hammer. Tang Xian said, indeed, innate full soul power is rare in the world, but it is not surprising for two top-tier martial souls to produce innate full soul power. In fact, there's another martial soul, the six-winged angel, which Tang Xian did not mention. He was a three-life martial soul, but he still maintained a sense of caution. Sometimes, one must learn to conceal a bit of strength. Very good, Tang Xian, your holy light dragon is already strong enough. I didn't expect you to surprise me like this. However, you must remember, unless absolutely necessary, do not expose the existence of the Haotian hammer. One must learn to hide their strengths. Tang Xian smiled lightly and replied yes. He understood this principle even better than Jang, and he also knew what Jang was worried about. Speaking of which, my martial soul has some connection with your martial soul. The master looked a bit emotional. Tang Xian naturally knew, but pretended to ask curiously. Origin? Yes, teacher. I originally came from one of the top 3 sects, the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. I was supposed to inherit the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul, but fate played tricks on me. My martial soul has also mutated, and unlike yours, my mutation is a malignant one, innately flawed. It completely lacks the majestic and domineering presence of a dragon martial soul. So what I want to tell you is that although I promise to be your teacher, I can only provide you with some theoretical assistance within my capabilities. Teacher, my strength will probably never break through the 30th level in this lifetime. Tang Xian was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect the master to share these things with him. This was a form of trust towards him. Tang Xian said softly, that's enough. The master's theory is unmatched in Douluo continent. The master felt very pleased and was happy that Tang Xian said so. It wasn't his arrogance. He was indeed right. Luo Sanpao, come out and see the world. As he spoke, the master calmly summoned his martial soul, which was a deep blue creature with big eyes, a gentle expression for short and stout legs, a bump on its head, and a chubby appearance, looking quite endearing. It was very lively, jumping around cutely. For some reason, as soon as Luo Sanpao saw Tang Xian, it felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Immediately burrowing into Tang Xian and using its big pig-like nose to nuzzle all over him. Tang Xian felt like a big cabbage, being pushed by a pig. Tang Xian suddenly thought of something at this moment. Previously, he had obtained a level 1 Peach Blossom luck, which increases the probability of triggering Peach Blossom events. Isn't that what this is referring to? He awkwardly protected his key areas in front and behind. With a bit of embarrassment, he asked, Teacher, does your martial soul have a gender? The master awkwardly retracted Luo Sanpao, who was impatiently eager for Tang Xian's body. And it took a lot of effort to pull it back. Luo Sanpao usually wasn't like this. The master touched his nose and looked at the flustered Tang Xian. Perhaps it was due to both having dragon martial souls. At this moment, the master could only explain it this way. Luo Sanpao's excessive familiarity with Tang Xian. Your martial soul is different from mine. Your martial soul mutation is leaning towards a positive direction. Such a top-notch mutation can only be born from the fusion with the pure bloodline of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family. Little Xian, you must tell me the truth. How did your father get involved with the ignorant girl from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family? Uh, what? Tang Xian was completely shocked. Tang Hao has taken an interest in the women of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family from the three great sects. However, he quickly realizes that the master might have misunderstood something. Many of his theories about spirit souls cannot be explained in his case. Tang Xian is someone with a sign-in system. Tang Xian touched his nose and said, well, I'm not really sure about that. I don't know much about the romantic histories of the previous generations. Teacher, what's the big deal? If it's true, wouldn't that make our master-student relationship even closer? Tang Xian respectfully served the master a cup of hot tea. Xiao Jang was taken aback. This kid was quite shameless. However, he soon recalled certain past events, took the hot tea, and took a sip, his expression suddenly becoming somewhat melancholic as he said, but what about the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family? What about the three upper sects? You Xiao Jang, have long been expelled from my family, and my name is no longer in the family tree. Where's there any kinship left? Tang Xian then remembered Xiao Jang's background and immediately interjected, what is the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex? My radiant saint dragon is not derived from them. There are many higher-ranked dragon martial spirits than theirs. It's even inferior to the golden saint dragon. The purity of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex is too low. Don't even compare. Ha ha ha. As he spoke, Tang Xian glanced at the master's expression, as the golden saint dragon was a fusion technique of the master, Lu Erlong, and Flender. He couldn't possibly deny it. Chapter 12, Crushing the King of the Seven Dorms and Getting Kicked Out by Xiao Wu. Upon hearing the term golden saint dragon, Xiao Jang clearly paused. It was a time that could not be returned to, but he quickly concealed his emotions. Tang Xian, you have a second martial soul, right? May I take a look? Xiao Jang said tentatively. Innate full soul power is not so easily produced. According to his research, the probability of having innate full soul power is highest for twins martial souls. So he had some guesses in his mind. Tang Xian didn't keep everything to himself. It was no big deal for his teacher to know about the Haotian hammer. As for the six-winged angel, Tang Xian didn't plan to reveal it easily. Want to keep it as a trump card. Teacher, what do you think this martial soul is? At that moment, Tang Xian stretched out his left hand, and a pitch-black Haotian hammer with arcs of electricity appeared in his palm. Xiao Jang's eyes widened, and he opened his mouth in shock. The inherited martial soul of the Haotian Sect, the Haotian hammer. You, Tang. I was right. You are indeed the child of that person. Xiao Jang's voice was a bit excited and trembling. He was excited because Tang Xian was indeed a child with a twin martial soul, which aligned perfectly with his goal of cultivation. This special existence proved that his theory was correct. He trembled because he didn't expect that person to be so at ease, allowing his child to come here alone. Tang Xian, you must never let anyone else see this martial soul in your left hand easily. Don't worry, teacher. I know. Dad has already warned me. Then, Tang Xian retracted the Holy Light Dragon and the Haotian Hammer martial souls into his palm. Xiao Jing glanced out the window and then pondered. Xiao Xian, your enrollment procedures have been completed. You should return to the Academy's dormitory now. Practice hard. Xiao Jing reminded him one last time. Tang Xian smiled lightly as he said goodbye. Teacher, I'm off to find my dorm. Go ahead, go ahead. Don't have conflicts with your roommates. Cultivate feelings among classmates. Upon hearing this, Tang Xian smiled slightly. Cultivate feelings, huh? Ha. I wonder if Xiao Wu has arrived at school yet. He then bid farewell to Xiao Jing, picked up his luggage, and headed towards Dormitory 7 of Nuoding Academy. Indeed, he had intercepted Tang San. All of Tang San's luck was concentrated on him. Even the Academy dormitory was Dormitory 7. The accompanying enrollment handbook included a map of Nuoding Academy. So Tang Xian was able to easily find the location of Dormitory 7 based on the map, without needing anyone to guide him. Dormitory 7 was the worst student dormitory at Nuoding Academy, specifically provided for working students. Tang Xian had just stepped into the entrance of Dormitory 7 with his left foot. Suddenly, a shadow came rushing towards him, and Tang Xian instantly sidestepped. Bang! A person was violently kicked to the ground. It seemed to be a work-study student from this dormitory as well. Ha. Do you accept it? I, Wang Sheng, am destined to be a future battle spirit master. Who dares to compete with me for the position of the boss of Dormitory 7? Wang Sheng. Tang Xian immediately thought of something. It seemed they were competing for the position of the leader of Dormitory 7. He didn't expect to arrive at such a perfect time. Wang Sheng easily dealt with a new student, casting a disdainful glance around Dormitory 7 before noticing the newly arrived Tang Xian. Where did this beggar come from? Are you a new work-study student too? Newcomers should understand the rules a bit. From now on, I, Wang Sheng, am the boss of this dormitory. Anyone who disagrees can come up and compare fists. You, little beggar, what's your name? Tang Xian hadn't even had a chance to introduce himself before being interrupted by Wang Sheng. I don't care what your name is, just call me boss and let me hear it. Tang Xian snorted coldly and smiled wickedly. You think you are worthy? How dare this kind of trash provoke me? It seems that Wang Sheng really needs to be taught a lesson. Oh, you want to try for the boss's position? Then let's have a fight. This is the first time Wang Sheng has seen such an arrogant newcomer. He said with great interest, My martial soul is the battle tiger. Newcomer, what is your martial soul? Tang Xian disdainfully said, You are not qualified to see my martial soul. Arrogant. Today I, Wang Sheng, will teach you how to bow your head and be a person in the dormitory. Tang Xian's nonchalance had completely enraged Wang Sheng, leaving him, the leader of the 7th dormitory, feeling very undignified, very lacking in authority. Tang Xian hadn't even put down his backpack when a ghostly figure suddenly appeared in front of Wang Sheng, raising its palm. Thousand Gene slash. A powerful downward chop came straight at him. Wang Sheng had just begun to channel his soul power when he noticed an additional figure in front of him, completely unaware of how the opponent had done it, and without any soul weapon being released. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura surged towards him, making him feel that if he didn't T-block it, he would be split in half. In that critical moment, Wang Sheng clenched his fists, his hands crossed and forced into a blocking posture. Soul power and soul weapon were instantly activated. Behind him, a faint phantom of a battle tiger emerged, supporting him. At this moment, the Thousand Gene slash came crashing down. As the two forces collided, there was a loud bang. Wang Sheng was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, sliding across the ground for a distance before finally crashing into the bed frame, staggering to regain his balance. A single move overwhelmed him. Tang Xian casually withdrew his palm strike. He had signed in quite a bit on the road and gained many skills. Ghost Shadow Displacement was just one of them, and his tremendous power was much stronger than before. Just now, he had only unleashed 30% of his strength with that palm strike. However, even so, it was enough to deal with a Wang Sheng. Arrogant. Only the strong have the right to be arrogant. The position of the leader of the 7th dormitory has now changed hands. Wang Sheng struggled to crawl up from a pile of broken supports. That just now was a soul skill? So strong. Even without using his martial soul, he possesses such power. When did the new student of the work-study program become so strong? He then suppressed the intense pain and groaned twice. In the Douluo continent, the strong are revered, especially in the academy. Although he didn't want to admit it, Wang Sheng indeed felt inferior. The other party truly had the capital to be arrogant. Wang Sheng gritted his teeth and said, What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and call the boss. Boss, what is your name? Wang Sheng instantly changed his attitude, wearing a fawning expression. Tang Xian, came a cold response. Boss Tang, from now on, you are the boss of the 7th dormitory. What am I even worth? Tang Xian was slightly taken aback. Wang Sheng was really good at reading the situation. Just as Wang Sheng finished speaking, Tang Xian suddenly heard a sweet, yet slightly childish female voice coming from behind him. Wait a minute. How did it get decided that he was the boss? I could be the boss too. Hello everyone. My name is Xiao Wu. As in dancing, Tang Xian's pupils constricted. Xiao Wu. That 100,000-year-old beast, the soft-boned rabbit, in our 7th dormitory. The position of the leader goes to whoever is strong, and this brother Tang Xian has just defeated me to become the leader. Xiao Wu, if you want to be the leader of the 7th dormitory, you'll have to beat him. Wang Sheng, enjoying the show, directly instigated the two to have a fight. Xiao Wu's eyes brightened as she locked onto the figure unpacking a backpack on the bed. Then let's have a fight. My name is Xiao Wu. Please take care of me. Her cheerful and lively voice rang out from behind. Tang Xian smiled slightly. This little rabbit was not easy to deal with. He then turned around. At the door stood a cute girl dressed in pink and white, her skin a rosy white, and a pair of lively eyes were excitedly staring at him. Although she had not fully developed, her chest had already formed a small contour, resembling an underripened peach, making one unable to resist the urge to pick it. Tang Xian, please advise me. She was truly a beauty. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Wu suddenly bent down, using her legs to propel herself into the air, her long black scorpion braid flying in the air, combining beautifully with her fluttering pink and white dress. The scene was absolutely stunning. Wang Sheng, who was watching from the side, was already mesmerized. In the next moment, Xiao Wu's figure had disappeared from midair, reappearing with a jade leg aimed at Tang Xian's face. It was strikingly similar to how Tang Xian had dealt with Wang Sheng earlier. However, Wang Sheng was Wang Sheng, and Tang Xian was Tang Xian. A flash of purple light flickered in Tang Xian's eyes as the purple extreme demon eye activated, instantly capturing Xiao Wu's movement trajectory. When Xiao Wu approached him, he had already sidestepped, and her jade leg kicked into empty air. A smooth, snow-white, long leg suddenly appeared before him, and Tang Xian couldn't help but reach out his right hand, his fingertips gliding over it, stopping at her ankle, before suddenly grabbing her jade foot and pulling it towards himself with force. Xiao Wu immediately felt a tingling sensation in her leg, realizing something was off. A pulling force surged in, causing her suspended body to become unstable. When she tried to use the bunny kick again, she found there was no leverage. In her panic, her movements instantly became disordered. Tang Xian only felt like he was holding a lively and restless little cow in his hands. Even though he was incredibly strong, he almost let her break free. Stay still. Tang Xian suddenly exerted force, pulling hard and stepping forward, intending to press Xiao Wu down and completely subdue her. However, Xiao Wu's waist was extremely flexible, and in an instant, she bent her whole body into a half arc, like a spring releasing tremendous power. The other foot, which had no strength to push off, suddenly gained power, and in the next moment, her legs wrapped around Tang Xian's neck, her hands pushed against the ground, and she executed a sudden rabbit choke slam, trying to throw Tang Xian to the ground. Let you have a close encounter with the earth first. Get down, Xiao Wu said playfully, her legs exerting force. However, she soon realized something was wrong. She felt as if she was wrapped around a stone statue. No matter how hard she tried, the other party didn't budge an inch. Instead, her body, which was inverted with her hands on the ground, used the tremendous power to push straight up. At this moment, Xiao Wu's delicate feet were still resting on Tang Xian's neck. This resulted in the entire scene being. Xiao Wu was sitting on top of Tang Xian's head. What's more, it wasn't like a child riding on an adult's back. Xiao Wu was facing Tang Xian directly. Tang Xian's entire face was tightly pressed against Xiao Wu. Tang Xian only felt a darkness in front of him. His body staggered, and he was directly overwhelmed. Then he was knocked down and pinned under Xiao Wu. You were the one who came down first, right? Tang Xian had a face full of black lines. Xiao Wu, on the other hand, looked very happy. I won. Look, I won. Not caring at all. Tang Xian patted Xiao Wu's jade-like leg, and only then did Xiao Wu relax and stand up. Tang Xian, under everyone's gaze, just wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. It was so embarrassing. It almost took half his life. Chapter 13, Shock. The peach blossom luck is on the rise, and Xiao Wu wants to warm my bed. Being ridden by a beautiful child in front of everyone was truly too shameful. However, it also showed that Xiao Wu's skills were indeed impressive. The outcome was determined in an instant. You won, so from now on, you could be the boss of the 7th dorm. Tang Xian generously dusted off his clothes. Being the boss of the 7th dorm was just being the dorm leader. When it came to internal affairs, Tang Xian couldn't care less. Letting Xiao Wu be the dorm leader was just right. Girls are very good at it. You're so strong. You hurt me. Although Xiao Wu won. Recalling the scene just now, she glanced down at her ankle, which had a faint red fingerprint. She was a 10,000-year-old transformation spirit beast. And yet she couldn't match the other person's strength. Are you okay? You're so strong. I can only show a bit of my strength. I didn't hurt you just now, did I? Xiao Wu didn't mind. In fact, she was exceptionally happy to have won the match, but she didn't forget to care about Tang Xian, whom she just pinned to the ground. It was clear she was a very kind girl. Tang Xian shrugged. I'm fine, I can handle it. I can take another hit. I was just careless earlier and didn't dodge. Tang Xian touched his nose, with the lingering fragrance still present, and joked. You really are a monster. Xiao Wu smiled lightly and said, I don't care, I won just now. So starting today, I'm the boss of the 7th dorm. Xiao Wu was very persistent about being the boss. Tang Xian smiled and said, then I guess I'll have to trouble Xiao Wu to take care of the 7th dorm. He didn't mind at all. Nearby, Wang Sheng and the others, who were watching, immediately shouted in unison toward Xiao Wu, boss. From now on, you are our leader. Xiao Wu was so happy that she almost jumped up and then said, there's no need to call me boss. My name is Xiao Wu. Just call me Sister Xiao Wu. Tang Xian returned to his bed, ready to tidy up his things. Although the conditions weren't great, it was much better than being in the blacksmith shop. Dormitory 7 was a large dormitory specifically for work-study students, with both new and returning students of different ages living there. There were more than 50 beds in total, but only 12 had bedding, which meant that there were only 11 children of varying ages in Dormitory 7, with Wang Sheng being one of them. However, there was only one bed left with bedding, but they had 12 people. Tang Xian didn't care about where the 10,000-year-old beast, the little rabbit, would sleep. If there were no bedding, he could just buy some outside. There were so many empty beds here. However, the little rabbit went straight to Tang Xian's spot. Then she lay down on the spot that Tang Xian had just prepared. Little rabbit, this is my bed. Tang Xian was slightly taken aback and reminded, what is yours and mine? As long as there is a blanket on this bed. And since I'm the boss, of course this bed is mine. Xiao Wu directly hugged Tang Xian's blanket and refused to leave. Tang Xian was stunned. This little dance is quite familiar. No way. This is my bed. What do you mean yours, it's mine? You defeated opponent. Get away. No way. Tang Xian and Xiao Wu started to tussle on the bed, rolling up the sheets in front of everyone. The entire dormitory fell into a subtle silence. After another round of fierce fighting, Tang Xian managed to snatch back a pillow, but when it came to grabbing the blanket, girls were definitely stronger. I want to fight you again, Tang Xian said, feeling a bit unwilling. You shouldn't have given in. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu cleverly waved her hand. No more fighting, no more fighting, I'm tired. Let's do it another day. But don't be angry here. I'll share the blanket with you, and we'll split the bed too. You sleep on this side, I'll sleep on that side. This bed is so big. We can sleep together. Xiao Wu, with her innocent big eyes and long eyelashes, was sharing the bed space with Tang Xian. This scene completely left Wang Sheng dumbfounded. What kind of plot is this? Can you watch it for free? What kind of eyes do you all have? Shouldn't roommates get along harmoniously? Is sleeping with the boss that uncomfortable? Xiao Wu thought to herself. Humans are really strange. She often sleeps with the Ming and the others, and they get along just fine. Tang Xian said in a muffled voice. This is the first level peach blossom luck that the sign-in system mentioned. Increases the probability of peach blossom events triggering. Isn't the peach blossom event triggering right now? Xiao Wu directly moved the empty bed from next door and combined it with the other one. If it's not big enough, just combine them. Isn't that normal? What are you all thinking about? Xiao Wu asked in confusion. Tang Xian couldn't help but sigh. No wonder Tang San could win over Xiao Wu. After all, this 10,000-year-old beast has quite a peculiar way of thinking. This kind of peach blossom luck is really too useful. Xiao Wu doesn't even shy away from it. So what does he, Tang Xian, have to be afraid of? He wouldn't be at a disadvantage. He kicked the bed that Xiao Wu was about to move over. One bed is enough. Too big bedding is hard to share. Xiao Wu, let's sleep on one bed together. He's not really a child. Why be so shy about it? Xiao Wu isn't one either. She has lived for 100,000 years. Moreover, he has intercepted Tang San's fortune. He and Xiao Wu are destined to be together. Thinking of this, a glimmer of brilliance and a hint of strangeness flashed in Tang Xian's eyes. He understood the principle of the one closest to the water gets the moon first. After all, Xiao Wu is a 10,000-year-old beast, so her conditions are not bad. Stop looking, stop looking. Let's leave the bed arrangement to the boss, right? Xiao Wu is the boss on her first day, so this arrangement must have deep meaning. You all go do your own thing. Yes, go tidy up the things you just broke. Xiao Wu also pretended to have been the boss before, feigning authority to give out orders. Yes, Xiao Wu. Since Xiao Wu has spoken, the others in the 7th dormitory also knew Xiao Wu's strength and status, each responding loudly. However, thinking about the deep meaning behind Xiao Wu's arrangement mentioned by Tang Xian, their gazes towards Tang Xian naturally change a bit. This guy wouldn't he have caught Xiao Wu's eye, would he? They understood clearly. Sleeping together every day, Tang Xian might become the man of their 7th dormitory leader. That would make him their big brother. Xiao Wu is indeed lively and cute, a beauty in the making. They were all envious. The time spent tidying the dormitory passed quickly. At this moment, Tang Xian, after a long time, heard the prompt sound from the sign-in system. Ding. Detected new sign-in location. Nuoding Junior Soul Master Academy, 7th dormitory. Ding. Remaining sign-in attempts, 1. On the way to Nuoding Academy, he could have accumulated several sign-in attempts. But every time Tang Xian wanted to try his luck, the results were just soul coins and such, and the slightly better one was just Ghost Shadow Miasma. It seems that sign-in rewards really depend on the luck of the sign-in location. The luck in Holy Soul Village is quite good. That place can produce deities. Plus the branch of the Spear Hall, a place of immense merit. The luck there is exceptionally prosperous. The sign-in rewards are truly precious. I wonder how the luck of Nuoding Junior Soul Master Academy is. Tang Xian, with the idea of trying his luck, silently thought to himself. System, sign in. Ding. Sign-In at the 7th dormitory of Nuoding Academy was successful. Congratulations, you have received a level 1 reward. The duration of your soul ring has been increased by 500 years. Is this just a trash level 1 reward? 500 years is too low. Tang Xian shook his head, and besides, he currently had no soul rings at all. It seemed like it was time to find his first soul ring. Soul rings are very important. An ordinary person's first soul ring can only withstand 432 years. But that's only for ordinary people. Tang Xian naturally knew that no matter how high the age of the soul ring, he could withstand it. He was not an ordinary person. The first level reward directly increased the soul ring's age by 500 years. Although it seems small, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Accumulating day by day, regardless of how young the soul rings he obtained were, they were not fixed and could grow in age. Even if he were given a first soul ring with an age of 10 years, he still had the opportunity to grow it into 100,000 years or even a million-year soul ring. Of course, the higher the initial age of the soul ring, the better. It would take a lot of time to reach that level if luck was not on his side. While thinking this, Xiao Wu had already finished her bath and changed into a brand new school uniform. Her hair was still slightly damp. At this moment, she was half kneeling on the bed, using a white towel to dry her black scorpion braid down to her waist. The remaining droplets of water were falling from her hair on her snow-white skin and then sliding down, smooth like water droplets on a lotus leaf. Tang Xian, help me dry my hair. I can't do it by myself. Xiao Wu directly handed her long scorpion braid over to Tang Xian and stuffed a white towel into his hands. Tang Xian was slightly taken aback. This girl really had no guard up at all. He then took the towel and was quite willing to help the beauty dry her hair. While wiping, Tang Xian could clearly smell a faint body fragrance. Beautiful women were indeed fragrant. After all, Xiao Wu was a soul beast and didn't understand the affairs of the human world. If she treated others this way as well, she would inevitably lose her sense of boundaries. Tang Xian gently instructed Xiao Wu, "Well, you can't allow that with others. We humans have a saying, men and women should not touch each other. Do you know what it means?" Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback. She couldn't understand such flowery language. "I don't know what touch means. If you want to touch, then go ahead. It won't take away an arm or a leg. But you can't just touch anyone. If someone touches you, it means having a child. Do you want to have a child?" Xiao Wu instantly thought of the soul beast she had seen in the Star-Do forest that had died during childbirth. She quickly shook her head. "No touching, no touching. Xiao Wu doesn't want to die." Tang Xian was slightly taken aback. Wasn't this about having children? How did it turn into a matter of life and death? The thought process of this soul beast after 100,000 years was indeed intriguing. Yes, it is very dangerous, but only the person beside the pillow can be kissed. That way, nothing will happen. Tang Xian continued to deceive. "It's not that absolute. I'm not like others." "Really? Why is it that the person beside the pillow is safe?" Xiao Wu asked with wide eyes. Tang Xian was momentarily at a loss for words, wondering why. What a deceptive excuse. However, Xiao Wu's thought process was indeed extraordinary, and a light bulb went off in his head. "I need to treat my pillow partner a little better. Someone who can save a life must be a good person. Since you're next to my pillow, you are my pillow partner now. I will take good care of you. In the hot weather, Xiao Wu will fan you, and in the cold, Xiao Wu will warm your bed. You must not let me die in the future." That sounds pretty good. Xiao Wu is really cute. Chapter 14. The little trial in the academy cafeteria. Xiao Wu is mine. Xiao Wu said she wants to warm the bed for herself. Tang Xian smiled slightly upon hearing this. It was not impossible. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed in the subtle air, and Tang Xian looked down to find that it was Xiao Wu's stomach growling. Xiao Wu was hungry. She hadn't eaten for 2 hours. Xiao Wu tucked away her alluring scorpion braid and half kneeled on the bed, feeling a bit shy as she spoke. This little lowly spoiled attitude was hard for Tang Xian to resist. However, he hadn't eaten for a day either. "Then let's go eat together." "Okay." Xiao Wu perked up at the mention of food. Wang Sheng, where's the cafeteria?" Xiao Wu asked loudly. Upon hearing this, Wang Sheng cleverly put down what he was about to tidy up. "Boss, don't worry, I'll lead the way. It's right over there. Follow me." Having witnessed the strength of the two, Wang Sheng was extremely respectful. He had never seen work-study students as powerful as them, especially the one named Tang Xian, who had sent him flying several meters with just one palm strike. "Lead the way, but I don't have any money. I heard from Daming that you have to pay to eat here," Xiao Wu said timidly. Tang Xian raised his eyebrows upon hearing this. In the Douluo continent, money is represented by soul coins, and the most he had in his Shumi ring was gold soul coins. He had obtained the most soul coins from signing in. This made him quite troubled. Although he was a work-study student, he was actually very wealthy and didn't need to work anymore. He was planning to give a few thousand as pocket money to Xiao Wu, but Wang Sheng was very proactive, stepping forward and confidently saying, "Don't worry, boss. Today all the food expenses are on me. Wang Sheng. Xiao Wu, feel free to eat. If I run out of money, I'll consider it a loss." How much could a little girl eat? The key was to flatter her well. Wang Sheng understood this very well. When Xiao Wu heard that someone was treating, she happily jumped up and clapped her hands. "Great, great. Wang Sheng, you're so nice. Let's hurry to the cafeteria to eat. I'm starving." And Wang Sheng, "Don't call me boss anymore. Just call me Xiao Wu Jia." "Yes, Xiao Wu Jia," Wang Sheng replied with immense joy. Tang Xian shook his head slightly and quietly put down his hand that was about to take out the gold soul coin. He followed Wang Sheng towards the direction of the Nuoding Academy cafeteria. Nuoding Academy cafeteria. The cafeteria at Nuoding Academy is very large, and all the people from the academy dine here. At this moment, it is dinner time, and the cafeteria is already packed with people. However, Tang Xian and Xiao Wu are in luck, as there happens to be an empty table available, and it's in a great central location. Let's eat outside instead. There is no space here. Wang Sheng scanned the area and directly overlooked that empty table. Tang Xian interrupted Wang Sheng's words. "Are you blind? Isn't there an empty table with no one sitting at it over there?" Following Tang Xian's gaze, Wang Sheng's pupils constricted, and a hint of fear crept into his expression. That table was reserved for the academy's aristocrats, besides a few wealthy young masters. No one else was allowed to sit there. "Is it all about money?" Tang Xian casually asked upon hearing this. Wang Sheng forced himself to respond. "That's what they say. But doesn't know that those nobles from Nuoding City's aristocratic academy are not something a work-study student like me can provoke, or else. There's nowhere else. Xiao Wu, we're sitting at this table today." After saying that, Tang Xian had already taken Xiao Wu to sit at the empty table in the middle. Wang Sheng could only grit his teeth and follow, hoping that today wouldn't be so unlucky. That group didn't often come to the cafeteria, so if it didn't run into them, it would be fine. He could still afford to pay for a VIP meal, even though his savings weren't much. However, as soon as he sat down, Wang Sheng regretted it. He could hear Xiao Wu cheerfully ordering from the menu, "I want to eat this, and that." "Forget it. Just bring me the first and third pages of the menu. Let us eat." Xiao Wu directly ordered the most expensive items from the 2 pages, holding her chopsticks. Looking exceptionally excited, Wang Sheng's hand holding the water cup trembled. After this meal, he feared he would spend all his savings and might have to work 2 jobs in the future. But he couldn't lose face as a man for being so generous. "Waiter, serve the dishes," Tang Xian said with a casual smile. Wang Sheng, also a work-study student like him, was naturally noticed by Tang Xian, who was aware of Wang Sheng's financial situation. He didn't intend to let Wang Sheng pay the bill, so he found an excuse to use the restroom and had already settled the bill at the cafeteria's cash register. Just a little over 1,000 gold soul coins. He had so many gold soul coins that he didn't know where to spend them. After settling the bill early, Tang Xian was about to return when he heard some unpleasant voices coming from their table. Someone was mocking Wang Sheng. Oh. Isn't this our academy's few work-study students, Wang Sheng? A poor guy who usually eats very frugally. Why did he order such a big table of delicacies today? Oh, I see. Try to impress the new little lowly freshman who just arrived this year. Huh? But how dare you sit at our reserved table, you trash. Shameless punk. Get lost. Wang Sheng's face turned dark. He didn't expect to be so unlucky as to run into that group of noble science. He couldn't afford to provoke such people. But what they were saying was too harsh, making Wang Sheng grit his teeth in anger, his eyes filled with bloodshot fury. Xiao Wu, naturally unable to tolerate this, as the leader of the 7th dormitory, wouldn't allow others to bully her roommate, especially since Wang Sheng came here to treat her to a meal. She immediately shouted, "What does it matter to you what we eat? The cafeteria isn't your family's, and how much we eat doesn't come from your family's rice. Why do you have to be arrogant and bully people from my 7th dormitory?" Xiao Wu stood up, hands on her hips, showing no fear of the noble young masters. Huh, what is wrong with being arrogant? You probably don't know that just this position cost Wang Sheng more than half of his savings, right? And ordering so much, can you poor guys afford it? But you little lowly is pretty cute. If you can make this young master happy, we might just pay for the meal for the charming lady. Ha 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 ha. Follow this young master, and every meal will be like this big feast. Are you considering it, little lowly? You. Xiao Wu was furious and was about to strike. Suddenly, a series of crisp slapping sounds echoed in the air. The entire cafeteria fell silent. And the leading noble young master showed 5 red slap marks on his face, his hair disheveled. Tang Xian suddenly appeared in front of the several young masters who had been mocking him. He immediately swung his hand and slapped them, as their words were truly too harsh. Noisy, Tang Xian said, retracting his palm and not forgetting to wipe it with his other hand. He felt that hitting such a person had dirted his hands. Then he cast a sharp, disdainful glance at the so-called noble student from Nuoding City, whose face was pale. This kind of person, relying on a bit of family wealth or power to bully others, is one thing. But daring to lay a hand on Wang Sheng and Xiao Wu, a gentleman can endure, but there are limits. You, what kind of person are you to dare slap this young master in the academy? You, don't come over. Yi Lidan, the second young master of the Li family. You can inquire about it. The Li family is not something a small character like you can provoke. Tang Xian heard this and stomped his foot slightly. He searched his mind. The Li family? The noble academy saw that the other party was indeed afraid to act easily after hearing him mention the Li family, and became even more arrogant. Ha ha ha. Now you know fear, right? Kneel down and apologize to me. Spare you the pain of flesh. You brat, you haven't heard what I... Bang! Tang Xian unleashed a tremendous force and struck with a heavy punch. Another punch. Looking at the so-called noble student of the Li family, who was dazed and bruised, he calmly retracted his fist. What I mean is the Li family. I've never heard of them. With a thud, the young master who had just been arrogantly demanding Tang Xian and others to kneel and apologize was now powerless, kneeling on the ground, directly knocked down. Tang Xian gracefully turned back to his seat, calm and composed. The contrast brought a spiritual shock and impact to all the onlookers in the cafeteria. Damn it! How dare he sneak attack our boss? Brothers, let us show this kid a lesson. Nuoding. The brothers behind. At this moment, one of the relatively loyal little brothers seized the opportunity, wanting to show off in front of the boss, unaware that the brothers behind him had quietly retreated 7 or 8 steps away, leaving him all alone now. Tang Xian's current momentum is too terrifying. It gives off a mysterious and unpredictable feeling. The others don't want to stir up trouble. It's in their nature to bully the weak and fear the strong. However, this little brother who stepped forward isn't so lucky. You, don't think that we can't defeat you. This little brother shouted sternly. What are you afraid of? We are formal students of Nuoding Academy. With so many of us, how can we be afraid of a single newcomer? Brothers, let's go together and unleash our martial souls on him. A newcomer probably hasn't even awakened their martial soul. Upon hearing this, the group that had retreated suddenly had their eyes light up and step forward again. That's right, a newcomer probably can't even unleash their martial soul. With so many of us unleashing our martial souls, we can easily take him down. Just now, the boss was only ambushed. Let's teach him a lesson. Make him understand how to behave. In the future, he should lower his head and act like a dog when he sees seniors. Martial soul release. Martial soul release. The auras of several people instantly soared to another level. Incredibly powerful. Tang Xian calmly took a sip of the tea on the table. He casually picked up a pair of wooden chopsticks from the chopstick holder on the table. Suddenly threw them. Shut up. Kneel down for me. Go. The Tang Sect's hidden weapon, unique skill, suddenly activates. Flowers and leaves can be used as weapons. With a thud, wooden chopsticks hit the knees or thighs of those young nobles who were releasing their martial souls, causing them to kneel down together. It hurts. My leg, my knee. A chorus of wails. Official students? Weak, too weak. The purity is too low. These trash dare to provoke me? A bunch of noisy, useless people. Chapter 15. Soul coins at will. First soul ring acquisition plan. Bang, bang, bang. Tang Xian directly used his innate full soul power to kick that group of rich kids out of the cafeteria, even if they were official students. They were just a bit earlier than him, and without soul rings, they were no match for Tang Xian, who had innate full soul power. However, even against soul masters with soul rings, Tang Xian was confident he could fight them. Get lost already. Tang Xian snorted coldly. The rich kids kicked out were howling on the ground, and upon hearing this, they looked as panicked as if they had seen a killing god. To them, Li Xian was now a god of death. Hearing this, they lost all their previous arrogance and authority and fled in a hurry. Hooray, hooray. This is what our 7th dormitory is like. Wang Sheng. Walk with a bit more swagger from now on. What are you afraid of? Xiao Wu cheered loudly. Wang Sheng looked at the messy cafeteria with some trepidation. Just now, Tang Xian and his group had fought here and damaged many tables and chairs. These were all the academy's property. They would have to pay for this. Just as he thought about this, a cafeteria administrator from Nuoding Academy walked over. So is you guys sitting at this table who are fighting in the cafeteria, right? Don't say anything. You all will have to compensate for all the damaged public property here. And, for the spilled food, you need to pay for that too. The cafeteria administrator was a tough lady, scolding Xiao Wu and Wang Sheng without mercy. She thought they were just like the previous rich kids, and showed no leniency in dealing with them. Altogether, I'll charge you 1,000 copper soul coins. Wang Sheng's eyes widened in shock upon hearing 1,000 copper soul coins. So much. It would take a long time to earn that much. He looked at Xiao Wu with a troubled expression. Xiao Wu shook her head. Xiao Wu doesn't have any money either. The cafeteria administrator instantly became furious. So you want to eat for free at the academy, huh? If you can't pay, then all you stay here to wash dishes. Her loud voice instantly drew the attention of the cafeteria. No money and still causing such a scene. They even ordered a whole table of food. They were doomed. They would have to work in the academy's cafeteria for a month, 1,000 copper soul coins. Tang Xian also noticed a commotion over by Xiao Wu. Isn't it just the copper soul coins? He has the most soul coins right now. Andy, we have already paid the bill. As for these damaged public facilities, I'll take responsibility for them. I'll compensate. Tang Xian walked over with a faint smile, pulled out a large bag of copper soul coins from his shumi ring, and threw it on the table. The golden copper soul coins immediately scattered. Here, this bag of copper soul coins is for compensation. The extra part is for treating the students here to extra meals. The cafeteria Annie's face instantly lit up with a broad smile. This bag of copper soul coins is at least 2,000. What a big profit. This student, feel free to do as you please, order whatever you want. The auntie, holding the copper soul coins, instantly became flattering. Wang Sheng stared blankly at the large bag of copper soul coins that the auntie was putting away. When did the work-study students become so rich? Suddenly, Tang Xian's image in his heart grew taller. He secretly speculated, could it be that he is a young master from some big family or sect out here for training? Xiao Wu, come on, eat whatever you want. If this isn't enough, we can order another table. Tang Xian said grandly. Then Xiao Wu is going to dig in. Yay, Wang Sheng, it's delicious. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Wu, who was already extremely hungry, started eating directly. Feeling simply too happy. Tang Xian is the best here. This one is for you. This plate is for Xiao Wu. Wang Sheng was dumbfounded. Xiao Wu's fighting power was not much weaker than Tang Xian's. After a whirlwind of eating, the dining table was already a scene of meat and bones. Really good. This is really delicious. Ha ha ha. If you like it, eat more to grow fast. Tang Xian picked up his chopsticks and placed a piece of braised pork in Xiao Wu's bowl, his eyes full of affection. Wang Sheng suddenly felt that his presence at the meal was a bit unnecessary. However, unlike Tang Xian, Wang Sheng was not so relaxed and carefree. He was constantly alert to his surroundings. After all, they were just work-study students at the academy, and with Tang Xian being so arrogant, it was possible that some seniors would come to teach them a lesson. While eating, Wang Sheng felt a knot in his throat, his whole body on high alert. Sure enough, just halfway through the meal, Wang Sheng sensed a powerful aura approaching from behind. Who could it be? The sudden pressure from behind startled Wang Sheng. Could it be someone looking for trouble again? Just as he was about to turn around, Tang Xian, sitting opposite him, gently pressed down on Wang Sheng's body, signaling him to stay calm. Don't worry, it's not some overbearing young master. They won't make a move against us, Tang Xian said with a faint smile. Wang Sheng was taken aback, turned to look behind him, and was suddenly surprised. Oh, isn't that the master? What brings him here? Hello, master. Hello, teacher. Wang Sheng and Tang Xian stood up slightly to greet Master Yu Xiaojang, while Xiao Wu, happily holding a roast chicken, was munching away and took a while to free her mouth. Teacher, hello, hey ha 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 ha. Even Yu Xiaojang couldn't help but laugh. Tang Xian facepalmed, and Wang Sheng felt embarrassed. This little girl had successfully caught the master's attention, prompting him to look over a few more times, finding her amusing. Then he looked at Tang Xian and said, you little rascal, already flirting with female classmates as soon as you arrive at the academy. Tang Xian awkwardly took a sip of tea. Ha ha, look how nervous you are. The teacher is not here to scold you young people. Looking at Xiao Wu with a faint smile, he said, you must be Tang Xian's girlfriend, right? While being in a relationship, you can't neglect your training. Xiao Wu put down her chicken leg. Girlfriend? That's a term I'm hearing for the first time. Her big, sparkling eyes darted around. And then a thought flashed in her mind. Friends, huh? Ha, she understands. She wrapped her arms around Tang Xian proudly, patted his shoulder, and replied, of course. I am Tang Xian's girlfriend, so Tang Xian is my Xiao Wu's boyfriend. Don't worry, teacher. Our training won't be affected. Tang Xian was slightly taken aback at this moment. This little girl was speaking such slow and bold words. However, he soon shrugged helplessly. Perhaps this is the luck of the first-level peach blossom. He gained a girlfriend for nothing. But upon closer thought, this should be something Xiao Wu was babbling about. As a newly transformed soul beast, how would she know what a girlfriend means? However, there was no need to explain this to Xiao Wu. Tang Xian smiled slightly, looked at Xiao Jang, and curiously asked, Teacher, is there any training plan? It's not really a training plan. Tang Xian invited Xiao Jang to dinner, and the four of them gathered again. However, Wang Sheng's head was filled with question marks. Wait, why can't I understand what they're saying? Teacher, Master, asking about Tang Xian's girlfriend. And cultivation arrangements? Could it be that the Master has taken on a disciple? Hiss! Wang Sheng gasped. Everyone in the academy knows who the Master is. He actually took on a disciple. At that moment, Wang Sheng looked at Tang Xian with a hint of awe. Xiao Jang paid no attention to what Wang Sheng was thinking and simply said to Tang Xian, although you just enrolled and were originally supposed to cultivate in the academy, with your talents, your soul power is already full, having reached a certain bottleneck, and further cultivation will not advance you at all. I plan to take you to hunt soul beasts to obtain your first soul ring. Tang Xian suddenly realized that the teacher intended to help them obtain their first spirit ring. Xiao was slightly taken aback. As she listened to Xiao Jang explain the purpose of hunting spirit beasts, her expression became a bit unnatural. Hesitantly, she said, Teacher, hunting spirit beasts. I won't go. Xiao Jang raised an eyebrow. Tang Xian noticed Xiao Wu's strange emotions. Asking a spirit beast to hunt another spirit beast was putting the girl in a difficult position, wasn't it? So he deliberately asked in surprise, could it be that Xiao Wu already has her first spirit ring? Xiao Wu immediately responded, Yes, I have my first spirit ring already, so I don't need to hunt spirit beasts. Xiao Jang then showed a look of realization. In that case, let's go together, Xiao Xian. Wang Sheng. You should also be getting your first spirit ring, right? Come along too. Xiao Jang casually glanced at Wang Sheng, who had been sitting nearby, wearing the academy's uniform with a student badge. Wang Sheng was instantly thrilled. He had just recently hit a bottleneck in obtaining his first spirit ring and had been thinking of going to get it. If he could follow Master, the theory master of martial souls, he would definitely find a suitable spirit ring for himself. After confirming the departure time with Tang Xian, Xiao Jang began to eat together with them. He was somewhat surprised that Wang Sheng had so much money. Wang Sheng was extremely excited. As long as he could obtain the first spirit ring, he would become a real spirit master. He wondered how his luck would be. It would be great if he could get a high-quality spirit ring. Tang Xian smiled slightly. Indeed, the impact of soul rings on a soul master's strength is too significant, especially in the later stages. The gap in soul rings can create a disparity in strength that cannot be easily compensated for. If others have the smallest black soul ring and you only have a purple soul ring, how can you compete? Sister Xiao Wu, are you really not coming with us? Wang Sheng asked happily. Xiao Wu bit her lip lightly. She had just lied. How could she have a first soul ring? The small hand under the table clenched nervously, and Tang Xian grabbed it. Xiao Wu looked at Tang Xian and blinked in confusion. Tang Xian, what does Tang Xian want to do? Tang Xian smiled slightly, leaned close to Xiao Wu's ear and whispered, Don't worry, we'll go together. With me here, I will help you cover up anything you don't want others to know. Xiao Wu was shaken all over, unsure why Tang Xian was saying these things to her. Did he know something? However, seeing Tang Xian's calm demeanor, Xiao Wu suddenly realized that she had an innate trust in this person. Deep down, she felt that if he said he wouldn't let others know, he could definitely do it. I will go with you guys, Xiao Wu finally said, biting her lip. Tang Xian saw that Xiao Wu agreed and asked Xiao Jang, Teacher, can I take my girlfriend out to play? Xiao Jang frowned. The forest where soul beasts roamed was not a safe place. Dangers lurked everywhere. Wang Sheng chimed in, Sister Xiao Wu is the leader of our 7 dorms. She's really strong. All right, it shouldn't be a problem to bring you along. It's a good opportunity to teach you some theoretical lessons in practice. Xiao Wu, you should come too. Such chances are rare. Ultimately, Xiao Jang relented, mainly because of the unwavering determination in Tang Xian's eyes, and besides, he had eaten their food. Bringing them along shouldn't be an issue. After dinner, Tang Xian, Xiao Wu, and Wang Sheng excitedly packed their things to return to the 7 dorms. Tomorrow morning, Xiao Jang would take them to the soul-hunting forest of the Heaven-Do Empire. However, as the 3 entered the 7 dorms, A bruised individual slowly emerged from a dark corner, watching Tang Xian and the others enter with a gloomy expression, filled with resentment. So, you're Tang Xian from the 7 dorms, just a new work-study student? Thinking you can act all high and mighty in Nuoding Academy because of a bit of talent? Just wait and see. You cross me, Li Xiao, and you'll regret it. Though I, Li Xiao, can't defeat you. Don't forget this is Nuoding Academy, where geniuses gather. My brother should be back soon. You won't be bouncing around for long. I'll find my brother. These 3 clueless kids will soon learn what it means to be in someone else's territory. Li Dan covered his swollen cheek, left a harsh remark, and disappeared into the shadows. The next morning, Tang Xian gently pulled aside the little dance who was fast asleep. Ding! The sign-in system has refreshed. Remaining sign-in attempts. 1 time. Tang Xian checked his sign-in count as usual, smiled slightly, and silently recited. System sign-in. Ding! Congratulations. You have received a level 1 reward. A clue about the Yalong class soul beast, the 9-black-tinged snake. Tang Xian was slightly taken aback. This was the first time he encountered a reward that wasn't a complete item, but merely a clue. The subdragon soul beast, 9-crow serpent. Just the name sounded imposing. Curious, Tang Xian checked the information regarding this soul beast. 9-crow serpent, subdragon soul beast. The 9-crow serpent has 9 heads. And not only does it look terrifying, but its temperament is also extremely cruel. The 9-crow serpent possesses innate fire control powers. It descended during the reign of Yao and brought countless disasters to the human world. The was once ordered to exterminate the 9-crow serpent, nearly driving it to extinction. Clue: Tiando Empire, Soul Hunting Forest. Tang Xian was surprised. Wasn't this the place where they were about to set off to hunt for soul rings today? This sign-in system had directly given him a clue about a subspecies dragon soul beast. Was it suggesting that he hunt the 9-headed serpent as his first soul ring? However, Tang Xian shook his head. This subspecies dragon-type soul beast was too powerful. He was simply no match for it at the moment. The acquisition of a soul ring had to be done by his own hands to be effective. Even hunting a 1,000-year-old 9-headed serpent would be quite challenging for him. The rewards from this sign-in system were really becoming less useful. Couldn't it provide something more practical? Tang Xian sighed helplessly, setting this matter aside in his mind. And he would see if there would be an opportunity in the Tiando hunting forest when the time came. Xiao Wu, get up. Tang Xian directly lifted Xiao Wu's blanket. This little girl had stolen most of his blanket last night, and the little rabbit didn't sleep soundly at all. Only then did Xiao Wu lazily get up to wash up. Before long, Tang Xian, Xiao Wu, Wang Sheng, and their teacher Yu Xiaojing gathered at Nuoding Academy and set off for the Skydo Forest of Soul Hunting. At the outskirts of the Soul Hunting Forest, an ancient forest appeared, and as soon as Tang Xian got off the carriage, he noticed that the entire perimeter of the Soul Hunting Forest was surrounded by a huge iron fence and a protective barrier with sharp spikes reaching 20 meters high. It was clear that there were restrictions on entering the Soul Hunting Forest. Yu Xiaojing handed his token to the armored soldier guarding the Soul Hunting Forest for verification. He said to the younger ones behind him, "The soul beasts in the Soul Hunting Forest are raised by humans as a resource for soul rings, and not everyone is qualified to enter. Only those with the Spirit Hall's hand token can enter." Tang Xian muttered. The Spirit Hall actually dares to implement such a ban in the Heaven-Do Empire. Does the Heaven-Do Empire not even dare to make sound? Tang Xian noticed that the token in the Master's hand was a 3rd-class token with 3 totems, a sharp sword, a small hammer, and a dragon beast. This token probably came from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. 3rd-class tokens. Tang Xian clicked his tongue. Without this token, they wouldn't even be able to enter the Soul Hunting Forest, let alone hunt soul beasts to obtain soul rings. This is what resources are. Yu Xiaojing saw Tang Xian staring at his token and chuckled, saying, "There's nothing to be curious about. It's just a hand token. The totems on it represent the martial souls of 6 titled Douluos." Tang Xian was slightly taken aback. Indeed, Tang Hao's martial soul was among them. But it wasn't discussed in detail. Of course, there are many places to hunt soul beasts, but places like the unmanaged Stardo Forest are extremely dangerous. The Academy does not allow students without a single soul ring to go to such places. Moreover, the soul beasts in the hunting forest are not weak. After the token inspection was completed, Yu Xiaojing led Tang Xian, Xiao Wu, and Wang Sheng deeper into the forest. As they walked, he said, "Although the soul beasts in the hunting forest have been hunted for many years, most people only hunt in the outskirts. There are still many ancient soul beasts lurking in the core inner areas of the hunting forest. Those existences are not something ordinary soul masters can hunt. Those places are incredibly dangerous, and only academy teachers leading a team or groups of companions dare to venture into such areas. Xiao Jade did not intend to take them into the core area of the hunting forest. His own strength was not very strong, and he could only try his luck in the middle and outer areas. Just after they had gone a short distance into the outskirts, they were surrounded by a boar-grass soul beast. Xiao Jade smiled slightly. Did this soul beast want to stop him? Then what was he taking students for? Luo Sanpao, show yourself. Instantly, 2 yellow 100-year soul rings appeared around Xiao Jade. This was the first time Tang Xian saw soul rings manifest before him, and he could feel an incredibly strong wave of soul power. Although he was a bit disdainful of this color, the aura emitted by Xiao Jade was simply not comparable to those academies without soul rings. In the Douluo continent, only by becoming a soul master can one possess powerful strength. As Tang Xian was thinking this, Xiao Jade had already summoned a chubby Luo Sanpao, who at this moment was no longer cute, but instead bared its teeth fiercely, roaring at the pig-like Xiao Hun beasts surrounding them. Wu, Luo Sanpao was not afraid at all. With a command from Xiao Jade, first soul skill, earth-shattering Luo Sanpao, clear the way for me. A thick yellow aura instantly emanated from Xiao Jade's century-old spirit ring and immediately entered Luo Sanpao's body. The super-fierce Luo Sanpao had already jumped into the air in perfect coordination, quickly locking onto its target. With its cannon, rear, aimed directly at the pig-like Xiao Hun beast blocking its master's path in the distance. Boom! With a loud explosion, a colorful, stinky fart erupted instantly. The surrounding weak, pig-like Xiao Hun beasts were hit by the shockwave, and white halos appeared above their heads. They're dead. Tang Xian and Xiao Wu exchanged glances. This must be the legendary technique of defeating an opponent with a fart. Truly the master's signature skill. Explosive heaven and earth, 3 cannonballs. Xiao Jade snorted coldly. These little soul beasts think they can block this master. Can't they be defeated? He then proudly looked at his 3 students behind him, pretending it was nothing, showing off invisibly. Only Wang Sheng seemed to be in awe of the master's strength, as if he had never seen the world. While Tang Xian and Xiao Wu were completely unfazed, Xiao Jade awkwardly cleared his throat twice. He then looked at the white 10-year soul ring that appeared from the pig-like soul beast he had just defeated and cleverly shifted to theoretical teaching to ease the awkwardness. Let me teach you some basic knowledge about soul rings. Soul beasts on the Douluo continent are generally classified into 5 categories based on their age. The most common is the 10-year soul beast, which provides a white soul ring when hunted. The second type is the 100-year soul beast, which gives a yellow soul ring when hunted. The third is the 1,000-year soul beast, which provides a purple soul ring. The fourth is the 10,000-year soul beast, which offers a black soul ring. The fifth is the blood-colored 100,000-year soul beast soul ring. Master Xiao Jade said slowly, and upon hearing about the blood-colored 100,000-year soul ring, Wang Sheng became excited and eager. On the other hand, Tang Xian seemed a bit bored. The master is still too inexperienced. There are even higher-level soul rings on the Douluo continent, such as the 200,000-year golden soul ring and the million-year divine soul ring. However, it doesn't matter that Xiao Jade didn't mention them. Those soul rings are not something just anyone can access. They are too rare. Seeing that he was putting in so much effort to explain, while Tang Xian looked tired, Xiao Jade became a bit displeased. Tang Xian, this is knowledge that every soul master must know. And this is also a practical theoretical lesson. Why are you still distracted? Tang Xian scratched his head. Teacher, I wasn't daydreaming. I was listening very attentively. Xiao Jade waved his sleeve in frustration, feeling that this kid had great talent, but was also too arrogant. Today, he must suppress his pride. Otherwise, how could he teach him in the future? Xiao Jade said coldly. Well, let me ask you, do you know what the maximum age of a soul ring that a level 10 spirit master can absorb is? Tang Xian was slightly taken aback. What a clever Xiao Jade, using theory to pressure him. Generally speaking, the highest limit for the first soul ring is 423 years, but that's only for ordinary people. Theoretically, there is no upper limit. Tang Xian said lightly. Upon hearing the first part, Xiao Jade felt quite gratified, but the second part left him completely bewildered. Then he thought of something. Tang Xian had a dual martial soul, and the capacity of the second martial soul was indeed substantial. It was possible for the first soul ring to be a black 10,000-year soul ring. However, this trip was to find the first soul ring for his first martial soul. They weren't at that step yet. He could only say gloomily, "Child, you are still young." Don't aim too high. Wait until you absorb the first soul ring and experience the pain of absorbing it before talking about that. For a child before becoming a soul master, hunting soul beasts could become an unforgettable childhood shadow. Xiao Jade believed that Tang Xian said this because he had not experienced such nightmares. Then, thinking of the purpose of this trip, Xiao Jade slowly said, Xiao Xian, your martial soul is a dragon martial soul, or rather, an exceptional bright, sacred dragon. It is not easy to find a suitable soul ring for you. The best choice is to look for dragon-type soul beasts, but dragon-type soul beasts in nature are nearly extinct, and even sub-dragon types are extremely hard to find. If you really can't find any, then look for snake-type soul beasts. Sub-dragon-type soul beasts. Tang Xian felt a slight shock. He had just received a reward. The clue to the dragon-type soul beast, the nine-headed serpent, was in the soul hunting forest. Could it be in the core area? Chapter 17. Left Azure Dragon. Right White Tiger. Xiao Jade leads the team. Two have run away. If we really can't find it, you can look for snake-type soul beasts. Xiao Jade said lightly. Then he looked at Tang Xian and Wang Sheng. The goal of this soul beast hunt is to obtain your first soul rings. And we hope to find ones with a higher age, at least a 100-year soul ring. Wang Sheng was slightly surprised. Master, the teachers in the academy said that to be safe, the first soul ring for ordinary children is usually a 10-year white soul ring. A 100-year soul ring. The difficulty of absorption. Wang Sheng was not a genius student like Tang Xian and Xiao Wu, so he was a bit worried. Xiao Jade smiled slightly. Wang Sheng, don't be so scared, it won't overwhelm you. Your martial soul is the battle tiger, which, although much weaker than Tang Xian's radiant holy dragon, is still a very powerful martial soul. Absorbing a 100-year soul ring should not be a problem. As for you, Xiao Xian, your goal this time is to find a soul beast close to the absorption age of your first soul ring. Anything below 1,000 years can be attempted. Remember, your martial soul is not ordinary, so don't set your sights too low. It was clear that Xiao Jade valued Tang Xian highly and was encouraging him to break through his limits. Tang Xian smiled faintly. He didn't care about breaking through limits or anything like that. He just felt that hunting soul beasts was indeed a dangerous task. He was still very weak and was not keen on provoking some powerful soul beasts. He valued his life. Who wouldn't cherish life after having died twice? Moreover, the age of the soul ring wasn't his main concern. He had a signing-in system that could increase the age of soul rings. Even if his first soul ring was a 10-year ring, as long as he had time, he could continuously sign in, adding at least 500 years each time. It wouldn't be a problem to increase the first soul ring from 10 years to 100,000 years. The main issue was the compatibility of the soul ring. He had to find a suitable soul beast to hunt. Xiao Jade said it was best to look for a dragon-type soul beast. At the very least, he needed to find a snake-type soul beast. While pondering this issue, Xiao Jade continued, Xiao Xian, don't worry. Before coming here, I sent someone to investigate. Dragon-type soul beasts have almost become extinct in the soul hunting forest, but there are traces of a 543-year-old mandala snake in the middle and outer areas of the forest. Let us make it your target for the first soul ring hunt. Mandala snake? Tang Xian was slightly surprised. The name sounded so familiar. Wasn't this the first spirit ring that Tang San sought? Now, Xiao Jade was still pressing it on him. Was a master's theory of martial souls universal? He shook his head. The mandala snake, although a snake-type soul beast with toxic properties, had a certain compatibility with his radiant holy dragon. However, its purity was too low. It was far too different from the sub-dragon-type soul beasts. The mandala snake wasn't worthy of being Tang Xian's first spirit ring. He coldly snorted in his heart. I want to find the nine-headed serpent. System. Check the reward clues for the nine-headed serpent in the soul hunting forest. Since I already have clues for the sub-dragon-type soul beast, the nine-headed serpent, why look for the mandala snake? With a thought, the reward was consumed, and a map of the soul hunting forest appeared in Tang Xian's consciousness, with a small red dot flashing continuously. That red dot indicated the location of the nine-headed serpent. Indeed, the nine-headed serpent was in the core area of the soul hunting forest. Tang Xian gasped. Just as he was thinking this, Xiao Jade had already led them deeper into the soul hunting forest. When they reached about the middle of the soul hunting forest, the surrounding vegetation suddenly rustled. The path-clearing Luo Sampow immediately bared his teeth in vigilance, as not far ahead, a huge purple-black giant snake coiled around a tree. Xiao Jade was instantly delighted. After searching everywhere, I finally found you, the 500-year mandala snake. It seemed that this mandala snake had just completed a secondary evolution. It looked very weak. While it hadn't recovered yet, I will take advantage of its illness to claim its life. Little Xian, This is a huge challenge for you. This is your hunting target. I will have Luo Sanpao flank you. You three should show your skills and work together with Little Xian to hunt this mandala snake. Yu Xiaojang was completely excited. They had been exploring the soul-hunting forest for a while and hadn't seen a single sub-dragon-type soul beast. This rare soul beast was probably extinct in the soul-hunting forest. This black-purple mandala snake was undoubtedly the best choice for Little Xian's first spirit ring. However, Tang Xian didn't think so. In the map in his consciousness, the red dot indicated that they were very close to the core area of the soul-hunting forest. And the position of the red dot, which was the location of the nine-headed serpent, had not moved at all. I need to find a way to get rid of the master and the others and enter the core area. Otherwise, I will have to choose this mandala snake. Tang Xian. Just as everyone was about to take action, the lurking mandala snake suddenly became enraged, opening its massive mouth and hissing in a certain direction. That direction was exactly where Tang Xian and the others were. Wang Sheng immediately panicked. Teacher, we've been discovered. Just as Yu Xiaojang was about to summon Luo Sanpao to confront it, the bushes next to the mandala snake shook again, and a low growl of a giant beast came from within. Quick, get back! Yu Xiaojang suddenly sensed something was wrong and shouted loudly. Suddenly, a patterned saber-toothed tiger jumped out, roaring towards Tang Xian and the others along with the mandala snake. It was almost like saying, left azure dragon, right white tiger. Yu Xiaojang, Wang Sheng, Xiao Wu, and Tang Xian were scattered in 3 different directions by the patterned saber-toothed tiger, a 421-year-old saber-toothed tiger soul beast, and a 500-year-old mandala snake. Yu Xiaojang was shocked. Why were they both here at the same time? It seemed like they were guarding something or fighting over something. Wang Sheng felt a surge of pressure when he saw the 2 mighty soul beasts. Master, can we still fight? Wang Sheng said with a bit of uncertainty. Yu Xiaojang's expression darkened. This was an unexpected situation he hadn't accounted for. Luo Sanpao was not afraid at all and was confronting the 2 fierce soul beasts with bare teeth. Master, it seems they were fighting over something here before. Tang Xian activated his purple extreme demon eye and instantly saw various wounds on the 2 powerful soul beasts. The sight was shocking. After Tang Xian's reminder, Yu Xiaojang noticed something was wrong. No wonder they were so fierce. It turned out they were using intimidation to scare us off. Both the patterned saber-toothed tiger and the mandala snake had serious injuries. The saber-toothed tiger had 2 dark imprints on its neck, likely from being bitten by the mandala snake in a vital area, while the mandala snake was covered in blood from claw wounds all over its body. The black, purple, and red were mixed together, making it hard to distinguish at first. Ha ha ha. After searching everywhere, I found it without any effort. These 2 soul beasts don't even know what important thing they were fighting over. They ended up injuring each other. No wonder the saber-toothed tiger's aura was so weak. At first, it was undetectable, just a dying struggle. Yu Xiaojang became excited upon realizing this. Although he didn't know what secret treasure they were fighting over, it was clear that now these 2 soul beasts had noticed outsiders and intended to unite against them first. What should we do, Master? Wang Sheng swallowed hard. Yu Xiaojang excitedly said, Don't be scared of them. They're at their last gasp now. Wang Sheng, do you see that 421-year-old patterned saber-toothed tiger? I will support you. You will personally hunt it down as your first spirit ring. The first spirit ring is over 400 years old. Wang Sheng was overjoyed. However, the master was right. This patterned saber-toothed tiger was indeed very suitable to be his first spirit ring. Wang Sheng nodded slightly. Martial soul release. Yu Xiaojang looked toward another direction where Tang Xian was and shouted, Little Xian, get ready to work together. Your target is to hunt this weak mandala snake. Yu Xiaojang then looked at Xiao Wu in another direction. Coordinate with the 2 of them to form a siege. Xiao Wu's face turned pale, her brows knitted together, and she couldn't speak for a long time. Luo Sanpao, go. Martial soul release. Tang Xian thou win. After being scattered by the saber-toothed tiger, his position was right behind the core area. Moreover, in his consciousness, the subspecies dragon soul beast, the 9-wu tongue snake, was not far behind him. However, for some reason, despite the huge commotion here, the 9-wu tongue snake hadn't moved an inch. No, it hadn't moved much since he stepped into the soul-hunting forest. Tang Xian watched as the master and Wang Sheng had already begun their first round of attacks in coordination. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu had disappeared without a trace, and Tang Xian gritted his teeth. Could it be that the struggle between the saber-toothed tiger and the mandala snake was related to the 9-wooting snake? The 9-wooting snake couldn't have been heavily injured as well, could it? That's why it hadn't moved. If that's the case, Could he take advantage of it? Tang Xian suddenly had a heartwarming thought. Xiao Wu, huh? Where's she? Damn it, Xiao Xian, you little brat, what are you waiting for? Hurry up, Yu Xiao Jang urged suddenly. He was currently helping Wang Sheng hunt the saber-toothed tiger. Originally, his plan was to pair up in twos, and Xiao Wu was supposed to help Tang Xian hunt the mandala snake. But for some inexplicable reason, Xiao Wu had disappeared. Tang Xian shouted, Teacher, Xiao Wu has been dragged into the core area by a soul beast. I have to go find her. I'll leave this to you. In an instant, Tang Xian found an excuse to escape. Xiao Xian, Yu Xiaojang was shocked. How can you fight as a team without going together? However, after Tang Xian left those words, he had already used ghostly concealment to head towards the red dot on the map, the nine-headed serpent, leaving behind the confused mandala snake. Did the opponent escape? Hiss, no, there are still two reckless kids here. The mandala snake instantly joined the battlefield, 2 against 2. What's there to be afraid of? Wang Sheng panted heavily, looking at Yu Xiaojang in dismay. Master, it's just the 2 of us left. Yu Xiaojang felt an increased pressure. His face darkened. What kind of disciple did he take in, not understanding the situation at all? This was quite embarrassing for him. He then looked at Wang Sheng and said in a low voice, with a master here, I will definitely help you hunt down your first soul ring. Luo Sanpao, unleash your ultimate move. Wang Sheng was so moved that tears were almost falling. Master, why don't I become your disciple? Chapter 18, Shock. A pale white first soul ring, duration 3 minutes. Tang Xian only felt a series of intense aftershocks from the battle behind him. The 2 soul beasts, the mandala snake and the patterned saber-toothed tiger, were both severely injured. Even without Xiao Wu and himself, the master and Wang Sheng should be able to handle it. Tang Xian was not too worried about this. The master really wanted to train him like a third party, recommending a mandala snake for his first soul ring. Tang Xian shook his head. This was too thorough. What kind of garbage is the mandala snake? The purity is too low. Tang Xian's vision is much higher than Tang San's. Nine-wooding snake, here I come. In the soul-hunting forest, a ghostly figure leaped and darted in an incredibly agile manner towards a certain direction. This person was none other than Tang Xian, who was using the ghost shadow mysterious technique. The red dot in his consciousness was not far from the core area of the soul-hunting forest. The position of the nine-wooding snake had not moved at all. Could it be that something unexpected happened? Tang Xian, he didn't know how many years it had lived. If the age was too high, he would probably have to go through a tough battle. As there were no helpers here, the nine-wooding snake, as a subdragon-type soul beast, has extremely high combat power. It is said to be a hybrid soul beast of the ancient nine-wooding fire phoenix and the ancient Douluo. If its age exceeds 1,000 years, the current Tang Xian might have to flee. Hopefully, it's a younger one. Such things as age can be gradually increased with sign-in rewards. Tang Xian was incredibly eager. The red dot on the map in his consciousness was just 50 meters ahead. Tang Xian suddenly stopped on a branch of a tree and looked ahead. Strange. The map clearly shows it's right here, but why haven't I seen any soul beasts? Tang Xian was a bit puzzled. Although the vegetation was dense ahead, it couldn't hide any soul beasts. He could only get a little closer to take a look. Tang Xian jumped down from the tree to the ground, landing in the tall vegetation, where any random plant was taller than him. He carefully searched while stepping on the dry branches and fallen leaves. However, when Tang Xian reached the red dot marked on the map clue, there was nothing there. The surroundings were all vegetation, and he hadn't seen a single soul beast. Is the clue for the sign-in reward also wrong? Tang Xian frowned and began to investigate the area where the red dots overlapped. He soon discovered a pit beneath his feet, completely covered by vegetation. Tang Xian's eyes lit up as he cleared away the vegetation blocking the cave entrance. It was a cave. Could the nine-headed serpent be below? Tang Xian speculated. However, it was pitch black underground, and if he encountered a 1,000-year-old nine-headed serpent after going down, he might not be able to come back up. Purple Extreme Demon Eyes. Tang Xian suddenly activated the Purple Extreme Demon Eye. First check and see if there were any soul beasts lurking underground in the cave. It would be too dangerous to rush down. In an instant, a seductive purple light covered Tang Xian's eyes as he began to probe meticulously. Tang Xian's perception flowed along the cave entrance into the underground cavern, sensing ants, soil, rustling grass, flowing magma, rocks, water droplets, thump-thump, and a faint heartbeat. Indeed, there was a soul beast lying in wait. Beneath the cave was a magma cavern. However, the heartbeat was very weak, just slightly stronger than that of an ordinary person. It seemed to be not a fierce soul beast. The purple light in Tang Xian's eyes dissipated as he gathered some information. However, the clue regarding the nine-crow serpent was right here. This magma cavern beneath the cave must be its hiding place. The heartbeat's power was so weak. A glint of brilliance flashed in Tang Xian's eyes. It must be that, as he had guessed, it had suffered some kind of heavy blow. It was on the verge of collapse. The probability of this guess was very high. Tang Xian immediately leaped up, as he was best at seizing opportunities. With a flap, The surroundings were not dark at all, but rather bright, with various red crystals shining on the rock walls, emitting light. It's so hot. As soon as he reached the underground, Tang Xian felt the temperature in this cave suddenly rise by more than 10 degrees. Completely losing the cool feeling he had in the soul-hunting forest, Tang Xian suppressed his impatience and walked deeper into the magma cave. After a short distance, he indeed saw a slowly flowing underground magma river. How could the nine-headed serpent be hiding in a place like this? Where could it be? Tang Xian looked around again. The cave wasn't large, and he could see the end at a glance. While the magma flowed towards a crevice that was wide enough for a person to pass through. Suddenly, as he was searching for the nine-headed serpent, Tang Xian heard a strange sound coming from the magma river. He focused his gaze and saw that in the center of the magma river, bubbles were continuously being ejected, as if the water in a pot was about to boil, and then it suddenly intensified. Hiss, there was something in the magma river. Xuantian Get. The temperature of the magma must be over 1,000 degrees, right? What could possibly survive beneath the magma? Could the nine-wooing snake be there? Before he could finish his sentence, with a splash, a sound of water, in the middle of the magma underground river, a giant egg suddenly emerged, shimmering with fiery red spots. That's right, it was an egg. A giant egg, completely red, floated up from beneath the magma. Tang Xian was a bit confused. What kind of egg is this? It's not even cooked. With a crisp sound, a crack appeared on the surface of the eggshell, which was marked with fiery red spots. It was clearly audible in the quiet underground magma cave. Tang Xian swallowed hard. The red dot in his consciousness was flashing incessantly. The egg of the nine-headed serpent. Tang Xian suddenly realized that it was a soon-to-be-born nine-headed serpent. What is there to be afraid of? Tang Xian rubbed his palms together. Crack! A small beast head the size of a fist broke through the first eggshell, its eyes suddenly wide open, glowing with a brilliant fire. Crack! Another head. Crack! Crack! With a flap, a ferocious dragon with 9 heads was born, flying in the air above the lava as soon as it came into the world. Hiss. It immediately sensed the threat here and roared at Tang Xian. Tang Xian smiled slightly. You really have a lot of hostility. But what qualifications do you have to challenge me, just having been born? Although the situation was not as Tang Xian had anticipated, as there was no dying 9-headed serpent here, but rather a newly born 9-headed serpent with little combat power. However, it made no difference to him. The years mean nothing. As long as it is compatible, that's all that matters. Little guy, with such heavy hostility, let you become my first soul ring. Hiss. Just after making a fierce statement, it was obvious that the little guy was naturally sensitive to threats. Moreover, it was very hungry now. Drooling at the corners of its mouth while looking at Tang Xian, very long and drawn out, this little guy actually regarded Tang Xian as its food. With a roar, it took the initiative to attack, pouncing towards Tang Xian, its eyes glowing with a seductive fire. Tang Xian was slightly taken aback. Did he just let the soul beast look down on him? It actually regarded me as food. How dare you? Xian Yu, with the power of 1,000 pounds. Come down to me. Just then, the 9-headed serpent, engulfed in infinite flames, lunged towards Tang Xian. Tang Xian suddenly activated the Xuan Jade Hand, and in an instant, a cold air enveloped his palm. Combined with a force like 1,000 pounds, he actually yanked the 9-crow serpent down with one pull. The Xuan Jade Hand made contact with the 9-crow serpent, producing a sizzling sound. It was a clash of ice and fire. However, the newly born 9-crow serpent was extremely weak, lacking any strength at all. Tang Xian unleashed a tremendous force, instantly severely injuring the 9-woo-woo tongue snake. Bang! The 9-woo-woo tongue snake was smashed onto the rock, causing the rock to explode violently. If I were to let you grow for a year or two, perhaps I really wouldn't be your match, but a newly born little cub wants to treat me as food. A delusion. Tang Xian snot gon li. He had struck it rich this time. He didn't expect the 9-headed serpent to be so powerful, even though it had just been born. The Xuan Yu in his hands was still somewhat hot to touch. However, this kind of strength could only serve as his stepping stone. A loud screech sounded. and a nine-headed serpent still wanted to struggle and attack again. Tang Xian let out a loud roar. Die for me. He punched out fiercely. Sparks flew everywhere. The 9 tongue snake was sent flying backward, leaving a long trail on the ground of the cave. It tried to stand up again, but ultimately fell heavily. Just hatched, it fell victim to a deadly attack. This is probably the shortest-lived 9 tongue snake. The 9 tongue snake has perished. Lifespan, 3 minutes. A nearly transparent, pale, white soul ring slowly floated out from the corpse of the 9 tongue snake cub. The soul ring of the 9 tongue snake. Tang Xian was delighted. He was somewhat surprised when he saw the color of the soul ring. My turtle, this is too white. A 10-year soul ring is supposed to be white, but this guy's not even a year old. Just that faint smoky white. This doesn't matter. As long as it's the soul ring of the Yaolong-type soul beast, the 9 snake, the age doesn't need to be worried about. The corners of Tang Xian's mouth slightly lifted. He can add years to his own soul ring. And he still has a reward to add 500 years to a soul ring that hasn't been used yet. After absorbing the soul ring, he would add it, and it would instantly become 500 years soul ring. Thinking of this, Tang Xian hurriedly sat down before the soul ring disappeared. Absorb the soul ring. Come on. 9 snake, be Tang Xian's first soul ring. The faint white soul ring was slowly drawn to Tang Xian, and then gradually fused with Tang Xian's bright holy dragon martial soul. In an instant, the fusion was successful. A soul ring of such low age posed no difficulty at all. It fused directly. Bright holy dragon's first soul ring, 9 snake. Absorption successful. At that moment, a faint white soul ring appeared around Tang Xian, emitting a hint of sacred aura in conjunction with the characteristics of the bright holy dragon. The faint white soul ring is probably also a rarity in the Soul Master world, as others usually absorb soul rings starting from at least 10 years. But Tang Xian directly absorbed a newly born soul ring. But what does that matter? Use the reward to add 500 years to the first soul ring, 9 snake. Ding, the level 1 reward has been consumed, successfully adding 500 years to the first soul ring, 9 snake. Currently, the total age of the first soul ring, 9 snake, is 500 years. Ha ha ha, having a sign-in system is great. Just add it directly. In the future, it can even be increased to 100,000 years. Tang Xian was extremely excited. Chapter 19. Quickly reveal your first soul ring for the master to see. Ding. Currently, the total age of the first soul ring, 9 snake, is 500 years. Tang Xian was extremely excited, and he immediately felt that his bright sacred dragon, under the enhancement of the soul ring, had become even more powerful. It was so exhilarating that he directly added 500 years to the first soul ring. This increase in years came with absolutely no risk, and he didn't have to worry about not being able to bear it. Tang Xian couldn't wait to unleash his soul ring. First soul ring appear. Suddenly, a mysterious aura slowly emerged around Tang Xian. A circular soul ring, radiating a hot and sacred light, rose slowly. 500 years soul ring. Huh. Wait, why is the color of the soul ring still pale white? Tang Xian stared wide-eyed at his soul ring. It hadn't transformed into the yellow 100-year soul ring. Although he could feel that his first soul ring was extraordinary and had a definite age, he could sense it, but its color hadn't changed. Damn it! Does the color of the soul ring only reflect the age at the time of absorption? This pale white first soul ring is too eye-catching. Tang Xian rubbed his forehead. Not because he was afraid of being too flashy, but because he felt a bit embarrassed. A light white first soul ring, with a lifespan of less than a year. It's worse than a 10-year soul ring. In the future, when everyone competes with their soul rings, the intimidation factor is reduced by half. However, Tang Xian quickly came to terms with it. The color and appearance don't matter. What's important is the core. Who could have imagined that a light white soul ring would have such terrifying potential in the future? Moreover, he currently had no real abilities, so being low-key and biding his time until he became the strongest was the right path. Heaven didn't give birth to me, Tang Xian. I'll endure like a long night. A light white soul ring is just a light white soul ring. Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger isn't a bad strategy. It's just that explaining this to you Xiao Jang might be a bit tricky. Tang Xian was quite troubled by this. However, some things had to be faced, and he could only brace himself and engage in a nonsensical discussion about the teacher's martial soul theory. With this in mind, Tang Xian retracted his first soul ring. He clapped his hands and soared towards the cave entrance. This underground magma cave was hidden in the core area of the soul-hunting forest, quite secretive. If it weren't for his clue map of the nine-headed serpent, he probably wouldn't have found this place. If an ordinary person were to stumble upon this magical location by chance, it would be difficult to discover the serpent-dragon egg hidden in the dark river of magma. Tang Xian is indeed lucky on this trip. If he had been any later, the nine-wooting snake would have emerged and probably soared into the sky, leaving the soul-hunting forest. Rustling sounds. Just as Tang Xian appeared at the cave entrance, he suddenly sensed an unusual noise from the core area. The heavy breathing of a strange beast was indeed approaching here. It must be the aura emitted by the nine-wooting snake that awakened the powerful soul beasts in the core area. Tang Xian felt his scalp tingle just from sensing the aura of the soul beast. Escape. This was Tang Xian's first thought. The ghost shadow disappearance was instantly activated, and he vanished from the spot. As Tang Xian's figure just vanished, a massive soul beast's giant paw descended from the sky, directly causing the ground where he had just been to sink. Tang Xian felt a chill down his spine. Fortunately, he had escaped quickly. The soul beasts in the core area were at least 1,000 years old, and there were even 10,000-year soul beasts. The aura of that soul beast just now was too terrifying. It was probably not easy to deal with. If he were caught, he would just be a puddle of meat. Tang Xian quickly headed towards the direction where the master and Wang Sheng were fighting. Bang! Just as he escaped the core area, there was a violent commotion in front of him. It was the aftermath of the battle between the master and Wang Sheng. Good job, Wang Sheng. It was worth my cooperation. You successfully killed the severely injured patterned saber-toothed tiger. Hurry up and absorb this 421-year-old century soul ring. You beast. Behave yourself. If it weren't for the fact that soul beasts must be personally hunted to absorb their soul rings, you Xiao Jang, would have already slapped you, the mandala snake, to death. I'll leave you a breath, and when my disciple Xuantian comes back, I'll finish you off. You Xiao Jang was breathing heavily, riding on a nearly dying giant mandala snake. His clothes were a bit disheveled, clearly showing that hunting 200-year-old soul beasts with Wang Sheng was still somewhat strenuous. Fortunately, Yu Xiaojang understood the fatal weaknesses of each type of soul beast, and since these two soul beasts had previously fought each other, they were already severely injured, which allowed him to barely subdue them. The saber-toothed tiger had been successfully hunted by Wang Sheng, and as for the mandala snake, it was already on the brink of death. Yu Xiaojang fed a small healing pill to prolong its last breath, which was reserved for Tang Xian. He valued this kid Tang Xian quite a lot. Tang Xian's talent was too high, and it was difficult to find a soul ring as compatible as the mandala snake for the exceptional bright, sacred dragon martial soul. At this moment, Tang Xian hurried back. Xiaoxian, you kid, all you know is chasing after girls. If it weren't for this master having some skills, you'd have dug your own grave. Yu Xiaojang looked at Tang Xian, who had just returned from the core area, somewhat angrily. But he didn't dwell on it too much. Young people, after all, can be understood, but it's too wild in the soul-hunting forest. This place is very dangerous. Tang Xian coughed awkwardly a couple of times. He hadn't done anything at all, just want to hunt his target, the first soul ring. As for Xiao Wu, he hadn't seen her at all. She was extremely familiar with the forest, so there shouldn't be any danger. Master, Tang Xian was just about to speak, trying to argue with the master. All right, let's not waste time. Hurry up. This mandala snake only has one last breath left. It was specifically left for you. Hunt the mandala snake. It has lived for over 500 years, making it perfect as your first soul ring. Don't waste the effort I put into this. The master advised with an expression of disappointment. This was prepared for me? Tang Xian was a bit confused, but he had just absorbed his first soul ring. He didn't really need this mandala snake anymore. Hiss! The mandala snake groaned in pain. Can someone get a break? After being tortured, it wanted a little pill to extend its life. What kind of person was it encountering? Humans were too terrifying. Yu Xiaojang looked extremely anxious upon seeing this. Tang Xian, what are you waiting for? This mandala snake is about to give out. If you delay any longer, it will be too late. Soul rings can only be obtained by personally hunting soul beasts. The mandala snake lying to the side could no longer hold on and spewed out a mouthful of black blood. Torturing itself wasn't enough. It also had to become a human's soul ring? No way. This snake will die first to show you. Wah! The mandala snake spat out half its tongue, showing no hesitation in dying. Yu Xiaojang's heart tightened. A fruitless effort. Tang Xian, you have disappointed me too much. Yu Xiaojang felt frustrated. This disciple was unmanageable. Tang Xian scratched his head and paused before saying, there's something. I'm not sure if I should say it. Yu Xiaojang exclaimed softly. I've already obtained my first soul ring. Hiss. Xiao Jang took a sharp breath, then looked at the core area behind Tang Xian. Could it be that you, little Xian, hunted a mandala snake with a higher age limit? Tang Xian shook his head at Xiao Jang's. No, it's not the mandala snake. It's a subspecies of dragon-type spirit beast, the Nine-Wu snake. Xiao Jang's eyes lit up, and even his body trembled. This kid, without saying a word, gave him a big surprise. Hurry, hurry, show me your first spirit ring. Chapter 20. Xiao Jang and Tang San are like two peas in a pod. Incredibly disgusting. Hurry, hurry, show me your first spirit ring. Xiao Jang said with great anticipation. Tang Xian felt helpless and stopped being coy. The ugly daughter-in-law would eventually meet her mother-in-law. First soul ring appear. A light white soul ring floated before Xiao Jang's eyes. Feeling the blazing aura, Xiao Jang's breathing became rapid. Xiao Xian, you really hunted a 9-headed serpent soul beast and successfully absorbed it as your first soul ring. This kind of aura others might not recognize. But Xiao Jang had been deeply studying martial soul theory for decades. How could he not recognize it? He never expected that there would actually be such a rare sub-dragon-type soul beast in the soul-hunting forest. Wait, hold on, Xiao Xian. Why is the color of your soul ring light white? Light white? Hiss. When the brilliance of the holy light dragon dissipated and revealed the true color of the first soul ring, Xiao Jang immediately gasped, nearly fainting. This is a soul ring produced by a soul beast that is less than 10 years old. Tang Xian Pao Det. Indeed, the soul ring produced by a soul beast that is not even 10 years old. Xiao Jang wanted to cry, but had no tears. Although the compatibility between soul beasts and martial souls is very important, no matter how well the soul ring matches. If the age is too low, it is still useless. Tang Xian nodded slightly and didn't say much. The teacher's theories were completely useless to him. Tang Xian, you are too impulsive. Your bright sacred dragon martial soul is a top-tier martial soul. Although the absorption limit for the first soul ring for ordinary people is only 423 years, your martial soul can at least be elevated to a 1,000-year limit. You are wasting your talent, Xiao Jang said with some disappointment. I am not suitable to be your teacher. I cannot teach a student like you. The first soul ring is fundamental. No matter how high your talent is, with such a low age for the first soul ring, you will not be able to achieve anything in the future. Tang Xian was slightly taken aback. He could only explain, but teacher, I feel that this soul ring has a 500-year limit. It's possible that there has been some mutation in the color of this soul ring. The color of a soul ring can still mutate? Xiao Jang clicked his tongue. This is absolutely impossible. I have never encountered such a case. Tang Xian shook his head, finding it really difficult to explain. However, he didn't argue too much. He just didn't expect that Xiao Jang's attitude would change so quickly. He immediately said he wanted to terminate their master-apprentice relationship just because he found it hard to cultivate a soul ring that was less than 10 years old. Tang Xian said lightly, since that's the case, I'll still call you master. There was no need for Tang Xian to force himself into a relationship that didn't fit. Initially, he had hoped that Xiao Jang's theory on martial souls would help him grow quickly, but now it seemed that Xiao Jang's theories were not suitable for him. He was not Tang San. He was Tang Xian. The path of Douluo ultimately had to be walked by himself. Hearing Tang Xian's response, the master sighed and did not say much more. Xiao Jang then turned his attention to Wang Sheng, who was absorbing the soul ring of the saber-toothed tiger nearby. This child, Wang Sheng, was quite good, worth nurturing. At this moment, Wang Sheng took a deep breath and exhaled, his aura becoming restrained. I succeeded. I obtained a 100-year soul ring. First soul ring appear. A soul ring glowing with a yellow halo emerged. Master Xiao Jang nodded with satisfaction and then asked, Wang Sheng, I have never taken on a disciple in my life. Do you wish to be my student? Never taken a disciple in his life. Tang Xian was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect Xiao Jang and Tang San to be cut from the same cloth. They were both very hypocritical. Tang San deceived his fellow disciples. And Xiao Jang was incredibly selfish. Ever since he saw the pale, white first soul ring that Tang San absorbed, he felt that becoming a god was hopeless and turned to seek others. However, Tang San didn't have any deep feelings for Xiao Jang. This trip to the soul-hunting forest was not in vain, as he witnessed a lot about human nature. When Wang Sheng heard that Xiao Jang wanted to take him as a student, he was extremely excited. Teacher, I am willing to be your student. Wang Sheng was a work-study student. After being in school for so long, he finally obtained his first soul ring, and it was with the help of the master. Although the master's strength was not impressive, his guidance for students was top-notch. Being able to be his student made Wang Sheng incredibly happy. However, Wang Sheng quickly noticed Tang Xian, who was being neglected by the master. But Tang Xian he is not. Wang Sheng, I have no connection with the master anymore. Tang Xian said, realizing Yu Xiaojang's true nature. He was now even more eager to clarify his identity than Yu Xiaojang, and even felt disgusted for once calling Yu Xiaojang teacher, just like how he felt every time he thought of Tang San. Disgusting, wanted to vomit. Teacher. Wang Sheng did not notice Tang Xian's emotions and immediately performed the bowing ceremony to become a disciple. Yu Xiaojang happily agreed. As for Tang Xian, he had long become a thing of the past. What achievements could someone with a first soul ring of less than 10 years have? Moreover, his second martial soul was the Haotian hammer. This was a hot potato that could potentially attract trouble from the spirit hall in the future. In the past, Tang Xian was indeed a rare piece of jade, but now, Yu Xiaojang shook his head, fearing he was just an ordinary stone on another mountain. Tang Xian, I absorbed a yellow soul ring. You are so powerful. How many years' worth of soul rings have you absorbed? Wang Sheng couldn't help but become curious. Just now, he was focused on absorbing and didn't know what had happened. Tang Xian smiled slightly and said, it's just an ordinary soul ring, nothing to mention. Wang Sheng is quite good. He has no ulterior motives. Tang Xian spoke casually, without any grudges against him. Tang Xian, where's Sister Xiao Wu? Didn't you go to find her? Why didn't she come back with you? Wang Sheng asked curiously. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge tremor came from the direction of the core area of the soul-hunting forest. Run behind. Xiao Wu's voice came from afar as a large number of trees collapsed behind them. What happened? Yu Xiaojang frowned. Did Xiao Wu also cause trouble in the core area? That noise from behind, did it provoke some soul beast? A huge mandala snake. Wang Sheng opened his mouth in shock. Is this the mother of that mandala snake we just saw? A 1,500-year-old mandala snake. Yu Xiaojang's pupils constricted. His son had just personally killed a 500-year-old one and was covered in blood. Suddenly, he felt a tingling sensation all over his body. Run. Yu Xiaojang turned around and ran without any hesitation. Wang Sheng's legs went weak from fear. Wang Sheng, you go with the master. I'll save Xiao Wu. Tang Xian shouted towards the speeding Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, bring me over here. Hey, big guy, your opponent is me. Let you become my stone knife after I get my first soul ring. In an instant, Xiao Wu had come to Tang Xian's side with a sudden stop. A 1,000-year-old mandala snake is a bit tricky. Be careful. Tang Xian nodded slightly. Then he looked at Wang Sheng. Why aren't you quickly following your teacher and leaving? Tang, hold on, I'm going with the teacher to get reinforcements. In Wang Sheng's view, the teacher must be going to find help. Get reinforcements? Tang Xian snorted coldly. No need. Chapter 21. First Soul Skill. Holy Fire of Light. Seeing that Wang Sheng and Yu Xiaojang had left, Tang Xian smiled slightly. Now that you're gone, I can finally show my skills. He then pulled the nearby Xiao Wu into his arms and teased. Ha! I said Xiao Wu. You're not scared, are you? Of course, Xiao Wu is a 100,000-year-soul beast. How could she be afraid of a 1,000-year-old mandala snake? Although she might not be able to defeat it right now, escaping wouldn't be a problem. I'm not afraid. If you can't beat it, we'll run together. Xiao Wu said calmly, with no trace of panic on her face. Don't worry, with me here, this 1,500-year-old mandala snake is in my hands. Let me show you my true strength. As he spoke, Tang Xian's aura suddenly became sharp. He stepped forward. With a flip of his left hand, Haotian hammer appear. A heavy black hammer with arcs of electricity was grasped in Tang Xian's hand. An incredibly sharp aura radiated from Tang Xian, a pressure of an ultimate weapon soul. This pressure instantly spread from within Tang Xian to the surroundings. But it wasn't over. Tang Xian continued to roar. Holy Dragon of Light, possess me. An ultimate weapon soul, combined with an ultimate bee soul, was simultaneously bestowed upon Tang Xian. And the enormous mandala snake before him instantly felt another kind of suppression from a higher bloodline. Hiss! It emitted a threatening hiss. Could it be that Tang Xian might really be able to defeat this 1,500-year-old mandala snake in an instant? Xiao Wu was taken aback. One could only say that her boss was a bit overestimating himself. Is this really Tang Xian's true strength? Xiao Wu was astonished. True strength? He was still far from it. Let me first show you how I'll take down this little snake. Tang Xian disdainfully said, tightly gripping the Haotian hammer in his hand. And as he took a big step forward, a pale white soul ring suddenly appeared beneath his feet. A pale white 10-year soul ring. Even Xiao Wu understood what a pale white soul ring meant. She looked at this scene in disbelief, her small mouth slightly open. However, she quickly sensed something unusual from the aura emanating from Tang Xian. Something was off. It was at least a 500-year soul ring, but why was it pale white? Also, this soul ring's aura had a hint of ancient power, with an incredibly strong bloodline. Xiao Wu quickly discerned that this was likely a soul ring produced by the nine-headed serpent. Tang Xian, when did you absorb such a soul ring? Ha, just now. Isn't it quite unique? Although it is a pale white soul ring, when it is on Tang Xian, it is not weaker in momentum than a purple 1,000-year soul ring, even subtly surpassing it. His entire aura surged once again, full of vigor. This was only the addition of 2 martial souls and 1 soul ring. If he were to combine it with the 6-winged angel, it would be incredibly exhilarating. However, this aura was already sufficient. The mandala snake, which was originally preparing to launch a fierce attack, now felt a strong sense of threat and couldn't help but take a few steps back. What had just been a threatening glare now contained a hint of fear and retreat. The 1,000-year soul beast already possessed a considerable level of intelligence and could naturally perceive the aura within that seemingly ordinary pale white soul ring. Recognizing it as a suppression of a higher bloodline, the disdain of a superior looking down on an inferior. Although it was only 500 years, its deterrent power was formidable. Tang Xian understood in his heart that although the nine-headed serpent was only a subdragon-type soul beast, it was indeed of a much higher bloodline than the mandala snake. Moreover, it was said that the nine-headed serpent fed on various snake-type soul beasts, and the mandala snake was merely one of its food sources. Upon encountering its natural enemy, the mandala snake naturally felt fear. With this thought, Tang Xian slowly approached the trembling mandala snake. Big guy, weren't you very mighty just now? Why are you trembling now? As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Xian leaped into the air, and the Haotian hammer in his hand suddenly enlarged several times. The pale white first soul ring was instantly lit up. First soul skill, Holy Fire of Light. With a flap, the massive black Haotian hammer was instantly enveloped and ignited by a ball of golden flames, emitting a sacred golden light. The pale white first soul ring flickered incessantly. A wave of heat radiated from Tang Xian, scattering in all directions. In the next moment, within a radius of 10 meters, all vegetation was instantly ignited, forming a brightly lit area filled with raging flames. Even the immensely powerful mandala snake, over 1,000 years old, appeared somewhat terrified at this moment. It seemed to sense that the approaching youth was like a sun capable of burning everything. Its body immediately stiffened. Now you know fear, right? It's too late. Boom, boom. The golden flames surged wildly. Even if the mandala snake wanted to escape, it was blocked by the domain-type flames. Having no choice but to face the attack head-on. In its eyes, it seemed as if one small sun after another, carrying a destructive aura, was crashing towards it. Its form was completely frozen. Meanwhile, Tang Xian was enveloped in the sacred flames, resembling a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Beside him, Xiao Wu, with her lively eyes, blinked in astonishment. Tang Xian's first soul skill is so cool. The mandala snake, enveloped by the first soul skill, seemed to be stunned. Trembling in place, the deterrent power was too great. In response to Xiao Wu's question, Tang Xian smiled slightly and did not act immediately, patiently explaining, Xiao Wu, my first soul skill is called Holy Fire of Light. Anything within the range of my holy fire will be illuminated in an instant. Anyone who dares to desecrate me or the sacred will be scorched by the holy fire of light. And of course, their bodily functions will also be affected, becoming stiff. And even if they react, their speed of action will be greatly reduced for a period of time. Their attacking power will also be weakened. This first soul skill is just SOSO, not too useless. Guliulu. Xiao Wu couldn't help but swallow her saliva upon hearing this. This is just SOSO? Isn't this too strong? She didn't expect that a pale white soul ring, less than 10 years old, could intimidate a soul beast like the mandala snake, which was over 1,500 years old. And Tang Xian still thought it was just SOSO. This Tang Xian's soul skill was too abnormal. In the future, if anyone dared to boast in front of Tang Xian, he could just activate the first soul skill to let them experience the scorching taste of being scorched by the holy fire of light for disrespecting the sacred. One word, strong. Xiao had already given a thumbs up and jumped up. However, Tang Xian, isn't your soul ring a 10-year soul ring? Why does it have the aura of a 500-year soul ring? Well, Tang Xian, who was still reveling in Xiao Wu's praise, stiffened at this question. Xiao Wu was indeed a 10,000-year soul beast. Her perception was extraordinary. Actually, Chapter 22, The Soul Hunt ends. Actually, why did his pale white soul ring have the aura of a 500-year soul ring? Upon hearing this question, Tang Xian, who had just been feeling pleased, was clearly taken aback. He then smiled slightly and said cheerfully, Xiao Wu, don't you have a secret too? I'm just like you. Xiao Wu's eyes widened in surprise. Has my secret been discovered? Tang Xian, are you not human? Xiao Wu exclaimed in shock. Tang Xian's face darkened. You're not human. And neither is your whole family. But then he thought about how Xiao Wu was indeed not human but a soul beast, and he immediately rubbed his forehead. So what you just said. At this moment, Xiao Wu felt a bit guilty, almost admitting that she wasn't human, and now she felt a bit exposed. Tang Xian smiled faintly and said, what I mean is that we have many similarities, for example, regarding soul rings. My soul ring can grow its own years. What? Xiao Wu almost dropped her jaw in shock. She herself had reached the level of a 100,000-year soul beast that could produce its own soul rings. But Tang Xian was even more outrageous, as his soul ring could level up on its own. Even more surprising was that Tang Xian seemed to really know her secret, even though he didn't say it. But Xiao Wu could feel it. All right, Xiao Wu, wait for me to defeat this mandala snake in one blow before we chat slowly. Tang Xian suddenly raised the Haotian hammer in his hand. The 1,500-year-old mandala snake, shrouded in the first soul skill, holy fire, was now in a daze. Its whole body stiff and restrained. Haotian hammer big, Gauti Kruk Amer technique. Haotian 9 extremes. The holy dragon of light possessed him, and a pale white light slowly flickered as the pitch-black Haotian hammer was wrapped in the fire of the golden crow, turning entirely golden, suddenly growing larger. And the fire hammer that could overlook the giant mandala snake fell from the sky. With one hammer, the giant mandala snake instantly awakened from the extreme sense of danger. But its speed was already restricted by the first soul skill, holy fire, and it took a direct hit. Boom! A loud noise erupted. The hoarse voice of the giant beast echoed tragically, but the mandala snake was only slightly injured, immediately twisting its massive body, trying to escape. Bang! The second hammer fell, even more terrifying than the first. The third hammer, the fourth hammer. Boom! Boom! Within the 10-meter radius covered by holy fire, explosive flames continuously burst into the sky. Haotian 9 extremes, each hammer stronger than the last. Bang! After finishing the 9 strikes of the chaotic cloak hammer technique, the mandala snake finally couldn't withstand it. Its massive body, covered in blood and flesh, crashed down. It was directly killed by Tang Xian underfoot with the Haotian hammer. Instant kill. Tang Xian looked proudly in the direction of Xiao Wu, who was already in a daze. Tang Xian is so amazing. Now she believes that Tang Xian is a soul beast transformed like herself. Not to mention a pale white soul ring that is less than 10 years old. Seeing this, Xiao Wu jumped up with excitement, continuously praising Tang Xian's strength. Believe it or not, my soul ring, how could it be a soul ring of less than 10 years? Now, it's at the 500-year limit, and it might even get stronger in the future, Tang Xian said proudly. Xiao Wu nodded vigorously. Although it's only a 500-year limit, which isn't very high, it's incredibly powerful in Tang Xian's case. But Tang Xian, your pale white first soul ring that is less than 10 years old is too eye-catching. It can easily attract others' attention. Tang Xian is also troubled by this issue. The sign-in system is too flashy with its underhanded methods. Indeed, we can only think of other ways to see if we can change the color of the soul ring. Tang Xian casually placed his hand on Xiao Wu's shoulder and said, let's go back. The master and Wang Sheng have already left, and it doesn't make sense for us to stay here. Let's head back to the academy and think of a solution. Xiao Wu obediently nodded her head. Meanwhile, Tang Xian directly asked in his mind, System, is there a way to change the color of my soul ring? The light white soul ring is too low level. The system responded clearly, Host, the sign-in system has rewards that can change the color of soul rings. Good luck. Tang Xian was immediately surprised. But now his sign-in attempts were already used up, so he could only wait for future sign-ins to see. For now, he had to accept the fact that his first soul ring was light white. However, with the 500-year 9-headed serpent, only Tang Xian was intentionally suppressing its aura, making it not very obvious. Ordinary people really couldn't distinguish the difference between a 10-year and a 500-year soul ring. Just like before, Yu Xiaojang, as a theoretical master, couldn't tell the difference either. Tang Xian, how did you manage to make your soul ring automatically grow in age? Xiao Wu couldn't help but feel curious. Tang Xian shrugged and asked back, How did you get the 1,000-year soul ring? Xiao Wu? Xiao Wu instantly felt guilty. How did Tang Xian know everything? Shoo. Don't say random things. Don't pry into my business. Also, you have to call me Sister Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu said angrily. Tang Xian directly placed his hands on Xiao Wu's shoulders, then forcefully pushed her to the side of a big tree, revealing a mischievous smile on his face. All right, Xiao Wu, then please keep my matters a secret. Upon hearing Tang Xian say they could keep each other's secrets, she blinked her big eyes and innocently exclaimed, "No problem." Tang Xian couldn't help but rub Xiao Wu's rosy cheeks. Then he took Xiao Wu's hand and swiftly made their way out of the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest. Soon, they reunited with Yu Xiaojang and Wang Sheng. Yu Xiaojang didn't expect that Xiao Wu and Tang Xian could escape the pursuit of the mandala snakes so easily. He instinctively thought they were just lucky. However, seeing them safe and sound, he let out a long sigh of relief. After all, he had brought the academy's students out, and if he couldn't bring them back safely, even as a master of Nuoding Academy, he would face considerable trouble. Let's go back to the academy. Everyone has already obtained their first spirit ring. Wang Sheng, cultivate well when we get back and enhance your spirit power. I have high hopes for you. The master then patted Wang Sheng's shoulder and said. As for Tang Xian, he was just an ordinary student of Nuoding Academy. He then boarded the carriage alone and left first. Wang Sheng's trip to the soul-hunting forest was very fruitful. Not only did he absorb a 421-year-old spirit ring from a saber-toothed tiger, but he also successfully became Yu Xiaojang's disciple. It was simply too blissful. Tang Xian, the master's theory is really practical. I feel that the saber-toothed tiger's spirit ring suits me best. Look at my battle tiger martial soul. It has become so fierce. Saying this, Wang Sheng actively released his martial soul in front of Tang Xian, and the teeth of the battle tiger became incredibly sharp. The intimidation factor was astonishing. Tang Xian shook his head slightly. The master's theory was indeed impressive, but it was completely unworkable for ordinary people. Perhaps Wang Sheng's decision to worship under the master was the right choice. He then muttered to himself, could it be that Wang Sheng will become a substitute for Tang San? Ha ha ha! Without Tang San, Yu Xiaojang can only accept Wang Sheng. Chapter 23. Suppressing Wang Sheng again. Tang Xian looked at Wang Sheng's yellow spirit ring and didn't pay much attention to it. The purity was too low. Wang Sheng was still very curious about what kind of spirit ring Tang Xian had absorbed. Previously in the soul-hunting forest, Tang Xian had only said it was an inconspicuous spirit ring, but someone as talented as Tang Xian could not possibly have a spirit ring that was too poor. Come on, Brother Xian, just let me take a look. Let me broaden my horizons. Wang Sheng couldn't contain his curiosity any longer. Tang Xian felt helpless. He couldn't stand the way Wang Sheng was being clingy. Stop, that's enough. Let me show you something. Tang Xian really couldn't take Wang Sheng's entanglement anymore. He immediately released his bright sacred dragon's first soul ring, and a light white soul ring appeared. Hiss, Brother Xian, what is going on? You can only absorb a soul ring that's less than 10 years old. The light white soul ring only appears on soul beasts that are less than 10 years old. It is well known that the color of the soul ring doesn't lie. An incredulous expression appeared on Wang Sheng's face. In front of them, Yu Xiaojang clearly heard the commotion behind and said, Tang Xian, didn't you say before that you felt your soul ring's age was 500 years? Wang Sheng's soul ring age is 421 years, and the compatibility of your soul beasts and martial souls is quite good. Why don't you two spar here? Wang Sheng was shocked. Teacher, Brother Xian's soul ring is just a light white soul ring that's less than 10 years old. How can we spar? Wang Sheng had been at Nuoding Academy for a while, so he naturally knew how greatly the age of the first soul ring affected a soul master's strength. Yu Xiaojang smiled slightly, glanced at Tang Xian, and said, it's just a spar. If it weren't for the danger in the soul-hunting forest earlier, I would have wanted you two to spar long ago. Planning this all along. Wang Sheng looked at the master in surprise. Tang Xian was a bit confused, wondering what the master was planning to do. Was he going to take the opportunity to suppress him just because he didn't listen? Beside him, Xiao Wu became incredibly excited upon hearing words like sparring. Sparring was just fighting, right? She loved watching that. Sparring. I also want to know who is stronger now. Brother Xian or Wang Sheng? No holding back. How about we make a bet? Whoever loses in the upcoming sparring has to sleep on the floor tonight. Even if there's a bed. Xiao Wu was eager for the excitement. The little loli's voice was filled with excitement, and Wang Sheng's eyes lit up. On the first day Tang Xian came to the 7th dormitory, he had suppressed him, but now things were different. Everyone had grown, and he wanted to see if he could defeat Tang Xian. However, Thinking of Tang Xian's light-colored soul ring made him hesitate, feeling that it might not be necessary. Tang Xian shrugged and said, "If it's just a spar, I don't mind." Yes, this was confidence. In terms of martial souls, soul beasts, and years, Tang Xian was definitely on a higher level than Wang Sheng. As long as he controlled it a bit, he could spar without hurting Wang Sheng. He had no objections to Yu Xiaojang's suggestion. Yu Xiaojang then slowly said, "Tang Xian, you have great talent. Although your first soul ring only has a 10-year limit, your martial soul is incredibly powerful. You are a strong attack-type soul master. I want Wang Sheng to spar with you, because his martial soul is a battle tiger. Also a strong attack-type soul master. You two spar to help you adapt to the difference between choosing a 10-year soul ring and other soul masters, so you won't suffer in the future. But since you say your soul ring has a 500-year limit, then make sure to absorb some battle experience and techniques from his fight," Yu Xiaojang said lightly. Then, Yu Xiaojang looked at Wang Sheng. "You just obtained your first soul ring. You need a battle to find your own fighting style. It's rare progress for a strong attack-type soul master to develop a unique style." "Okay, teacher. Master, then I'll take on this spar." Wang Sheng and Tang Xian responded simultaneously. The master was right. Not only Wang Sheng, but even he needed to form his own fighting style. Since the master wanted to help his new disciple build confidence, he didn't mind shattering that confidence completely. "Come on. This place is under the protection of the Spirit Hall, so it won't disturb the soul beasts in the soul hunting forest, nor will any accidents happen." Yu Xiaojang led them to a more open area. "Let us begin." Wang Sheng, Tang Xian. Buzz. In the next moment, the two, standing about 7 or 8 meters apart, simultaneously released their martial souls. A yellow soul ring appeared beneath Wang Sheng's feet, and at the same time, a light-colored soul ring floated around Tang Xian. The intense fluctuations of soul power instantly created a wave of energy that collided together. Xiao Wu's skirt was instantly blown up, and Yu Xiaojang's gaze sharpened. This martial soul fluctuation, it seemed to be even stronger than Wang Sheng's by a bit. Yu Xiaojang was somewhat surprised. Could it be that he was mistaken? This couldn't really be a 10-year soul ring, but rather a 500-year one. Boom! With a loud sound, Wang Sheng had already moved, instantly shooting out from his spot and quickly closing in on Tang Xian. "Tiger on the mountain." Yu Xiaojang nodded slightly. As a strong attack-type soul master, Wang Sheng should seize the initiative and get close to the opponent. As both were strong attack-type soul masters, the active side often had the distance to build up power, providing a strong impact. If the other side was weaker or evenly matched, they could only avoid the attack. "Come on." Ghost Shadow mysterious steps. In the next moment, a huge sonic boom erupted, and instead of avoiding it, Tang Xian charged forward. Bang! The two collided in an instant, creating a loud noise. Wang Sheng couldn't withstand the tremendous force, and was pushed back 5 or 6 meters before barely stopping. So strong. His light-colored soul ring has issues. Wang Sheng coughed a couple of times before recovering from the impact. "Wang Sheng, use your first soul skill and show your true strength," Tang Xian said lightly. Wang Sheng immediately put away his disdainful expression. First soul skill, Berserk Killing Intent. Roar. A tiger's roar swept through. Tang Xian instantly felt that he was being targeted by a ferocious beast. However, that was all. First soul skill, Holy Light Fire. Flap. The violent killing intent was instantly shattered. A circle of holy fire enveloped both Wang Sheng and Tang Xian. Tang Xian thrust out a fiery fist, directly blasting away the violent killing intent. When the flames dispersed again, Tang Xian's palm Wang Sheng's face. The aura of destruction instantly suppressed Wang Sheng. "Wang Sheng, do you yield?" Yes. The moment Wang Sheng wanted to launch a strong attack, he had already lost. The two were not even on the same level. "I yield. I yield." Wang Sheng gritted his teeth and completely admitted defeat, just like back in the 7th dormitory, being suppressed by Tang Xian. Seeing the scene, Yu Xiaojang was greatly shocked. Is this Tang Xian's true strength? Chapter 24. Govie Suyuntao. Seeing Wang Sheng being suppressed by Tang Xian, Yu Xiaojang was slightly taken aback, then smiled faintly at Wang Sheng and Tang Xian. Everyone has their moments of failure, but the victorious should not be overly proud. Even winning once is not that significant. Alright, this sparring session ends here. I announce that the winner of this sparring session is Tang Xian. Wow, Brother Xian is impressive. After hearing the news of the winner, Xiao Wu cheerfully jumped up and cheered. She even felt a bit like having a sparring session with Tang Xian too. Tang Xian waved his hand, not wanting to test the little girl's scissor legs any further. Whether he could win or not, it would still be suffocating. Xiaojing patted Wang Sheng on the shoulder, glanced at the direction where Xiao Wu was cheering excitedly, and murmured to himself, "Could it be that I really misjudged?" Of course. Xiaojing also did not forget to comfort Wang Sheng. "Don't be discouraged. Sparring is not real combat. Giving it your all doesn't mean you can't be his opponent. Learn well from this experience and summarize your battle lessons." The master is right. Tang Xian a goal. He also comforted Wang Sheng, acknowledging that he might indeed be quite different. Among his peers, Wang Sheng was not too bad. After all, Wang Sheng's talent was far superior to Tang Xian's. Achieving this much was already impressive. "I won't lose heart. I will work hard to cultivate Tang Xian master." Wang Sheng felt no sense of defeat at all, nor did he feel much disappointment. With everyone's encouragement, he firmly believed that his future was bright. Master Xiaojing nodded slightly and then said, "All right, we should head back. Once we return to the academy, when there's time, I'll take you to the Spirit Hall branch for your Soul Master identity verification." Wang Sheng's eyes lit up upon hearing this. They had successfully absorbed their first spirit ring and had officially become a one-ring Soul Master. Once they reached the status of Soul Master and completed the identity verification at the Spirit Hall, they could enjoy the Soul Master subsidies from the Spirit Hall every month. This would be a nice income for him and Tang Xian, who were both work-study students. Thinking of this, Wang Sheng felt very happy. As for Tang Xian, he didn't pay much attention to the word subsidy. What he lacked the least right now was soul coins, as he had a pile of unspent soul coins in his shumi ring. Tang Xian felt emotional. "I hope the luck at Nuoding Academy won't be too bad. I don't want any soul coins anymore." Saying this, Xiaojing, Tang Xian, Xiao Wu, and Wang Sheng got back on the carriage and returned to Nuoding Academy. Xiaojing did not disturb them and advised them to work hard in their cultivation to strive for obtaining the second soul ring. Then let them return to Dormitory 7. This trip took a total of 3 days, and Tang Xian had accumulated 3 unused sign-in opportunities. Sign-in is only meaningful when done in a place with good fortune. Signing in on the road is no different from wasting sign-in opportunities. Remaining sign-in opportunities 3 times. Tang Xian's first thing upon returning to the 7th dormitory of Nuoding Academy was, of course, to check in. This is a great place to check in. System check-in. Ding. Congratulations on successfully checking in at Nuoding Academy's 7th dormitory. You have received a level 1 reward. The lifespan of your martial soul has increased by 1,000 years. Ding. Congratulations on successfully checking in at Nuoding Academy's 7th dormitory. You have received a level 1 reward. The lifespan of your martial soul has increased by 1,000 years. Ding. Congratulations on successfully checking in at Nuoding Academy's 7th dormitory. You have received a level 1 reward. Soul Power, level hint 5. After 3 check-ins, the lifespan of the martial soul increased by 2,000 years, plus 5 levels of soul power. Currently, the first spirit ring of the Radiant Holy Dragon martial soul has a lifespan of 2,500 years, 9 Wooding Snake. The current soul power level is level 15. Tang Xian felt a surge of excitement. "Xiange, after absorbing the soul ring of the saber-toothed tiger, my soul power level actually increased by 4 levels. I am now a level 14 soul master." Wang Sheng jumped up from the bed in immense joy, feeling the soul power within him. He was amazed that he had suddenly increased by 4 levels. It felt incredible. "Xiange, what is your soul power level now?" Wang Sheng asked with a curious look on his face. Tang Xian touched his nose and said somewhat shyly, "It's about the same, just a level 15 soul master." Hiss. Wang Sheng gasped in surprise. "Tang Xian, you really are a monster. There's no comparison, no comparison. People are just infuriating." He then curiously asked Xiao Wu, Sister Xiao Wu, "What about you? What level is your soul power?" Xiao Wu blinked her big eyes and casually mentioned a number. "I should be a level 16 soul master." Wang Sheng. 2 monsters have appeared in the 7th dormitory. The next day, Wang Sheng, following Master Xiaojing's instructions, took Xiao Wu and Tang Xian to the Wuhuan Temple branch in Nuoding City for the relevant Soul Master identity verification. Let's go. Only through the verification can the Soul Master identity be valid, and you can enjoy many benefits that only Soul Masters have. Wang Sheng said with a faint smile. Tang Xian naturally did not refuse, as being a Soul Master is a symbol of status on the Douluo continent. Even though he didn't lack money, having this identity would only be beneficial. Xiao Wu also wanted to become a Soul Master with status. Let's go. Let's quickly identify our identities. Xiao Wu was very enthusiastic about everything, especially when she heard Wang Sheng mention there were subsidies. She was even happier. Subsidies mean money, and with money, They could buy many delicious and fun things on the street. Soon after, Tang Xian Xiao and Wang Sheng left Nuoding Academy and headed straight for the Nuoding City branch of the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall is powerful, and there are countless branches across the Douluo continent. Even Holy Soul Village has a branch, not to mention such a large city like Nuoding. The Spirit Hall branch in Nuoding City is naturally more magnificent than the small branch in Holy Soul Village. From a distance, it looked like a grand cathedral. As Tang Xian and the other two arrived at the entrance of the Wuhuan Hall branch, they encountered an old acquaintance. Xuantian was also a bit surprised to see the newcomer. However, he quickly regained his composure. He didn't expect that he would meet the boy from the awakening ceremony right after returning to Nuoding City. Xuantian had a deep impression of Tang Xian, having personally extended an invitation to the Wuhuan Hall Academy, which was declined. At this moment, Xuantian's face was filled with smiles as he happily said to Tang Xian, Your talent is indeed high, with innate full soul power. Becoming a soul master is inevitable. You are here for the soul master identity assessment, right? In Xuantian's view, the people coming to the Wuhuan Hall branch were mostly of a few types, and these young individuals in front of him were naturally there for the identity assessment. On the other hand, these three young boys had already acquired their first soul ring. They had officially stepped into the ranks of soul masters. Xuantian couldn't help but sigh. How little time had passed since their last meeting, and this child had already absorbed his first soul ring. Thinking back to when he was young, he sighed, this is the gap in innate talent. It can't be compared. Respected Master Zhanhuan, you flatter me. Wang Sheng respectfully saluted Xuantian, who was the steward of the Wuhuan Hall branch. Tang Xian simply nodded slightly to Xuantian, showing no intention of further conversation. Chapter 25. Again refusing the invitation from Wuhuan Hall. Xuantian did not mind Tang Xian's dismissive attitude towards him, or rather, he had already gotten used to such behavior. When he personally helped Tang Xian awaken his Wuhuan, he had already sensed the pride that came from the boy's very bones. However, it was not an impolite arrogance. He was just a person of few words. He was still a very sensible child. Yet, Xuantian still couldn't quite understand why Tang Xian would refuse the invitation he extended to the Wuhuan Hall Academy, which was far superior to Nuoding Academy. However, this was a personal choice, and Xuantian felt a bit regretful. After some contemplation, Xuantian said again, You three young lads can go in now. Master Machiano will conduct your soul master identity assessment. Thank you for your guidance, respected Master Zhanhuan. You're welcome. Wang Sheng was indeed a respectful and polite child, calling Xuantian Master Zhanhuan with every word, which made Xuantian quite pleased. With Xuantian's guidance, Tang Xian, Wang Sheng, and Xiao Wu quickly entered the interior of the Nuoding City Wuhuan Hall branch. Master Machino was an old grandpa, and in fact, Xuantian's teacher. Xuantian had good talent, but due to some worldly entanglements he experienced in his youth, his cultivation was delayed. The three approached Master Machino's desk and politely said, Grandpa Machino, we are here for the soul master identity assessment. Grandpa Machino looked kindly at the three young boys. Indeed, you are polite children. Don't be nervous. Grandpa Machino will conduct the assessment for you. Now, I need to take you for an advanced assessment. He then focused his gaze on Tang Xian. Previously, I heard that Xuantian mentioned a talented child who awakened, and that must be you. You go in for the assessment first. Saying this, Grandpa Machino took Tang Xian's hand and slowly led him into the inner chamber of the Wuhuan Hall branch. Inside the Wuhuan Hall branch, there was a laboratory specifically for Wuhuan advanced assessments. The entire laboratory was made of special black stones, similar to the six-pointed star stone array used during the awakening ceremony in Shenghun Village. The ground featured a giant, long sword emblem, and walking on it instantly made one feel small. In the center of the room, there was also a six-pointed star pattern. Grandpa Machino gently reminded, Child, when you are ready, step into the six-pointed star and release your first soul ring. Tang Xian stepped in without any hesitation. The first soul ring appeared. A light white soul ring slowly emerged from beneath Tang Xian's feet. Even the well-informed Grandpa Matthew couldn't help but gasp in surprise. What is this? His eyes were filled with disbelief. No one absorbs a soul ring that is less than 10 years old. The light white color. Isn't that a soul ring of less than 10 years? Soon, there was some disappointment in his eyes, but he still followed the procedure and produced a huge crystal ball to hand over. Next, channel your soul power into it. And now we will conduct the soul power level test. Although it was somewhat absurd, obtaining the first soul ring already counted as being a soul master. but it was still necessary to determine the other party's soul master level. According to Grandpa Matthew's estimation, a first soul ring of less than 10 years would have a maximum soul power level of only 11. Tang Xian directly placed his hand on the giant crystal ball. The crystal ball suddenly emitted a bright light. In the next moment, Grandpa Matthew was once again shocked, questioning whether his eyes were playing tricks on him, rubbing them vigorously. Level 15 soul power. How could it be so high? Or perhaps there was something wrong with the crystal ball. After checking for a long time, the crystal ball showed no signs of damage. The test result was indeed as such. Normally, a newly absorbed soul ring for a soul master would have a maximum soul power of 13 at most. Yet this child, Tang Xian, had tested at 15. This was simply unbelievable. Even Grandpa Matthew, who had conducted identity verifications for many talented individuals, had never seen such a situation before. Not to mention, Tang Xian's soul ring was just a light white soul ring that was less than 10 years old. Such an experience was truly beyond belief. But it was happening right before his eyes. Child, can you tell Grandpa what kind of soul beast your first soul ring came from? Grandpa Matthew couldn't help but ask. It's from a juvenile 9-Wu snake I hunted in the soul hunting forest. Tang Xian replied honestly. Hiss. Grandpa Matthew gasped. The 9-Wu snake is a nearly extinct subdragon-type soul beast. It actually became a human's soul ring. However, thinking that it was just a juvenile, Grandpa Matthew understood. But just as he relaxed, his brows furrowed again. Even for a subdragon-type soul beast, it was impossible for a soul ring under 10 years to boost soul power by so many levels. Tang Xian added at the right moment. The master once said that my martial soul is a bit special. It's a top-tier mutant beast martial soul. When I absorbed the 9-headed serpent, I was lucky enough to activate the martial soul bloodline, which fed back a large amount of soul power. Of course, this is just Tang Xian's nonsense. Grandpa Matthew was slightly taken aback. A top-tier mutant beast martial soul. The master? He immediately thought of that person from Nuoding Academy. He murmured. So it was him. No wonder, with him selecting soul beast for you, the improvement is indeed significant. A glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. Child, let me ask you, are you willing to become our exclusive soul master of the Spirit Hall? As long as you join the Spirit Hall, we will provide you with the best cultivation resources. Matthew said excitedly. Such a genius is hard to come by. Just promoted to Soul Master and already has level 15 soul power. If we don't recruit him now, when will we? Before Tang Xian could speak, Matthew reminded him again of the tremendous benefits of joining the Spirit Hall. As long as you join the Spirit Hall with your talent, you can obtain the highest quality resources and become our exclusive title Douluo in no time. You must know that if a Soul Master does not have a strong backing, it is very easy to falter during growth. What are you hesitating for, young man? I heard Su Yuntao say that this child has innate full soul power, and now, after the master's appraisal, he is a top-tier mutant beast martial soul, and he already possesses level 15 soul power. The pale soul ring is also not ordinary. This person, as long as he is trained, will achieve unparalleled success in the future. Looking at the somewhat excited Grandpa Matthew, Tang Xian was also slightly taken aback, but he had his own plans. Facing Grandpa Matthew's warm invitation, Tang Xian bowed and said calmly, Thank you very much for your invitation. However, I'm sorry, I must decline again. Chapter 26, Challenge the Higher Grades. Refused? Matthew's expression was the same as Su Yuntao's back then, filled with disbelief. This child clearly came from a small village and, after seeing Nuoding City, his perspective has broadened. The status of the Spirit Hall is something that doesn't need further explanation, but knowing the benefits and still rejecting the invitation. One refusal could be understood, but a second refusal left even Matthew perplexed. Title Douluo is not something you can easily break through, child. Without quality resources, no matter how high your talent, it's not easy to break through. Matthew was still unwilling to give up explaining. After all, Tang Xian's talent was indeed too good, and he didn't want to miss such a great prospect. However, how could Tang Xian not know? After Grandpa Matthew finished speaking earnestly, Tang Xian remained unmoved, showing an apologetic expression and a firm stance. Perhaps the boy would disappoint the old man's good intentions. First, I have already become a student of Nuoding Academy, and it's not suitable for me to join the Spirit Hall now. Second, my friends and girlfriend Xiao Wu are also at Nuoding Academy, and I will not leave her. Tang Xian quickly brought up Wang Sheng and Xiao Wu as a shield. Matthew was slightly taken aback. This kid was quite the romantic, wasn't he? Are today's young men this mature? He then thought of the other two who came with Tang Xian for the Soul Master assessment. Matthew sighed deeply. Since ancient times, heroes have struggled with beautiful women, and his incompetent disciple, Xuantian, was also unable to break through because of this. He then gave up on the idea of recruiting him and could only sigh. Poaching is not the style of our spirit hall. Since you have entered Nuoding Academy, you should focus on your training. Even so, I hope you can achieve something in the future. Thank you, Grandpa Matthew, for your understanding. Tang Xian deeply bowed, and it was clear that Grandpa Matthew really valued him. Matthew was not angry, but instead showed a hint of hope as he took out a badge from his waist and handed it to Tang Xian. This is my identity badge. With this badge, you can secure a spot in the Wuhuan Hall Academy. Of course, you can focus on your studies at the Nuoding Academy for now, and go after you graduate. All right. Tang Xian was not being pretentious and readily accepted the order to keep it. Nuoding Academy is just a junior Soul Master Academy, and there are also some intermediate and advanced Soul Master Academies. It's not a bad idea to give oneself more options. All right, your Soul Master identity verification has been approved. Let the friends waiting outside come in one by one. Tang Xian nodded, and the next to be assessed was Wang Sheng. At this moment, Wang Sheng's soul power level was at level 14, which once again shocked Grandpa Matthew. However, with Tang Xian around, Matthew had become somewhat accustomed to it. But when it came to Xiao Wu, Matthew almost lost his balance. A level 16 Soul Master. This was a super genius. He didn't expect such excellent juniors to emerge from the small Nuoding Academy. It's important to note that even though they were both one-ring Soul Masters, there was a 2-level difference between level 14 and level 16 soul power. Given the same talent, this was quite a significant gap in strength. Matthew was quite taken with Xiao Wu, but after some heartfelt persuasion, he still couldn't sway her. Xiao Wu said she had already adapted to Nuoding Academy and didn't want to change places. This reason for refusal was quite peculiar and left Grandpa Matthew momentarily speechless. As for Wang Sheng, after Matthew completed the assessment, he directly let him leave. He simply could not be compared to the previous two. A hint of helplessness flashed in Matthew's eyes. It was truly a regret not to recruit them into the Spirit Hall today. Such good seedlings were really a waste at Nuoding Academy. However, if the Spirit Hall really wanted to recruit these two children, it wouldn't be impossible. With the Spirit Hall's means, a bit of pressure on Nuoding Academy would likely make them hand over the people. But the current situation was that the two children had no intention of this, and forcing them would only backfire. It seemed he could only make other plans and report this matter to the adults in the sub-hall first. As for what to do next, it would depend on the higher-ups. Matthew murmured. The Spirit Hall is divided into several levels, starting from the smallest Spirit Hall office, village, Spirit Branch Hall, county town, Spirit Sub-Hall, city, Spirit Main Hall, provincial capital, Spirit Sacred Hall, capital, Elder Hall, titled level 91 to 95, and Pope Hall, level 95 and above, and the Offering Hall, level 96 and above. Such a talented individual couldn't just be easily abandoned if they couldn't recruit them themselves, just like Xuantian, who discovered Tang Xian's talent after the Holy Soul Village and immediately reported it to the Spirit Branch Hall. However, Xuantian still underestimated him. This child's talent was much higher than he claimed. Such matters should be left for the adults to decide. Grandpa Matthew was just doing things according to routine. How the higher-ups would handle it was not something he could worry about. He had already done what he was supposed to do. As for this, Tang Xian and the others were unaware. The three of them completed the Soul Master assessment, received their identity certificates and monthly soul coin subsidies, and then happily went shopping. After a while, Xiao Wu returned to the 7th dormitory, either having bought something or having gone somewhere to play. While Tang Xian and Wang Sheng didn't take long to return to the Academy's 7th dormitory. However, when they returned to the 7th dormitory, they suddenly found it in disarray, with several bruised roommates rushing over. Xiangu, Wangge, you finally came back. You have to avenge the brothers of the 7th dormitory. Give the brothers some relief. If you don't come back, we'll lose all face in the 7th dormitory. We are simply no match for them. Some roommates from the 7th dormitory even cried out in grievance, and Tang Xian thought for a moment. Recently, they hadn't provoked any trouble. If anything, they had only fought a few noble students not long ago, and he couldn't even remember their names. These filthy guys were simply asking for death. All right, stop crying. Tell me, who was it? Wang Sheng comforted the beaten brothers and asked. The younger brothers of the 7th dormitory recounted. Xiangu, Wangge. It was that guy named Li Xiao from the academy who brought people over. Their boss is a senior student. His strength is already a one-ring soul master. Hearing about the opponent's strength, Tang Xian and Wang Sheng were slightly taken aback. Just a one-ring soul master. They had returned this time with their own strength, having also risen to one-ring soul masters. Tang Xian and Wang Sheng exchanged a smile. Senior students? They still have to lie down and be human. Brothers, let's go, an eye for an eye. We won't spoil them. We've given them face. Wang Sheng shouted immediately. Chapter 27. Ostentatious Titles. Brothers, let's go, an eye for an eye. We won't spoil them. We've given them face. Wang Sheng shouted immediately. However, Tang Xian noticed that Xiao Wu from Dormitory 7 was missing and asked, could it be that Sister Xiao was already gone over? Yes. Sister Xiao Wu has already taken her people over. Tang Xian smiled slightly. Xiao Wu's fiery temper is indeed something. Upon hearing that Sister Xiao Wu was going alone, Wang Sheng suddenly became a bit anxious. Xian Ge, let's hurry over to help. Sister Xiao Wu is by herself, and she might be outnumbered. Tang Xian smiled lightly and said, since that's the case, let's go and put on a show. Yes. Xian Ge. The brothers from the 7th dormitory felt a surge of confidence. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu had already found the so-called senior students who had bullied their 7th dormitory in the martial arts arena. Ha ha ha, little lowly. I didn't notice before that you're actually this slender. Xiao Qinyu looked at Xiao Wu, who was fiercely declaring revenge, with amusement. Seeing that Xiao Qinyu seemed interested in the little lowly before them, his younger brothers immediately chimed in, shouting, Junior sister. Being noticed by our Xiao Ge is a huge blessing. It's rare for an ordinary person to serve our Xiao Ge. Treasure it. That's right. Our Xiao Ge is a level 6 student from Nuoding Academy, possessing a powerful wolf martial soul, and is now a first-ring soul master. If you can receive guidance from our Xiao Ge, it would be your honor. Guidance? Him, a first-ring soul master, to guide me, Xiao Wu? He's not worthy. Xiao Wu scoffed, looking down on the grandiose claims of these younger brothers who shamelessly said they would guide her. She then fixed her sharp gaze on the leading Xiao Ge. I could guide you instead. Boom! The floor suddenly shook as Xiao Wu kicked back with her left foot, launching herself like a rabbit towards Xiao Qinyu. Xiao Qinyu crossed his arms to receive the kick, but he slid several meters on the ground before coming to a stop. Turns out she is quite a fierce girl. After standing firm, Xiao Ge waved his sleeve. Xiao Wu proudly lifted her chin. So you're Xiao Ge? You're their boss, and I'm the boss of the 7th dormitory. You've hit our people, so you have to give an explanation. Explanation? What do you want? Xiao Ge said disdainfully. Let us have a match in the martial arts arena. Weren't you just boasting? If you can defeat me in the arena, I'll let you decide what to do with me. Xiao Wu calmly teased, looking confident about her victory. Oh, so I can do whatever I want, huh? A glint of excitement flashed in Xiao Ji's eyes. As he said this, Xiao Qinyu playfully stepped closer to Xiao Wu and smiled. All right, I accept your challenge. He then walked up to the martial arts stage. Come on, little sister. How about I just play with you? His tone suggested he was already certain of winning this battle. Xiao Wu's martial soul was a rabbit, while his was a wolf. Naturally restrained, if he couldn't win, he'd lose all face on that stage. But how could that be possible? Just wait and see how he would teach this little lowly a lesson on the stage. Besides, with more than 20 brothers around, how could they fear a little lowly? Even if he didn't step in, his brothers could take turns to deal with her. The little tyrant of Nuoding Academy had many younger brothers. Xiao Wu bit her lip, determined to defeat him in front of everyone to feel vindicated. And since he had already agreed, she wouldn't hold back. Xiao Wu bent down, preparing to jump onto the stage. Then, I'll go. Bang! Before Xiao Wu could jump onto the martial arts stage, a rusty iron hammer slammed down hard onto the stage, stirring up a cloud of dust right before hitting Xiao Qinyu. Cough cough, who is causing a ruckus? Xiao Qinyu coughed a few times. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, a strong wave of soul power surged from the distance, instantly pushing back the 30 or so onlookers surrounding the martial arts stage. As the dust settled, under the sun on the stage, a figure stood tall, with both arms crossed, radiating light. That strong wave of soul power had come from within him. What the hell? Who is this, acting all high and mighty? This soul power wave is so fierce, so dazzling. Does this guy come with a spotlight? Can't see clearly? Who knows? Who is that up there? Tang Xian instantly attracted everyone's attention in the room. Tang Xian smiled lightly and said, letting girls fight in the arena is not my style. Your opponent is me. Everyone immediately turned their gaze towards the young man on the arena, a graceful youth whose presence seemed to flow with the wind. Who the hell are you? The elder Xiao on the platform was instantly intimidated by the inexplicably terrifying aura of his opponent. From the fluctuations of the opponent's soul power, it was evident that he was very strong, and at that moment, a hint of retreat began to sprout in his heart. However, looking at the unfamiliar face of his opponent, who appeared quite young and already possessed such strength at this age, his elder Xiao gasped. Could it be that he is a genius from some family here to study at Nuoding Academy? Or perhaps a disciple of a prominent figure in the academy? If that's the case, he could only suffer in silence and bear it alone. Such a person was not someone he could provoke. You don't recognize me? Tang Xian glanced at him lightly. Then he turned to look at the rest of the crowd below the arena. The one who had been beaten by him in the cafeteria, Li Xiao, recognized him instantly. Elder Xiao, it's him. Just a work-study student from the academy. Without any background, just a freshman. And he still dares to bully us. So do you know who I am? Tang Xian stared sharply at the little brother, making him tremble with fear. Beside him, Wang Sheng smiled slightly, stepped forward, and made a flashy slide kneel next to Tang Xian, kneeling on one knee and pointing at Tang Xian with both hands. Listen carefully. This is the boss of Nuoding Academy, Brother Xian of Dormitory 7. The man of the boss of Dormitory 7. The most talented student at Nuoding Academy, Tang Xian. Tang Xian was taken aback. What kind of introduction is this? Wang Sheng can play tricks too? What big boss man? The boss of the academy. As a result, after Wang Sheng finished his introduction, the entire venue fell silent. This scene was simply shocking. Even Tang Xian was stunned by Wang Sheng's exaggerated performance. And the little dancer below was even more excited. Brother Xian is mighty. The younger brothers from the 7th dormitory also shouted in support. Brother Xian is mighty. Brother Xian is the true boss of Nuoding Academy. Take that Xiao big boss down. The 7th dormitory hasn't been this impressive in a long time. Chapter 28. One person sweeps all. Tang Xian. He just a country bumpkin who just enrolled? Xiao Qinyu said disdainfully. Just a working student. The people from the 7th dormitory are all useless losers. Even if Tang Xian is strong, with so many younger brothers here, they can exhaust him to death in turns. So what if he is a working student? I could still take you down. Tang Xian casually pulled out a rusty heavy hammer stuck in the ground and pointed it directly at his opponent. This heavy hammer was found in the storage room of Nuoding Academy. Hearing Tang Xian's arrogance, Xiao Qinyu instantly became displeased, and his gaze turned fierce. You just said he is the most talented student at Nuoding Academy. I wonder if such a talented student can defeat all of us here. Ha ha. Xiao Qinyu could clearly feel the extraordinary soul power of his opponent and planned to confront him head-on, letting his younger brothers tire him out first. Then he would come in to crush him. A perfect plan was set, but before he could continue to provoke, Tang Xian turned around and glanced at the people around the martial arts stage, raising his giant hammer to sweep across. He said lightly, enough with the nonsense. It's too boring to go one by one. You all come up at once. Huh, I've never seen someone so arrogant in my life. Xiao Big Boss and his younger brothers were taken aback. Clearly, the opponent knew he was trying to provoke him. Yet not only did he not try to avoid it, but he also directly declared he would sweep everyone here. An inexperienced freshman. Did you really say that? A subtle arc appeared at the corner of Xiao Qinyu's mouth. Even he himself wouldn't dare to say such big words. However, if the opponent wants to seek death, he can only send him to heaven. Instantly, he clenched his fists, and fierce soul power surged out. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Tang Xian Sao Det Gun Li. Seeking death, brothers, come up. Xiao Qinyu was furious. As the big brother of Nuoding Academy, he was actually looked down upon by a freshman. This battle absolutely cannot be lost. With a command from Xiao Big Boss, more than 20 younger brothers below all rushed onto the stage, forming a siege. Xiao Big Boss even took a stance, ready to strike at any moment. Xiao Qinyu, 6th grade, level 16 Soul Master, Martial Spirit, Diamond Wolf. Martial Spirit Possession. In the next moment, a ferocious black gold wolf phantom appeared behind him, and at the same time, a yellow 100-year soul ring emerged from beneath him. The giant diamond wolf behind him let out a furious roar, incredibly intimidating. The martial spirit possession instantly multiplied Xiao Qinyu's strength several times. Wang Sheng, watching the show below, immediately turned pale. Xiao Big Boss had actually broken through to level 16 Soul Master, and his wolf martial spirit was much stronger than before. Even he might not be a match. Moreover, they had so many people against one. He worriedly said to the little dancer, "Little sister, what should we do? Brother Xian is in a precarious situation. Should we really just watch? Ha 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 ha. Just enjoy the show. Tang Xian is very strong. All these people will be taken down." The little dancer confidently replied. She had seen Tang Xian defeat a 1,000-year-old mandala snake in seconds. Does Brother Tang Xian still need our help? No need. The little dancer directly punched Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng shrank his head and shifted his gaze back to the martial arts stage. However, his expression was still extremely worried. On the stage, seeing that the opponent had already revealed their name and strength, Tang Xian naturally had to follow the rules. He immediately took a stance and, under everyone's gaze, summoned his martial spirit and soul ring. Tang Xian, first-year student of Nuoding Academy, level 15 attack type battle soul master, martial spirit, radiant holy dragon. At the same time, a pale white soul ring emerged from beneath his feet. Radiant holy dragon? A pale white soul ring under 10 years. For a moment, besides Wang Sheng and the little dancer, Xiao Chenyu and his younger brothers, as well as the student from the 7th dormitory who came to cheer, exchanged glances. Why does the scene look so out of place? Compared to Tang Xian, a freshman who had already become a level 15 one-ring soul master. They were even more shocked that such an excellent martial spirit had only absorbed a soul ring of less than 10 years. The first soul ring is so low level? What kind of strength can it provide? But what puzzled them was that his soul power level had already reached level 15. Only one level lower than Xiao Big Boss S level 16. What kind of freak student is this? Hiss. Everyone gasped. Oomph. Put away those eyes that have never seen the world. A pale white soul ring can still crush you. Others may not know, but how could Tang Xian not know? His first soul ring is no longer that original soul ring of less than 10 years. It has now reached a limit of 2,500 years. But the color of the soul ring cannot change. Kid, don't get too complacent today. Let me show you the strength of the number 1 genius of Nuoding Academy. Xiao Chenyu directly shouted explosively and began to attack, instantly closing in. Facing the overwhelming offensive of Xiao Chenyu, who had become incredibly powerful due to martial spirit possession, Tang Xian didn't even activate martial spirit possession. Instead, he casually picked up the rusty hammer in his hand and pointed it at the opponent, not showing any signs of seriousness. You don't even want to use martial spirit possession and think you can rely on your body to fight me? Don't you think too much of yourself? Huh. I just don't take you seriously. Tang Xian looked at the yellow 100-year soul ring on the other person's body and shook his head slightly. With such strength, they actually wanted him to use the holy light dragon possession. Tang Xian casually lifted the large hammer he had randomly found in the storeroom and swung it gently. Sorry, it was completely unnecessary. Boom! The heavy hammer fell with a loud crash, and Xiao Chenyu instantly sank down crack. The martial spirit's phantom shattered in an instant. The ground beneath him couldn't withstand the heavy pressure and directly sank. He knelt on one knee. Get down. Titan's hammer. Bang! In just a moment, Xiao Chenyu was already spitting blood, smashed to the ground by the heavy hammer, embedded on the martial arts stage. Just as his subordinates were about to rush in, halfway there, they were instantly dumbfounded. Boss Xiao, you were knocked down by freshmen like this? However, before they could come to their senses, Tang Xian had already slowly turned around and looked at them. He raised the heavy hammer again. None of you can escape. Is this the level of the first soul skill of your boss Xiao? Still daring to claim to be the number 1 genius of Nuoding Academy? Let me show you what a true first soul skill looks like, one that deserves to be the boss of Nuoding Academy. Tang Xian Smy Fi Li. Since you want to witness my strength, then, as you wish. Wasn't that just the first soul skill? No, don't come over here. If that wasn't the first soul skill, then how could their leader Xiao have ended up like this? How could they possibly handle it? The little brothers instantly lost their courage. Run? This is a ruthless person. If hit by his first soul skill, wouldn't that be disastrous? However, it was clear that since Tang Xian said he would sweep them all away alone, he wouldn't let them off so easily. Stop barking like dogs. Thinking of leaving? It's not that easy. First soul skill, holy fire. Stay here. Kneel down. Boom. Chapter 29. 6 years the young man begins to grow. I've killed someone. Help. When Tang Xian's first soul skill was unleashed, everyone's actions were instantly restricted, all struck down by Tang Xian's massive hammer. Within a 10-meter radius, there were cries and wails everywhere, including Xiao Chenyu. None were spared from being covered in dirt. They were either moaning in pain or begging for mercy. Some of the little brothers were drenched in sweat, their faces filled with terror. In their eyes, Tang Xian from the 7th dormitory was no new student at all. He was clearly a god of death. They couldn't withstand a single move under his hammer. Perhaps only those senior soul masters with 2 rings could handle this Tang Xian. Tang Xian jumped down from the training platform and reined in his breath. He didn't really use deadly force. They were all classmates from Nuoding Academy. Just a lesson was enough. After this battle, it's likely that no senior would dare to provoke their 7th dormitory again. Tang Xian was making a show of strength. Otherwise, the harassment he would face at Nottingham Academy would be too much. This wasn't about showing off or seeking temporary satisfaction. You all, if you dare to provoke our 7th dormitory again, it won't just be a simple matter of skin and flesh pain. Upon hearing Tang Xian say this, Xiao Yu and his followers no longer dared to provoke the 7th dormitory. Moreover, not only should they refrain from provoking, but they should also, in an instant, all the brothers thought of the same thing, stood up, looked towards Tang Xian, and then in unison, performed a 90-degree bow. They shouted loudly, "From now on, you are our boss. Long live the boss." Tang Xian was slightly taken aback, but deep down he felt incredibly pleased. In Douluo continent, strength is paramount. The strong remain strong. Even the once arrogant Xiao Yu had to admit defeat, struggling to get up from the rubble. Walking in front of Tang Xian, he lowered his head and complimented, "Tang Xian, you defeated me. From now on, you are our new boss." Then he kicked his clueless little brother beside him again, making them apologize one by one to the brothers of the 7th residence. The people of the 7th residence were dumbfounded. Their status had suddenly risen from the bottom of Nottingham Academy to the top. All of this was because of Tang Xian. Wang Sheng felt a bit embarrassed, but he was genuinely happy about it. However, Xiao Wu was a bit unhappy. "I am the boss of the 7th residence. Tang Xian, no way. I want to fight you. I want to be their boss." Huh. Tang Xian was slightly taken aback, almost forgetting about Xiao Wu's presence. He quickly waved his hand in refusal, as he didn't want to fight with her. So he called out to the crowd, right? "Your boss is Sister Xiao Wu. Just call me Brother Xian. Keep it low-key, sure. Hello, Brother Xian." As soon as he finished speaking, a deafening cheer erupted in the square. Xiao Wu raised her chin and put her hands on her hips. "And me, I want to hear it too. Just call me Sister Xiao Wu." "Hello, Sister Xiao Wu." The little brothers immediately fulfilled Xiao Wu's wish, and she felt a delightful tingling all over, very pleased. Tang Xian helplessly shrugged his shoulders. This commotion naturally attracted the attention of many teachers in the nearby teaching building, among them the master, who was watching everything from an office. This Tang Xian truly is an unexpected guy. However, soon after, the one who had come to find him not long ago let out a wry laugh. "A tiger father has no dog son. He truly is the descendant of that old fellow. But this temper, well, haha." After that, Tang Xian had a rather calm time at Nottingham Academy, spending his days either cultivating or playing with Xiao Wu, and then checking in at Nottingham Academy every day. Ding! Successful check-in at Nottingham Academy. Soul power age increased by 500 years. Ding! Successful check-in at Nottingham Academy. Soul power age increased by 400 years. Ding! Successful check-in at Soul Hunting Forest. Congratulations. You have obtained a secondary reward, Second Soul Ring, Ethereal Evil Vine. Ding! Successful check-in at Nottingham Academy. Soul power age increased by 300 years. Ding! Successful check-in at Nottingham Academy. Soul power age increased by 200 years. Ding! Successful check-in at Soul Hunting Forest. Congratulations. You have obtained a secondary reward, Third Soul Ring. 8-legged Demon Centipede. Ding! Successful check-in at Nottingham Academy. Soul power age increased by 100 years. Ding! Successful check-in at Nottingham Academy. Rewarded with 1,000 gold soul coins. Ding! Successful check-in at Nottingham Academy. Obtained a secondary reward, Ability to change soul ring color at will. Time flew by like a white horse passing a gap. And 6 years suddenly passed. In the first year, Tang Xian increased the age of the first soul ring, 9-headed serpent, to 10,000 years. In the second year, he attempted to check in at the Soul Hunting Forest and unexpectedly received a secondary check-in reward, directly rewarded with a second soul ring, Ethereal Evil Vine. However, it had an initial age of 0, and the original soul ring color was also light white. After checking in at Nottingham Academy, he eventually increased the age of the second soul ring to 10,000 years. In the fourth year, Tang Xian's soul power level broke through 30, and he went to the Soul Hunting Forest again to check in, obtaining the third soul ring, 8-legged Demon Centipede. Like the second soul ring, it also had an initial age of 0, and the original soul ring color was light white. After checking in at Nottingham Academy, he increased the age of the third soul ring to 10,000 years. However, fortunately, Tang Xian also received a reward that allowed him to change the color of the soul rings. Now, he could freely change the color of his soul rings within the limits of their ages, such as switching between white, yellow, purple, black. If he didn't use this ability, the colors of his 3 soul rings would only be light white, light white, light white. Quite ridiculous. But in reality, the colors of his 3 soul rings were black, black, black. Moreover, the soul ring ages might continue to break through, heading towards 100,000 years. However, after 6 years of checking in at Nuoding Academy, the luck here seemed to be gradually declining, and the rewards for soul power age were decreasing, ultimately resulting in only soul coins being obtainable from check-ins. In 6 years, Tang Xian's soul power level had reached 38, Battle Soul Master, with 3 10,000-year soul rings. Xiao Wu was a 29-level Great Soul Master, with 200-year soul rings. Xiao Wu had already become a monstrous genius at Nuoding Junior Academy. But Tang Xian was even more abnormal. He became the most outstanding graduate of Nuoding Academy in that cohort. Such a genius, just graduated, received numerous recruitment offers from Junior Soul Master Academies. However, all were blocked by the Master. Xiao Wu was very puzzled about this. Xiange, I think those intermediate Soul Master Academies are quite good, but why doesn't the Master let us go? Instead, he stuffed us into that unknown Shrek Academy? Tang Xian smiled slightly. The Master's arrangement has its own deep meaning. He didn't explain too much. Indeed, he should change to a different sign-in location. Shrek Academy should be a nice place. He then moved Xiao Wu, who was lying on him, aside and stood up from a field of flowers, stretching lazily. Xiao Wu, you can't be lazy anymore. You need to speed up your cultivation. Otherwise, you won't be able to keep up with me. Tang Xian looked at Xiao Wu on the ground. At this moment, after 6 years of growth, Xiao Wu had already blossomed into a graceful figure. But she still liked to lounge on him and could sleep for half a day. He could skip cultivation, but Xiao Wu, you have to cultivate. Tang Xian helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Come on, in the flower field under the moonlight with such a beautiful scenery, I will accompany Xiao Wu to practice a bit more. After a fierce battle of 300 rounds, the two collapsed under the flower field, lying on top, panting and sweating lightly. Brother Xian is too strong. Let Xiao Wu take a break. Tang Xian was slightly taken aback. What kind of wolfish words was this little girl saying? They were just having a normal spar, right? Why did it sound so strange? However, he couldn't help but steal glances to the side. Sure enough, Xiao Wu was a beautiful girl. She's grown up. Chapter 30. The first battle with Dai Mu Bai. Tang Xian and Xiao Wu, the most outstanding graduates of the Nuoding Junior Soul Master Academy this year, were arranged by Master Yu Xiaojang to go to Soto City to further their studies at a Soul Master Academy called Shrek Academy. After a long journey, Xiao Wu and Tang Xian finally arrived in Soto City just before dark. Phew, we finally made it, or we would have to spend the night outside. Tang Xian let out a sigh of relief. Finally, he could get a good night's sleep. Xiao Wu rubbed her shoulders, looking exhausted. Tang Xian looked ahead at Soto City. There were quite a few inns and similar establishments, but most of them had fully booked signs hanging up. Xiao Wu, it seems like we have nowhere to sleep again tonight, Tang Xian said awkwardly. Just when Xiao Wu was about to feel disappointed, her eyes suddenly brightened as she spotted something in the distance that had been obscured by a sign. Xiange, isn't there a hotel over there? I think it's called the Rose Hotel. It looks pretty good. Let's go check it out. Tang Xian was taken aback, as he hadn't found it before. All right, since there is no fully booked sign, there should still be rooms available. Moreover, this place reminded him of a character. Dai Mu Bai. Tang Xian's lips curled slightly as he walked towards the lobby of the Rose Hotel. Boss, do you have any vacant rooms? For 2 people. 2-person guest room. The front desk clerk looked at the handsome young man in front of him, with a sweet and cute little girl beside him, and instantly understood their relationship. Sorry, we don't have any extra rooms for 2 people. We only have one couple's room left. Bringing a girlfriend and asking for 2 rooms? If he didn't catch on, this front desk clerk was really clueless. Even if there were 2 rooms, he would only book one. Some generous young masters might even give him a little tip. Moreover, he wasn't lying. The Rose Hotel indeed only had 1 couple's room left today. 1 room is fine. What's the big deal? It's just sharing a bed, right? Brother Xian and I have always shared a bed, Xiao Wu said cheerfully, not minding at all. A glint flashed in the front desk clerk's eyes. Then let's proceed with the check-in. Please pay the deposit first. Tang Xian shrugged his shoulders and casually tossed out 30 gold soul coins. Bring me the best dishes you have here. The receptionist was immediately delighted to accept the gold soul coins, thinking how generous it was. 30 gold soul coins. What dish couldn't he be ordered? The extra would just be his tip. Soon, the registration was completed, and the room key was handed to Tang Xian. Just as he got the key and was about to take Xiao Wu to their room, he saw a blonde young man, teasing 2 alluring beauties in his arms. Walking towards the reception desk, The receptionist was about to hang up the fully booked sign when he said to the newly arrived Dai Mubai, "Sorry, we are fully booked today." Hearing this, Dai Mubai's gaze instantly turned cold as he looked over. "You dare rent out the room I reserved?" The hotel owner, sensing trouble, immediately scolded the receptionist. "What are you doing? How could you rent out the room reserved by Dai Xiao to other guests?" "Dai Xiao, please calm down. It was my fault for not clearly explaining to the staff. This will absolutely not happen again. However, the current guest in that room is already." The owner felt a bit awkward. Dai Mubai, who was hugging the beauties, instantly became furious. "Tell that guy to vacate the room for me. How many gold soul coins do I need to compensate for it?" Naturally, Tang Xian, hearing the commotion, could not sit idly by. He calmly walked behind Dai Mubai and said, "I'm sorry, but I've already reserved the room." Dai Mubai was somewhat surprised and turned to look at this guy in front of him, then casually tossed out several gold soul coins. "Is this enough?" "Tang Xian Juka Silenti." A few gold soul coins to send him off? Dai Mubai is really interesting. If it were an ordinary person facing such arrogance, they would have already taken the gold soul coins and left. But Tang Xian is not an ordinary person. He casually took out a handful of gold soul coins and threw them on the table, looking at Dai Mubai with a playful expression, as if to say, "Do you think I'm a man who cares about money?" Dai Mubai, who was holding two beautiful women, instantly felt embarrassed. This was quite a blow to his pride, bringing women to a hotel and not even being able to secure a room. Anger surged within him. "Oh, you little brat who doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth. Do you know who you're talking to?" As he spoke, a strong wave of soul power suddenly emanated from him, causing many of the surrounding guests to rush out of the shop in panic. This kind of soul power fluctuation was at least that of a three-ring soul master. However, in the face of this terrifying soul power, Tang Xian remained unmoved. "So, what do you want?" Tang Xian said calmly. Just a Dai Mubai. He hadn't loosened his muscles in a long time. Naturally, he wanted to snatch the key from your hands. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Xian, unfazed, instantly released his own soul power. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the entire hall fell silent. Unexpectedly, this teenager was also a soul master, a very young soul master. Moreover, judging from the fluctuations of his soul power, he was not weak at all. Xiao Wu jumped down from upstairs and walked to Tang Xian's side, her face filled with displeasure. "We clearly arrived first and paid the deposit. Why should our room be given to you?" "Brother Xian, don't bother reasoning with this unreasonable guy about who came first. Just give him a lesson." She huffed. "If you can endure it, I can't. If you don't take care of him, I'll take care of him myself." Tang Xian rubbed Xiao Wu's head, feeling a bit troubled by her personality, but she did have a point. Xiao Wu was just watching from the side. She wouldn't let Xiao Wu sleep on the street tonight. Dai Mubai, seeing this scene, twitched his mouth. When had he ever endured such humiliation in Soto City? He then sneered and said, "Very good. It seems you are also a soul master. Don't blame me for bullying ordinary people. Today, I'll let you know why the flowers are so red." In the next moment, Dai Mubai's eyes changed color as he suddenly charged towards Tang Xian. He raised his right fist and slammed it down hard towards Tang Xian's chest. Tang Xian smiled slightly, indeed in line with Dai Mubai's style, as it is better to fight than to hear about it. Facing such a fierce attack, Tang Xian did not retreat at all. He spread his feet apart, took a bow stance, and opened his arms to welcome the attack. At the moment Dai Mubai's fist struck his chest, a layer of milky white flowing light instantly covered his hands, using the Xuantian skill to meet with the Xuan hand. Bang! The immense recoil force slammed heavily onto the Xuan hand, yet it didn't shake him even a bit. Indeed, it was something with a bit of power. But if he could take one punch, what about the second? Dong dong. Dai Mubai's tiger-like strength continued to hammer down, while Tang Xian's palms overlapped, leaving afterimages in their wake. Each punch was steadily and accurately met with Tang Xian's Xuan hand. If it were an ordinary soul master, not to mention being able to catch Dai Mubai's fist, even if they did, their hand bones would be shattered from the impact. However, Tang Xian suffered no injuries at all. Dai Mubai took a step back, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Chapter 31, Dragon and Tiger Clash. As the sounds of collision continued, Dai Mubai's expression changed slightly. What soul skill is this kid using? All my brute force feels like it's hitting cotton, utterly powerless. And Tang Xian had no intention of remaining on the defensive. Taking the initiative to attack was his style, controlling the crane to capture the dragon. Ghostly shadow, mysterious steps. Dai Mubai, who had already retreated to create distance, was instantly closed in on by Tang Xian. Tang Xian extended his hand with a mystic jade palm, striking firmly on Dai Mubai's right shoulder. What seemed like a weak and powerless hand suddenly unleashed a tremendous force, making Dai Mubai feel as if a giant hammer had crashed down on his shoulder, causing him to stumble uncontrollably. In the next moment, Tang Xian had already executed the ghost shadow step, circling behind Dai Mubai, leaving only an afterimage, and kicked out. Although Dai Mubai had sensed the person behind him, it was too late. He lunged forward, nearly falling to the ground in the hall. It took him several steps to regain his balance, and his expression instantly turned extremely unpleasant. Damn, how could he be so strong? Dai Mubai felt oppressed and toyed with. But how could this be possible? He was a battle soul sovereign. The immense frustration made Dai Mubai unable to contain his anger any longer. Don't blame me. I'm using my soul rings now. Activate. In an instant, a powerful wave of soul power erupted from Dai Mubai's body, overpowering the previously suppressed soul power entirely. 3 soul rings slowly appear beneath Dai Mubai's feet. Yellow, yellow, and purple. 3-ring, battle, soul, sovereign. Tang Xian raised his eyebrows slightly, finally unable to hold back from revealing his true abilities. Dai Mubai's talent is quite impressive. Relying solely on his own cultivation, he has already become a 3-ring soul master, truly worthy of being a monster from Shrek Academy. I was originally planning to play with you, but it seems I underestimated you. Dai Mubai slowly spoke these words, but now his aura was completely different from before. After finishing his words, Dai Mubai let out another roar. Evil Eye White Tiger, manifest! Suddenly, Dai Mubai's eyes transformed into enchanting pupils, and behind him, a majestic white tiger phantom slowly emerged, roaring through the mountains and forests. Dai Mubai, level 37 Soul Master. Martial Soul Evil Eye White Tiger, please enlighten me. At this moment, Dai Mubai no longer held any contempt for his opponent. Someone who could easily take his powerful punch and remain so calm is surely not an ordinary person. Thus, he introduced himself, wanting to engage in a duel between soul masters. As soon as he finished speaking, Dai Mubai, with his martial soul manifested, shot towards Tang Xian. Good. If that's the case, let's play. Tang Xian, level 38 Soul Master, Martial Soul, Radiant Holy Dragon. Please enlighten me. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Tang Xian's soul power fluctuations were instantly released, and 3 soul rings slowly appeared beneath his feet. Light white, light white, light white. Dai Mubai's pupils constricted slightly. The color of the soul rings is too absurd. He then shook his head. This soul power fluctuation is too weak. Tang Xian smiled slightly upon hearing this, and his consciousness instantly murmured. Soul ring color switch. 1000-year soul ring. The originally light, white soul ring color suddenly became hazy, and when it reappeared, the color had completely changed. Purple, purple, purple. 3000-year soul rings. How is this possible? Dai Mubai's eyes widened in shock. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A wave of soul power unique to 1000-year soul rings swept over. The aura of the 10-year soul ring instantly rose several levels with the change to purple. Dai Mubai swallowed hard. The aura of the soul ring cannot be deceived. It is indeed the aura of a 1000-year soul ring. What kind of monster has he encountered? This young man's talent is even higher than his. He is already a standout among the younger generation. But now he has met a subordinate who is even more formidable than him. Dai Mubai couldn't help but suspect that this guy named Tang Xian might also be a disciple of some major family or sect. Perhaps even a direct disciple of someone from the upper 3 sects, the Spirit Hall, or a titled Douluo. Realizing this, Dai Mubai instantly recognized his recklessness, and his expression became extremely serious. Regardless of which possibility it is, he has no need to offend such a person over a guest room. Making friends is more important. He quickly said, My friend, I was too unreasonable just now. I am very sorry, let's not fight. Not fighting. It's just a guest room, right? Tang Xian was slightly taken aback. Dai Mubai's expression changed too quickly. Dai Mubai really didn't want to make a move. On one hand, he was afraid of offending certain major sects, and, on the other hand, the opponent was clearly formidable. With 3000-year purple soul rings compared to his 2 yellow and 1 purple soul ring, and the opponent's soul power was even 1 level higher than his. The gap was too significant. It didn't matter if he lost, mainly because there were 3 beautiful women present, and in such a public setting. It wouldn't be good for anyone to lose or win. Ha ha! Xiao Wu, who was beside them, laughed heartily at the sight of the previously arrogant Dai Mubai being put in a tough spot. She had long known that Tang Xian's soul ring colors could change. He was now just revealing 3 purple soul rings. If Tang Xian had just shown 3 black soul rings earlier, she wondered what the other party's expression would have been. Hee. So, are you scared now? Tang Xian, am not some soft persimmon that you can squeeze at will. Tang Xian's words clearly indicated that Dai Mubai was someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong. This aggressive momentum immediately put Dai Mubai in a difficult position. It was obvious that the other party was not someone to be trifled with. However, that remark from the opponent was a bit too dismissive of him. After all, he was now the older brother of Shrek Academy. As for his even more noble identity, he was a prince of the Star Luo Empire. To say that Dai Mubai bullied the weak and feared the strong, that simply wasn't true. Roar! The aura of the evil-eye white tiger behind him instantly surged to its peak. The mountains and forests echoed with his roar. In that case, let us spar. You little brat! Dai Mubai shouted explosively. Tang Xian directly held the Haotian hammer in his hand. At this moment, the Haotian hammer had no soul power infused into it. Looking no different from an ordinary forging hammer, Tang Xian only felt that the Haotian hammer was a good weapon. If you can take 3 of my strikes, then I will admit defeat. What a big talk. If you can defeat me, Dai Lao Da, I will call you the boss. Dai Mubai sneered. The opponent was clearly a bit younger than him, and although his level was 1 rank higher, his so-called combat skills were definitely not as good as his. 3 strikes. In Dai Mubai's view, it was a done deal. Holy Light Dragon. Possession. Boom, boom, boom. The holy light surged, and the sacred fire instantly ignited. Attaching itself to the Haotian hammer, Tang Xian gripped the Haotian hammer in one hand, like a war god. A cold light flickered in his eyes. Chapter 32. 2 hammers are enough. The scorching flames instantly caused the temperature in the entire Rose Hotel lobby to rise several degrees. Dai Mubai immediately felt a heat wave sweeping over him, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Tang Xian stood in the air like a war god, holding a giant hammer. Behind him, a dragon shadow faintly emerged. Dai Mubai bent down to gather strength, with the evil-eyed white tiger roaring on the ground behind him. The phrase dragon fights and tiger battles perfectly describes this situation. However, it was clear that Dai Mubai looked a bit nervous. He felt the pressure coming from his peers, a sensation he only experienced when encountering the teachers from Shrek Academy. Tang Xian looked down at Dai Mubai calmly, holding the Haotian hammer in his hand, and softly asked, 3 strikes. I'm afraid you won't even be able to take one. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance to strike. You go first. Arrogant. Dai Mubai gritted his teeth. This kid really doesn't take him, Dai Mubai, seriously. The difference in soul power is only 1 level, and he thinks he can finish him off in 1 blow. That's too arrogant. Let's see if I can knock you down. After saying that, Dai Mubai let out a roar, took a step forward, his sinister eyes flashing, and he opened his arms as his muscles bulged. He suddenly opened his mouth wide, and milky white soul power instantly gathered in his tiger's mouth, then violently collapsed, forming a huge white energy ball in his mouth, faintly exuding a destructive aura. Dai Mubai did not let his guard down because of the opponent's arrogance. Instead, he became more vigilant. He launched a powerful attack. As the teachers at Shrek Academy had taught him, if you're lacking in strength, it's best to strike first. Come down. Second soul skill. White Tiger's radiant light wave. Buzz. The explosive white energy formed in his mouth instantly shot out from Dai Mubai, creating a dazzling white beam that rushed directly towards Tang Xian, who was suspended in mid-air. Faced with such a fierce attack, Tang Xian seemed stunned, unsure if he didn't react in time or simply didn't care. Dai Mubai smiled slightly at this. One should never underestimate any opponent, and this person was so arrogant. Fighting yet so relaxed, this move would definitely hit. 3 strikes. This guy is probably getting overconfident. Boom! A loud explosion erupted as the White Tiger's radiant light wave detonated on Tang Xian, instantly turning the Rose Hotel's hall into chaos, with tables and chairs flying everywhere. Dai Mubai was thrilled. 100% hit. Even if his bright Saint Dragon martial soul's body is so powerful, this strike is enough to heavily injure him. That was his full power strike. This guy actually dared to face it head-on, truly ignorant. He had initially thought that if the opponent dodged, he would directly unleash his first soul skill, White Tiger's Barrier, to close in and deliver another blow. Now it seemed completely unnecessary. He had never seen a peer who could withstand his White Tiger's radiant light wave and still have the strength to fight back. They would either be heavily injured or dead. Dai Mubai looked at the center of the explosion, where the light was flourishing, and smiled slightly. I'm sorry. but you probably won't even have a chance to swing once before you kneel before me. Dai Mu Bai. In this sparring match, you are sure to lose. However, before Dai Mu Bai could finish his words, a sudden change occurred. The white explosion point was instantly shattered by a ball of fire, and golden flames swiftly engulfed the white tiger's radiant light wave. The violent energy was immediately extinguished. Aside from the surrounding environment, Tang Xian himself was not affected in the slightest. He showed no signs of being heavily injured. A cold expression slowly emerged amidst the flickering flames. A bit of power, but not much. What? Dai Mu Bai was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his senses. His high combat awareness prompted him to activate his first soul skill, White Tiger's Barrier. Protect. At that moment, the Haotian hammer, engulfed in flames, came crashing down. Bang! Tang Xian had already dove down with the Haotian hammer, raising his hand to strike. The golden Haotian hammer instantly made contact with the silvery protective barrier, but only held for 3 breaths before it shattered. The light curtain broke apart. Dai Mu Bai was violently pushed back by the immense force, sliding along the ground for several meters before crashing into the counter and barely coming to a stop. Cough, cough, cough. Dai Mu Bai clutched his chest and let out a muffled groan. His blood was surging within him. So strong. No, you are too weak. Dai Mu Bai's expression suddenly turned extremely grim. How could this be weak? He only had 3 soul skills at the moment. The first soul skill, White Tiger's Protective Barrier. The second soul skill, White Tiger's Radiant Wave. And the third soul skill, White Tiger's Diamond Edge. Just now, his second soul skill, White Tiger's Radiant Wave, was arguably his strongest attack. The first and third soul skills were mainly focused on enhancing his physical body and defense. If this was weak, he really had no way to refute it. The key was that the opponent had easily withstood it. While he was left in such a sorry state from just one of the opponent's strikes, Tang Xian raised the Haotian hammer again, pointing it at Dai Mu Bai. Sorry, I overestimated you just now. You don't need to withstand 3 strikes. Just take my second strike without falling down, and I'll consider a loss. Upon hearing this, Dai Mu Bai's expression darkened, but he looked extremely serious. Come on, a strong person never gives up. I want to give it a try. Dai Mu Bai stepped forward again, gritting his teeth, his tiger claws raised, and 3 soul rings slowly rose up. The third purple 1,000-year soul ring instantly, radiating purple light. Dai Mu Bai pushed his soul power to the limit, fully enhancing himself. He held nothing back, and his momentum surged again. At this moment, he was at his peak state. With a loud roar, third soul skill, White Tiger King Kong Transformation. In an instant, his human nails suddenly transformed into the sharp claws of a white tiger, and the beast-like muscles burst forth, tearing his clothes apart. This strike, Dai Lauda, can definitely take it. Come on. Watching Dai Mu Bai, who had transformed into a fierce tiger, Tang Xian's mouth curled up. He raised the Haotian hammer again and leaped up. Very well. As you wish. The originally not-so-large Haotian hammer suddenly grew twice its size in Tang Xian's hands. The holy fire attached to its surface ignited again, burning more fiercely than before. 10,000 tons of strength. Soldiers, gather in formation. Buzz. The blazing hammer, carrying violent power, smashed down. Bang. In a state of White Tiger King Kong Transformation, Dai Mu Bai swung both hands, and his tiger claws instantly slashed out a white giant net of light, meeting the hammer head-on. The two made contact in an instant. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, the white giant net formed by sharp blades shattered like a spider web encountering flames. Dai Mu Bai crossed his hands to protect his head. White Tiger Protective Barrier. White Tiger King Kong Transformation. Hold on. Bang. The giant hammer smashed down suddenly. Dai Mu Bai's whole body shook, the explosive force instantly tearing apart all his clothes. The tiles beneath his feet couldn't withstand the heavy blow and suddenly collapsed. Dai Mu Bai could no longer hold on and fell down with a loud crash. Chapter 33. Dai Mu Bai has seen the big brother. Tang Xian slowly put away the Haotian hammer that was hovering in mid-air. Meanwhile, in the huge pit ahead, Dai Mu Bai had already fallen to the ground and was temporarily unconscious. After finishing, he clapped his hands and looked over at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu had already flown over. Brother Xian, that was amazing. He'll have to call you boss from now on. Hey, why isn't he moving? You didn't kill him, did you? Xiao Wu hung onto Tang Xian, looking at Dai Mu Bai on the ground. Hearing the word dead, the two beautiful sisters brought by Dai Mu Bai rushed over anxiously, crying, Dai Xiao, and the hotel owner, who had just been hiding under the cabinet, was even more direct in his lament. "Oh dear, you two gentlemen. Look at what you've done to my little shop. This is all money." Cough cough. Dai Xiao cleared his throat a couple of times, coming to his senses. His legs felt numb. His muscles were sore. You just lost." Tang Xian walked directly to Dai Mubai's side, squatted down, and announced the result. "I lost." Even so, Dai Mubai still cheered a little. He was the big brother of Shrek Academy, and today he actually lost to a kid. This was hard for him to believe. "Call me big brother. Losing is losing. A gentleman's word is hard to chase. So don't pull any amnesia tricks." Tang Xian smiled at Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai recalled the terrifying scene from earlier. If the opponent hadn't held back, he would have been seriously injured, if not dead. Hearing Tang Xian's words at this moment, he indeed gritted his teeth. For someone like him, the big brother of Shrek Academy, to bow his head in front of so many people was too embarrassing. Even if he lost, he couldn't admit it. He wasn't a gentleman. He was Meng Lang. Tang Xian was not in a hurry about this. He just wanted to suppress Dai Mubai's arrogance. It wasn't enough to simply defeat a prince of the Star Luo Empire and a genius of Shrek Academy to make him accept being a subordinate. Dai Mubai had his pride. If he wanted Dai Mubai to willingly acknowledge him as an older brother, there was still a long way to go. Tang Xian looked down on mere verbal calls. He preferred to conquer. Hearing Dai Mubai genuinely call him big brother from the bottom of his heart would be the real thrill. Tang Xian is not in a hurry. Perhaps Dai Mubai doesn't know yet that he will also join Shrek Academy later. With him in the academy keeping him in check, no matter how strong his pride is, it will be tempered in front of Tang Xian. Tang Xian looked at the silent Dai Mubai and did not continue to be aggressive. Instead, he walked toward the hotel owner's counter. At this moment, the owner was furious but dared not say a word. These two guys had broken so many things, and it would cost money. However, he didn't dare to ask for compensation. Just now, he had seen that they were powerful individuals. Soul masters, not to be provoked. Not to be provoked. Tang Xian, don't be nervous, boss. Here are 100 golden soul coins as compensation. Use it to make repairs. He then tossed a small bag of golden soul coins onto the counter, causing the hotel owner to widen his eyes in surprise. It was one thing to be so young and already capable of defeating young Master Dai, but to be this wealthy as well. Just a moment ago, he was wondering if Dai Xiao would compensate him after they left. He never expected this young man to be even more reasonable than Dai Xiao. "Thank you, guest. That's enough. Please, just relax. I won't disturb you any longer." Dai Mubai, who had just gotten up from the ground, was slightly taken aback. To take out so many golden soul coins and be so generous. He was even more convinced of his inner suspicion that this young man's background must be extraordinary. Tang Xian glanced at Dai Mubai and smiled lightly. "All right, you didn't call me big brother today because you still don't accept it. You might think it's just because my soul power is higher than yours. I'll give you another chance. When you become a 40th level soul master and absorb your 4 soul ring, come challenge me again. I'll give you 2 more chances." Hiss. Dai Mubai immediately gasped in surprise. The power increase between a soul sovereign and a soul master is not something trivial. This guy actually said such arrogant words. Who on earth is he? Top. Tang Xian ignored the wide-eyed Dai Mubai and led Xiao Wu upstairs to the guest room, thinking they would meet again. Dai Mubai suddenly turned around and shouted, "Tang Xian, I remember you. I remember what you said today. I am Dai Mubai of Shrek Academy, and next time, I hope to see your true strength." "True strength? Ha, you'll be dead." Tang Xian waved his hand dismissively. "Huh, what do you mean by you'll be dead?" Dai Mubai was momentarily confused. This guy talks too unpredictably. He thought Tang Xian would say something like, "We'll see each other soon," and it left him a bit at a loss. Tang Xian walked halfway, suddenly stopping and said, "Also, we will meet again soon. Isn't your Shrek Academy only accepting monsters? We will register tomorrow." Dai Mubai gasped, although he said he wanted to witness the other party's true strength. The next moment, when the other party mentioned going to Shrek Academy before he became a soul master, wouldn't that mean he would be beaten up every day? He instantly felt a sense of pressure. So, does this mean he will soon become his junior? Therefore, when the other party said he wanted to witness his true strength, does that mean he would make him socially die? Dai Mubai's mouth slightly opened. Being beaten by a junior indeed could lead to social death, and he cared so much about his face. However, it seemed that the other party didn't mean to bully the weak and gave him enough face. Thinking of the other party's previous restraint, mysterious background, and talent that was even more monstrous than his own, deep down, he assessed that this person was not the kind to be arrogant. Instead, he had a good character and was someone worth befriending. Thus, Bai pushed the two girls beside him away, looked up at Tang Xian, and his eyes revealed a hint of determination. This kind of gaze suddenly startled the people around. Could it be that they were going to fight again? However, under everyone's gaze, Bai directly bowed at a 90-degree angle. He shouted loudly, Bai, I am willing to accept the bet. Bai has met Brother Tang. The entire hall fell into a dead silence. No one would have thought that a third-ring battle soul master, who was arrogant and self-important every day, and from a noble background, would actually bow to a kid and call him brother. What kind of big news is this? Tang Xian's figure also paused slightly. Soon, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He said softly, not bad, the child can be taught. However, the other party didn't even nod, and with immense satisfaction, said something that only a mentor would say. Bai, waiting for Brother Tang at Shrek Academy. Let's talk later. Chapter 34 Shrek Academy. Bai, waiting for Brother Tang at Shrek Academy. Bai looked at Tang Xian's back, his gaze becoming more determined. With this guy at Shrek Academy, the younger generation chasing their goals will probably need to be replaced, and he also had someone to look up to. That person is Tang Xian. As a soul master of the Four Rings, I definitely won't be as embarrassed as today. Bai clenched his fists tightly, and from then on, he found the motivation to chase forward. Tang Xian and Xiao Wu had a wonderful night at the Rose Hotel. Early the next morning, Tang Xian took out the map marked by Master Yu Xiaojing and led Xiao Wu to a rather remote little village outside Soto City. They soon reached their destination. What kind of academy would be in such a corner of the world? Brother Xian, I have a bad feeling, Xiao Wu said timidly, pulling on Tang Xian's arm and looking into the distance. Sure enough, as soon as they entered the small village, they saw a very dilapidated stone archway with the words Shrek Academy on it. At that moment, a small, shabby table at the entrance had the words enrollment written on it, proving that Tang Xian and Xiao Wu had indeed come to the right place, the academy that Master had highly recommended. However, despite the remote location, there were surprisingly many students and parents lining up to enroll. But before Tang Xian and Xiao Wu could approach to understand the enrollment details, the registration table was surrounded by a large group of parents. This academy is a scam. They are clearly deceiving everyone for enrollment fees. I want a refund. My son has such high potential. He is one of the top talents in the Junior Soul Master Academy, but here he was told he is not qualified. Refund me. Scammers. Several parents around were banging on the table, filled with rage. However, a lazy uncle at the registration desk, without even lifting his head, said, refunds are not possible. Not qualified is not qualified. Scammer, you need to give us an explanation. The lazy uncle spoke again. Your son exceeds our age limit for enrollment. Your daughter does have some talent at this age, but her soul power level has not yet reached our Shrek Academy's minimum standard for enrollment. You either exceed the age limit or do not meet the soul power level. Not qualified. The lazy uncle casually said some very hurtful words. In fact, he was quite saddened. He had been here for several days and had not enrolled a single qualified student. He had long been used to the parents' outrage. Every enrollment would encounter such issues. Some parents, hoping for their children to succeed, couldn't help but plead, Teacher, your Shrek Academy standards are set too high. How can anyone break through level 21's soul power at that age? You won't be able to enroll any students like this. Yes, Shrek Academy is so shabby, and the enrollment standards are so high. It's clear they just want to pocket our enrollment fees. Each enrollment fee is 10 gold soul coins. It's too heartless. Refund. Refund. The lazy uncle in charge of enrollment at Shrek Academy was getting impatient, having heard the same complaints repeatedly. Shrek Academy only accepts monsters. As for the enrollment fee, it is non-refundable. Then he stood up and loudly stated, I will reiterate our Shrek Academy's enrollment standards. If you believe you do not meet them, do not bother trying, lest you accuse our academy of scamming you. First, Shrek Academy, also known as Monster Academy. A monster is not an ordinary person. The age must not exceed 13 years, and soul power must be at least level 21. If you do not meet the standards, do not waste everyone's time. After hearing the uncle's enrollment rules, many parents who had just come to register their children at Shrek Academy gasped in shock. They questioned, with such bizarre enrollment standards, even if you recruit for a month, you might not find a single person who qualifies. I see your academy doesn't really want to enroll students. It's just a scam for enrollment fees. Refund. The lazy uncle replied indifferently. Second, Shrek Academy prefers quality over quantity and will not lower the enrollment standards. Refund. Refund. Scammer. It's a miracle if you find talent. A large group of parents, who had initially come with a mindset of trying their luck, were suddenly enraged. Move by. Since someone is causing trouble, clear the scene. The lazy uncle directly said to Dai Mu Bai, who was lying on top of the archway. Boom! Dai Mu Bai jumped down directly from the stone archway, landing right in the middle of the crowd of parents. It instantly created a dent in the ground. We don't want it anymore. We're leaving. Don't act recklessly. The parents who had been so arrogant about demanding refunds instantly shrank back. The Soul Master's martial spirit with such power was extraordinary and looked very strong. They knew they couldn't fight him. Seeing this, Dai Mu Bai was not polite and directly revealed his 3 soul rings. The White Tiger's phantom appeared behind him, with a furious roar that echoed through the mountains. He coldly swept his gaze and said, "If you're not convinced and want your enrollment fee back, just defeat me, Dai Mu Bai, and I will return it double." 3-ring battle, Soul Sovereign. The parents who had previously shouted for refunds gasped in shock, although they had suspected it before. Seeing it with their own eyes was still quite shocking. Are the people in this academy monsters? Are there really students at this age who have already reached 3-ring battle Soul Sovereign? Didn't you hear what that enrollment teacher just said? Shrek is indeed a monster. It is filled with such monsters. The rumors were not false. They are really trying something very new in teaching. Is it true? Perhaps our children can also become such people. Maybe we should stuff some more money and give another try. Their academy seems quite poor, so we might have a chance. However, after being intimidated by Dai Mu Bai, those people instantly fell silent. Not only did they stop demanding refunds, but they were also thinking about how to bribe the uncle at the registration desk. Trash next. Enrollment fees are non-refundable. Trash next. Enrollment fees are non-refundable. Seeing this, the uncle slightly shook his head, looking at the long line. These people were wasting his time. So he slowly stood up from the table and walked to the center of the long line. I will say it again. Shrek Academy does not accept trash. I advise you to have some self-awareness. Shrek Academy enrolls monsters. Having said that, the lazy uncle's demeanor instantly changed as he stepped forward, and the soul rings beneath his feet instantly appeared. 1, 2, 3, 6. 1 white, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black. A total of 6 soul rings. A dark red long staff was horizontally positioned in front of him, creating a gust of wind as he lightly waved it. A deep trench suddenly appeared in the ground. The registration teacher was actually a soul emperor with 6 rings. A soul emperor was just in charge of registration. Chapter 35. Ning Rongrong's Desire for Conquest. 6 rings soul emperor. Even Tang Xian and Xiao Wu, who were watching from a distance, had their pupil's contract. Xiao Wu's eyes widened even more. Master's recommendation was indeed not wrong. The teachers here are too strong. Tang Xian smiled slightly. The reputation of Shrek Academy as a monster was not given for nothing. Those parents who tried to take advantage of the situation and sneak into Shrek Academy were immediately repelled by the aura of the 6-ring soul emperor. No one dared to hold on to any hope anymore. Those who knew they couldn't sign up sighed and took their children away from the registration line. But many parents were also curious. Are there really such genius monsters? They gathered nearby to watch. Tang Xian turned to Xiao Wu and said, "Let's go over there." Just as they took a step forward, a series of exclamations erupted from behind them. Beautiful! What a beautiful woman! Has a fairy descended to the mortal world? Tang Xian turned his head to look back, and beside him was a graceful woman dressed in a flowing blue long dress. With long brown hair cascading down to her waist, bright eyes and white teeth, a dignified and tall beauty walking towards them. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, she confidently stepped forward and politely said, "Hello, I am here to enroll in Shrek Academy. My name is Ning Rongrong. Teacher, please accept me." The uncle in charge of registration froze for a moment. What was this girl saying? Ning Rongrong. Tang Xian was slightly taken aback. She was indeed a stunning beauty with a unique charm. He then stepped forward with Xiao Wu. "Hello, we are here to enroll in Shrek Academy too. My name is Tang Xian. I am Xiao Wu." Teacher Li was also quite surprised. He had just emphasized that they only accepted monsters. And now 3 people came to enroll. As usual, he conducted bone age tests and soul power check for the 3 of them. Ning Rongrong, 12 years old. Soul power level 26. Meets the enrollment standards. Teacher Li stated the results of her test in a calm manner, but his eyes revealed a hint of doubt. How could he not see Ning Rongrong's identity? This girl was backed by the 7 Treasure glazed tile school. And he didn't expect someone from such a prestigious family to come to enroll in their Shrek Academy. He felt a bit worried, but soon figured it out. If they could train this girl well, the 7 Treasure glazed tile school would probably not say much and might even provide some funding for Shrek Academy. After all, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was considered one of the wealthiest, prestigious families. Enrolling Ning Rongrong would be beneficial without harm. Yes, she is a good seedling. As long as you can pass the following 4 rounds of tests, you can become a student of our Shrek Academy. However, you need to wait for the test results of the other students. No problem. Ning Rongrong smiled gracefully and naturally moved next to Dai Mubai. Even Dai Mubai couldn't help but glance at Ning Rongrong a few more times. Ning Rongrong gently raised her chin and looked at Dai Mubai. She was the most talented young lady of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Passing the assessment was a given. Moreover, she was the first to meet the enrollment standards of Shrek Academy. Her eyes naturally held a hint of pride. Dai Mubai rubbed his nose. Just wait and see. In Shrek Academy, real monsters are everywhere. Ning Rongrong raised an eyebrow, feeling a bit unconvinced. She wanted to see who among her peers could stand against her. Dai Mubai looked at Tang Xian and Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong was taken aback. Teacher Li held the bone age and soul power test reports of Tang Xian and Xiao Wu in his hands slightly trembling. Even his voice was a bit excited as he announced loudly. Tang Xian, 12 years old, 38-level Battle Soul Sovereign, meets the enrollment standards. Xiao Wu, 12 years old, 29-level Great Soul Master, meets the enrollment standards. At first, Teacher Li thought he had read it wrong. After all, it said that Tang Xian had 3 white soul rings. Even he had never heard of a soul master who could absorb 3 soul rings of less than 10 years and reach 38-level Battle Soul Sovereign at such a young age. I have never seen such absurdity. This is not normal. Isn't a monster supposed to be abnormal? Tang Xian said lightly. Teacher Li became even more excited. Yes. Our Shrek only enrolls monsters. You are very strange. Child, may I see your martial soul? Tang Xian said nothing and directly released 3 pale white soul rings and the bright sacred dragon. The top-tier beast martial soul, the bright sacred dragon. These 3 pale white soul rings seemed unusual as well. Upon seeing this, Teacher Li's eyes widened. He immediately grabbed Tang Xian and walked to the registration table. Kid, you have been admitted to Shrek Academy, and you don't have to participate in the subsequent tests. Teacher Li was extremely excited. A 38th level Battle Soul Master with the bright Sacred Dragon Martial Soul. His soul power level was already almost on par with Dai Mubai before even enrolling. What kind of person is this if not a monster? No need for any tests, just admit him directly. Monsters are exactly what these kinds of people are, and Shrek Academy is looking for such geniuses. And the other party's bone age is only 12 years old. In an instant, Tang Xian became the center of attention. Even Ning Rongrong widened her eyes, 38 levels, the same age as her. Is this for real? Tang Xian was somewhat taken aback, not expecting to enter Shrek Academy so easily. He then looked at Xiao Wu. As long as this friend named Xiao Wu and the recently mentioned Ning Rongrong could pass the upcoming practical assessment, they would be admitted to Shrek Academy. Xiao Wu clenched her fists and said loudly, "Don't worry. Xiao Wu won't hold us back. I will definitely pass the practical assessment." She then walked over to Ning Rongrong's side. At this moment, all of Teacher Li's attention was focused on Tang Xian, with no concealment of admiration in his eyes. All of this was seen by the previously proud Ning Rongrong. Tang Xian suddenly felt an incredibly scorching gaze watching her. How could someone as exceptional as her go unnoticed by the other party? Ning Rongrong was a bit angry. As the young lady of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect, she had never been treated this way. Immediately, a desire for conquest arose in her heart. When her beauty made the other party unable to resist, she would turn around and ensure he couldn't help himself. Then, with wealth to move his heart, she would make this person submit at her feet. Tang Xian turned around, and at such a close distance, he could see the other person's incredibly beautiful face. Noticing the 2 girls coming together, he also caught a glimpse of the spark in Ning Rongrong's eyes. "Hello, you must be Tang Xian, right? I'm Ning Rongrong. Nice to meet you." Ning Rongrong took the initiative to start a conversation. "Hello, I'll participate in the practical assessment too," he said coldly to the teacher. The registration teacher beside him nodded slightly and didn't say much, instead feeling quite pleased. This young man was not arrogant due to his favor, and with such talent, he still wished to participate in the assessment. Truly a good talent. It's important to know that sometimes character is just as important as talent. Otherwise, being too rigid can lead to a downfall. Chapter 36. The Ice Beauty Zhu Zhuqin. Naturally, Tang Xian, who was under Ning Rongrong's attention, was not willing to be outdone and politely extended a hand. "Hello, I am Tang Xian. Before Ning Rongrong could react, Tang Xian had already taken her delicate hand in his. Tang Xian thought to himself, I'm not someone who holds back. Ning Rongrong was instantly taken aback by Tang Xian's bold action. Her heart racing. Could it be that a sheep has walked into a tiger's den? But when she looked into his eyes, they were incredibly clear. It seemed that it wasn't as she imagined, and she quickly withdrew her hand, her face flashing an imperceptible blush. At this moment, Tang Xian turned to Dai Mubai, who was looking around. He enthusiastically greeted him. Dai Mubai, it's good to see you again. What's up? Aren't you going to say hello when you see me? Upon hearing Tang Xian's words, Ning Rongrong immediately twisted her neck to look at Dai Mubai, who was hiding in the back. So they had met before, but was Tang Xian also a newcomer to Shrek Academy like her? By right, they should both call Dai Mubai Senior. Dai Mubai's heart sank instantly. With so many people around, and especially at Shrek Academy, if it got out that he had taken a junior as his big brother, it would be embarrassing. Thus, he forced himself, took a step closer to Tang Xian's ear, and whispered, Brother Tang, today is the first day of school. It's so lively. Can you give me Dai Xiao? A little face? We still have practical assessments later. Let's catch up after we pass. All right, I won't make it hard for you. You can go. Tang Xian said. Hearing this, Dai Mubai immediately breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he was now the boss of Shrek Academy, with teachers and beauties watching. This was not a hotel corner. Dai Mubai was someone who valued his face. Let's go. I'll take you to the assessment location of Shrek Academy. Dai Mubai politely took the registration form from Teacher Li and prepared to lead Tang Xian and the others to the assessment. Excited, Dai Mubai was ready to take the three away without even looking back. But halfway through, Tang Xian suddenly stopped and said, Dai Mubai, why are you missing someone? He then turned his head to look at a corner not far away, where a girl was leaning against the wall, playing with her cat ears. Dai Mubai was shocked and realized that there were actually 4 people who had passed Teacher Li's examination and met the preliminary admission standards. This classmate, I believe you have also passed the first round of admission assessment. Next, we still have practical assessments that require everyone to work together. Let's go over together. Tang Xian said. Upon hearing this, the girl leaning in the dark corner gracefully walked out with cat-like steps. In the sunlight, a figure with an alluring willow waist and flowing, silky hair, her tall and slender body had a fiery allure that was not typical for her age. And her tight black clothing made her look even more captivating. Her fair cheeks and eyes, however, carried no hint of warmth, giving off a cold feeling. Tang Xian's gaze fell on the cat ears atop the woman's head, and he already understood the identity of the newcomer in his heart. This cold and charming girl was none other than Zhu Zhuqing. Even so, Tang Xian had no intention of engaging in much conversation. He simply mentioned going to the practical assessment together and then fell silent. He was completely unfazed by her beauty. The ice-cold beauty did not need warmth to melt her. On the contrary, being even colder than an ice mountain could attract the ice beauty's attention even more. Dai Mubai was already mesmerized and couldn't help but ask, who is his classmate? The ice beauty looked at Tang Xian, her red lips slightly parted. Hello, my name is Zhu Zhuqing, a level 27 agility attack system soul master. My martial soul is the nether cat. Meow. Hearing this, Xiao Wu was very happy and said, since that's the case, you're here for the 4th round of the practical assessment too, then we'll be partners fighting side by side in the future. Hehe, Xiao Wu, a level 29 power attack system soul master, and my martial soul is a rabbit. Please take care of me from now on. Ning Rongrong and Tang Xian also made simple self-introductions, and in a short while, Xiao Wu had already become close with Zhu Zhuqing. Xiao Wu listened to Zhu Zhuqing say she was about the same age as herself, her eyes filled with curiosity, and pointed at Zhu Zhuqing's chest. But why is there such a big difference between us? You're way too beautiful, so big, so white, so delicate. Ning Rongrong saw the cold as ice Zhu Zhuqing being pestered by the quirky Xiao Wu, asking questions nonstop, creating a very cute scene that made her giggle uncontrollably. Xiao Wu, even as Tang Xian reminded her, Xiao Wu still lacked restraint, looking like someone who had never seen the world before. She could only look at Zhu Zhuqing with a slightly apologetic expression, seeking her understanding. Zhu Zhuqing lightly nodded her head to indicate that she didn't mind. However, Dai Mubai, who was staring at Zhu Zhuqing, felt a bit uncomfortable. Stupidman. The sudden glare from Zhu Zhuqing made Dai Mubai's heart skip a beat. Oh no, it was the feeling of being smitten. Tang Xian smiled slightly. Dai Mubai, this flirtatious fellow, it's no wonder he can attract people. Dai Mubai had just retracted his gaze and led the 4 of them into the inner courtyard of Shrek. A tall and sturdy man stepped out and looked directly at Dai Mubai. Ha ha, Mubai, this year's recruitment is quite good. You actually have 4 people. He then glanced at Tang Xian, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and others behind him, and said lightly, "Very good. They all seem to be promising talents. Let me introduce myself. My name is Xiao Wujia, and I am your instructor for the final round of practical assessments." As for the self-introduction of a rough-looking man, neither Ning Rongrong nor Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu paid much attention. They seemed a bit impatient and said, "Instructor for the assessment, how will the final practical be assessed?" Ning Rongrong raised her chin proudly. "Very simple. Under teacher Xiao Wujia, you need to last for the duration of a stick of incense, and the assessment will be considered passed." Dai Mubai explained lightly, already starting to light an incense stick in the incense burner. Hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing confidently stepped forward. "In that case, I'll go first." However, just as Zhu Zhuqing was about to step forward, Tang Xian had already blocked her path, signaling her not to move recklessly. Unknown to others, Tang Xian was aware that this fierce-looking uncle named Xiao Wujia was not ordinary. If Teacher Li, who registered at the entrance, was a strong person, then Xiao Wujia was the one who could easily defeat strong people. Xiao Wujia was much stronger than Teacher Li, who was only a 6-ringed soul emperor, while Xiao Wujia was a 7-ringed soul sage. Seeing this, Xiao Wujia laughed heartily. "Little girl, you won tea last a single breath on your own. Mubai, give you half a stick of incense, time. Introduce my title of the immovable king. Don't say I didn't give these little ones a chance." Chapter 37. The immovable king Xiao Wujia. The time for a stick of incense was actually half a stick of incense of leeway. However, Dai Mubai did not think that teacher Xiao Wujia was arrogant. Instead, he felt it was only natural. If teacher Xiao Wujia didn't give any leeway at all, it would be very difficult for anyone to pass this stage. Dai Mubai then spoke to introduce. "The one guarding you is our Shrek Academy's teacher, Xiao Wujia, a level 76 strong attack system soul sage. His martial spirit is the great strength diamond bear. His title is the immovable king, soul sage." As soon as Dai Mubai's words came out, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu immediately gasped in shock. Tang Xian finally stepped aside from Zhu Zhuqing, and Zhu Zhuqing, no longer reckless, showed a slight change in her icy expression. A rank 76 soul saint, and she had just considered going in alone. How bold. Dai Mubai then said, "This round not only tests everyone's individual abilities, but I believe more importantly, it tests your team combat abilities, that is, teamwork." As soon as he said this, everyone looked at Dai Mubai as if he were an idiot. Did it need to be said? The opponent was a soul saint. The highest among them was barely a 4-ring soul master. Going solo was just asking for death. Without teaming up, there was no hope at all. Dai Mubai felt a bit embarrassed and glanced at the incense stick beside him, as if to say, "Am I just talking too much here to buy you some time?" Even if all 4 of them attacked together, let alone a full incense stick, even half an incense stick would be extremely challenging. After all, that was a soul saint, a being even more terrifying than a soul emperor. Even if teacher Xiao intended to go easy on them, what awaited them would still be a tough battle. The others understood and instantly realized something, falling silent. However, at that moment, Tang Xian loudly said, "There's no need to be so discouraged. The 4 of us are extraordinary geniuses among countless people. Why fear a soul saint?" Everyone's eyes brightened, and Xiao Wu eagerly responded, "Brother Xian, you take charge of the tactics. We will follow your lead." Tang Xian glanced over everyone and said, "Tactics? Just cooperate with my main attack. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, you 2 will launch a surprise attack. Ning Rongrong will assist." After finishing his words, a dragon shadow appeared behind him, and a pitch-black Haotian hammer suddenly appeared in his hand. It crackled with arcs of electricity. Twin martial souls? Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing gasped in shock. No wonder he was so confident. It turned out he had something to rely on. Ning Rongrong was stunned by Tang Xian's dominance. She was the only heir of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and although she was originally born to be a support role, who dared to command her from childhood to adulthood, yet now, she was being dominated by a young boy. However, she had never told him about her martial soul, so how did he know she was best suited for support? Tang Xian, a person who is difficult to read. However, how could she easily bow her head? Beside her, Zhu Zhuqing was also staring blankly at Tang Xian's face. This youthful vigor made her slightly stunned. She believed that with her own talent and hard work, she could catch up to and surpass any man. But the person before her was only 12 years old and already a level 38 soul master. with the even rarer twin martial souls. For the first time, Zhu Zhuqing felt a ripple in her heart. Tang Xian, whether in terms of temperament or talent, is someone I can only look up to. Very well, Tang Xian, you have successfully caught my attention. Zhu Zhuqing. Tang Xian stepped forward, pointing his giant hammer towards Xiao Wu, who was meditating with his eyes closed. Teacher Xiao, let's begin. Immediately, Xiao Wu stood on Tang Xian's left side, while Zhu Zhuqing naturally positioned herself on his right. As for Ning Rongrong, she was behind, preparing her spirit power. Upon hearing this, the usually calm Xiao Wu slowly opened his eyes and laughed heartily. It seems you have quite the confidence, huh? Good. Confidence is also a form of momentum. However, at Shrek, your confidence will be repeatedly tested and reshaped. As soon as he finished speaking, a tremendous wave of spirit power erupted from Xiao Wuji's body. The surrounding area was instantly filled with flying sand and stones, and a massive black bear shadow, almost solid, appeared behind Xiao Wuji, violently beating its chest. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing's expressions turned serious. This aura was too strong. Just releasing spirit power alone made it hard for them to keep their eyes open. Forget about lasting half a stick of incense. Being able to withstand a single attack next would already be a blessing. Sister Zhuqing, let's support Brother Xian. I believe in him, Xiao Wu said, and immediately sprang forward like a rabbit, quickly closing the distance. Tang Xian slightly nodded to Zhu Zhuqing and said softly, "There's no need to worry. Just leave everything to me." Zhu Zhuqing bit her lip lightly and said, "Let's first exhaust Teacher Zhao's soul power." In an instant, she executed the cat step and pretended to attack alongside Xiao Wu. Xiao Wujia, observing everything, had a smile on his face. Interesting. Let's see if you really have the qualifications to enter Shrek Academy. Dare to say it. Tang Xian has already unleashed his first soul skill, Holy Fire. In an instant, he encircled Xiao Wujia with flames. However, due to the level difference, Tang Xian's first soul skill couldn't impose much restriction on Xiao Wujia, who was directly immune. Buzz. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing appeared behind Xiao Wujia, but everything had already been captured by Xiao Wujia. Immediately, the diamond bear slammed both fists down to the ground. In an instant, the ground exploded, sending countless fragments flying and instantly knocking Zhu Zhuqing to the side. Seeing this, Ning Rongrong in the back chanted a spell and formed a seal. 7 treasures turn out the colorful 7-layer glaze. 7 treasures glazed pagoda. 7 treasures are famous. The first is strength, the second is speed, the third is soul. Second soul skill, speed amplification. In an instant, Zhu Zhuqing felt her body become much lighter, narrowly dodging the flying debris just in time. She re-vanished into the dust. Xiao Wu seized the opportunity, her eyes flashing with a hint of crimson as she looked at Xiao Wujia. Second soul skill, charm. Then she leaped up from above Xiao Wujia's head. First soul skill, waist bow, violent 8-stage throw. 7 treasures are famous. The first is strength. First soul skill, strength amplification. Ning Rongrong assisted again, bestowing the 7 treasures power onto Xiao Wu. Xiao Wujia suddenly felt something wrap around his waist. A tremendous force surged in. However, Xiao Wujia bellowed, "You little brat, you think you could shake me? Do you think the title of a movable king is just for show?" Xiao Wujia immediately grabbed Xiao Wu's leg, spun her around, and threw her out. Xiao Wu instantly used her rabbit kick to move quickly and create distance. So hard, it felt like kicking an iron plate, Xiao Wu said angrily. Suddenly, the dust was stirred up, and the black-haired, cat-eared Zhu Zhuqing, hidden behind Xiao Wujia, launched a surprise attack, her sharp claws wildly slashing towards Xiao Wujia's back. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Fire sparks flew everywhere. However, Xiao Wujia immediately turned around and swatted her away with a bare paw. "You little brat, go back and practice more. Do you think you can hurt me like this?" Tang Xian used a giant hammer to protect Zhu Zhuqing. "All right, you've been injured. Now you and Xiao Wu step back. Leave the rest to me," Tang Xian said lightly. Chapter 38. The Tang Sect's hidden weapons begin to show their might. Zhu Zhuqing clutched her chest and let out a muffled groan. Her breath suddenly became chaotic, clearly indicating that being hit casually by a soul saint was an unbearable blow for her, and at this moment, she had no strength left to continue fighting. Xiao Wu was also thrown over by Xiao Wujia. "All right, you're already injured, so Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, step back. Leave the rest to me. You brat, do you plan to take me on alone?" How naive. Xiao Wujia was immediately furious. This was too much of an underestimation of him as a soul saint. "So what if I do?" Tang Xian immediately stepped forward, With his left hand holding the Haotian hammer, flames rolling, his right hand was hidden behind him. Suddenly, he flipped his palm, and a dozen metallic silver needles appeared between his fingers. In the next moment, Tang Xian used the Tang Sect's hidden weapon technique with his Xuan Jade Hand, sending the silver needles rushing towards Xiao Wujia's eyes. Xiao Wujia, who had been in a defensive stance and had not taken the initiative to attack, summoned the illusion of the mighty King Kong bear. Don't blame me for using my strength against you. Buzz. Xiao Wujia's massive and fierce body instantly shot out like a giant cannonball, with just a sideways movement. The silver needles passed closely around him, darting through a sea of flowers without touching a single petal. Then, he dove toward Tang Xian. His gigantic bare paw aimed at Tang Xian's position, crashing down fiercely. Seeing this, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong's hearts tightened. The speed of this old sage was terrifying, and their eyes flashed with worry. However, Tang Xian was completely unconcerned. It wouldn't be so easy for Xiao Wujia to hit him. In the next moment, Tang Xian's eyes suddenly became enchanting, covered by a layer of faint, evil purple radiance. The Xuantian Treasure Record's Purple Extreme Demon Eye. Originally, Xiao Wujia, who appeared as fast as lightning in the eyes of Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, suddenly seemed to slow down in Tang Xian's eyes. Even the twitching of Xiao Wujia's facial muscles was clearly visible, making his expression look extremely ferocious. However, seeing clearly and being able to dodge were two different things. Tang Xian instantly unleashed the next Tang Sect secret technique, the Xuantian Treasure Record, Ghost Shadow, Mysterious Traces. Boom! Xiao Wujin's massive iron fist suddenly smashed down, causing the ground where Tang Xian stood to instantly cave in. The three women covered their eyes in unison, too afraid to look. Only Xiao Wujin remained focused. A phantom? Just now, his strike had actually missed. Amidst the swirling dust, a young figure appeared behind Xiao Wujin. He immediately became alert, glancing sideways, and saw a slender hand suddenly transform into a milky white iced jade hand in his eyes. The hand's shadow changed unpredictably before him. At this moment, Xiao Wujin felt an incredibly strong, explosive force reaching towards his back. Xuantian Treasure Record, Xuan Jade Hand, Control Crane, and Capture Dragon. Xiao Wujin suddenly felt a chill on his back, followed by a tremendous pulling force that bound him. His feeling was very strange. What soul skill is this? Xiao Wujin was astonished. It was the first time he had encountered such a peculiar method. Clearly, there was no fluctuation of soul power. However, Xiao Wujin was only slightly curious. Thinking this little bit of power could hold him, the unmoved king was simply wishful thinking. Kid, no matter how fancy your tricks are, the power of a soul sage cannot be shaken. At the moment the Tang Xian's Xuan Jade Hand touched his back, Xiao Wujin suddenly unleashed a terrifying wave of soul power, and colorful soul rings instantly appeared. Tang Xian suddenly felt a tremendous force that knocked his palm away, and even with the enhancement of Xuan Jade Hand, he could still feel some numbness. Beside him, Zhu Zhuqing, who was watching the battle, coldly murmured, "Damn it. The soul power of the soul sage is too thick. Tang Xian's usual methods can't break Xiao Wuji's defense, let alone cause any damage." As soon as she finished speaking, Tang Xian examined his Xuan Jade Hand. In the sunlight, a few golden needles at his fingertips reflected light as he softly said, "Is that so?" Xiao Wuji suddenly felt something was off with his body and touched his back, feeling a sharp pain. This kid is actually playing dirty. But do you think a few golden needles can hurt me? However, just as the thought crossed his mind, he suddenly felt a burning sensation on his back, and his expression changed slightly. "You little brat, where did you learn this method? You actually smeared poison on the golden needles?" Xiao Wuji felt the poison spreading within him, and his movements became slightly sluggish. Tang Xian's eyes shimmered with purple energy as he seized the opportunity to employ the same trick again. The ghost shadow technique was executed to perfection, with countless phantoms flashing around Xiao Wuji. With each appearance, Xiao Wuji found several barely noticeable fine gold needles embedded in him. Caught off guard and not using his full strength, Xiao Wuji was unexpectedly pricked by a small puppet from earlier. "Kid, do you want to turn me into a hedgehog?" Xiao Wuji said with a darkened expression. He had actually been injured. Buzz. Suddenly, 7 colorful rings slowly emerged from his feet. It was clear he no longer intended to be manipulated like this. He was ready to unleash his soul technique and show this kid some color. Instantly, Xiao Wuji's soul rings flickered faintly as he gathered power. Tang Xian smiled faintly. Do you want to unleash your soul skills? First, withstand my attack. Sumi Ring. Tang Sect's secret technique, the 100 hidden weapons. Suddenly, Tang Xian, who had created distance, took out countless precise, hidden weapons from the Sumi Ring, pouring them out like they were free. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of hidden weapons slicing through the air continuously rang in Xiao Wuji's ears. His scalp tingled. He was forced to defend as if he were a target. Seeing this, Ning Rongrong was shocked. Such a method did not seem like something a nameless family could master. But she had never heard of any family being deeply knowledgeable in this area. Zhu Zhuqing was also filled with doubts. What kind of family does this Tang Xian come from? His techniques are so peculiar. Xiao Wuji let out a muffled roar, but it made him look quite bad. He was actually being suppressed by a junior in that instant. By now, several dragon beard needles had already pinned down major acupoints on his body. Agony spread throughout him in an instant. If he hadn't cared at all before, now these dragon beard needles were actually starting to hurt a bit. Kid, very good. You were the first to force me to use my soul skills in an actual combat assessment. Fifth soul skill, gravity compression. Dozens of dragon beard needles were forced out from Xiao Wuji's body. Fourth soul skill, target tracking. Suddenly, Xiao Wuji's fourth soul ring flew out, heading towards Tang Xian's phantom. Run around all you want. Let's see how you escape my target tracking. Stop for me. Xiao Wuji shouted explosively. Second soul skill, great strength diamond palm. Several soul skills were unleashed in succession. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu felt a tightness in their hearts. Tang Xian, Brother Xian, be careful. However, Tang Xian gripped the Haotian hammer tightly. Soul skills? I have them too. It seems there's no need to hold back on the age limit. Chapter 39. 3 Lives Martial Soul, Battle Soul Saint. Soul skills? I have them too. It seems there's no need to hold back on the age limit. Radiant Holy Dragon. Manifest. 3 10,000-year soul rings appear. 3 pale white soul rings emerge from under Tang Xian's feet, but the pale white constantly changed, turning into yellow, purple, and finally solidifying into pitch black soul rings. Black, black, black. Empty, empty, empty. The 3 10,000-year soul rings stirred the Earth's soul power waves, instantly clashing with Xiao Wuji's soul power waves. 7 soul rings appeared around Xiao Wuji. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. The two forces collided. Then they instantly created distance again. Xiao Wuji's pupils constricted. 3 black 10,000-year soul rings. What kind of little monster is this? Facing the soul skill attack of Xiao Wuji, the 7-ring soul saint, Tang Xian shouted loudly. First soul skill, sacred fire. Boom. Within a 10-meter radius of Xiao Wuji, he was instantly enveloped by the sacred fire. This time, it was not as weak and powerless as before. He felt a wave of destructive and intense heat. The heat waves rolled in, and even while using his soul skill, he could still feel his own weakening. This was outrageous. Those who despise the light and the sacred will face punishment. Tang Xian declared directly. It was as if he was the supreme god above. At the moment Xiao Wuji was weakened, Tang Xian erupted, gripping the flame hammer, and rushed forward in an instant. The soul power from 3 10,000-year soul rings was instantly infused into the Haotian flame battle hammer. A tremendous force. The chaotic wind hammer technique. It collided instantly with Xiao Wuji's great power diamond palm. A wave of soul power formed between the two spread outwards, causing the area where Xiao Wuji and Tang Xian were fighting to completely collapse under the immense pressure. It was like a deep water bomb, exploding directly. The spectators died by. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao were blown away by the shockwave. Their clothes fluttered wildly. This guy Tang Xian is surprisingly strong, even able to meet teacher Xiao's soul skill. This is a soul sage. Even Dai Mubai was shocked. Then, squinting against the strong wind, he looked at the incense stick, which had already burned out. Teacher Xiao, the incense stick time is up. The practical assessment is over. Please stop. Dai Mubai shouted anxiously. However, Xiao Wuji, who was already in the heat of battle, paid no attention to such rules. Very well, consider you passed, but this battle is not over yet. Old man wants to see where your bottom line is. Tang Xian stood calmly in the center of the courtyard, smiling lightly and saying, Is that so? I would like to know too. I hope teacher Xiao can enlighten me. Arrogant. The third soul skill, gravity enhancement. In an instant, Tang Xian's calves sank directly into the floor, bearing immense pressure. However, there was not a hint of panic on Tang Xian's face. With a loud shout, second soul skill, Azura shock. Tang Xian's eyes instantly changed from purple to black, but became even more enchanting. Boom! Xiao Wujia's soul skill was being unleashed, and he only exchanged a glance with Tang Xian when suddenly he felt a jolt in his head, a resounding roar, an attack targeting the mental aspect of soul skills. Tang Xian smiled slightly. His second soul skill, Azura's shock, was provided by his second soul ring, the Abyssal Evil Vine. It targets the mental aspect. Although Xiao Wujia was strong, with a soul master level even higher at the soul sage level and extraordinary physical defense, his defense on the mental level was not very high. This was also a result of his neglect in this type of training. On the other hand, Tang Xian's mental strength, having lived 3 lives, had already undergone 3 enhancements through tempering. Ordinary soul sages might not even match his strength in this regard. With such a solid foundation, using his second soul skill became even more effortless. Xiao Wujia was indeed hit by the second soul skill, and in an instant, he was lost in thought, unable to move. Tang Xian's lips curled slightly. Control. It has to be controlled to the death. It's under control. Immediately, the third soul ring lit up. He directly stepped into the fire circle. The third soul skill, Blade of Slaughter. This third soul skill is naturally provided by Tang Xian's third soul ring, the 8-legged demon centipede. As Tang Xian unleashed it, 8 scarlet sharp blades emerged from his shoulder blades. His whole body instantly turned blood red, burning fiercely with the power of flames. Xiao Wujia's expression darkened. This guy. How could he have an aura even stronger than a 4-ringed soul master? Moreover, it was just the aura. Xiao Wujia, at the center of the storm, could feel that Tang Xian's strength was probably already comparable to a soul king. Xiao Wujia's heart was struggling. At this moment, he was suppressing his strength to the level of a 5-ringed soul ring. He thought that this would be enough to elevate them, but unexpectedly, he was still suppressed. If this continued, he would probably lose all face. Where did this little monster come from? Too monstrous. Xiao Wujia, targeted by Tang Xian's second soul skill aimed at mental power, had no choice but to lift the suppression of his cultivation. His soul power aura instantly surged to the level of a soul sage. Kid, you're done for. You've successfully angered me. The 7th soul skill, Great Power Diamond Bear Martial Soul True Body. Xiao Wujia's entire body was covered with a thick layer of brown fur, standing at 2.5 meters tall. His muscles bulging, and his brown-yellow eyes releasing a domineering aura. The moment he used the true body of his martial soul, his height rapidly expanded to 5 meters. His muscles exaggeratedly swelling, transforming into a true giant bear. The brown-yellow fur grew wildly, and a massive figure, the golden Great Power Diamond Bear Martial Soul True Body, was revealed. Tang Xian gazed intently. The true aura of the soul sage. The true form of the martial soul. Teacher Zhao, this is getting intense. However, he remained calm. The stronger the opponent, the more intense Tang Xian's fighting spirit became, with a faint dragon roar echoing behind him. At the same time, a pair of illusory, 6-winged angels blended between light and fire. The Holy Light Dragon was just a facade. The Haotian hammer was concealed by the raging fire. And at this moment, Tang Xian employed his old tricks again, summoning another pair of 6-winged angels, with all 3 martial souls joining the fray. He pulled up the Haotian hammer that was deeply embedded in the ground, swinging the heavy hammer and pointing it at Xiao Wuji. In that case, I'll dare to clash with Teacher Zhao. Second soul skill, Powerful Diamond Palm. Xiao Wuji was already in a frenzy, his massive palm crashing down violently. Bang, bang, bang. Tang Xian's 6-winged angel wings transformed into fiery wings, suddenly flapping, causing the floor to explode. Tang Xian shot out like a fiery red meteor, directly colliding head-on. Haotian hammer, 10,000 June's power. Crack, crack, crack. They directly made contact with Xiao Wujia's martial soul true form, and the two actually remained in a stalemate for a moment. Boom! At the center of the battle, sand and stones flew everywhere, forming a giant pit on the spot. The soul power directly sent the onlookers Dai Mu Bai, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu flying. The energies of the fire hammer and the palm shadow intertwined fiercely. Bang! With the power of the giant king palm. Tang Xian's soul power was completely exhausted, and he was directly sent flying. Tang Xian used the Haotian hammer to carve a long, deep groove in the ground, barely stabilizing his stance. I lost, Xiao Wujia said with great satisfaction. Kid, you have every reason to be proud. I concede, Tang Xian murmured, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 40, Oscar's Big Sausage. I concede. Tang Xian covered his chest and let out a muffled groan. At this moment, not only was his soul power exhausted, but his internal organs had also suffered some injuries, making him look extremely weak. Xiao Wuji's condition wasn't much better. He had completely lost the spirited demeanor he had at the beginning and looked very disheveled. Moreover, there were several dragon whisker needles still embedded in his body, which were tainted with the poison that Tang Xian had applied. Just now, as his soul power circulated, it had further deepened the toxicity. Seeing this, Dai Mubai didn't have time to be shocked and quickly shouted towards the inner courtyard Shrek Academy. "Oscar, bring some sausages." Immediately, a young man dressed in simple gray clothing, with neatly cut short hair and large peach blossom eyes, ran out from the inner courtyard Shrek. His deep-set peach blossom eyes and jade-like complexion made him look handsome and harmonious. When he didn't speak, he gave off a profound vibe. With appropriately thick eyebrows and a playful smile on his face, he looked like a dashing nobleman. However, he was indeed in the sausage-selling business. Wherever there was business, there was Oscar. Hearing Dai Mubai's call for sausages, he rushed out. I'm here. Dai Mubai, how many sausages do you want?" Oscar asked excitedly. Dai Mubai facepalmed and pointed at the disheveled group in the courtyard. "Stop wasting time. One for each person. Teacher Zhao and these new students are injured." Oscar's eyes immediately lit up, but upon seeing Xiao Wujia, his pupils slightly contracted. "My goodness, what happened? Even Teacher Zhao is hurt?" Xiao Wujia shot a fierce glare at him, looking as if he would smash him if he didn't hand over the sausages. Oscar didn't dare to hesitate any longer and immediately activated his first soul ring, loudly chanting his soul spell. "I have a big sausage." The first soul ring flickered, and a golden light shone, with Oscar now holding several big sausages in his hands. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu, who heard this soul spell for the first time, looked at the sausages in Oscar's hands and felt a wave of nausea, instinctively covering their mouths and noses. After a round of Dai Mubai's explanations, Zhu Zhuqing expressionlessly shoved Oscar's sausage in her mouth. Xiao Wu fell silent, while Ning Rongrong had no such reservations and directly refused. So disgusting. Tang Xian took the sausage that Oscar had transformed, his face dark as iron. However, he gritted his teeth and closed his eyes to eat it. In his heart, he recalled information about Oscar. Oscar was a food-type auxiliary soul master, a rare talent in the auxiliary category with innate full soul power. Although his sausage had a disgusting soul curse, it tasted quite good. After swallowing it, he immediately felt a warm current flowing within him, replenishing the soul power he had just lost and visibly healing his injuries. He promptly activated the Xuantian Gong, and soon Tang Xian's expression returned to normal. Oscar, feeling awkward, looked at Xiao Wujia and asked, "Teacher Zhao, how about you? Would you like to try my big sausage?" At this moment, Xiao Wujia was suffering from severe poison. His lips turned black, his tongue numb, and he mumbled, "It's contaminated. Quickly make a few more sausages." Without hesitation, Oscar chanted his soul curse. "I have a small sausage. I have a big sausage." Xiao Wujia had no qualms about this and ate it directly, which alleviated most of the toxins in his body. Ning Rongrong was amazed to see such a magical soul skill. It turned out that a food-type soul master could have a first soul skill that fully restores and a second soul skill that removes toxins. Shrek Academy truly has hidden talents. Oscar confidently patted his chest and said, "Although my martial soul is peculiar, it's practical and the effect is pretty good. Right? Very good. Awesome." Tang Xian gave Oscar a thumbs up. Oscar's awkward expression instantly improved, as few people criticized his martial soul, and compliments were even rarer. Hearing Tang Xian's words, his eyes sparkled with excitement. After recovering, Tang Xian slowly walked to Xiao Wujia's side. At this moment, Xiao Wujia still had a few major acupoints affected by the Dragon Whisker Needle, ranked 8th among the hidden weapons in the Tang Sect's Xuantian Treasure record, which had not been removed. This made Xiao Wujia feel extremely uncomfortable. With his soul sage cultivation, he was unable to pull them all out. Tang Xian, with a hint of apology on his face, said, "Teacher Zhao, I was rude just now. Let me help you remove the remaining Dragon Whisker Needles." Xiao Wujia nodded slightly, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Tang Xian stepped forward and used the Xian Yu hand technique, skillfully moving around Xiao Wujia's body, and before long, more than a dozen Dragon Whisker Needles were thrown onto the ground. Xiao Wujia's scalp felt numb. How many needles had this kid actually stuck in him? Fortunately, the toxin from these Dragon Whisker Needles was not very strong. If it had been a ruthless person like poisoned Douluo, he would have probably already met his end. At that moment, Xiao Wu joyfully jumped forward and said, "So, Teacher Xiao, can we say that we have passed the 4th practical assessment now?" Although Xiao Wujia felt a bit resentful towards Tang Xian from the earlier performance, it was clear that these kids had high talent, especially Tang Xian. He was simply more monstrous than a monster. Hearing this, he merely nodded silently. Passed. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing looked at Tang Xian with even more grateful eyes. Without Tang Xian's outstanding performance, the 3 of them would have probably struggled to last even half a stick of incense under Teacher Zhao's hands. At this moment, everyone showed radiant smiles. "All right, Mubai. Oscar, I'll leave these new students to you. Tang Xian, stay behind to clean up the battlefield. There are sharp hidden weapons everywhere, so it's better for you to tidy up yourself. The toxins on them might accidentally harm others." After saying this, Xiao Wujia left with a blank expression. He felt he had lost face today. Previously, he had even let Dai Mubai introduce the title of the immovable king for half a stick of incense, wanting to flaunt his status as a 7-ring soul saint. But unexpectedly, he was publicly challenged by a kid. If it weren't for Tang Xian's soul power not being as thick as his, he suspected he might have completely lost today. As soon as the assessment ended, Xiao Wujia didn't want to stay here for even a moment longer and turn around to leave in a huff. Seeing this, Dai Mubai couldn't help but chuckle. So even Xiao Wujia had moments of defeat. He then joked, "Teacher Xiao is the gatekeeper of the 4th round. He's actually not fierce, just a bit strict. Everyone, don't take it to heart." After saying this, he took Tang Xian and the others to settle into their dorms. At this moment, the long-awaited sign-in system notification finally rang. Ding! Sign-in location refreshed. A sign-in location detected at Shrek Academy. Remaining sign-in attempts. 1 time. Tang Xian shouted internally. System. Sign-in. Chapter 41. Tang Hao's night visit to Shrek. Ding. Shrek Academy. Sign-in successful. Congratulations. You have received a level 2 reward, gaining a 2-level soul power increase. Congratulations. Your soul power level has reached level 40. Buzz. A wave of soul power radiated from Tang Xian's body. Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu, who had just tidied up the dormitory, instantly felt this fluctuation. Who is breaking through? It's coming from Tang Xian's dormitory. Wow, Brother Xian has broken through again. The 3 girls exclaimed. Shrek Academy has really welcomed a monster. Dai Mubai was also surprised as he came to the dormitory door. Tang, big brother, you've broken through already? Tang Xian nodded lightly. I broke through the bottleneck during the battle with Teacher Zhao. Of course, this is just an excuse he casually made up. Dai Mubai swallowed hard. How could anyone live like this? Night fell behind the Shrek Academy. A man who looked around 50 years old, with a sturdy build, a slightly protruding chin, broad cheekbones, a flat face, and a pair of black-framed square crystal glasses resting on his hooked nose, stood in front of Xiao Wujia, looking rather peculiar. Dean Flander, these kids are quite good today. Xiao Wujia was currently reporting the results of today's assessment to the Dean of Shrek Academy. Oh, hearing Xiao Wujia's words, even Flander was a bit surprised. To get a decent evaluation from the strict and rigid Xiao Wujia meant they were not just average. Flander curiously asked some specific questions about the new students. While they were conversing, a tall and robust figure was outlined in the moonlight above the trees in the forest behind them, a mysterious person in a black robe. He remained unnoticed while listening to Xiao Wujia's report alongside Flander. It wasn't until Flander inadvertently caught sight of the reflection on the ground that he realized someone was there. Who is it? Is there someone here? The tall man in the black robe coldly called out. Golden Iron Triangle Flander. Unmoving King Xiao Wujia. In an instant, both Flander and Xiao Wujia became alert, immediately entering a defensive posture, colorful soul rings emerging from beneath their feet. This was Shrek Academy, and the opponent could appear and disappear without a trace, directly showing up right under their noses while calling out both their identities. Such a demeanor could only belong to someone with immense strength or someone who is utterly fearless. Could it be that an enemy was seeking revenge? But if it were an assassination, the two of them would have probably. Buzz. The reflection on the ground instantly disappeared, and when it reappeared, the real body was already in front of Flander and Xiao Wujia. Who are you? Why do you not show your true face? Flander coldly asked. His voice was filled with confidence. There were 2 of them now, and they were not afraid of any enemies, unless the opponent was a title Douluo. But why would a title Douluo hold a grudge against them? You will soon know who I am. The tall man in black spoke in a deep voice, and at the same time, a massive soul power emanated from him. 9 dazzling soul rings instantly appeared from beneath his feet. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. A total of 9 rings, especially the last one, the extremely alluring scarlet 9th soul ring, exuding a terrifying aura. The scarlet soul ring, representing a soul beast of at least 100,000 years. Flander and Xiao Wujia's pupils trembled. Title Douluo. Soul rings have always been a reflection of strength. Seeing the opponent's soul rings, how could Flander and Xiao Wujia not know the other's strength? How could such a person appear out of nowhere in their Shrek Academy? Sir, I don't know what Shrek Academy did to offend you. Please state it clearly. In front of a title Douluo, the identity of the dean of Shrek Academy meant nothing. Flander immediately lowered his stance and directly admitted defeat, requesting to be spared. Meanwhile, Xiao Wujia, who was still imposing and renowned during the day as the unmoving king, was now trembling in fear. A title Douluo could crush him with a slap. He could only shiver on the side. What place offended me? Flander, didn't you just hear? My subordinate was beaten, of course. I have to back him up. Flander instantly looked at Xiao Wujia beside him. How did you provoke a title Douluo? Xiao Wujia was on the verge of tears. I also want to know. The man in front slowly took off his hooded cloak, and suddenly a pitch-black Haotian hammer, filled with a sense of destruction, appeared in his hand. He slammed it hard onto the ground. A gale immediately surged in the back mountain. Haotian Douluo Tang Hao. Flander's pupils constricted, and his face changed dramatically. How could this killing god come to Shrek Academy to cause trouble? This was the killing god who even smashed the previous pope of the Spear Hall. Flander's mind raced wildly, suddenly recalling what Tang Hao had just said about backing up his subordinate. His heart trembled, and he turned to Xiao Wujia in disbelief. Brother Wujia, why did you have to beat the descendant of Haotian Douluo? Xiao Wujia's eyes were almost shedding tears. I didn't hit anyone. Tang Hao let out a light exclamation upon hearing this. The fluctuation of soul power instantly swept through the area. He suddenly raised the Haotian hammer in his hand. Xiao Wujia's breathing quickened immediately. This scene felt oddly familiar. Oh, it turns out the little monster I encountered today is actually the son of the Haotian Douluo. Xiao Wujia suddenly recalled the little guy Tang Xian holding that fire hammer. Isn't that the Haotian hammer? Haotian, I swear, I really didn't make things difficult for your child. I didn't know anything at all. If I had known, even if you gave me 100 times the courage, I wouldn't dare to touch him. Enough nonsense, Xiao Wujia. Come over and take a beating. Haotian, if you strike, one hit will smash me to pieces. Is there any need for me to resist? Hey, I'll give you a little chance to struggle. Next, I won't use my martial soul. If you don't resist, you won't have a chance. After saying that, Tang Hao directly swung the Haotian hammer down at Xiao Wujia. Martial soul, true form, mighty diamond bear. Xiao Wujia instantly used his 7th soul skill to take a hit. Crack, crack, crack. The sound echoed, and Xiao Wujia looked at Flanders for help. Flanders suddenly felt a shiver. Brother Wujia, opportunities to accept the training of Haotian are rare. Enjoy it, I won't disturb you too. Whoosh. However, Tang Hao coldly snorted. Dean Flanders, do you dare leave? Come here and take a beating with me. Flanders really didn't dare to leave. Brother Wujia, I'm coming to help you. Bang, bang. The back mountain of Shrek Academy shook violently. Even without using his martial soul, Tang Hao was still beating Flanders and Xiao Wujia relentlessly. Neither had any chance to fight back. Title Douluo, terrifying indeed. Chapter 42. Ma Hongjun teases Ning Rongrong? Oh no. Xiao Wujia cried out in misery. His but was an unbearable pain from Tang Hao's beating. He felt completely exhausted, lying on the ground groaning. Yet even so, Tang Hao remained unmoved, continuing his violent methods. Xiao Wujia felt as if he was better off dead. After venting his frustration, Tang Hao finally stopped. Despite being so mistreated, Xiao Wujia's face showed no disrespect. Still filled with dread. Lord Haotian, does this count as having survived a calamity? It can't go on like this. You wouldn't want to kill the innocent, right? Xiao Wujia was on the verge of tears. He couldn't beat the little monster, and now the big monster was here to oppress him. But Tang Xian was fine. He himself hadn't suffered much. However, the man in front of him was a genuine title Douluo. Even without using his martial soul, training him felt like playing with a toy. After just half an hour of torment, Xiao Wujia felt like his but was blooming, and his bones were falling apart. His life was in danger. This time I'll spare you, Xiao Wujia, but... Flanders, you have to promise me one thing. Flanders immediately felt a shiver. He had witnessed the entire process of Xiao Wujia's humiliation from the tree, and the scene made him tense up. Now, let alone one thing. He would agree to 3 or 10 without hesitation. He certainly didn't want to suffer Xiao Wu's kind of torture. You say, Lord Haotian. Flanders instantly showed the respect a title Douluo deserved, not showing even a hint of disrespect towards Tang Hao, because his cultivation was the same as Xiao Wu's. Merely a little soul sage. They wouldn't dare to refuse a title Douluo's request. Any mistake could lead to immediate death. What was a little grievance worth? Dean Flanders immediately flew down from the tree. He stood beside Xiao Wu. Flanders looked at Xiao Wu lying on the ground and Tang Hao standing in front of him. Both had long since lost any fluctuation of soul power. They had truly been colliding with their bodies. Their clothes were soaked with sweat, and he had never seen a title Douluo so hardcore, so straightforward and hands-on. Suddenly, he felt some sympathy and pity for Xiao Wu on the ground. It was fortunate he hadn't provoked this killing god, Tang Hao, just as he was thinking about what Tang Hao needed him to do. Dean Flanders, you must have guessed that Tang Xian is my son, Tang Hao. This child, I should be his guardian. However, I also have some unfinished business that I must personally resolve. Since little Xian has chosen to join Shrek Academy, I hope Shrek will expend more effort. Of course Tang Hao, will not treat you poorly. With that said, Tang Hao suddenly appeared beside Flanders, whispering a few words in his ear in front of Xiao Wu. Afterward, Tang Hao put on his black cloak again. In the next moment, he disappeared into the back mountain. Phew! Xiao Wu instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Lying on the ground, drenched in sweat, the pressure Tang Hao put on him was simply too great. Just his aura made it hard to breathe. This great Buddha has finally left. How terrifying. Is this the power of a title Douluo? Flanders, you're not being kind. Quickly help me up. After Tang Hao left, Xiao Wu began to scold Flanders. Flanders awkwardly helped Xiao Wu up from the ground, placing his arm across his shoulder. Brother Wu, how can you say that? You've gained from your misfortune. You got your life back, and besides, the opportunity to be personally trained by Lord Haotian is truly rare. You got a great bargain. Get lost, what bargain? Why don't you give him a bargain? Xiao Wu was furious, but soon he covered his behind in pain. Limping towards Shrek Academy, Flanders shook his head slightly, feeling a pair of eagle wings sprout from his back. Stop pretending to be tough. If you don't go back to apply medicine, your butt will rot. He then picked up Xiao Wu and flew away from the back mountain. Moments after the two left the back mountain, Tang Hao's figure appeared atop the treetops in the moonlit forest. He whispered, Little Xian, we will meet again soon. Wait for me to finish my unfinished business before I come and find you. The clear sunlight streamed through the windows of the Shrek dormitory. Tang Xian turned over, instinctively reaching for a bear hug beside him, only to find empty space. As he opened his eyes in a daze, he realized that Xiao Wu had already moved to another dormitory. Of course, Xiao Wu is grown up. They couldn't just sleep together casually anymore. Tang Xian stretched lazily, and after a quick wash-up, put on his coat and prepared to find Xiao Wu's dormitory. He had made plans with Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing to go out today to buy some daily necessities. However, just on the way there, he witnessed something unpleasant. Was it Ning Rongrong's first time being teased on the street? Tang Xian looked in surprise at the scene before him. In his sight was a chubby boy with red hair who was currently flirting, or rather, teasing, Ning Rongrong. The red-hair boy had grabbed Ning Rongrong's struggling hand, and his expression was already impatient. Tang Xian immediately thought of the identity of this person. Ma Hongjun, born in an ordinary small village, where the martial souls of the villagers are all common birds, but his martial soul mutated into the top-level evil fire phoenix. However, because of the evil fire within his body, he has needed to engage in sexual intercourse with women to release the evil fire since he awakened at the age of 6. Therefore, he has a lascivious nature and often teases virtuous girls. Unexpectedly, on the very first day that Ning Rongrong entered Shrek Academy, she caught the eye of Ma Hongjun. Don't be fooled by Ma Hongjun's unremarkable appearance and his chubby figure. He is incredibly strong and captured Ning Rongrong in his grasp without giving her any chance to escape. Tang Xian would not miss this opportunity to be a hero and directly pointed in the direction of Ma Hongjun, saying with authority, Stop it, you little fatso. Let go of that girl. Ma Hongjun was a bit surprised that someone in this village would meddle in his affairs. Who are you? How dare you interfere in my business? Tang Xian raised an eyebrow. It seemed he was still unaware that he had passed the assessment yesterday. Even if the King of Heaven came today, this matter was settled by me, Tang Xian. Ning Rongrong immediately looked over pitifully. Tang Xian, save me. It was obvious that Ning Rongrong had resisted Ma Hongjun before. Now she was covered in dirt, with a hint of black ash on her fair face. She couldn't overpower Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun glanced sideways. Do you know him? He can't be your little lover, right? You. I advise you not to seek your own suffering. Hurry and let go of this young lady. Ning Rongrong bolted. Chapter 43. Tang Xian's woman. Ning Rongrong, little fatty. I advise you not to seek your own suffering. Hurry and let go of this young lady. Ning Rongrong bolted. Suddenly, she exerted herself and broke free from Ma Hongjun's grasp, quickly running to Tang Xian's side. In her panic, she grabbed Tang Xian's arm. Tang Xian. Fortunately, you came in time, otherwise I. Ning Rongrong bit her lip, looking as if she had just suffered a great grievance, making one feel an immense pity. Ma Hongjun saw Ning Rongrong's actions, and his expression immediately darkened. So, she is your girlfriend? Ha! Very good. You want to stand up for your girlfriend, right? Today I will let you know what happens when you provoke my evil fire phoenix. Originally, he had already wasted a lot of effort trying to woo this beauty, and his mood was already bad. Now with this incident, Ma Hongjun's anger instantly flared up. In an instant, Ma Hongjun summoned the evil fire phoenix. With his eyes swirling with evil flames, a blazing fire enveloped his figure, and a fiery red phoenix with a destructive aura emerged behind him. Ning Rongrong felt a wave of fear and curled up behind Tang Xian. Even Tang Xian felt the scorching heat approaching. His expression slightly changed. However, he did not retreat in the slightest. He only heard Ning Rongrong softly say, Tang Xian, I will assist you. Help me teach a lesson to this playboy who has been teasing me. Tang Xian shook his head slightly upon hearing this, and Ning Rongrong's heart tightened, thinking that Tang Xian was afraid of attracting trouble. Just as she was about to release her grip on Tang Xian's arm, Tang Xian smiled calmly and said, For matters like this, there's no need for a beauty to intervene. Leave it to me. As he spoke, he gently patted Ning Rongrong's shoulder. Ma Hongjun emitted a terrifying aura, and unexpectedly, he couldn't intimidate the opponent in front of him, which piqued his interest. Kid, you're probably new here, right? You don't know the reputation of my evil fire phoenix. Your plan to show off for your girlfriend is likely to fall flat. Ma Hongjun kept referring to Ning Rongrong as girlfriend, which made her face slightly flush, but she couldn't refute it. I'm Ma Hongjun, and I'm not someone unreasonable. If you can defeat me, I'll give you your girlfriend. I won't bother you again. But if you lose, you'll have to let my phoenix unleash its fire. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong was instantly filled with anger. If looks could kill, Ma Hongjun would have been sliced to pieces by her gaze. You shameless fatso, shut your mouth. First of all, Rongrong is a pure girl and not my girlfriend. But she definitely isn't yours either. If you want to lay a hand on Rongrong, you'll have to ask for my permission. As he spoke, he looked at Ma Hongjun's proud, evil fire phoenix with a slight smirk. Just a little fire crow, he declared. Holy light, sacred dragon, possess. Instantly, Tang Xian was surrounded by golden light, and an ancient soul beast appeared behind him, its aura far more terrifying than Ma Hongjun's evil fire phoenix. As the light erupted and then retracted, a golden holy light, sacred dragon, emitting a sacred brilliance, soared behind Tang Xian. On one side was the evil fire phoenix, and on the other was the holy light, sacred dragon. For a moment, the scene was a spectacle of dragons and phoenixes, with dust swirling around. However, it was clear who was stronger between the evil fire phoenix and the holy light, sacred dragon. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but laugh. Ha, little fatso. You still say your martial spirit is a phoenix? I think it's far from a real phoenix. In front of the holy light, sacred dragon, it's even worse than a common chicken. A chicken that can't even control itself, always thinking about grass. What kind of phoenix is that? Tang Xian added. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun could no longer contain the anger inside him. Not only was his good deed ruined, but he was also publicly humiliated. To say that his phoenix was worse than a chicken was intolerable. Sharp-tongued, I hope your strength is as sharp as your tongue. Even facing the formidable aura of the holy light sacred dragon, Ma Hongjun did not choose to back down. He immediately summoned his soul rings, which appeared beneath his feet. First soul skill, Phoenix Fireline. A blazing flame instantly shot out from Ma Hongjun's side. Rongrong, you just watch from the side. I'll teach this lecherous guy a lesson for you. Ning Rongrong, upon hearing this, immediately stepped aside to observe. She had great confidence in Tang Xian's strength, after all. He was someone who dared to confront Soul Saints head-on. Buzz fire, huh? I have that too. First soul skill, Holy Light, Sacred Fire. In an instant, dragon and phoenix appeared, all covered by a ring of fire. The flames of the evil fire phoenix actually seemed to fear the holy light, sacred fire released by Tang Xian. Tang Xian instantly unleashed the ghost shadow mysterious path, and the Haotian hammer in his hand appeared, suddenly enlarging, surrounded by holy flames, and charged directly. The massive fire hammer collided with the Phoenix fire line in an instant. Buzz! The Phoenix fire line, which Ma Hongjun had repeatedly relied on, was effortlessly severed in half by the opponent's giant hammer. Shocked, he immediately retracted his careless belief. In the next moment, Tang Xian had already pounced right in front of Ma Hongjun, the giant hammer slowly descending. Just as it seemed slow, it was actually fast. Ma Hongjun gritted his teeth. How could it be so fast? He immediately activated his second soul skill. Bathing Fire Phoenix. However, in just one exchange, the opponent's giant hammer was already positioned above his crown. If it fell, he would instantly become a meat pie. Ma Hongjun swallowed hard. What kind of monster is this? Even Dai Mubai isn't this powerful, right? Could it be that the opponent is already at the soul zone level? Gulp. Dense beads of sweat dripped from Ma Hongjun's forehead. The huge commotion had already attracted the attention of Dai Mubai from Shrek Academy, who rushed over desperately, just in time to witness this scene. Damn, this fat guy really dares to provoke anyone. Even the killing god Tang Xian has been stirred up. Ma Hongjun, quickly greet Brother Tang. Ma Hongjun's eyes widened. A monster that even Dai Mubai had to call brother, he must have stirred up trouble in the Dragon King's temple. Be brother. I was abrupt just now. I will apologize to that little girl right away. Tang Xian slowly moved the Haotian hammer away from Ma Hongjun's forehead. Dai Mubai breathed a sigh of relief and kicked Ma Hongjun aside. Ma Hongjun immediately ran in front of Ning Rongrong, sincerely apologizing loudly. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. I really didn't know you were my brother's woman. Xiao Wu, who had rushed over to join the fun, happened to witness this scene, and Tang Xian almost choked on his own saliva upon hearing those words. Especially when Xiao Wu, with a mischievous expression, asked, "You too?" Ning Rongrong's ears instantly turned red. You little fatty. What nonsense are you talking about? Xiao Wu, it's not what you think. Chapter 44. Xiao Wu takes Ma Hongjun as a little brother. Ning Rongrong's ears turned red, and she playfully scolded, "You little fatty, what nonsense are you talking about? Xiao Wu, it's not what you think." Xiao Wu was amused by Ning Rongrong's reaction and laughed, teasing, "Sister Rong, why are you blushing? Let me tell you a secret. Brother Xian seems to like girls like you." Shoo! Tang Xian facepalmed and shook his head slightly. Dai Mubai and Oscar hurried to Ma Hongjun's side. Although they were a bit frustrated with him, Oscar still conjured up a large sausage and handed it to Ma Hongjun to help him recover his soul power and state. As the former leader of Shrek, Dai Mubai formally apologized to Ning Rongrong again. Ning Rongrong bit her lip and looked at Tang Xian. Tang Xian smiled lightly and said, "Rongrong, let's let this little fatty go this time. If he dares to harass you again, I'll cut off his koan." Dai Mubai quickly explained to Tang Xian and Ning Rongrong, "Brother Tang, Rongrong, this time it was Ma Hongjun's fault. Please don't hold it against him. He usually isn't like this. If it weren't for his martial soul mutation, he wouldn't be so lecherous." Only then did Ning Rongrong, feeling wronged, lightly nod her head to accept the apologies from Ma Hongjun and the others. Tang Xian said, "In the future, go to brothels to relieve your desires. Don't harm good girls." Ma Hongjun sighed. "Well, it can only be this way, but, Sai, going to such places costs a lot of money. Even if you have a mine at home and visit every day, you'll still run out of money. Right now, I can't even afford to go to such places otherwise. I wouldn't have fallen to grabbing at random here." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's eyes brightened. What does grabbing mean? Is it that expensive? Ma Hongjun widened his eyes and looked at the people around him. They all made gestures for him to be cautious. And Ma Hongjun immediately understood that this girl named Xiao Wu probably didn't know the dangers of the world, was innocent, and didn't understand those worldly matters. It was better not to taint such a naive girl. He could only grit his teeth and stop explaining. However, seeing Ma Hongjun looking so aggrieved, Xiao Wu's eyes rolled. And then she sympathetically placed her hand on Ma Hongjun's shoulder, looking nonchalant as she turned to Tang Xian. She said casually, "I say, little fatty, what's there to be sad about lacking money? Problems that can be solved with money are never problems. Let me point you to a bright path." She then raised her delicate finger, pointing at Tang Xian. "Look, this gentleman. My brother Xian is a wealthy man. He has plenty of money." Ma Hongjun muttered, "What does his wealth have to do with you?" Xiao Wu immediately became unhappy and exclaimed, "Brother Xian's money is Xiao Wu's money. He is a wealthy man, which means I, Xiao Wu, am also a wealthy woman. Right, Brother Xian? Tang Xian not det hak wa di li. wondering when he had become someone under a woman's thumb. However, he indeed had a lot of soul coins and didn't care much about these external things. At this point, Tang Xian suddenly understood what little Wu was trying to do, and then he spoke earnestly. You little fatty may seem loose, but you actually have a strong sense of self-esteem. Little Wu means she wants to have a little brother to run errands for her, so from now on, you can call her Sister Wu. Little Wu was very pleased to hear this and nodded. That's right, little fatty. As long as you become my little brother, I want to let you work for free. I'll give you some soul coins every month, so you'll have money to spend, right? How about that? Ma Hongjun was completely stunned by little Wu's astonishing words. Being a little brother to her was nothing. He wanted to acknowledge Tang Xian as his big brother like Dai Mubai. Thank you both. Ma Hongjun's eyes became slightly moist. He knew very well that these two were not really looking to take him as a little brother. They clearly saw him as a poor child, a pitiful kid troubled by evil fire, and wanted to help him with money, but they were afraid of hurting his self-esteem. So they made up an excuse to recruit him as a little brother to give him money. Ma Hongjun slightly bowed his head in gratitude, calling out from the bottom of his heart, Sister Wu, Brother Tang. Tang Xian had no reservations. Ma Hongjun's talent was quite good, so taking him as a little brother was not out of the question. However, he still maintained a cold demeanor, appearing to do this only to satisfy Xiao Wu's wishes. As the big brother, one naturally had to have the appearance of a big brother, always displaying the composure and calmness expected of him. Even Dai Mubai took a deep breath and thought, this Ma Hongjun truly knows how to recognize the situation. He is indeed a remarkable talent. Oscar looked at Tang Xian with great surprise. Although they hadn't interacted much, he always gave him a mysterious sense of pressure. Now, even Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai were calling him big brother. Clearly, he was a new student, yet he had achieved such a status. In the future, he would probably have to change how he addressed him too. Little Oscar, stop being dazed. Hurry up and greet your new big brother. Dai Mubai directly kicked Oscar, wondering what he was thinking, showing no awareness at all. Even I, the big boss Dai, am calling him big brother. Can't you change how you address him? Dang. Big brother Tang. Oscar still felt a bit unaccustomed to it. Tang Xian didn't mind this and patted Oscar's shoulder. And an overwhelming sense of pressure immediately came over him, as if he had not been a big brother for many years. Dai Mubai softly said, all right, everyone, don't delay. Today is the first day of new students enrolling at Shrek Academy, and the dean has a routine training session. Let's hurry up and gather. Sister Rome, let's hurry up and go over there. Come on, Brother Xian. As soon as Xiao Wu heard that it was the dean of Shrek Academy who would be training them, she became incredibly excited. Little fatty, what are you still dawdling for? Aren't you also a Shrek student? Hurry up and keep up. Yes, Sister Xiao Wu. Ma Hongjun immediately followed along eagerly, clearly seeing himself as a little follower. Seeing this, Dai Mubai's stern expression softened into a slight smile, showing a friendly demeanor. And even Oscar was happy for Ma Hongjun. This guy, in the past, we directly gave him golden soul coins. But he was quite proud and wouldn't accept even a single coin. Now, he has accepted it so readily? That's different. Ma Hongjun is applying to be a little brother this time, and the rewards he receives come from his own efforts, not charity. His sense of pride is much stronger than ours. It seems our previous approach was indeed lacking consideration. Dai Mubai reflected thoughtfully. Mubai, what are you talking about? We at Shrek are truly trying to help Ma Hongjun. Don't say that. How could that little fatty not know our brother's good intentions? Don't overthink it. Oscar patted Dai Mubai's shoulder. Let's go, we should head over too. Dai Mubai nodded slightly. Previously, he had noticed Ma Hongjun's predicament. Oscar and Dai Mubai would often directly give Ma Hongjun money to help him with urgent needs, but each time, it was returned by Ma Hongjun. That guy was quite proud, so the problem lay in his sense of pride. Chapter 45. The Little Witch Ning Rongrong Explodes. At the entrance of the village where Shrek Academy is located, Dean Flinder had been waiting here for a long time. When Dai Mubai brought Tang Xian and the others here, he heard Dean Flinder's furious shout. New students are late on the first day of assembly. You must be punished. Now, I order you to run from Shrek Academy to the nearest town 30 times. You want to be allowed to eat until you complete the punishment before sunset. Ning Rongrong and Oscar, as support-type soul masters, only need to run 10 times, alright Dai Mubai? Did you hear that? Let the training begin. Upon hearing this, whether it was Tang Xian, Ning Rongrong, or Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, everyone fell silent. Dai Mubai and the other old students also felt a bit helpless. This was Dean Flinder's old rule. New students had to experience a show of strength first. Dean Flinder believed that only through such harsh methods, making students feel like they were suffering greatly. Could he establish his authority? Anyone who could enter Shrek Academy was a talented monster, dominating in their own right. If he didn't do this and let them experience his strength, it would be very difficult for Flinder to gain their respect. This would also lead to resistance against some of the more extreme teaching arrangements later on. Therefore, suppressing these talented monster sharpness on the first day was Flinder's usual tactic. Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun naturally understood Dean Flinder's intentions and were used to this kind of extreme training. Without saying a word, they directly led the way and started running. Tang Xian was not averse to this. For most people, only through hard training can they gradually become stronger, and Shrek Academy has a unique teaching method for this. Several new students also started to run with Tang Xian. It's just 30 laps, right? If they can't even do this, how can they ever become a title Douluo in the future? Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing both nodded slightly and followed along. At this moment, at the back of the line, Ning Rongrong struggled with her thoughts for a long time before finally starting to move her feet. But the little witch's inner nature was already feeling very displeased with Shrek Academy. Beneath her seemingly gentle exterior, her beautifully clear eyes flashed with a hint of anger. She kept complaining in her heart, "What kind of Shrek Academy is this? Not only is the location remote, but the place is also shabby. I was teased by the seniors on the first day. Now I'm being punished by the dean. What a broken academy, a ghost academy. I regret coming here. A future master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and a level 26 Great Soul Master, actually thought about coming here to suffer." Running ahead, Tang Xian naturally sensed Ning Rongrong's change in mindset. Ning Rongrong was a pampered young lady who had been cherished since childhood, and being treated like a treasure at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. How could she initially endure such a stark contrast? "Brother Xian, what's wrong with you? If you don't run faster, you won't catch up to Mu Bai and the others." "I'm coming. I'll catch up now." Tang Xian did not meddle in this matter. After all, this was the first step for a sheltered flower to face the harsh realities of life. After today, Ning Rongrong's mindset would likely fall into a deep valley. But this was necessary in life. This little witch, used to being adored by thousands, would only receive the good person card issued by Ning Rongrong. It would be better to wait until her tears run dry, feeling hopeless and wanting to give up completely, before offering her an umbrella in the rain or coal in the snow. With this thought, Tang Xian no longer hesitated and directly followed the crowd's footsteps to run. By evening, everyone crawled back exhausted like a dog, and only then did they see Ning Rongrong's figure at the finish line. It was obvious that she had given up halfway through the special training task. At this moment, Flinder's voice was cold and filled with anger as he scolded, "Ning Rongrong, if you look down on our Shrek Academy, then get back to your 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. We do not accept disobedient students here." Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong clenched her little fists, her face filled with defiance. Ning Rongrong was not afraid of hard tactics. Flinder's approach could not intimidate her at all. She retorted, "What kind of monster academy is this? It's clearly a perverted academy. As a support-type soul master, you want me to train my physical fitness? This is simply insane. It's perverted. You clearly just want to punish us." Flinder, the dean, immediately erupted with an inviolable authority. "Our teaching methods at Shrek Academy are not for you to criticize. This is to train your survival skills. Running is a necessary skill to master on the battlefield. In life and death situations, running a moment longer means a greater chance of survival. People like you, who are usually lazy in training, don't run the fastest. They die the fastest. If you can't accept this, then please voluntarily withdraw from Shrek Academy." Flinder said the last sentence with an incredibly firm tone. He then turned to Dai Mubai. "Mubai, you go and clear out this young lady's things." "Yes." Dai Mubai understood Flinder's temperament very well. His tone was so resolute that there was no room for negotiation. This scene made Oscar extremely anxious. It was not easy for him to have a female student who was also a support-type soul master, but on the first day of enrollment, she was ordered to withdraw by the dean. Seeing this, Ning Rongrong could no longer bear it. The little witch's true nature burst forth. "Flinder, you. Think it through. I am the proud daughter of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. How dare you kick me out? This is a rundown place. If it weren't for not wanting my family to find out, I wouldn't come to this small place. You're just a little soul sage. Even if you want to teach me, you should ask if I'm interested." The little witch's true nature could not be suppressed any longer, and as she spoke passionately, her face turned red, not even putting a soul sage in her eyes. Every word was a stab to the heart. All the students present could not help but break out in a cold sweat for Ning Rongrong. They gasped. This usually gentle and refined Ning Rongrong was actually so rebellious inside. Yet Tang Xian seemed unsurprised, as if this was how it should be. Mubai, see her off. Flinder issued the eviction order without any regard for the three sects, directly facing Ning Rongrong's threat. Yes, how could a mere soul sage teach a proud daughter of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school? Then please leave our Shrek Academy. With this statement, everyone gasped. Flinder was truly tough. Ning Rongrong's tears immediately welled up in her eyes, and with her teeth biting her lip, she said, Flinder, are you serious? This is not the Seven Treasure glazed tile school. The once proud daughter here is merely a mediocre one, just a clown looking up at the sky from a well. Flinder's words were like knives stabbing into Ning Rongrong's heart. Tears rolled down her cheeks like beans. You're talking nonsense. I am not the worst. The term the worst exploded in Ning Rongrong's mind. Chapter 46, Stealing the Spotlight from Oscar. Ning Rongrong's heart races. Yes, indeed the worst. Flinder said coldly. Tang Xian now already possessed level 40 soul power, just one soul ring away from becoming a soul master. If nothing unexpected happens, he will definitely be outstanding among the titled Douluo level. You are far from him. Dai Mubai was already at level 37 soul venerable, while Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and others were at level 29. Ma Hongjuan's evil fire phoenix, although flawed, was also a top beast martial soul, and his temperament was much stronger than yours. He will definitely achieve far beyond you in the future. Ning Rongrong, in front of this group of Shrek monsters, what are you if not the worst? Flinder's every word was like a knife stabbing into Ning Rongrong's heart. Each sentence told her that she was not noble, but rather extremely mediocre. If she did not work hard, she would amount to nothing. Flinder continued. Even if you're the only heir of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, your talent and temperament are far from Oscar, who is a rare innate full soul power among support-type soul masters. If Dai Mubai and the others as battle soul masters make you feel inferior in the realm of support-type soul masters, what do you count for? Ning Rongrong stepped back a few paces, realizing she was indeed the worst among them. Ning Rongrong was deeply hurt by Flinder's words, and tears could not help but roll down. Let's go, Flinder commanded, driving everyone back to their dorms, leaving Ning Rongrong sobbing alone. Dai Mubai, feeling a bit of loss, asked softly, so, is her dorm still reserved? If she can't think it through tonight, then the rest no need to keep it. Flinder said lightly. Everyone could only leave under Flinder's expulsion, and in the setting sun, Ning Rongrong suddenly felt abandoned by everyone. As night slowly descended, the lonely and chilly evening wind dried Ning Rongrong's hot tears by the lakeside. However, Ning Rongrong still could not help but sob. Damn Flinder. Dead Flinder, they're all bad guys. I must go back and have my grandfather and the others get justice for me. How dare a little soul sage order the only heir of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school to withdraw? Oof. Ning Rongrong still could not change her little witch nature, continuously throwing stones into the lake by the secluded Jingxin Lake, venting her emotions. Flinder's hurtful words during the day were too damaging to her self-esteem. Even if she really was that bad, Flinder should have left her a bit of face. Ning Rongrong had never suffered such grievances, being reprimanded by a soul sage like this. She could not accept it. Tonight's wind was exceptionally cold. Yet after venting her anger for so long, there was not a single person to comfort her. Is it really my own problem? Am I really wrong? Even Ning Rongrong could not help but begin to self-doubt. Oscar, holding a cloak, looked at the thin figure of Ning Rongrong by the lakeside from a distance. Rongrong has been calming down for so long. She should have thought things through, right? It's so cold tonight. Should I go give her a piece of clothing? This is a chance to gain some favor. Oscar. Go, go, go. Oscar was constantly giving himself psychological hints and cheering himself on from afar. However, just as he was about to step forward, another figure had already walked up to Ning Rongrong's side. Tang Xian casually took off his coat and draped it over Ning Rongrong's shoulders. Brother Tang Xian, it's you, Ning Rongrong said, surprised as she turned to look at the first person who came to comfort her, lightly touching the coat on her shoulder. How'd you get here? I must look really terrible right now, right? Ning Rongrong still had some small sobs. Hearing this, Tang Xian silently handed her a handkerchief, who said that, your talent is still quite good. A buzzing silence followed. Only the rustling of leaves in the wind remained, but this tranquility was soon shattered by Ning Rongrong. Oof. Tang Xian, are you humiliating me? Ning Rongrong snatched the handkerchief Tang Xian had handed her and threw it back at him, still filled with unwillingness in her heart. Tang Xian didn't take it too seriously. Girls, after all, are prone to throwing a bit of a tantrum. Just need to coax her a bit. So, he bent down to pick up the handkerchief and stood in front of Ning Rongrong with clear eyes, sincerely saying, "Insult? If one is strong enough, how can the words of others shake one's heart?" Hearing this, Ning Rongrong stubbornly bit her lip. She understood the logic, but she just hadn't experienced such grievances. Seeing this, Tang Xian knew that Ning Rongrong had already come to terms with it. She just needed an opportunity to step down. "All right, everyone is waiting for the return of this genius beauty, so don't be upset. Training with us in the future. It's only a matter of time before you surpass us with your talent." Tang Xian comforted kindly. "You." Ning Rongrong, who had just been fuming with anger, felt her heart race at Tang Xian's words. What genius, what beauty, don't say such things. Her ears instantly turned red. She recalled how Ma Hongjun had called her Tang Xian's girlfriend today. Could it be that Tang Xian had been secretly paying attention to her all along? She touched the coat on her shoulders and suddenly felt that she wasn't too bad after all. Someone was indeed caring about her. Her mood improved significantly at that moment. Oscar, who had arrived a step late, could only retract the cloak in his hands and silently leave the place, taking slow steps. He knew he might have missed his chance. As for Oscar's arrival, Tang Xian had naturally known about it long ago. Who could compete with him when it came to coaxing girls? Only children make choices. He wanted it all. A person is most vulnerable at their weakest moments, making it the easiest time to build rapport. How could Tang Xian easily let go of such an opportunity? Who knows? He might even gain a chance to sign in at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Because of this, the luck of the upper three sects surely wouldn't be bad. Moreover, at this moment, there was no romantic connection between Oscar and Ning Rongrong, so he felt no psychological burden in intercepting. In Douluo continent, there are not so many considerations. One should just pursue happiness. It's all just for fun. With this in mind, Tang Xian lifted the handkerchief in his hand and gently wiped away the tears on Ning Rongrong's face. A wave of youthful warmth instantly surged in, causing Ning Rongrong's heart to stir, and her breathing quickened. Tang Xian's actions instantly made Ning Rongrong's heart race wildly. This feeling was something she had never experienced before. Could it be that she was starting to like this guy? As Tang Xian drew closer, Ning Rongrong's small hand behind her back tightened into a fist. She was very nervous. What was she thinking? Dean Flinders said such harsh words to ensure that the students would listen in the future. So you don't need to take it to heart. Chapter 47. Jian Shen's heart under the moon, entrusting the girl. Ning Rongrong flusteredly took the handkerchief from Tang Xian's hand, recalling her initial ulterior motives towards him, not expecting that she would fall for him first. As she spoke, Tang Xian had already moved to sit in a rocking chair by the lakeside, inviting Ning Rongrong to come over and relax with him. Ning Rongrong hesitated for a few seconds, then naturally walked to the side of the rocking chair and sat next to Tang Xian, close to him. The cold wind was instantly blocked by more than half. Seeing that Tang Xian's coat was still on her, while she was exposed to the cold wind, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but lean against Tang Xian's shoulder. Tang Xian was slightly taken aback, but he welcomed her without hesitation, naturally resting his hand on her shoulder. They leaned against each other, gazing at the full moon reflected in the serene lake, enjoying the beautiful scenery and the perfect moment of a talented man and a beautiful woman. Ning Rongrong no longer felt the grievances of the day. Instead, she was glad to have met Tang Xian at Shrek Academy. Gradually, their conversation became more frequent and intimate. It wasn't very cold that night, and the moon looked beautiful. "Tang Xian, can I call you Brother Xian like Xiao Wu does?" "Brother Xian." Tang Xian smiled faintly and nodded. "You can call me whatever you like." As the night deepened, Ning Rongrong, who was leaning against Tang Xian, surprisingly felt a hint of drowsiness and fell asleep in a daze. Tang Xian gently picked up Ning Rongrong and walked towards the dormitory, as it was clearly not appropriate to sleep here. Was she caught a cold? However, just as Tang Xian had walked halfway, a leaf fluttered down and brushed against his cheek, cutting him with a sharp sword-like force, leaving a small scar on his face. What a sharp sword energy! A drop of bright red blood trickled down his face, gently falling with the wind onto the grassy ground by the lakeside. "Young man, my girl is not someone who can be easily carried away." A faint voice came from the shadows. Tang Xian immediately tensed up, carefully placing the sleeping Ning Rongrong back onto the rocking chair by the lake. He gently wiped the bloodstains off his face, his heart racing. Could it be the sword Douluo Chen aSign-In of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Sure enough, in the next moment, a ghostly black shadow flashed beneath the willow tree by the lake. The young man actually dared to lay hands on a playeress little girl, showing no mercy. He then snorted coldly, and with a wave, the unremarkable sword at his waist instantly hovered at Tang Xian's forehead. The sword energy surged. Sword Douluo Chen aSign-In let out a soft exclamation. Somewhat surprised that the young man who had deceived his precious Rong remained unflinching in the face of his pressure, not dodging or avoiding the sword pointed at his brow. It should be known that even a mere sword energy from a leaf had been able to easily injure him earlier, let alone his own sword. Why not evade? Why evade? Tang Xian responded lightly. In front of Sword Douluo, if he truly intended to kill him, his current strength would be unable to escape. Sword Douluo, Xuantian narrowed his eyes slightly, still having a fearless hot-blooded youth. In an instant, an incredibly sharp sword light flashed in his eyes, wanting to use his gaze to stab Tang Xian 1,000 times. Clap! Tang Xian did not shy away at all, using his palm to grip the long sword that was pointed at his brow. The sharp sword energy, even with the protection of a Xian hand, instantly severed flesh and blood. The sound of the sword energy slicing through his palm echoed in the darkness, and streaks of crimson blood flowed, like a stream, dripping onto the lawn. Hiss! Even the Sword Douluo was astonished. If the senior had the intention to kill me, I would have died 1,000 times already. I'm only here to take care of Rong for the senior. You wouldn't want Rong to be harmed, would you? Tang Xian smiled faintly without any pain. Do you know my identity? Jian Shun felt surprised once again. Tang Xian nodded. Although your gaze is terrifying, your sword intent is pure. I can feel from your sword energy that you have no intention to kill. I guess you must be an elder from the Rong family. Tang Xian thought to himself. If I can't guess the identity of the other party, I might as well be dead. This person is indeed the sword grandpa mentioned by Ning Rong. Title Douluo. Sword Douluo, martial soul, 7 killing sword. As for this Douluo's temperament, Tang Xian also knew a thing or two, which is why he acted the way he just did. Sure enough, upon hearing this, the other party immediately showed an appreciative expression, then dissipated the sword energy and couldn't help but look at Tang Xian a few more times. Kid, what's your name? Jian Shen's heart was intrigued for the first time. I'm Tang Xian. Good, such a young man with such temperament. You're quite impressive. What is your martial soul? It should be a weapon-type martial soul, right? Jian Shen already had some guesses in his mind, but he needed to confirm. Moreover, it must be a top-grade weapon martial soul. Otherwise, how could he perceive his sword energy and killing intent? At this age, unless he also had a weapon martial soul, it would be impossible. Upon hearing this, Tang Xian slightly shook his head. He certainly couldn't show the Haotian hammer to Jian Shen right now, but he wasn't hiding it either. When it was time to showcase his talent, he had to do so. He directly released the bright holy dragon and 6-winged angel martial souls. At the same time, he unleashed his 40th level soul power. Hiss! Jian Shen gasped in surprise, especially when he saw the 6-winged angel and bright holy dragon. His eyes widened, and the surprise didn't stop there. This young man had already reached level 40 at such a young age, and within the fluctuations of his soul power. There was also the aura of a 10,000-year soul ring, the quality so high, it was rare in the world. Tang Xian smiled slightly, noting that the perception of the title Douluo was indeed remarkable. He hadn't even revealed his soul rings, yet the other party could judge so accurately just from the fluctuations of his soul power. Jian Shen was very curious about the origin of the 6-winged angel martial soul and wanted to ask about Tang Xian's background, but Tang Xian remained silent, appearing inscrutable. So Jian Shen didn't pursue the matter further. Soon, with a faint smile, he said, "Good boy, I won't press you for details. Your talent and character are excellent. If you and Rong have mutual feelings, I wholeheartedly support your relationship." Upon hearing this, even Tang Xian staggered. What is this Xuantian Douluo plotting? This is too easy to talk to. I haven't even done anything yet, and he is already thinking of taking me as his son-in-law for the 7 Treasure glazed tile school. Senior, Rong and I are still just ordinary friends. We haven't developed to that stage yet, Tang Xian quickly explained. However, Jian Shen waved his hand without worry. You child, I'm not urging you. For what I see, Rong's attitude toward you is quite promising. It's bound to develop naturally over time. I was initially worried that Rong wouldn't have friends here. Now that you're here, she is in your care. You two should cultivate your feelings well over these years. If I, Jian Douluo Xuantian, see Rong being wronged at Shrek Academy in the future, don't blame me for being merciless. After speaking, Jian Douluo looked back at the sleeping Ning Rong, feeling slightly reassured, then took out a token. Let us take Rong back to the 7 Treasure glazed tile school to play sometime. Yes, senior. Tang Xian took the token. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, he had gained another place to sign in. Don't call me senior, it sounds too distant. Just call me Grandpa Jian along with Rong. He then disappeared by the lakeside. Chapter 48, Soul Fighting Arena Sign-In, Reward Soul Bone. After Xin left, Tang Xian remembered to carry Ning Rongrong back to the dormitory, but when he turned around, he found that Ning Rongrong was already awake. Did you hear everything? Ning Rongrong, not that silly. Tang Xian smiled lightly and changed the subject. All right, Grandpa Jian is also worried about you, so don't overthink it. Are you tired? Hurry back to the dorm to rest. Tomorrow, train with us, and show Flander with your actions that you are also a little monster. Okay. This time, Ning Rongrong's tone was incredibly firm, as if she had found some kind of support. She quickly stepped towards the direction of the dormitory. Halfway there, she felt a bit reluctant, looking back 3 times as she walked, nervously glancing at Tang Xian. Tang Xian kept waving goodbye to Rongrong, telling himself that it was nothing. The sword wound in his hand was not a big deal. After Ning Rongrong left, Tang Xian squeezed the item given to him by the sword Douluo in his hand and put it away. This would be a pass to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School in the future. However, it was impossible for him to become the son-in-law of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, but he didn't mind Rongrong marrying him. With this thought in mind, Tang Xian returned to his dormitory. He hadn't used today's sign-in opportunity yet, so he silently thought to himself, System sign-in. Ding! Shrek Academy sign-in successful. Congratulations on receiving a level 2 reward. Copper Skin Iron Bones. Tang Xian suddenly felt the wound on his hand, which was cut by the sword energy, heal quickly, and his physical body became even more resilient. With copper skin and iron bones, his physical defense was enhanced, and it was likely that in the future, there would be very few people of the same rank who could injure him. Previously, he was worried that his rapid increase in realm would not keep up with his physical quality, but now that doubt was completely eliminated. Time passed, and soon it was the next day. Ning Rongrong indeed came running down with everyone, completing the training task perfectly, and looked at Flinder with some pride. Flinder didn't say much. Since Ning Rongrong had made up her mind, it was fine for her to stay. Moreover, her talent and foundation were indeed excellent. All right, running is just a simple daily training course. Next, you will start the 2nd phase of the training program. The 2nd phase of the training program? So soon? That's right. Starting tonight, your 2nd training location will be the Great Soul Arena. Everyone showed expectant looks. The Great Soul Arena is a place in Soto City where soul masters duel, and it is also a gambler's paradise. The Great Soul Arena can hone your practical combat skills. Here, fists and feet have no eyes. A slight misstep could also lead to death in the arena. Flinder then took everyone to the registration office of the Great Soul Arena and let Dai Mubai take them to process their identity tokens for the Soul Arena. Tang Xian held the iron token in his hand and smiled slightly. Do we really have to accumulate points and upgrade to the silver token? Wearing the silver battle badge on our chests to graduate? Dai Mubai patiently explained. That's right. Every newcomer registered in the Battle Soul Arena wears an iron battle badge. You can only earn points through duels. Winning a match gives you 1 point, while losing deducts points. Only by obtaining the silver battle badge can everyone graduate from Shrek Academy. Everyone was looking forward to the upcoming challenges. In terms of talent, they were definitely not inferior, but there were many differences compared to actual combat, especially in life and death duels. They were ruthless. Xiao Wu curiously asked. The silver battle badge shouldn't be too difficult to obtain, right? It doesn't sound like a very high level. Tang Xian smiled faintly and said, although it's not high, it's not that easy to obtain. The Soul Arena badges are divided into 8 levels. Iron Soul Badge, Copper Soul Badge, Silver Soul Badge, Gold Soul Badge, Purple Gold Soul Badge, Sapphire Soul Badge, Ruby Soul Badge, and Diamond Soul Badge. To obtain the Iron Soul Badge, you need to achieve 100 victories and accumulate 100 points to be promoted to the Copper Soul Badge. And this is under the condition of remaining undefeated, which is quite unlikely. Therefore, to go from Iron to Copper, you'll need to participate in at least 100 matches. Not to mention that you still have to continue to be promoted to the Silver Badge afterwards. Flander nodded slightly in response. Since you all understand the rules, let's not waste time and strive to reach the target points as soon as possible. I'm leaving now. After saying that, Flander casually left the place, believing that this would be the arena for these kids for a long time. He had plenty of time to come and observe. After Flander left, Tang Xian had just completed the registration procedure for the Soul Arena when he received a prompt from the sign-in system in his consciousness. Ding! Sign-in location refreshed. Soul Arena. Without any hesitation, Tang Xian signed in directly. Ding! Congratulations on successfully signing in at the Soul Arena. You have received a level 3 reward, the next Soul Ring Absorption, with an additional reward of a Soul Bone. A Soul Bone. It's actually a rare Soul Bone reward. Tang Xian felt a surge of joy in his heart. Soul bones were extremely rare treasures in the Soul Master world, far more precious than soul bones themselves. Now that his soul power level had reached level 40, he had been signing in, waiting for the reward of a new soul ring, but had yet to sign in for the 4th soul ring. He never expected that the system would surprise him with an additional external soul bone during the next soul ring absorption reward. What a huge bonus! Tang Xian couldn't help but feel excited, anticipating that when he signed in for the 4th soul ring, he might receive a 100,000 year or 10,000 year external soul bone, which would greatly boost his strength. At this moment, Ning Rongrong also completed her registration procedures, and Oscar eagerly wanted to team up with Rongrong. But Ning Rongrong intentionally or unintentionally distanced herself from Oscar. 2 support-type soul masters teaming up would lead to a terrible defeat. She then looked at Tang Xian and sweetly asked, "Brother Xian, can I team up with you for a dual team? You can be the main attacker, and I will support you." Hearing this, Tang Xian was slightly taken aback, but then nodded. He was already at the peak of Soul Master, and the opponents he would match with would definitely be at the Soul Master level as well. If Rongrong teamed up with him, it would provide him with a great opportunity for growth and training. No problem, I'll team up with Rongrong. Seeing this, Xiao Wu didn't mind. She was leaning against Zhu Zhuqing. Then I'll team up with sister Zhu Zhuqing. Double the fun. Tang Xian tapped Xiao Wu on the head. What kind of random words have you and Ma Hongjun learned? Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue at Tang Xian in embarrassment, making Ning Rongrong nearby giggle uncontrollably. All right, the most important thing is still the individual battle. The doubles match is just a home team synergy. We can switch it up later. Dai Mubai interrupted them with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu stepped forward. I'll go try my luck first. I have to get a 3-win streak to show you my true strength as Xiao Wu. Hearing this, the Shrek team members who had never seen Xiao Wu's real strength were instantly intrigued and quickly made their way to the audience seats, waiting for the start of the first Soul Arena match for Shrek students. Xiao Wu, today's first victory depends on you. Chapter 49. Enchanting Xiao Wu and Sour Rongrong. The Soul Arena was bustling with noise. Tang Xian and the others settled down. Ma Hongjun was quite curious about Xiao Wu's strength. Xian Go. That guy named Qing Bao is Xiao Wu's next opponent. His martial soul is the Iron Horn Bull. Can Xiao Wu really handle him? Tang Xian raised an eyebrow and said, "Just a little punk. You probably don't know how strong my sister Xiao Wu's rabbit kick is. She could even bend a steel foot." Ha 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 ha. Ma Hongjun was instantly amused by Tang Xian's words. However, he still felt a hint of curiosity. Everyone knows that Xiao Wu's martial spirit is a rabbit, which looks soft and weak. It's really hard to imagine how she could bend a steel horn bull. Tang Xian's eyes flashed with a glimmer of brilliance. "Little fatty, if you trust me, bet on Xiao Wu to win. If she wins, it's yours. If she loses, it's mine." Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun immediately took out the only 100 gold soul coins he had and placed all of them on the bet. Even if he lost, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Ma Hongjun was very clear about the rules of gambling. This was a bet where he couldn't lose. Amidst the cheers, both sides entered the fighting arena. The individual tournament officially began. Hey, isn't this just a little girl? Where did this little girl come from? Did you take a wrong turn? This is the fighting arena, not a playground. The opponent named Qing Bao Ti Xiao Wu, clearly seeing her as a newcomer in the arena and not worthy of his attention. Some spectators in the audience echoed, "Huh, Qing Bao is too mean, but such a cute little girl. I just want to make her cry. Don't scare the little girl away, or she'll go home and tell her parents on you. Little girl, why don't you go home?" Qing Bao has done his fair share of ruining flowers. The spectators had different attitudes, spouting all sorts of comments. But Xiao Wu didn't mind at all. Although she was indeed much smaller than her opponent, if they underestimated her, they would definitely suffer a crushing defeat. Xiao Wu was completely unfazed by the pre-match trash talk, standing in the arena, waiting for the referee to start. However, the referee seemed momentarily dazed. So Xiao Wu had to turn and give him a sharp look, saying, "Referee, you can blow the whistle now." The referee in charge of the match finally snapped back to reality, but still hesitated, trying to advise her gently. "Little sister, it's not too late to give up the match now. Once it's announced to start, it will be too late. Let's start," Xiao Wu firmly stated. The referee had no choice but to blow the whistle. Start. Upon hearing the referee's announcement, the experienced Qing Bao did not attack or defend as cautiously as before. Instead, he continued to mock her disdainfully. "Little sister, I see you've grown a bit. How about you come play with me off the stage, and I'll give you this point. This deal seems quite profitable, right? 1 point per match, a nice little thrill." Qing Bao's eyes flashed with impatience. This little girl was the easiest to fool. Meeting him, this bad uncle, was just a little lesson for her. Only 1 point. I really want it. Xiao Wu heard this and began to twist her body seductively, saying some enticing words that made people restless. It seemed she was very tempted by Qing Bao's proposal. However, the spectators only saw a flash of doubt in her eyes, revealing a seductive pink glow. Before anyone could understand what was happening, Qing Bao's laughter abruptly stopped, as if he had been frozen by something. Second soul skill, enchantment. Xiao Wu wasted no time and directly controlled her opponent. Then, seizing the opportunity, she executed her rabbit lightning technique, instantly appearing on top of Qing Bao's head. Her smile remained charming, but with an added hint of fierceness. When Qing Bao suddenly regained his senses and felt something soft on his head, his sense of crisis instantly activated. However, unprepared, he hadn't even enjoyed the softness when he felt a suffocating sensation like being wrapped by a python. A tremendous force surged from his neck. First soul skill waist bow. His whole body was instantly pulled toward the ground. Boom! A loud noise erupted, dust flying up in the arena, and Qing Bao was brutally slammed to the ground, coming into intimate contact with the earth, instantly seeing stars. What the? Giant power Barbie? Oh, don't hit the face. Qing Bao let out a miserable wail. Bang! Violent 8th section throw. A large group of spectators' eyes followed Xiao Wu's waist bow as it moved left and right, back and forth, 8 times. Qing Bao was slammed down like a rubber band under everyone's gaze. Finally, Xiao Wu delivered a final kick like kicking a ball, sending Qing Bao out of the referee's standing area. Hiss! The entire arena fell into silence. This seemingly delicate little girl was really fierce. Wait, what level of strength is this? Did I see wrong? Qing Bao didn't even release his martial soul or soul rings before being taken down by a little girl. What is going on? After a brief moment of silence, the crowd erupted into enthusiastic cheers. Xiao Wu, Xiao Wu, Xiao Wu. Only the name of the victor echoed throughout the entire fighting arena. Even as a newcomer, as long as there was strength, she would earn the audience's applause. In the fighting arena, victory was secured. Xiao Wu clapped her hands, proudly looking at the referee. In this match, Xiao Wu wins. Reward, 1 point. Upon hearing this, the betting settlement also concluded simultaneously. A bunch of gamblers sighed, lamenting that they hadn't placed a bet at the start. What a pity. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun was already overwhelmed by gold coin symbols, raking in the winnings, directly multiplying his bet tenfold, turning 100 gold soul coins into 1,000. The money came in so fast. Xiao Wu, Xiao Wu, Xiao Wu. Ma Hongjun instantly transformed into a fanboy, cheering for Xiao Wu. Xiange, I didn't expect Xiao Wu to be so strong. That must have been her charm technique, right? Ning Rongrong curiously asked. But her tone, why does it sound a bit sour? Yes, that's Xiao Wu's unique secret skill. Tang Xian awkwardly replied. I wonder if Xiao Wu's charm technique can break Xian Ji's composure. Zhu Zhuqing asked seriously, looking genuinely curious. My composure is strong. Don't even think about tempting me. Not even you. Tang Xian gritted his teeth and said, then I can rest assured. For the next round, I bet on you. Huh? Ning Rongrong chuckled and said, it's betting on you to win. Brother Xian, what are you thinking? Cough, cough. Tang Xian felt awkward and cleared his throat twice. It turned out that Ning Rongrong's charm technique was not much worse than Xiao Wu's now. Chapter 50, The Unbeaten Myth, the first match. I also bet a large sum after hearing Zhu Zhuqing's words. Tang Xian touched his nose upon hearing this. Everyone was treating him like a money tree. However, it didn't matter, as he was going to win anyway. Get ready to make a fortune today. I, Tang Xian, will become an undefeated legend in the soul fighting arena. Dai Mu Bai and the others opened their mouths. An undefeated legend, as the name suggests, means not losing a single match and maintaining a perfect winning record. But so far, there has been no such legend in the Great Soul Arena. I believe in you. Ning Rongrong looked at Tang Xian with eyes like autumn waters. I believe too. Zhu Zhuqing paused for a moment after placing her bet, said something coldly to Tang Xian, and then returned to her observation seat. Tang Xian nodded, stood up, and suddenly turned his head confidently towards Zhu Zhuqing and the others, saying, I will definitely not let you down. You can always trust me with your back. Ning Rongrong bit her lip lightly and said, I can also trust my back to Brother Xian. Ha ha ha. All right, no more talking. I'm going to start my undefeated legend. With that, Tang Xian walked towards the passage leading to the Soul Arena stage from the audience seats. Zhu Zhuqing watched Tang Xian's departing figure, her indifferent eyes darkening. Oh, you're back? I hope you won't be like those stinky men. Just good at talking. Dear friends watching the match, we are about to begin the 57th individual match. One contestant is a peak soul master with soul power already reaching level 40, and his opponent is a level 42 4-ring soul master. The strength gap between both sides is obvious. What kind of match will unfold next? Let us wait and see. Oh, I see the information of this contestant. He is a very young person. This is the first time in the Grand Soul Arena that we have a peak soul master of such a young age facing off against a 4-ring soul master. This will definitely be an exhilarating battle. As soon as the host finished speaking, a teenager slowly walked out from the center of the Grand Soul Arena. In an instant, all the audience's eyes were focused on the position where Tang Xian stood. A young man wearing a golden mask appeared before them. The golden mask covered most of his face, but it was still clear that he was a youthful and smooth-skinned boy. The audience's eyes widened instantly. The host was telling the truth. My God, at such a young age, he is already close to becoming a soul master. This talent is too extraordinary. Is he perhaps a genius from some big family here to hone his skills? It's possible. This is a new face, and there are no previous battle records. This is his first match. TSK, TSK, TSK. Why is such a genius so reckless? Why not stay home as an heir in the family or sect? Instead, he comes here to hone his skills. The Grand Soul Arena doesn't care about your background. Once you step onto the stage, it's not child-esque play anymore. Looks like there's a good show to watch. I wonder how far this young man can go under the hands of these senior soul masters. In the audience, there were many gamblers speculating and discussing. Some shrewd powers, like certain influential figures at the Soul Emperor level, revealed sharp glints in their eyes and walked down to the exit of the arena to wait. Such individuals are undoubtedly exceptionally talented and are highly sought after by various powers and organizations. These people represent many forces coming to the Soul Arena to discover new talent and add fresh blood to their sections. If they can be recruited, the benefits will be immense. However, their eager gazes were blocked by a towering figure, and the Soul Emperors narrowed their pupils. Isn't this the man known as the immovable king, Xiao Wu? Hasn't he withdrawn from the Soul Master world for many years? How'd he end up here? Xiao Wu rubbed his hands together. That's right, it's me. I don't care what forces you represent behind you. If you want to covet that little kid on the stage, you have to first ask if I, the immovable king, agree. Xiao Wu, don't go too far. What we are interested in has nothing to do with you. What does it have to do with you? Only after exchanging a few punches can you have the right to know. Come on, I also need to stretch my muscles. Immovable king, you are too overbearing. Brothers, let us go together. Let us have a fight. Ouch. You. At the exit of the Grand Soul Arena, a battle broke out, but naturally, Tang Xian on the stage couldn't see this and was indifferent. His current task is to knock down the 4-ring soul master in front of him. However, this uncle seems quite arrogant, not taking him seriously at all. Kid, you look like someone from a big family. At such a young age, you've already reached peak soul master level 40. But the gap between soul masters and soul kings is an insurmountable chasm. With just your strength, my iron-armored rhino spirit can easily take you down with a single blow. So, you should hurry home. Clearly, this soul king with the iron-armored rhino spirit did not want to have a conflict with Tang Xian. After all, reaching peak soul master at such a young age, just one step away from becoming a soul king. If he accidentally injured him, his family wouldn't let him off easily. It's quite troublesome when a big family protects their own, holding on to the principle of better safe than sorry. This soul king uncle quickly advised Tang Xian to go home. However, that was just his one-sided wishful thinking. Tang Xian did not believe he would lose. His goal is the undefeated legend of the Soul Arena. Go home. Tang Xian slowly raised the pitch-black Haotian hammer in his hand, pointing it at the soul master opposite him, exuding an air of pride. This condescending and rebellious attitude made the uncle feel a sense of disdain, causing him discomfort all over. To become someone who could make me go home, you're not qualified yet. It's not that I'm too arrogant. You don't deserve me to give it my all. However, I wonder if you can withstand a blow from me. Kid, you're too arrogant. It's not that I'm not giving you a chance. If you can take one hit from me, I'll immediately roll back home. Uncle, what do you think? All right, that's what you said. The uncle readily agreed to Tang Xian's suggestion. As a genuine 42nd level soul master, it would be a joke if he couldn't take a punch from a little soul venerable. Moreover, it's just one hit. Being able to force the opponent to admit defeat also saves him some trivial troubles of offending major families. Bang, bang, bang. The soul master uncle let out a loud shout and stomped his foot down. 3 yellow and 1 purple spirit rings emerging from beneath him. Seeing this, Tang Xian didn't even raise his eyes, allowing the uncle to adopt a defensive posture. Watching the alternating flashing yellow and purple spirit rings of the uncle in front of him, Tang Xian's mouth slightly curled up. The uncle really doesn't underestimate any opponent, actually managing to maximize his defense by activating all 4 spirit rings at once. However, it still can't block a blow from me. This is confidence. Chapter 51, The Biggest Dark Horse Battle. Hammer. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The Soul Master uncle spared no effort, pushing his defense to the limit. Even if he loses, he can't let the opponent lose too embarrassingly. He's given enough face to the other side. Tang Xian was indifferent to this. Defeating the opponent like this would make them convinced. However, both the referee and the audience shook their heads in disappointment. The moment of gathering strength was the weakest time for an attack, and at this point, the young man had no chance. Damn, he was still too young. Even confidence should have its limits. To hell with it. I see his odds are quite high, wanting to go against the grain. He put his bet on that golden-masked boy, and now it seems he would be left with nothing. It's over, I've been tricked by this kid. Ha ha, another brainless one. How could a soul master compete with a soul sovereign, and he even bet against it? A gambling king wouldn't dare to bet like this. Fortunately, that brainless one wanted me to bet with him. Luckily, I didn't. I bet on the soul sovereign to win. All the gamblers' eyes focused on the soul fighting arena, and they heard the soul sovereign uncle had completely entered an ultimate defensive state, followed by a loud roar. Young man, come on. I want to see how you break through my iron armor rhino's ultimate defense. When the uncle said this, his tone was extremely disdainful. It wasn't arrogance. Even among soul sovereigns of the same level, wanting to break through his fully activated iron armor rhino was wishful thinking. Only a soul king might have a slight chance. The strongest aspect of the iron armor rhino martial soul was not its attack, but its defense. All right, since that's the case, I'll do as you wish, uncle. Enjoy my hammer. Then, Tang Xian flipped his palm, and the Haotian hammer began to spin rapidly in his hand. Tang Xian gripped it tightly, and with a buzzing sound, the pitch-black Haotian hammer was suddenly surrounded by sacred flames. The dazzling light instantly covered the original darkness, rendering the Haotian hammer incredibly golden, and in Tang Xian's hands, it was like a judge's hammer held by an enforcer. Buzz. The divine gaze made the soul sovereign uncle stiffen all over. This fighting spirit made the soul sovereign uncle suddenly feel a shiver from his soul. A soul sovereign actually felt a sense of oppression from an upper-level being in front of Soul King, tightening his heart. At the same time, he swallowed hard. Could this momentum really shatter his iron armor rhino's ultimate defense with one hammer? Roar. A dragon's roar echoed throughout the soul fighting arena. In an instant, Tang Xian swung the fire hammer with force, and a flame slashed out from the Haotian hammer, instantly bursting forth towards the uncle at high speed. Not only that, the hammer strike directly transformed into a giant golden dragon, pouncing forward with claws bared. No, how is this possible? I will die. I really will die. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sound of sharp claws tearing through armor echoed in the soul fighting arena. No, no, no. Crash. Bang. A muffled sound rang out, and an extremely urgent wail echoed through the arena. Cough, 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 cough. The light converged, and the previously ultimate defensive soul sovereign uncle was directly blasted to the ground. Now, half kneeling, continuously clutching his chest and coughing up blood. His clothes were tattered from the intense battle, his hair disheveled, his pupils constricted, and his face was extremely pale, as if he had just faced a god of death. His heart raced uncontrollably. A god of death? I almost really got killed by a single hammer. I encountered a god of death, and in a somewhat dazed state, he kept murmuring this phrase. Tang Xian slowly lowered the Haotian hammer and stepped back, standing firmly in the arena without paying attention to his defeated opponent. Instead, he turned to look at the Shrek Academy students watching from the stands. The referee finally reacted and blew the whistle for victory. I announced that in the 57th individual match of the arena, the winner is this exceptionally talented young soul master, Hammer. 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 The cheers from the audience instantly filled the entire venue. A hammer defeating the Spirit Hall. So powerful. Hammer, I love you. I actually placed a bet on you and made over 30 times profit. Woohoo, I'm rich. Hammer is so fierce. I like him so much. I want to spar with him. Hammer, there must be a handsome guy under that golden mask. Aw, I can't take it anymore. I really want to have him. Damn it. How can this hammer be so strong? I bet all my fortune on him, and now I've lost everything. Hammer is the nickname Tang Xian gave himself when he registered for the soul badge. After all, a tall tree catches the wind. It's safer to be low-key. People fear fame. Pigs fear growing fat. Throughout history, how many proud geniuses have been born, but how many have truly grown? Most have been erased during their developmental phase. It's because they don't know how to hide their brilliance. This is also why he gave himself a codename and wears a golden mask. After Tang Xian achieved victory, on the other side, the Shrek monsters were engaged in one battle after another. Ning Rong Rong, Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun. They took turns to compete. Although they were strong, there were still wins and losses. If we talk about the most stunning and memorable moment in today's Great Soul Arena, it has to be the newcomer, the Hammer, who appeared in the 57th individual arena match. He was so eye-catching. Up until now, every opponent he defeated was taken down with just one hammer strike. One hammer, instant kill. When the hammer is enraged, blood stains the plum blossoms. The god of war rises, and the name of the hammer resonates throughout the Soul Arena. I announced that in the 61st individual arena match, the hammer wins. I announced that in the 63rd individual arena match, the hammer wins. I announced that in the 69th individual arena match, the hammer wins. The hammer wins. Today, there are many shining dark horses in the Great Soul Arena, but the most eye-catching and promising dark horse is undoubtedly our hammer. The atmosphere in the Great Soul Arena is gradually reaching a climax with each soul battle. The gamblers are in a frenzy. In the highest section of the audience, a figure slowly walks out, Flander, wearing black-framed square glasses, with his arms crossed in front of his chest. He clicked his tongue and sighed helplessly. That guy Tang Xian really doesn't take a moment to rest, creating such a big commotion. I brought them here to hone their resolve. Now the entire Great Soul Arena has turned into their entertainment venue. This left Shrek Academy's Dean Flander quite troubled. Talents need to be tempered, and now it seems they might get inflated. However, only Tang Xian has the potential to become inflated. The performance of the other students still met his expected teaching goals. That guy Tang Xian has achieved 20 consecutive victories. How can teaching continue like this? Chapter 52, Xiao Wu matches up Rong Rong. Although Flander was somewhat surprised by Tang Xian's performance, he was also quite troubled. This guy is unstoppable. Could he really create an undefeated legend? Flander had been watching from the audience for so long and had not seen Tang Xian use his full strength. It was all one hammer defeats. Moreover, because of this, Tang Xian, this dark horse, instantly became the focus of the entire arena, attracting the attention of many major sects who wanted to recruit him. No matter how powerful the unmoving king is, he is still just a soul sage. After blocking one wave, another wave comes. Those who wanted to recruit him included not only soul emperors, but also soul sages. This kid is simply too dazzling. Xiao Wuji is already close to exhaustion. If this continues, not to mention soul sages, even Douluo might be alarmed. Would the little monster they work hard to recruit be poached? Thinking of this, Flander immediately called off the Shrek students' matches for today. Little monsters, today's training ends here. You can go back now. He instructed Dai Mubai to take Tang Xian and the others back. On the way back, almost everyone was holding a heavy bag. Inside were all the soul coins they won from betting on Tang Xian today. Betting on Tang Xian was a sure win. However, once everyone discovered Tang Xian's potential later on, the odds gradually decreased, and they probably wouldn't earn as much in the future. But today, they had already made a profit. Everyone was not greedy. However, Xiao Wu still felt a bit unsatisfied. We won so much. It was so much fun to collect the money. Then she pouted and said, Dean Flander, we were all in good form today. Why didn't you let us fight a few more rounds? Brother Xian is amazing. If we bet a few more rounds, our Shrek Academy could be renovated. Xiao Wu's question was also the confusion in the hearts of Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun. Not earning money is foolish. Their gazes all fell on Flander, wanting to know the answer. Seeing this, Dean Flander rubbed his nose, unsure of how to respond, and began to speak ambiguously. What reason is there? It's part of the teaching arrangement. Yet inwardly, he thought, if you keep being so ostentatious, those who come to poach might not be able to handle it. At this moment, Xiao Wuji was limping behind everyone. What's wrong? Did teacher Xiao Wuji also participate in some secret training? Xiao Wuji's mouth twitched. How could not count? But he and Flander wouldn't tell them those things. It would be too embarrassing. They were actually afraid someone would come to steal their students. Tang Xian probably guessed something and immediately said, if we keep winning like this, no matter how much profit the Great Soul Arena makes in a year, it will go bankrupt. Moreover, the matter of cultivation emphasizes gradual progress. Dean Flander wants us to take a proper rest. At this time, the moon was already hanging in the sky, so everyone hurried back to rest. Tomorrow, the Dean might have some special training tasks for us. As he spoke, the Shrek members nodded like little chicks pecking at rice, looking as if they expected this to be the case. Dean Flander is actually a person with a cold exterior but a warm heart. He understands time management. Going back now is perfect for sleeping and resting. Seeing this, Flander was moved to tears. Tang Xian made things so much easier for him. With Tang Xian around, his pressure as a dean was greatly reduced. In future teachings, he would certainly give Tang Xian some special attention. All right, everyone, go back to the dormitory and rest. Don't be late tomorrow. Dean Flander announced the end of today's training tasks. The next day began with the usual running training during the day. Ning Rongrong had completely adapted to the training intensity. Phew, Dean Flander, I can already run 20 laps just like them. Flander was quite surprised and delighted. A young lady from the Xuantian Treasure, glazed tile school had adapted to such intensity in such a short time. Just a few days ago, she was still crying. Originally, he had intentionally provoked her just to temper her character. Really? Don't lie to me, old man. Flander was somewhat skeptical. Ning Rongrong impatiently said, If you don't believe me, go ask the villagers on the road. They all saw it. She then ignored the old man and turned to Tang Xian, who was snuggling with Xiao Wu. She wiped the sweat from her drenched clothes and leaned over to ask, Xiao Wu, can I ask you something about Tang Xian? Tang Xian rubbed his nose, his gaze involuntarily falling on Ning Rongrong's graceful and tight physique. You should step aside first. Ning Rongrong pushed Tang Xian away. This was a private conversation between her and Xiao Wu, clearly discussing me, yet not letting me hear. Ning Rongrong blushed and said softly, If you want to listen, come over. Xiao Wu, is Tang Xian your brother? There's nothing else special between you, right? Xiao Wu looked a bit confused. Brother Xian? Of course. He is my brother. We've been sleeping together since we were little. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up. It turned out that Tang Xian and Xiao Wu were so close because they had been siblings since childhood. Seeing this, Tang Xian smacked his lips. Xiao Wu is someone I've been training since childhood, but it's not just siblinghood. However, he certainly wouldn't say that out loud. So, Xiao Wu, do you want your brother Xian to have a beautiful girlfriend? How about me? Ning Rongrong's eyes were shy, her fair neck instantly turning as red as a boiled shrimp. Although she was asking Xiao Wu, it seemed like she was confessing to Tang Xian. Tang Xian widened his eyes. Is this really happening? He heard that carefree girl Xiao Wu say, What is wrong with that? Sister Rongrong is so beautiful and charming. It's perfect for her to be brother Xian's girlfriend, right? Brother Xian, Rongrong wants to be your girlfriend. Why don't you agree to her? Xiao Wu questioned Tang Xian with some anger, seemingly standing up for Ning Rongrong. Her voice was a bit loud, immediately catching the attention of Dai Mubai and Ma Hongju nearby. Brother Xian is so charming. Not only does he have a top-notch girl like Xiao Wu, but now he is also getting a confession from the only heir of the Xuantian Treasure glazed tile school. And Xiao Wu doesn't he mind. My goodness, this is unbelievable. So this is really Brother Tang. Sister Xiao Wu is quite generous too. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun were aside, watching the drama unfold, feeling a bit sour. Not far away, Flinder had a smile on his face. This little guy is quite the flirt. Even the arrogant Ning Rongrong suddenly changed her mind. It turns out it's because of him. This young man has so much energy. Flinder only cared about training, and he wouldn't interfere in matters of the heart. Men and women working together isn't tiring. Meanwhile, Oscar could only silently turn away and run a few more laps. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent in a dark corner. Chapter 53, They're all Tang Xian's sisters. Brother Xian, Rongrong wants to be your girlfriend. Why don't you agree to her? When Xiao Wu said this, Ning Rongrong wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Tang Xian pulled Ning Rongrong to a secluded corner by the wall and said, Xiao Wu, I have something to say to my girlfriend. You shouldn't come over. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu looked as if it was only natural. Tang Xian's handsome face slowly leaned closer to Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, you really know how to play with fire? As he spoke, he pressed Ning Rongrong against the wall. This sudden move made Ning Rongrong's breath quicken, and in such close proximity, her sweat-soaked shirt rose and fell repeatedly. Tang Xian, what do you want to do? Ning Rongrong was so nervous that she was at a loss for words. Her little fists clenched tightly, and she closed her eyes. Tang Xian directly blew warm air into Ning Rongrong's ear and whispered, Rongrong, I want you. Do you want it? Here? Have you thought it through? Are you sure? Yes. And definitely. No, Haha. Tang Xian immediately let go of the flustered Ning Rongrong, wanting to take control of the situation. Tang Xian? He turned the tables, and Rongrong was still a bit too naive, looking at Ning Rongrong, who was now sweating profusely and blushing red like a shrimp from the neck up. He knew he couldn't tease her any further. I said I want you to be my little sister, to be my girlfriend, but not in such a casual way. Huh, little sister? Like Xiao Wu? Ning Rongrong gasped for breath, as if feeling relieved at that moment. Good thing Tang Xian didn't go too far. Ning Rongrong still had a flushed face, biting her lip with her pearly teeth, twisting her body a bit shyly as she softly murmured, This was also her first time being so proactive. And perhaps she didn't grasp the right measure, but she wasn't discouraged. A little sister was still a little sister. It wouldn't be like that forever. Then Tang Xian playfully ruffled Ning Rongrong's wet hair and pecked her blushing cheek like a chick pecking at rice. All right, stop overthinking it, Rongrong. He then turned to leave, leaving a stunned and bashful Ning Rongrong in the dark alley. Tang Xian's lips curled slightly. Am I not clear about the little, which Ning Rongrong's thoughts? She just wants to take the initiative in her feelings so that she can gain the upper hand in the future. But I, Tang Xian, dislike being passive the most. I prefer to take the lead. That's why I just countered Ning Rongrong. However, Ning Rongrong is not discouraged by this. She likes this arrogant and unruly man, which ignites her desire to conquer. Moreover, with Tang Xian's recent actions, she felt her heart racing for the first time. Suddenly, Tang Xian turned back and took Ning Rongrong's hand. Let's go out together. You don't mind holding your brother's hand, do you? You would want your brother to be scolded by Xiao Wu, right? As soon as Tang Xian walked out of the alley, he saw Xiao Wu waiting outside. If he went out alone, Xiao Wu would definitely think he was bullying Rongrong. So the safest option was to friendly hold Ning Rongrong's hand and take her out. Ning Rongrong's hand, soft as if it had no bones, was held by Tang Xian, and it took her a long time to awkwardly adjust her state. That's right, I can't be discouraged. At least now I can be held by Brother Xian, just like Xiao Wu. Watching Tang Xian lead Ning Rongrong out of the dark alley, all the Shrek students training immediately had expressions of surprise, shock, joy, and envy on their faces. No wonder he's Brother Tang. He has already achieved this. I would like to follow Brother Tang and ask him to teach me a few moves. Great, Sister Rongrong looks very happy. Sigh. One step slow. Every step slow. Ning Rongrong, a girl favored by heaven, not only looks beautiful, but many people are lined up to pursue her without even a chance. This guy Tang Xian, after just a few days of being with Ning Rongrong and Shrek, has already received such fortune. They're holding hands now. The progress is too rapid. This is a master. This is a master. Tang Xian ignored the gazes of everyone and immediately brought Ning Rongrong in front of Xiao Wu. From now on, don't make a fuss. Rongrong is just like Xiao Wu. My good sister. That's right, from now on, I, Ning Rongrong, will be Tang Xian's sister. Huh. Dai Mu Bai, Ma Hongjun, and the others exploded with surprise, but soon revealed expressions that understood the situation. They knew that openly dating in the academy required some restraint. The sisterhood was just a cover. Ma Hongjun and Dai Mu Bai had long seen through the essence of it. Zhu Zhuqing coldly snorted, all stinky men are the same. Flander asked impatiently, Tang Xian, have you handled your relationship with Ning Rongrong? If it disrupts the teaching, there will be serious consequences. Tang Xian immediately reported, report to the dean. Everything has been handled properly. You can rest assured, Dean. Upon hearing this, Flander slowly turned to look at Oscar. All right, the relationship between the team members is also very important. Everyone should maintain it more often. Since everything is settled, let's gather now. Oscar promptly returned to the team from his earlier disappointment. Today's training plan has some minor adjustments. Starting today, we will conduct outdoor training. Flander said as he walked around to the back of the academy and casually patted Oscar. He continued, Xiao Wu, Oscar, and Tang Xian have all reached the level of 30 and 40 spirit power. Therefore, this time the training location will be set in the TangSan Forest. They will cooperate with you to complete the soul hunting task. The TangSan Forest is a primitive forest teeming with soul beasts, with countless powerful soul beasts and a very high danger level. This time, it will be led by teacher Xiao Wuji to ensure your safety. Flander added, I believe most of the students here have already tasted Oscar's big sausage. Although his soul curse is a bit disgusting, it is a problem that must be overcome. He then fixed a sharp gaze on Ning Rongrong, who had never eaten Oscar sausage before. Now, Ning Rongrong still hasn't broken through this psychological barrier. So, before we set off, if you still have any reservations, you will not qualify to continue staying in Shrek Academy. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's expression darkened. That kind of thing. She didn't want to eat it. Now, everyone give Ning Rongrong some encouragement. Oscar, you give each person a sausage, and let's all eat together. It will be more exciting. Upon hearing this, Oscar did not hesitate at all, and publicly recited the soul curse. I have a big sausage, I have a small sausage. Ning Rongrong felt that Oscar was creating a kind of dark cuisine, until Oscar handed 2 sausages to Ning Rongrong. She almost threw up directly. Rongrong, here you go. Ning Rongrong's whole body was resisting. Chapter 54. Training Zhu Zhuqing. Holding the sausage that Oscar handed over, Ning Rongrong was completely resisting. Seeing this, Tang Xian walked in front of Ning Rongrong, snatched the sausage from her hand in front of her, and took a bite out of half. Look, this sausage isn't as disgusting as you think. After eating it, you will be full of energy. It could save your life in the future. Tang Xian immediately stuffed his sausage into Ning Rongrong's hand. Here, eat my big sausage. Don't be afraid, be a little braver. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong seemed to be encouraged by Tang Xian and directly stuffed his sausage into her mouth, ignoring whether it was disgusting or not, and closed her eyes to pull and swallow it down. Woo-wah. After swallowing the sausage, she initially felt disgusted. But when she opened her eyes and saw Tang Xian's clear eyes, she instantly held it back. I finished Brother Xian's sausage. The others looked at Ning Rongrong with subtle expressions. Her bold action of eating the sausage for the first time was truly remarkable. Tang Xian's legs tightened slightly. Very good. The sausage isn't actually that disgusting. He patted Ning Rongrong on the shoulder. Ning Rongrong nodded heavily, then looked at Flander. Dean Flander, I did it. I can continue to stay at Shrek Academy, right? I want to go to the Star-Do Forest for training with them. Agreed. I am looking forward to your performance in the Star-Do Forest. Flander's sharp gaze swept over everyone. Now, everyone go to the dormitory to pack up. We will set off in half an hour led by Xiao Wu. Yes. The Star-Do Forest is considered the first real battle training for the students of Shrek Academy. Flander rarely gave them half an hour to organize their things. Just when everyone was getting their gear ready to gather, Zhu Zhuqing, who had always been somewhat unsociable, suddenly approached Tang Xian, and those discussing the soul-hunting plan nearby widened their eyes in shock. Ma Hongjun was even more shocked and asked, No way, no way. The three beauties of Shrek, oh my god. I am willing to call Tang Xian Big Brother the best of the best. Comparing people makes one feel worse. There are only 3 beauties in Shrek Academy, and now all 3 have been charmed by Tang Xian. How are the remaining brothers supposed to live? Little fatty, don't talk nonsense if you don't know the situation. How do you know Zhu Zhuqing isn't really looking for Tang Xian for something? Dai Mubai immediately kicked the overly dramatic Ma Hongjun. This guy looks at everything with that mindset after spending too much time in those places. However, despite saying that, Dai Mubai's heart tightened as well, hoping that Zhu Zhuqing and Tang Xian really had nothing going on. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu didn't think too much about it. Ning Rongrong became alert. She couldn't help but secretly glance at Zhu Zhuqing and Tang Xian's position. She was very curious about what they were talking about. Is there something going on? Compared to everyone else's various emotions, Tang Xian was completely unconcerned, treating everyone equally. Looking at the fiery Zhu Zhuqing, he simply asked lightly, Can I ask you for a favor? Zhu Zhuqing's eyes remained somewhat cold, but her way of speaking was naturally charming. Of course, as long as it's within my ability, I am willing to help you. Tang Xian shrugged. Opportunities to help the beautiful Zhu Zhuqing were rare. As long as it wasn't too excessive, he could agree. How excessive could Zhu Zhuqing be? I want you to train me. Train? Tang Xian's heart suddenly skipped a beat. What does this mean? Is it that kind of training? Looking at the stunningly beautiful Zhu Zhuqing so close, even though Tang Xian is a gentleman, he couldn't help but let his imagination run wild upon hearing those words. How about we change the place? Zhu Zhuqing was slightly taken aback, then quickly refused, saying, Let's stay here. Here? Zhu Zhuqing continued to explain. Yes, this place is spacious, and you can train me here, which allows you to fully exert yourself. Tang Xian took a deep breath. Do we really need such a large space? Zhu Zhuqing nodded and continued. Your first soul skill is an area suppression soul skill. I want you to use it to train me. My martial soul is the Nether Spirit Cat, which excels in assassination. If I can completely conceal my form within your holy light flame and merge it with the killing intent of your soul skill, that would be perfect. Tang Xian touched his nose, realizing that training meant special training. He was really impressed by Zhu Zhuqing's choice of words. It almost led people to think in the wrong direction. So you want me to be your instructor and train you? Tang Xian said casually. That's right. Your soul skill is the most suitable for training my assassination attribute. As long as you agree to help me become stronger, I promise you one thing. Anything can be done? Tang Xian asked somewhat excitedly. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing proudly puffed out her chest and said in a charming voice, As long as I can become stronger, anything is possible. Hearing this, Dai Mubai turned pale and, somewhat angrily, stepped forward to grab Zhu Zhuqing. Zhuqing, don't make things difficult for Tang Xian. You can't. Zhu Zhuqing shook off Dai Mubai's hand. Their cooperation simply didn't have that effect, and Dai Mubai really couldn't let Zhu Zhuqing become any stronger. Assassins fear light the most. If she could blend her concealment under the light, her strength would rise significantly. Dai Mubai wanted to explain, but Zhu Zhuqing coldly said, "Don't come near." The words he was about to say got swallowed back down. His expression was complex as he silently walked aside. He had his reasons. After driving Dai Mubai away, Zhu Zhuqing turned to Tang Xian again. "Please don't mind. I have no conflict with him." Then she continued seriously, "Is that okay, but my instructor?" In front of everyone, would you be able to refuse when a beautiful woman asks for your help? Clearly not. A man should have some dignity. Moreover, it's not an unreasonable request. It's just training from the instructor, right? He still has many little whips unused. She didn't mind letting Zhu Zhuqing taste it. This was her own choice. She wanted to fuse with his holy fire, but it wouldn't be that easy. A slight mistake could lead to a burning sensation like dripping wax. Unexpectedly, Zhu Zhuqing was still a masochist. However, this pursuit of strength made him quite admire her. In the Douluo continent, where the strong are respected, as long as one can become stronger, enduring some physical pain is really nothing. However, this would be an extremely exhausting task for Tang Xian. But Tang Xian didn't care at all. With his current 40-level soul power, he was full of energy, and his soul power was quite enduring. So training Zhu Zhuqing was no problem. "All right, no problem. I accept your first request." After thinking it over, Tang Xian gladly agreed. Chapter 55. The Local in Songhui Academy. "You haven't said what you want me to do yet?" Zhu Zhuqing asked coldly. Tang Xian mysteriously leaned close to Zhu Zhuqing's ear and said in a low voice, "I haven't figured it out yet. I'll tell you when I do." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing bit her lip lightly and let out a sigh of relief. She had already made all the preparations, but she was still afraid that Tang Xian would make some excessive demands. "No, I have to make a request now. I don't know anyone anything," Zhu Zhuqing said again. "Not now, but who knows about the future?" Tang Xian could only loudly say, "All right then, let's have a meal another day and call it even." How refreshing. Dai Mubai, hearing this from a distance, finally relaxed. Zhu Zhuqing's worries were also his worries. A meal another day to settle everything? Even Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. It was such a simple matter. Zhu Zhuqing secretly noted this down. While this matter was trivial, it did spark a bit of curiosity about Tang Xian's character. "Okay, another day then. For now, let's focus on merging my assassination soul skill." Tang Xian nodded slightly. Such things require long-term practice. "Today, let's give it a try. We can also train in the Star-Do Great Forest when we have time." After saying that, Tang Xian stood still in the center of the field, closing his eyes tightly. Seeing this, Zhu Zhuqing immediately disappeared and used her assassination technique. Her figure instantly concealed itself beyond Tang Xian's perception, quietly moving to a remote corner by the wall, ready to approach Tang Xian at any moment. In the shadows of the secluded area, Zhu Zhuqing looked at Tang Xian's back and murmured, "What an interesting person. Activate your first soul skill." "Okay." Buzz. A buzzing sound echoed. A faint circle of bright flames enveloped Tang Xian's body. Under the light, it was all within his perception and suppression range. In an instant, the secluded area where Zhu Zhuqing was located was instantly illuminated by the light, and her fiery figure was completely covered in the area where Zhu Zhuqing was. Gulp, gulp. Hot sweat continuously flowed down Zhu Zhuqing's forehead, instantly soaking her thin shirt. So hot. However, Zhu Zhuqing immediately concealed her figure within the brightness, making it impossible for others to notice her thrilling presence. Nevertheless, under the coverage of the holy fire of light, how could she possibly evade Tang Xian's perception? Tang Xian had a clear view of Zhu Zhuqing's current state. "Damn it, it's still too difficult to hide under the light, but I won't give up." Zhu Zhuqing tried once more. Just then, Xiao Wu, who had arrived according to the agreed time, happened to see this scene and was quite surprised. Zhu Zhuqing had already started actively seeking special training with Tang Xian. Xiao Wu felt quite gratified by this. Zhu Zhuqing's talent among all the Shrek students wasn't particularly outstanding, but her level of effort was unmatched by anyone else in Shrek. Talent is important, but effort is even more important, which is why he admires Zhu Zhuqing. "All right, you two can wrap it up. We should set off. The destination is the Star-Do Great Forest." Xiao Wu interrupted Zhu Zhuqing and Tang Xian's special training. Everyone regrouped. Yes. They then set off towards the Star-Do Great Forest. After Xiao Wu provided the location, Dai Mubai led the way. Everyone arrived at a hunting village near the Star-Do Great Forest to rest. Let's find a place to rest for the night and regain our spirits before entering the Star-Do Great Forest for soul hunting tomorrow, Dai Mubai said lightly. This village was bustling with activity, unusually lively. Why are there so many people gathering in such a small place? Xiao Wu was quite curious about this. Tang Xian smiled lightly and said, of course there are many people here. There are plenty of soul masters like us, and before entering the Star-Do Forest, everyone needs to rest a bit. This can be considered as the departure camp for entering the Star-Do Forest. Flander and Xiao Wu then took them to a restaurant they came across to have a meal. Since there were quite a few people on this trip and the academy had regulations, they split into 2 tables, one for the students and one for the teachers. Xiao Wu's curiosity was piqued again. The dean is too frugal. The food isn't that great. We need to eat something better, Dai Mubai whispered. The dean is a penny-pinching miser. When we go out for training, the meals are reimbursed by the academy, and Ma Hongjun could easily eat the dean poor. So he has to set an example and not allow us to eat so well. However, Tang Xian didn't take it to heart at all. With a faint smile, he said, Xiao Wu, Rong Rong, Zhu Qing, order whatever you like. We'll take care of ourselves. No need for the dean to reimburse us. I have money. He explained lightly. I won quite a few gold soul coins in the soul arena. In reality, it was all from the soul coins he had accumulated over the years. Now Tang Xian was rich and had no shortage of money. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun instantly got excited. I'll have 20 skewers of kidneys first. As for Xiao Wu, she directly grabbed the menu and said, Boss, I want one of this menu, and this menu, and this menu. Hiss. Ma Hongjun took a sharp breath. He thought he was tough enough, but Xiao Wu could eat even more than him. The waiter had never encountered such a way of ordering. Comparing the 2 tables, Xiao Wujia's table looked exceedingly shabby. Seeing this, Xiao Wujia couldn't help but drool. Dean Flander, why don't we go over to the kids' table to eat? Flander awkwardly adjusted his glasses and fell silent. However, Tang Xian was very considerate and had the waiter bring 2 menus to the teacher's table, putting the bill on his tab. He then took out a bag of soul coins from his Shumi ring and paid in advance. This should be enough, right? The waiter opened the cloth bag, and his eyes were filled with the symbols of gold coins. Enough, definitely enough. You can go now. Tang Xian waved his hand nonchalantly. This meant that the extra money was all tips for the waiter. The waiter was instantly moved to tears. He had never received so much in tips in his life. Thank you, sir. Please wait a moment. Your order is being cooked in the kitchen and will be ready soon. I'll hurry them along. However, as the waiter turned around, he accidentally bumped into a group of people in white robes sitting at another table. That table was filled with people in white robes, seemingly from the same academy as Tang Xian and his group. Hey, what are you doing? Where's our roast chicken? Hurry up with the food. Do you want to die? A tall man suddenly grabbed the waiter's collar angrily. The waiter was instantly scared out of his wits. Dear guest, please wait a moment. Once the food for this table is ready, the kitchen will serve you. What? You mean we have to wait? The group of men instantly became unhappy. Hearing this, Dai Mubai immediately frowned. What is so arrogant about the local bumpkins from Songhui Academy? Our deluxe set meal hasn't even been served yet. Just wait. The group in white robes turned dark at this sarcastic remark. How dare they provoke Songhui Academy? Chapter 56. Battle with Songhui Academy's Teaching Soul King. Our food hasn't been served yet. Why should yours come first? Xiao Wu also shouted angrily. Her words instantly ignited the anger of those from Songhui Academy. A tall white-robed student turned around to look, and upon seeing Xiao Wu, he couldn't help but reveal a sly smile. In this little village, there were actually people meddling in their affairs. The group from Songhui Academy maliciously surrounded Tang Xian's table, and one of the white-robed men, emboldened, reached out to touch Xiao Wu's delicate face. Wow, brothers, today we're really lucky to encounter such a girl in this remote place, little sister. We can wait, but it's inevitable to feel a bit lonely while waiting for the food. So why don't you come over and keep us company? We don't mind waiting. Brothers, look, there are 2 more gorgeous beauties here. Tonight, we're in for a treat. As they spoke, the group from Songhui Academy began to make unwanted advances toward Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Qing. But Tang Xian remained calm. These guys were clearly weak and still wanted to flirt. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Qing were not to be trifled with. Did they think they could take advantage of them? Absolutely not. Slap, slap, slap. The crisp sound of slapping echoed. Zhu Qing wouldn't take it lying down. She directly slapped those disgusting men back. Xiao Wu looked at the red marks on the faces of the men and felt the sting. Sister Zhu Qing, you really hit hard. Do you know who you just hit? The tall man from Songhui Academy covered his fiery cheek, incredulously asking. Zhu Qing and Xiao Wu didn't care who they were. We hit you bunch of scoundrels. Just as the group was about to retaliate. They were all kicked to the ground by Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, each hit targeting their vital areas, making them cry out in pain. As for Tang Xian, he remained indifferent, calmly eating his meat, though his peripheral vision kept glancing at a table in the corner, which should be the teaching instructor from Tsanhui Academy. If that person made a move, he would mind giving a few slaps to the instructor as well. The instructor from Tsanhui Academy looked extremely gloomy upon seeing his students being utterly crushed by their peers. Which academy do these two little girls belong to? They hit so hard. Even though he knew this was just a minor scuffle among peers, it was still his students being bullied, which made him quite uncomfortable. The next moment, bang! The instructor from Tsanhui Academy finally couldn't hold back anymore and slammed the table. You gone too far. Stop it. Gone too far. But Tang Xian didn't think so. If they were stronger today, they would probably be the ones getting beaten to the ground. Tang Xian stood up directly and said continue, then slowly positioned himself in front of Xiao Wu. At the same time, 3 black soul rings emerge around him. The level 40 soul power surged forth. Buzz, don't underestimate the old. It was your academy that provoked us first. If you're inferior, you must be taught a lesson. I'm helping your students learn some principles of being a person. Hiss, 3 10,000-year soul rings? This guy's a 3-ring soul master? Facing Tang Xian's stance, the teaching instructor from Tsanhui Academy gasped in shock. To achieve such accomplishments at this age, just 1 soul ring short of being a soul sect. They had likely encountered a force with significant background here in the Stardo Forest for soul hunting. Instantly, a sense of panic arose in his heart, because a sect or academy capable of nurturing such a prodigy is not something a mere Tsanhui Academy can afford to offend. Having thought this through, the teaching instructor of Tsanhui Academy, who had initially wanted to get angry, instantly lowered his posture and politely inquired, "This young brother, there may have been a misunderstanding. I am Yi Zhiqiu, the teaching director of Tsanhui Academy. May I ask which sect or academy you are from?" "Oh, Yi Zhiqiu, don't insult the name of the great god. You aren't worthy to know our identity." Tang Xian's tough attitude left Yi Zhiqiu, who originally wanted to downplay the situation, speechless and completely at a loss. The other party was not following the usual script at all. He had just wanted to create a way out for the other party and probe into their background, so he could sound more humble and sincere when he apologized, and then sweet-talk his way through this incident. However, this young man seemed even prouder than he had imagined, and it didn't seem like this matter would end easily. Yi Zhiqiu's heart tightened. What should he do? He was the teaching instructor at Tsanhui Academy, and even if the students caused trouble, he would have to take responsibility. He certainly couldn't just throw down his responsibilities and leave the students to fend for themselves, right? If he did that, the academy wouldn't want him anymore. Thinking of this, Yi Zhiqiu gritted his teeth and said, "Brother, what do you want? After all, our Tsanhui Academy has a reputation to uphold. We do admit that we were at fault here, but let's not go too far." As he spoke, Yi Zhiqiu Xiangui martial soul faintly emerged, and he immediately radiated the soul power fluctuations of a 5-ringed soul master. A trace of barely perceptible cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. This killing intent was very subtle. Only Tang Xian could see it. It was a warning directed at him. However, upon seeing this, Tang Xian let out a cold laugh. A 5-ringed soul king dared to threaten him? How ridiculous! In an instant, the pitch-black Haotian hammer was gripped in his hand, and with a buzzing sound, it was engulfed in flames, turning golden and covering its true form, with faint lightning patterns flickering on its surface. "So, you plan to kill me?" "Oh, no, not." "In that case, since you were so ungrateful and excessive, you clearly don't want to make amends." "Huh?" Yi Zhiqiu was directly stunned. Who exactly was the one being excessive here? However, since the conversation had reached this point, it couldn't be resolved with just a few apologies. Moreover, at this moment, Tang Xian had already raised the Haotian hammer, pointing it at Yi Zhiqiu's face, which was a challenge. "This is what you asked for, kid. It's not that I didn't give you a chance. Since you want to fight, don't come crying to the adults if you get hurt." Yi Zhiqiu was afraid of the forces behind Tang Xian. Tang Xian simply said, "Noisy." Upon hearing this, Yi Zhiqiu, who had been yielding time and again, could no longer hold back. "Kid, you're looking for death." Buzz. In the next moment, the instructor from Tsanhui Academy directly released 5 soul rings. And at the same time, the Xuanwu tortoise shell instantly appeared around him, shining with a green glow. "Today, I will teach you what humility and yielding mean. On behalf of your elders, just a 3-ring Soul Master, and he has already reached this level. If the other party is still so aggressive, then he shouldn't blame him for being rude. Chapter 57. Shura's terrifying shattered Xian turtle. Upon seeing that the instructor from Sanghui Academy was a 5-ring Soul King, Daimu Bai, Ma Hongjun, and the others suddenly became tense and worried, standing up and releasing their soul rings. A Soul King is not something one person can handle. Tang Xian has probably kicked a harbor this time. However, just as they were preparing to step forward to help Tang Xian, a calm and indifferent voice came from the front. You all step back. This old man is mine to deal with. I don't even take him seriously. Get ready with the wine and peanuts. Just sit back and enjoy the show. Daimu Bai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, Tsutsuking, and Xiao Wu were all slightly taken aback upon hearing this. Tang Xian no longer takes the Soul King seriously? Just how much has this guy's strength grown? After all, he is the instructor at Sanghui Academy. What arrogance! Yi Zhiqiu scoffed at this remark, feeling disdainful. He had actually been looked down upon by a kid. With that, he let out a furious roar. You little brat, no matter how high your talent is, before you grow up, I advise you to keep a low profile. The difference of a major realm will make you understand what true strength is. Xian being a peer, while speaking, Yi Zhiqiu had already begun to gather his soul power, which instantly coalesced into an ice pillar attack, enveloping the position of Tang Xian. Ice seal. Tang Xian suddenly had a splash of water erupt beneath his feet, and in an instant, the water froze at a visible speed, seemingly intending to encase Tang Xian forever within an ice pillar. Upon seeing this, Tang Xian remained completely unperturbed, a mere trick dare to show off in front of him. First soul skill, Holy Fire. Burn. Crack. Bang. The profound ice was shattered effortlessly by Tang Xian's strike, like a fragile piece of glass. Not only that, but the position of Yi Zhiqiu was directly enveloped by Tang Xian's first soul skill, and the killing intent cultivated in the soul fighting arena surged forth in an instant. Soul King Yi Zhiqiu widened his eyes at this scene. How is this possible? How can my profound ice not trap a 3-soul soul zone? And what is this deathly killing intent? Why is it so intense? Bang, bang, bang. Several consecutive attacks of profound ice exploded right in front of Tang Xian, unable to get within half an inch of him, let alone inflict any substantial damage. Tang Xian coldly snorted. If the holy light can't even handle this little water column, then that's a joke. Old fool, is this the strength of a Soul King? It's not even enough to tickle me. He directly rested the Haotian hammer on his shoulder, his eyes filled with disdain as he mocked. This is pointless. If I keep playing with you like this, the food I just ordered will get cold. You might as well just lie down obediently. Buzz. In an instant, Tang Xian activated the soul power of his 3 10,000-year soul rings to the maximum, unleashing an incredibly vast wave of soul power. With 3 high-quality 10,000-year soul rings, plus his own level 40 soul power, the aura he emitted was even more robust than Yi Zhiqiu's soul power level. Yi Zhiqiu also sensed something was off. His heart racing. This kid's soul power clearly did not seem to be just at the Soul Master level. It was even stronger than that of an average Soul King. What kind of monster have I encountered? I must deliver a fatal blow quickly and understand. Yi Zhiqiu immediately dismissed the idea of exhausting this kid's soul power and then torturing him. That was unrealistic since the opponent's soul power was not far off from his own. At this moment, Yi Zhiqiu was even more convinced of his previous inner suspicion. This kind of monstrous genius could only be cultivated by those major sects. If I unleash my full power as a Soul King, even a Soul Sovereign would face considerable pressure. However, the difference between a Soul Sovereign and a Soul Master is over 10 levels. No matter how high the talent, Yi Zhiqiu still had confidence in his chances of victory. Moreover, he understood that those prodigies who emerged from big families often had a common flaw. They were arrogant and unwilling to unleash their full strength until the last moment. And this was exactly the weakness Yi Zhiqiu wanted to exploit. Seeing this, Yi Zhiqiu directly unleashed his ultimate move. A Soul King going all out is quite terrifying. First soul skill, Xian Turtle Protection. Second soul skill, Xian Water Ice Seal. Third soul skill, Xian Water Surge. Yi Zhiqiu's aura surged violently, and 5 soul rings, white, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, appeared beneath his feet, flashing alternately. Even Tang Xian felt an overwhelming sense of threat. His entire body was instantly wrapped in countless streams of Xian water, and the bone-chilling ice sealing power, bolstered by the vast soul power of the Soul King, finally overwhelmed the holy light, causing the Xian water to surge towards Tang Xian. Third soul skill, blade of slaughter. In an instant, Tang Xian's peepa bones bulged rapidly, growing out 8 dark purple demonic blades, shimmering with light. In a single breath, he slashed out a dozen blades, cutting through the water. Break! Crash! The Xian ice that had just pierced towards Tang Xian was shattered. However, attacks from a Soul King are not so easily dealt with. The Xian water surged beneath Tang Xian's feet again. With a loud bang, the Xian water erupted, wrapping Tang Xian up. The next moment, the Xian water sealed him in ice. Crack, crack, crack. The Xian water rapidly froze at a visible speed, encasing Tang Xian in transparent Xian ice. Ha ha! Unaware of the heavens and the earth, a mere soul master dares to provoke a Soul King? Now, with just a thought, you will be completely shattered into ice chunks. From now on, the prodigy will fall. Yi Zhiqiu from Tsanhui Academy mocked mercilessly, looking at Tang Xian, who was sealed in his Xian water. A glimmer of killing intent flashed in the corner of his eye. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu beside him realized something was wrong. The freezing event just happened in an instant, and Xiao Wu immediately wanted to leap up to save him. However, at this moment, an unexpected change occurred. Inside the transparent Xian ice, Tang Xian's eyes flickered with a bloody red light, and in an instant, the ice shards refracted, turning the entire transparent ice pillar dark red. The sinister bloody red radiated outward, reflecting in Yi Zhiqiu's eyes. Tang Xian's heart roared. Second soul skill, Azura Shock. Buzz. The violent mental power and killing intent instantly backfired onto Yi Zhiqiu, who felt as if his brain had been struck by a thunderbolt. A mental attack? No. First soul skill, Black Tortoise Possession. Yi Zhiqiu's entire body was enveloped in green tortoise patterns, but the mental attack was all-pervasive. At this moment, he seemed to have lost his mind, clutching his head with both hands, his eyes bulging and bloodshot, and he directly knelt on the ground. Crack! At the same time, the raging Azura killing intent broke through the ice seal of the frozen ice. Tang Xian's charming eyes shimmered with a blood-red light. He was indeed careless. The crimson in Tang Xian's eyes faded, and the instructor from Tsanhui Academy was still trembling uncontrollably, feeling lingering fear. At this moment, Xiao Wu finally let out a slow breath, almost forgetting that this little guy, Tang Xian, had a spiritual power soul skill that could even affect soul saints. And Xiao Wu had suffered a loss because of it. In a moment of urgency, just now, he had actually forgotten. Buzzing. Slap. Tang Xian directly slapped Yi Zhiqiu away, then turned to look at the group of Tsanhui Academy students who were uncertain about what to expect. Stop looking. Your teacher lost too. Chapter 58. The 10,000-year young sky, bull python, soul ring, and soul bone. Stop looking. Your teacher lost too. As for you, leave all your valuables behind, and you can go. Otherwise, you might lose your lives here. Tang Xian looked at a group of Tsanhui Academy students on the ground, their faces bruised and battered by Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Upon hearing Tang Xian's voice, who could easily defeat even their teaching instructor, they dared not hesitate any longer. The leading big brother was quick to react, shouting, "What are you all standing there for? Didn't you hear what this big brother said? Hurry up. Not a single penny can be kept for yourselves. Hand it all over." One of the female students, who had a good figure, protested. "Why should we? They're just a bunch of robbers." Slap. As soon as she finished speaking, the leading big brother from Tsanhui Academy, looking terrified, slapped her across the face and shouted, "You foul woman, if you want to die, don't drag your brothers down with you. If you say another word, we'll offer you to this big brother with a noble hand." After saying that, he glanced at Tang Xian and Dai Mubai with a flattering expression. Having learned from this previous example, the other students dared not say anything further. They all took out their savings, realizing they had kicked a metal plate this time. Who would hesitate to spend money to buy their lives? Bag after bag filled with soul coins was thrown onto the dining table. "Please let us go," the tall man in the white robe pleaded. Tang Xian casually picked up the cloth bag on the table and shook it. He tilted his head and coldly snorted. "Why aren't you leaving yet?" Upon hearing this, the group of people on the floor dared not stay and eat any longer. It was as if they had received a pardon, and they scrambled out the door, not forgetting to drag their day's instructor along with them. At this moment, Ma Hongjun and the others were already drooling over the gold coins on the table. "My goodness, Brother Xian is so domineering. We're going to get rich." Just now, Xiao Wu and the others ordered so many dishes, and with Tang Xian breaking so many things, they could easily use the money on this table to treat everyone. This meal was practically free. Is there anything more enjoyable than getting something for nothing in this world? Meanwhile, Dean Flander and Xiao Wu slowly walked over. These soul coins will be kept safe by me on your behalf, Flander shamelessly said as he pocketed all the soul coins, leaving even Tang Xian dumbfounded. Flander, the stingy old man, not only didn't provide extra meals for the students during their training in the Star-Do Great Forest, but he also confiscated their spoils. As for this, Dai Mubai and the others didn't dare to say much, and Tang Xian didn't care too much either. Clap, clap, clap. Flander happily clapped his hands. Little monsters, your performance just now was very good. A timid soul master is not a good soul master. If you are looked down upon outside, it will be a disgrace to our Shrek Academy. Even if you don't beat them down, our teachers will stand up for you. Tang Xian, you did very well. I didn't expect you to already have the strength of a Soul King at the 5th ring, but you were still a bit careless this time. If it weren't for your powerful mental strength, you might not have gained the upper hand against the incredibly defensive Xian martial soul. I hope you learned from this experience. Flander patted Tang Xian's shoulder meaningfully. However, this level of performance was already enough to impress him. It's worth noting that Tang Xian hadn't truly reached the Soul Ancestor level yet. Given this situation, he still managed to defeat Soul Kings over level 50 with his own strength. The instructor from Tsanghui Academy was not weak, and his martial soul attribute even restrained Tang Xian's ice attribute. Very strong. All right, don't let a turtle egg delay our schedule. Everyone, hurry up and eat. Then find an inn to rest early. Tomorrow morning, we will officially enter the Star-Do Great Forest to carry out the soul hunting mission. This time, the main goal is for Oscar and Tang Xian to obtain their 3rd and 4th soul rings. Remember, the Star-Do Great Forest is a place with extremely high danger. Even the 1,000-year soul beasts on the outskirts are common soul beasts. As for the deeper areas, there are 10,000-year and 100,000-year soul beasts. This training is very dangerous, but we need to see what you're capable of. This mission can only rely on your own abilities. Only when you encounter real danger will Xiao Wu take action. Flander succinctly outlined the various points of caution for this trip. After listening, everyone nodded slightly, and Dai Mubai said, Brother Tang, you lead this training. Tang Xian's current combat power is undoubtedly the strongest among the Shrek Academy students, and everyone agrees with this. Tang Xian happily accepts it. For them, Tsanghui Academy is just a small episode tonight, and next comes a grand feast. After that, everyone returned to their lodgings to rest. The lodging rooms in the small village are limited, and Dai Mubai and the others each have their own rooms, while only Tang Xian and Xiao will share one. However, the two don't mind. After sleeping together for 6 years, what's one more night? The next day, the sun shone down, and Tang Xian gently touched the sleeping Xiao Wu in his arms. This little girl-esque figure is getting better and better. Last night, she was in an excited state, keeping him up all night. Nevertheless, Tang Xian picked Xiao Wu up with ease. He put on his clothes, splashed some water on his face to wake up. As he was about to enter the Star-Do forest with everyone soon, Tang Xian leaned close to Xiao Wu's ear to wake her up. As soon as Xiao Wu heard Star-Do forest, she jumped up immediately. Nothing makes her happier than going home. Brother Xian, why are you staring at Xiao Wu? You're drooling, and you were so restless last night, touching everywhere. Xiao Wu complained playfully, still a bit dazed in the morning. She hadn't had enough sleep and wanted to continue. Tang Xian touched Xiao Wu's head and said, What's wrong with a little touch? If you touch her more, she'll grow up. Tang Xian joked. Then he became serious and said, All right, it's getting late. We need to set off. Okay. Xiao Wu quickly jumped off the bed, put her clothes back on, and gathered with Tang Xian and the Shrek Academy students at the inn's entrance. Dai Mubai, Ma Ongjun, and others continuously scanned Xiao Wu and Tang Xian, noticing that neither of them seemed injured from last night's battle, which was quite surprising. Let us go, we're leaving. Xiao Wujia said he would be in the shadows. This mission is led by us. The destination is the Star-Do Great Forest. Tang Xian waved his hand and led everyone towards the Star-Do Forest. The moment they entered the Star-Do Forest, the long-lost sign-in system prompt sounded again. Ding. Sign-in location refreshed. Star-Do Forest. Would you like to sign in? Without any hesitation, Tang Xian shouted in his heart. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully signed in at the Star-Do Forest and received a level 4 reward, a 100,000 year soul ring from the blue sky bull python. Ding. Congratulations. You have also received an additional soul bone, the right arm bone of the blue sky bull python. Chapter 59. The 1,000-year phoenix tail, coxcomb, and the invincible dragon snake. The luck in the Star-Do Forest is indeed extraordinary. Signing in here directly granted a 100,000 Year Soul Ring from the Blue Sky Bull Python as the 4th Soul Ring, plus an additional right arm soul bone. This is a 100,000 Year Soul Ring. Who else has such a fortune for their 4th Soul Ring? Tang Xian immediately felt certain subtle changes in his body, and his right arm instantly fused perfectly with the Blue Sky Bull Python soul bone. The 100,000-year-old Blue Sky Bull Python right arm soul bone also granted Tang Xian 2 soul bone skills. The first soul bone skill is the Sky Blue Dull Divine Claw, which has effects of locking, pursuit, and dulling. The second soul bone skill is the Sky Blue Annihilation Thunder, which is a single target attack skill with an electric effect and extremely strong explosive power. Tang Xian took a sharp breath. He had intercepted all of Tang San's fortune. Now it had appeared on himself. Before Tang Xian could savor the enhancements brought by the 4th Soul Ring and Soul Bone, Zhu Zhuqing, who was at the front of the team with the most acute senses, warned first, "Be careful. I sense an unknown soul beast approaching rapidly." Hearing this, Tang Xian quickly snapped out of his joy and confidently said, "What we're encountering now is probably a 1,000-year-old phoenix tail coxcomb snake." Zhu Zhuqing was puzzled. She had such amazing perception that she didn't notice it immediately. So how did Tang Xian know? But this doubt was quickly resolved. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The ghostly dark cat that jumped onto the tree sharply spotted the soul beast in the distance. It really was a phoenix tail coxcomb snake, about 7 to 8 meters long, flying close to the ground, seemingly coming in our direction. Dai Mubai's eyes lit up upon hearing this. The phoenix tail coxcomb snake is a rare flying snake soul beast. Zhu Zhuqing nodded slightly. That's right. It has a pair of light red wings and a red coxcomb on its head. There's no mistaking it. It's it. Tang Xian turned to Oscar and said, "Oscar, this phoenix tail coxcomb snake is at least 1,800 years old, almost 2,000 years. It couldn't be more suitable as your 3rd soul ring." Upon hearing this, Oscar's eyes lit up. "Xiango, we are so lucky. We found a soul beast that is perfect for me so quickly." Even Oscar had done his homework before coming and knew which soul beasts were suitable and most compatible with him, among which the extremely rare phoenix tail coxcomb snake was undoubtedly one. This guy is usually very cautious and would run away at the slightest disturbance, making it incredibly difficult to find its traces. They didn't expect to encounter one, just as they entered the Star-Do forest. "Xiango, what should we do?" Dai Mubai excitedly rubbed his hands and asked for Tang Xian's opinion. Tang Xian smiled faintly and said, "Let's set an ambush. This little snake is very sensitive. If we show up now, it will turn and run. Although we can catch it back, it's too troublesome. It's better to wait for the rabbit by the tree. After all, the direction the phoenix-tailed chicken crown is flying towards is our side." This time, Tang Xian did not intend to take action. Since it was a trial, he wanted to give the Shrek brothers a sense of involvement. He instructed Ma Hongjun, "When the phoenix-tail chicken crown enters the ambush zone, you will be the first to control the area. Don't let this phoenix-tail chicken crown snake escape." Ma Hongjun received the task and immediately patted his chest, saying, "No problem, leave it to me. My martial soul is the evil fire phoenix, which naturally suppresses snake-type soul beasts. As long as the phoenix-tail chicken crown enters the ambush zone, it won't be able to escape the range controlled by me, Ma Hongjun." Just as they hit, the phoenix-tail chicken crown, flying rapidly a few meters above the ground, was just right for their plan and was about to escape. Ma Hongjun, hidden in the treetops, directly released his martial soul, and the aura of a natural enemy instantly made the phoenix-tail chicken crown hiss in fear. Instinctively terrified. First soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line. Want to escape? Did you ask me first? Ma Hongjun directly intercepted the escape route of the phoenix-tail chicken crown with the Phoenix Fire Line. At this moment, the hidden Dai Mubai and others suddenly sprang into action, surrounding the phoenix-tail chicken crown snake. Hiss! The red flesh tumor on the phoenix-tail chicken crown shook violently, letting out a hissing sound to intimidate them. But such a good opportunity. How could they let it escape? Dai Mubai shouted loudly, "White Tiger Vajra transformation." Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing, who was hidden behind the phoenix-tail chicken crown, gradually revealed her figure. First soul skill, ghostly piercing strike. Ning Rong Rong instantly formed a seal. 7 treasure glaze tile, second spirit, speed. In an instant, a colorful stream of light surged into Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. The speed of both increased by 30% instantly, sandwiching the phoenix-tail chicken crown. Even though the phoenix-tail chicken crown was known for its speed, it was still hit completely. Hiss! The phoenix tail chicken crown instantly felt an overwhelming sense of life-threatening danger and immediately entered a frenzied state. The red flesh tumor on its head swelled up. Be careful. Seeing this, Dai Mubai anxiously shouted, trying to remind Zhu Zhuqing behind the phoenix tail chicken crown. Boom! With a loud noise, the phoenix tail chicken crown immediately turned back and sprayed a colorful mist from its mouth. Zhu Zhuqing was instantly hit by the mist and then fell from the sky. Not far away, Tang Xian used his ghostly hidden steps to flash to Zhu Zhuqing's side and hugged her slender waist. Ugh! Zhu Zhuqing let out a muffled sound, feeling a tightness at her waist. Suddenly, she felt weak all over. Tang Xian, it's just a psychological effect. The colorful mist of the phoenix tail chicken crown snake is meant to confuse the opponent. Every toxin. If it's poisonous, I'll suck it out for you. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing wanted to break free, but felt her whole body paralyzed. Although there was no poison, the side effects were still considerable, and she couldn't muster any strength. So she had no choice but to let Tang Xian hold her. Feeling the intimate friction between their bodies, Zhu Zhuqing's face instantly turned crimson. You dare to hurt her? Die for me. Dai Mubai, seeing that Zhu Zhuqing was fine, immediately breathed a sigh of relief, but his anger did not subside, instead rising further. And he activated his ultimate move. No poison, right? Then you can die. Dai Mubai directly activated the white tiger guardian barrier, charging forward, sitting on the waist of the phoenix tail chicken crown snake, striking at its vital point with fierce tiger strength. The phoenix tail chicken crown snake was immediately knocked to the ground by Dai Mubai, gasping for breath. Seeing this, Dai Mubai quickly shouted to Oscar, Oscar, what are you waiting for? Quickly finish it off before the phoenix tail chicken crown snake breathes its last, and absorb it as your third spirit ring. Upon hearing this, Oscar was not polite. This was indeed the purpose of their journey, and with his brothers helping him so much, he would not refuse. Oscar took out a small knife, preparing to pierce the red crown of the gasping phoenix tail chicken crown snake, its fatal weakness. So, please become my third spirit ring. Oscar raised the small knife, just about to stab down. A hoarse voice rang out, spare the snake under the knife. A powerful burst of soul power shot out just 3 inches away from Oscar's small knife towards the flesh crown of the phoenix tail chicken crown snake. With a clang, Oscar's small knife was forcefully knocked away. Tang Xian gently set Zhu Zhuqing down and looked in the direction of the sound, frowning slightly. As it appeared again, the legendary dragon snake. Chapter 60, Granny Snake Challenges. The legendary dragon snake, Xiao Wu, who secretly protected the safety of the Shrek Academy students, also narrowed his pupils. Damn, they killed the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake we have been hunting for a long time. A 16 or 17-year-old girl with short hair pouted. Behind her stood an old woman, holding a snake-headed cane, with an incredibly intimidating soul power aura. It was clear that the soul power just now came from this old woman. Xiao Wu appeared in front of Oscar and the others, speaking with great respect. I presume you are the Granny Snake, known as the legendary dragon snake? The old woman was slightly taken aback, not expecting someone here to recognize her snake staff, and replied, I am Granny Xiang. I do indeed have the title of Granny Snake in the Spirit Master world. Since that's the case, I won't elaborate further. The 1,000-year phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake you were hunting has long been targeted by my husband and me for our granddaughter. We just let it slip away due to a moment of carelessness. The fact that you could capture it so easily means you have already suffered a heavy blow from us. Therefore, this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake belongs to us. Granny Snake slammed her snake staff to the ground, and immediately 6 soul rings appeared around her, revealing the domineering soul power of a soul sage. Xiao Wujia's face darkened as he looked at the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, and indeed it had 3 wounds on its abdomen. As for the granddaughter mentioned by Granny Snake, she seemed to have just broken through to the 30th level of soul power, perfectly needing a soul ring. Long Gongmeng Shu and Granny Snake Ko Xiangxiang were usually inseparable. With Granny Snake here, it indicated that Long Gongmeng Shu was nearby as well, although Granny Snake only had the cultivation of a soul emperor. The martial soul fusion technique of this couple was incredibly terrifying. Even a soul Douluo would have to think twice. Xiao Wujia felt immense pressure, but if they gave up like this, what would happen to the reputation of Shrek Academy? I am Xiao Wujia, and I also have a name in the Spirit Master world. They call me the Unmoving Ming King. These little ones behind me are my students. Upon hearing this, Granny Snake's pupils constricted. The reputation of the Unmoving Ming King was not much weaker than that of their legendary dragon snake. Both were names forged from battles amidst corpses. However, Granny Snake remained unafraid. After all, Xiao Wu was just one person, and her husband long gone was nearby. She immediately shouted, "So, you don't plan to hand over this snake?" Her attitude was much firmer than Xiao Wu's. Xiao Wu frowned. Although Granny Snake was not as strong as him in terms of cultivation, if paired with Long Gong, he would also be at a disadvantage. Just as Xiao Wu was feeling troubled, Tang Xian behind him had already quietly taken action, slipping a small knife back into Oscar's hand. Then he pushed Oscar. The knife struck right into the meat crest of the dying phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Oscar was in a panic, but it was too late to say anything. The crest was immediately cut open, oozing blood, and the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake completely breathed its last. Seeing this, Granny Snake was furious. "Lil brat, you have quite the guts to dare snatch food in front of me, Granny Snake." Her gaze immediately locked onto the instigator, Tang Xian. The hand gripping the snake's staff turned pale. It was known that each soul beast could only give birth to one soul ring, and the ownership could only belong to the person who delivered the final blow. Oscar's finishing blow completely claimed the soul ring of this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, meaning that the soul ring prepared for their granddaughter Mangyuran was now completely out of reach. To Granny Snake's threat, Tang Xian simply shrugged. "Senior, I'm really sorry. Just now, I tripped over a plant, and I didn't expect it to cause such a situation. If it has caused you to get angry, I am willing to help you vent your anger." Tang Xian is not easily intimidated. Even if the opponent is a soul emperor, so what? It's impossible to force him. Tang Xian into submission. Help the snake lady vent her anger? Even Xiao Wu was nearly thrown off balance by Tang Xian's words. And even the snake lady was slightly taken aback. Xiao Wu reprimanded, "Tang Xian, go back. The adult is speaking. It's not your place to interrupt." Xiao Wu quickly tried to make amends. However, this move undoubtedly indicated that Xiao Wu was determined to protect Tang Xian and the others. Seeing this, the snake lady's expression darkened, and her brows furrowed. "Xiao Wu, are you taking advantage of the fact that I'm alone and can't do anything to you? Senior, how could you say that?" But he did not directly answer the snake lady's words. It was clear he was protective. His title of the Unmoved King was not just for show. If it weren't for concerns about Dragon Lord Meng Shu, he would have already smashed the snake lady with a punch. "Senior, as you can see, this 1,000-year phoenix tail coxcomb snake already belongs to my student. This is unavoidable, and I can only apologize to you." "Apologize? Xiao Wu, you are so bold, clearly taking advantage of my old age and my inability to fight back." The snake lady's face was gloomy. Today, Dragon Lord was indeed not present, and even the soul sage she usually looked down upon, she couldn't do anything to him. But dragging Xiao Wu for a while and making some noise until Dragon Lord comes to help wouldn't be a problem. The legendary fusion technique of the world-defying dragon and snake, let alone one Xiao Wu, even two Xiao Wu's wouldn't escape before them. Their pampered granddaughter Meng, Iran, seemed to understand this well. Even if her soul ring was taken, she wanted to regain some face. Immediately, she glared fiercely at Tang Xian and threatened, "You're finished. You've provoked me, and you won't be able to escape." Hearing this, Xiao Wu's heart tightened. Today, a situation might not end well. Before Dragon Lord Meng Shu arrived, he must ensure that the Shrek Academy group could escape. Otherwise, they might truly be trapped. However, Oscar was still over there absorbing the 1,000-year phoenix tail, coxcomb's soul ring, and needed some time. Seeing this, Xiao Wu stepped forward, his attitude extremely firm. "Senior, as you can see, the soul ring cannot be handed over. If you want to use your power to pressure us, I, Xiao Wu, am never afraid of trouble. But if you can spare us today, I, Xiao Wu, will surely remember the kindness of the world-defying dragon and snake." Xiao Wu never owed anyone anything. He was enduring this for the sake of these little ones. The favor from the unmoved king. "What if I, the snake lady, don't accept it?" The snake lady coldly questioned. The reputation of Dragon Lord and Snake Lady is such that even Soul Douluo must be wary. They have never regarded a mere soul sage seriously. A favor from a soul sage. The Snake Lady truly does not care. If this matter spreads, how could they face the soul master world after being humiliated by a soul sage? This was simply unacceptable to the Snake Lady. Just as Xiao Wu and the Snake Lady were arguing, Tang Xian, who was behind Xiao Wu, had a dark expression. "You've been given face." A ghostly figure directly bypassed Xiao Wu, appearing between him and the Snake Lady. Upon seeing this, Shrek Academy students Dai Mu Bai, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong. and Xiao Wu were all taken aback. Tang Xian, this is nonsense. That is a genuine Soul Emperor. Chapter 61. Trying it with Meng-Yuan? You've been given face. Tang Xian directly activated the recently fused 100,000-year Xuantian Niolong Soul Ring, along with the right arm Soul Bone. The Xuantian Niolong Soul Bone skill, Xuantian Qidun Divine Claw. A claw infused with incredibly violent power slashed out like a divine dragon. Clang! The snake matriarch instantly crossed her snake staff in front of her. Yet even so, the moment the Xuantian Qidun Divine Claw hit the staff, she felt her knuckles go numb, and her body suddenly felt a bit paralyzed and dull. Hiss! Such a powerful soul bone skill. This guy actually possesses a soul bone. The snake matriarch was shocked, but it wasn't over yet. Tang Xian's next soul bone skill followed closely. Xuantian Niolong Soul Bone skill, Tianqin Jimmy Thunder. An attack that resembled heavenly thunder erupted in front of the snake matriarch in an instant. Her movement paused, and affected by the Xuantian Qidun Divine Claw. Her speed couldn't keep up, leaving her unable to dodge. She could only activate her Soul Emperor's 6th level soul power to brace for impact. Ziz! Boom! A massive wave of energy exploded on the spot. The snake matriarch was pushed back a step. Her expression was horrified. What a kid. What kind of soul bone is this, with such violent attacking power? In the next moment, Tang Xian released 4 soul rings. Black, 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 red. 3 10,000-year soul rings. Plus an incredibly dazzling 100,000-year soul ring. The violent soul master soul power instantly swept over. A golden Haotian hammer engulfed in flames was held in his hand. Like a war god, the junior is willing to learn from the senior's high skills. If the junior is fortunate enough to withstand a few moves and survive, I hope the senior will let bygones be bygones. Tang Xian calmly uttered some brazen words. However, if it had been before, the snake granny would have thought this kid was looking for death. But after the 2 attacks from this kid, just now, and the 4 soul rings currently surrounding him, his aura had already risen to a terrifying level. Seeing this, the snake granny's eyes lit up. After all, this kid was about the same age as her granddaughter Meng-Yuan, yet he was already a 4-ring soul master. Moreover, both the quality of his soul rings and his soul bones indicated his extraordinary potential. The snake granny immediately had some thoughts. If she could match this kid with her stubborn granddaughter, in the future, even when they, the dragon and snake elders, grew old, they wouldn't have to worry about their granddaughter being retaliated against by enemies. This kid's future was undoubtedly destined to be like that of a titled Douluo, so her granddaughter wouldn't have to fear being bullied. Of course, all of this depended on getting this kid and her stubborn granddaughter together. With this thought, the previously serious expression of the snake granny instantly softened. Child, can you tell me your name? I won't change my name or my surname. My name is Tang Xian. He directly responded. Upon hearing this, the snake granny nodded with satisfaction. Tang Xian, you are a good child. Not only do you have high talent, but you also stand firm in front of stronger soul masters. You are a good prospect. The sudden praise left Xiao Wu, who was extremely tense beside them, stunned. What did the snake granny mean by that? It was known that she had always been proud and looked down on even soul saints. But now she was saying those words to Tang Xian. The group of Shrek Academy students, including Dai Mubai, were even more clueless about what was happening. Only Tang Xian, who had lived 3 lives, smiled slightly. How could he not understand the hidden meaning behind the snake granny's words? She was interested in him, seeing the way the snake granny was evaluating him and her granddaughter Meng-Yuan. Tang Xian knew very well that the renowned snake granny wanted to match him with her granddaughter. She had the same intention when she first saw Tang San. Tang Xian touched his nose, wondering what to do. Being 2 is also a kind of trouble. However, it is impossible for him, Tang Xian, to marry into another family. Even Jian Shinshin from the 7 Treasures Glaze sect couldn't make him willingly marry into the top 3 sects, let alone the unmatched dragon and snake. Tang Xian's ambitions are far beyond this. While he was troubled, the snake lady indeed started a conversation and asked, I wonder how old young Master Tang is this year. As expected, Tang Xian's heart sank. His earlier guess was correct. The snake lady had begun to pry into his age, although her granddaughter Meng-Yuan was indeed quite attractive. With a curvy figure and a short, spirited hairstyle, it was impossible to force him, Tang Xian. At most, he would let Meng-Yuan come to him. There was certainly a place for her if she wanted to come. After thinking it through, Tang Xian gritted his teeth and replied in a low voice. I'm already 12 years old this year. If the elder intends to rely on age because of what just happened, I'm not someone who can accompany you to the end. Yes, if it were a fight, it would be more straightforward. Although he might not be able to defeat the Soul Emperor, he still had some confidence in taking a few hits. If he could get through this Oscar matter because of it, it would be better than letting Xiao Wu owe someone a favor. Favors are more important than anything. Who knows what trouble might come in the future? Come on, take your snake staff and hit me. Hit me hard. Tang Xian was constantly praying in his heart. Upon hearing Tang Xian's words, everyone felt a tightening in their hearts. The sacrifice he made for Oscar was too great. All attention turned to the snake lady, eager to see how she would respond. If the snake lady continued to make things difficult, it would mean that this battle was unavoidable. Xiao Wu clenched his fists tightly, wary of the appearance of Long Gong. What happened just now? Did something unpleasant happen earlier? Ha 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 ha. In the next moment, the tense atmosphere that one might expect did not materialize. Instead, the snake lady unexpectedly burst into laughter. She then brought her granddaughter, Meng Yiran, closer to Tang Xian and introduced her directly. Tang Xian, it was just a misunderstanding earlier. Let us not dwell on it. Come, let me introduce you to my lovely granddaughter, who is about your age. Although her talent and strength aren't as outstanding as yours, she is quite pretty. If you don't mind, an astonishing scene unfolded under the gaze of Xiao Wu and all the Shrek Academy students. The snake lady seriously introduced her granddaughter Meng Yiran to Tang Xian, subtly indicating her intention to matchmake them. You're both young. No need to be so reserved. Just give it a try. Once you've tried, you're no longer kids. Xiao Wu gasped. This snake lady was too decisive, directly sending her precious granddaughter out. However, thinking of Tang Xian's identity, he mused that if he had a granddaughter, he could also send one out, but he couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, a renowned figure like the great dragon snake had a sharp eye. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu was somewhat confused. What did the snake lady mean by that? Beside her, Ma Hongjun chuckled with ill intent, directly mimicking in the most straightforward way for Xiao Wu. He first held up one finger to show a 1, then held up another hand to show a 0, and then intertwined them. The snake lady, seeing this, was unconcerned, but her granddaughter Meng Yiran was already fuming. You little chubby boy, what vulgar gesture are you making with your hands? Be careful, or I'll cut your 1. Ma Hongjun quickly retreated, but Xiao Wu was left bewildered. Chapter 62. Tackling Meng Yiran, teaching her a lesson. Hey little sister, you're so fierce. Why don't you come and hit me? Ma Hongjun was completely unruffled, directly hiding behind Tang Xian while provocatively gesturing at Meng Yiran. You fatso, just wait and see how I'll teach you a lesson. Meng Yiran was so angry she was grinding her teeth. She then waved the small snake-headed staff in her hand, and suddenly several poisonous, teeth-like, blue-black soul powers charged towards Tang Xian with great speed. A fierce light flashed in Meng Yiran's eyes. Just now, this guy called Tang Xian was able to shake even her grandma. These poisonous teeth wouldn't be able to injure him, but scaring that little chubby boy behind him would be enough. If she could actually hurt him even a little, that would be even better, as she could deal with both him and the guy who lost his soul ring. Seeing this, the snake lady, who had been observing the entire process, did not stop her precious granddaughter. As a senior, it was naturally inappropriate for her to attack a junior. It was best to let her granddaughter test this young man's talent and strength. If Tang Xian was truly as she imagined, she would feel more at ease handing her precious granddaughter Meng Yiran over to him. However, if he was merely a pretender without real ability, even if Meng Yiran were to poison both of them, the snake lady wouldn't bat an eye. But the next scene puzzled the snake lady. Facing the rushing poisonous teeth, Tang Xian showed no signs of dodging. The highly toxic teeth were getting closer, just 3 inches from his brow. 2 inches. 1 inch. Was this guy really that foolish? No matter how arrogant he was, he couldn't be so careless. If he didn't dodge now, he wouldn't be able to. Even Meng Yiran, who had unleashed her attack, felt her heart skip a beat, suddenly becoming tense. Xiao Wu, who had just been confident that Tang Xian could handle it, felt his heart tighten. He never expected Tang Xian to be so reckless. In an instant, Xiao Wu activated all his soul power, ready to rescue him. No. If he were killed just like that, that person would definitely kill me. Clang. The next moment, a sound of metal clashing rang out. Under the anxious gaze of everyone, the blue-black poisonous teeth, which could easily pierce through a person's skin, suddenly seemed to collide with some metal object. They shattered right there, and then, dissipating completely, everyone looked towards Tang Xian's brow, where a golden light shone. What kind of soul skill is this? Such strong defense? My poisonous teeth couldn't break through? Meng Yiran was shocked. No, it's not a soul skill. Just now, this little guy didn't release a single bit of soul power at all. What was that? The snake lady was also puzzled. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, who was tense to the point of death, was even more confused. Don't look at me. I don't know either. How did this kid do this? Even soul saints have never seen someone able to take a soul skill with an ordinary body. Tang Xian slowly opened his eyes, revealing a sense of confidence that set him apart from the astonished expressions of others. He remained quite composed. Did you think I was just idly staying in the Great Soul Arena during this time? The first time I signed in at the Soul Arena, I obtained the copper skin and iron bones. Continuing to strengthen through sign-ins, my copper skin and iron bones have now evolved into the 6 Zhang golden body. Now, even if Tang Xian doesn't use his soul power, weapons like knives and axes would struggle to harm his physical body, let alone a tiny poisonous fong. Meng Iran, don't look at me like that. I'm just naturally a bit tougher than others. If you're curious, you can feel it. You can give it a try. How about it? Your body is just a little tougher than others? I SNT that a bit too much. A body that can't even be penetrated by soul techniques. How many are there like that in the entire Douluo continent? Tang Xian's words were too hurtful to her pride. Meng Iran felt her face flush even more upon hearing this. Tang Xian, you are shameless. I can't test you anymore. You are just a monster. After saying this, Meng Iran angrily returned to the snake granny Haotian's side, pouting her cherry lips, and began to act cute to her grandmother, asking her to help her seek justice. Grandma, you must help your granddaughter teach that shameless brat a lesson. He's lewd. He's despicable. He must pay for this. Ha 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 ha. My dear granddaughter, Grandma understands. Snake Granny Haotian patted Meng Iran's head, knowing her little granddaughter's character all too well. If she didn't do something, this little granddaughter would probably be hard to comfort. However, this also left her feeling helpless. That guy Tang Xian hadn't actually done anything wrong, and moreover, she had high hopes for him, thinking about how to bring him and Meng Iran together. Now, this situation put Snake Granny in a somewhat awkward position. Tang Xian couldn't help but notice the change in Snake Granny's expression. He secretly communicated with her using soul power, trying to give her a way out. Snake Granny was slightly taken aback by Tang Xian's message, but decided to let the young people handle their own matters. She was too lazy to intervene. With Snake Granny's approval, Tang Xian suddenly dashed forward and pounced on Meng Iran. Meng Iran was initially startled, then began desperately calling for her grandmother's help. Grandma, he's bullying me. Quickly stop him. Boo-hoo. However, Snake Granny, who usually doted on her granddaughter, seemed oblivious to the chaos unfolding before her, as if she had gone blind and deaf, showing no intention of defending Meng Iran. Meng Iran widened her eyes in confusion. Why was this happening? Had her grandmother fallen under some kind of spell? Wasn't she her grandmother's most beloved granddaughter? Now, she was just standing by. What had this guy given her grandmother? While she was lost in thought, Tang Xian had already restrained her flailing hands and pinned Meng Iran to the ground. Hey, Iran, stop struggling futilely. You wouldn't want to embarrass yourself in front of everyone, would you? You say I'm despicable and shameless, but I clearly am not. I can't let you wrongfully accuse me. Are we even accusing you? Don't press down on me. I'm getting angry. Meng Iran panicked. Had this guy really been provoked? Suddenly pinned down by a man, Meng Iran felt extremely uncomfortable and began to squirm involuntarily, causing the situation to spiral out of control. Of course, Tang Xian didn't care at all. If he could go a bit further, it would teach this girl a lesson. He then held Meng Iran's hands down and looked down at her. Do you know why your grandmother isn't helping you? She wants you to grow up. You can't be a spoiled brat anymore. You? Meng Iran's face turned crimson as she stared at the hot-tempered Tang Xian, her eyes filled with determination. Chapter 63. Meng Iran will definitely make you pay next time. Looking at Tang Xian, who was pinning her down with a calm and clear expression while saying those words, Meng Iran felt an overwhelming sense of shame. The once proud Meng Iran's face turned bright red. However, even when Tang Xian called her a spoiled girl, she still pouted defiantly, looking up at the trees above, showing no intention of backing down. Seeing this, Tang Xian took a deep breath. His patience was limited. She was just a little girl. He had never encountered a girl he couldn't handle. If he couldn't even deal with Meng Iran, then he had wasted 3 lifetimes on this earth. Tang Xian continued to lean his head closer to Meng Iran's cheek, trying to force her to comply in this way. However, this was merely a clever tactic. Tang Xian didn't really intend to do anything. However, Meng Iran didn't think so. Seeing Tang Xian make a deeper move, she immediately panicked, thinking he was going to assault her. Without saying a word, the spoiled young lady's demeanor immediately manifested. Meng Iran was not the kind of obedient girl. She stood up abruptly. Although her body couldn't escape Tang Xian's grasp, her neck was quite flexible, and she bit down hard on Tang Xian's lips. It hurts. Let go or I'll bleed. No, don't. Meng Yiran took the initiative and started biting frantically. Damn it, Meng Yiran, don't go too far. Hurry and let go of my lips. First soul skill, Holy Flame. Tang Xian directly used his first soul skill to surround the awkward scene of the two in chaos with Holy Fire, forming a relatively closed and private space. With so many people witnessing this, it was a direct social death. The Shrek students, along with Xiao Wu and Snake Lady, watched as the Holy Fire burned fiercely, completely isolated from what was happening inside. They could faintly hear some meaningful gasps and screams coming from within. Without needing to see, it was clear that the battle between Tang Xian and Meng Yiran was exceptionally fierce. Seeing this scene, the Shrek students exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. Xiao Wu nearby could only cough twice and initiated a conversation. Senior Snake Lady, it's better to resolve grievances than to deepen them. If this continues, neither side will come out with dignity. Indeed, how could Xiao Wu not know that Tang Xian could be so forceful in approaching Meng Yiran, ignoring Snake Lady beside him? He could easily guess that Tang Xian must have received the Snake Lady's suggestion. To untie the knot, one must first tie it. If they didn't want the situation to become so awkward, they had to get the Snake Lady's consent first. Upon hearing this, Snake Lady slightly nodded. If this continued, Tang Xian's tongue would probably get worn out. That wouldn't be good. Immediately, Xiao Wu and Snake Lady both exerted their soul power, one breaking apart Tang Xian's first Holy Fire soul skill, while the other used strong soul power to barely separate the two young lovers. Even so, Meng Yiran still felt she hadn't had enough fun. Like a wild little lion, she shouted furiously, Tang Xian, you remember this. I'm returning your own methods back to you. If you continue to be shameless and vile, I can be even more shameless and vile than you. I want you to remember me forever. I will be your nightmare in your dreams. At this moment, Meng Yiran had completely lost control. She disregarded her image entirely. During the fierce battle just now, her clothes had been torn to shreds, exposing a patch of snowy white skin. But just as she said, Tang Xian at this time had no thoughts to spare for anything else, feeling extremely anxious. Meng Yiran, you little dog, you really bite at everything. I almost lost my little brother, as if I have a Sixiang golden body. Tang Xian felt a wave of fear. Just now, in the secret space of the holy light, Meng Yiran had completely revealed her wild side, the other side of the obedient girl. One word, stimulating. If it weren't for the fact that this girl was the precious granddaughter of the legendary couple, the Great Dragon and Snake, Tang Xian would have already dealt with this little wildcat on the spot, making it so she couldn't even walk properly. But he held back. He couldn't be too excessive. After all, the Great Dragon and Snake were to be allied with Shrek Academy in the future. With this thought in mind, Tang Xian decided not to dwell on Meng Yiran's earlier outrageous behavior. Instead, he calmly walked to Xiao Wu's side and said with a leisurely smile, Meng Yiran, very good, I remember you. However, I, as an adult, will not hold a grudge over small matters. I'll let you off this time, but if you continue to pester me, it won't be something that can be easily resolved. One stroke? You still want to settle it with one stroke? Hearing this made Meng Yiran furious. She turned around and acted like a spoiled child to the Snake Lady. Grandma, look, that guy is despicable and shameless. Even Meng Yiran could tell what Tang Xian meant by that one stroke. All right, Yiran, didn't you already bite that little guy? But, enough. Xiao Wu, let us just let this matter go. He then looked at Tang Xian meaningfully. Kid, not bad. We will meet again. Since Xiao Wu had said that Tang Xian was now a student of Shrek Academy, there was no need to worry about him getting lost. The most important thing now was to quickly meet her old man, Long Gongmeng Shu, and discuss her plans with him. Compared to that old man, he probably wouldn't have any objections. Later, they could visit Shrek Academy, and what was there to worry about regarding Tang Xian and his obedient granddaughter Meng Yiran's big matters? After what had just happened, there was already an irremovable bond between the two. Then I will respectfully send you off, Senior. Tang Xian, I, Meng Yiran, will absolutely not let this matter go easily. You wait for me. One day, I will completely defeat you. With your Sixiang golden body, I've already discovered your weakness. Next time I won't let you off. If I can't defeat you, I will not bear the surname Meng. Upon hearing this, Tang Xian tightened his legs. This little girl was a tough character. It seemed he really shouldn't provoke Meng Yiran. After the Snake Lady took Meng, he ran away. Dai Mubai and the others gave Tang Xian a thumbs up. Brother Tang, that was amazing. Yeah, you subdued such a fiery girl. They had to admit. It was indeed thrilling just now. Even Ma Hongjun beside them broke out in a cold sweat for Tang Xian. Xiao Wu also let out a sigh of relief. Although the Snake Lady was only a Soul Emperor, if a real battle broke out, Long Gong would definitely come. He, a Soul Saint, couldn't withstand the destruction of the Great Dragon and Snake couple. Thanks to Tang Xian's cleverness, otherwise, he wouldn't know how to end the situation. Tang Xian, thanks to you this time. But when did you obtain the fourth soul ring, 100,000-year one? Xiao Wujia finally asked this question. Even Xiao Wu Dai Mubai and others were shocked. Chapter 64, Thoughts of Flying Mushrooms. When asked about the origin of the 100,000-year soul ring, Tang Xian was not nervous at all and said lightly, I'll tell you a secret. I can generate soul rings myself. Upon hearing this, everyone showed expressions that said, I know, heaven knows, earth knows. They clearly didn't believe this claim. This made them think of Tang Xian's talent and qualifications. He was likely the heir of some big family or sect, speculating that Tang Xian's soul ring might have been secretly provided by the family or sect behind him. Who in this world doesn't have one or two secrets? Everyone was well aware of this, especially Xiao Wujia, who instantly thought of the Haotian Tang Hao. In Xiao Wujia's view, this 100,000-year red soul ring on Tang Xian's body was given to him by Tang Hao. Otherwise, he couldn't imagine a child having the ability to hunt for such a high-level soul ring. One must know that even he would run if he encountered a 100,000-year soul beast. Only top-title Douluos would have the chance to hunt such beasts. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai, and others felt that Tang Xian's background was unfathomable. Only Xiao Wu believed Tang Xian's words naively, and this was the truth. Aside from the first soul ring, the second and third were directly rewarded from signing in at the Soul Hunting Forest, and this time in the Stardo Forest. He even signed in for a 100,000-year soul ring. After all, the Stardo Forest was on a completely different level compared to the Soul Hunting Forest. Ahem. Xiao Wujia cleared his throat, interrupting everyone's subtle speculations. Tang Xian's identity couldn't be so easily exposed. He then changed the topic. Tang Xian, how is that Mengeran's flavor? The best way to resolve a problem is to create another new problem. Xiao Wujia was referring to the earlier incident where Mengeran had fiercely kissed Tang Xian. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu, not far behind Tang Xian, had already clenched her small fists, while Ning Rongrong's eyes were like knives. If looks could kill, Tang Xian would have been dead 1,000,000 times over by now. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing, leaning against the shade of a tree, let out a muffled grunt. Stinky man. Tang Xian's face turned pale. I don't want to either. You all saw that Mengeran was the one who started talking first. Tang Xian was arguing wildly. He had also just made a significant sacrifice. Just when he was at a loss, a loud rumble echoed, and a strong wave of soul power swept in. Oscar, who was absorbing the 1,000-year phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake soul ring, finally completely absorbed the soul ring and successfully obtained his third soul ring, officially entering the ranks of soul respect. As Oscar released his soul power, the two rings, one purple, pulsed around him. Tang Xian hurriedly approached Oscar's side, feeling relaxed and at ease. He was the first to congratulate. Congratulations, Oscar, you successfully become a soul master. How does it feel now? Oscar's first soul ring instantly drew everyone's attention back to him, and Tang Xian narrowly escaped the calamity. Dai Mubai, even more curious, asked with concern, Little Oscar, what strange ability does your third soul skill have this time? At the mention of this, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and others felt their hearts race. It wouldn't be another disgusting food soul skill, would it? Upon hearing this, Oscar covered his mouth with a somewhat subtle expression, holding back laughter, and said, Don't worry. This time it definitely won't disappoint you. My third soul skill has stronger additional effects than ever before. This time, it's the flying mushroom sausage. He immediately recited a not too outrageous soul chant. In an instant, a peculiar-looking mushroom sausage with two wings appeared in Oscar's hand, and its shape was still quite lewd. Oscar explained, Don't underestimate my flying mushroom sausage. This third soul skill integrates the flying characteristics of the phoenix tail chicken crown snake. After eating the mushroom sausage, one can gain the flying ability of the phoenix tail chicken crown snake. Dai Mubai and the others looked in shock at the flying mushroom sausage in Oscar's hand, not expecting this unassuming item to have such an amazing effect. It actually possessed the flying ability of the phoenix tail chicken crown snake. Dai Mubai couldn't help but ask, Little Oscar, how long can this mushroom sausage last? Oscar scratched his head and shyly replied, It's not very durable. It can burst out at high speed for a minute. 1 minute. Even Xiao Wu was somewhat surprised in high-level battles. A minute is enough to guide the climax of a battle. With Oscar's flying mushroom sausage, the Shrek students' future battles would surely be smooth and exhilarating. It's worth noting that flying ability, apart from specific soul masters with flying capabilities, is extremely rare for other types of soul masters to obtain flying abilities through soul skills. Like Ma Hongjuan's Evil Fire Phoenix, Oscar's third soul skill can be considered quite extraordinary. After all, it is a food-type soul skill that can assist others while also possessing flying capabilities. Those flashy soul masters flying around usually need to be at least 6-ring soul masters to gain flying abilities. This kind of support ability, even the so-called number 1 support sect, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, has only one inheritance. Ning Rongrong was also shocked, given time. Oscar might become the number 1 support soul master in the Douluo continent. Very good. Oscar, you've obtained a very good soul skill. Your martial soul still has a lot of development space. Keep it up. Xiao Wu praised Oscar with immense satisfaction. Ning Rongrong suddenly felt a sense of pressure. Even the usually strict teacher Xiao Wu held Oscar in high regard, making her feel a bit uncomfortable about her family's sense of mission. Tang Xian walked over to Ning Rongrong's side without showing any emotion and patted her shoulder. One could imagine how Ning Rongrong's immensely proud self-esteem was once again stabbed by Oscar's displayed talent. Rongrong, don't forget. The reputation of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School as the number 1 support in Douluo has remained unshaken for a long time. You should believe in yourself. Tang Xian comforted softly. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong looked up, gazing into Tang Xian's clear eyes due to the height difference. I will. All right. The Stardo Forest is fraught with danger. Since Oscar and Tang Xian have already obtained the soul rings they need, let's pack up and return to Shrek Academy. Xiao Wu said calmly. The Stardo Forest is not a safe place. Even a titled Douluo like the unmoving king wouldn't dare to explore recklessly here, as there are too many powerful soul beasts inside. Not to mention, he still needs to ensure the safety of the students. Chapter 65. The Awakening of the Titan Giant Ape. However, DMO by stammered. Teacher Xiao, my soul power has also reached level 40, and I need to obtain my 4th soul ring. Xiao Wu raised an eyebrow. After all, DMO by soul power has always been the highest. Now, with the stimulation from Tang Xian, it is only natural for him to reach level 40 so quickly. He could only say, all right, let's stay in the Stardo Forest for a while longer to help Mu by obtain a suitable soul ring before we head back. Just as he finished speaking, Tang Xian, who was preparing to speak, suddenly stopped in his tracks. It seemed he sensed something and looked towards the core area of the Stardo Forest. Brother Xian, what's wrong? Is something off? Xiao Wu noticed Tang Xian's unusual behavior. I don't know, but I feel an inexplicable oppression. Huh? Really? Maybe I'm overthinking it. At this point, Tang Xian affectionately hugged the delicate Xiao Wu, gently pinching her tender face. Xiao Wu instinctively rubbed her face against him, as she loved the feeling of his touch, which gave her a sense of security. Such caresses felt like a kind of enjoyment, a comfortable pleasure. She wished she could always lie comfortably in Tang Xian's embrace. At the same time, deep within the Stardo Forest, a giant beast slowly awakened. A pair of enormous blood-red eyes suddenly opened wide, constantly rotating, with fine blood-colored patterns appearing on its forehead. At the moment of awakening, the markings of its beastly bloodline emerged all over its body. Mumu had seemed to sense a familiar aura somewhere in the Stardo Forest and emitted a low roar unique to soul beasts. But this low roar instantly terrified the other soul beasts in the core area, making them tremble. It was the pressure of a ruler that only the highest beings possess. Mumu Xiao Wu. Is Xiao Wu home? Great. I'm going to pick up Xiao Wu. Boom. The giant beast suddenly surged into motion, running towards the middle outskirts of the Stardo Forest. With each step, it caused a tremendous tremor. A terrifying aura of a king rapidly swept from the core area towards the outskirts of the Stardo Forest. It spread out like ripples, and this terrifying aura was heading towards a specific direction, the area where Xiao Wu and the Shrek Academy group were located. An unprecedented sense of crisis instantly enveloped everyone's hearts. How could there be such an aura at the outskirts of the Stardo Forest? The most alert among them was undoubtedly the leading teacher, Xiao Wu, who sensed this subtle change first. At the moment this dangerous aura surged, Xiao Wu immediately appeared before the Shrek group from the tree. In the next moment, 7 colorful soul rings appeared around his feet. Instantly, the powerful King Kong bear martial soul manifested, immediately shielding the little ones in front of him. Roar. Something's wrong. Mubai, be ready to get everyone out of here. No matter what comes, the teacher will buy you some time. Teacher Xiao. DMO Bai was moved, but this aura was too terrifying. Even the aftershock nearly shook their hearts and lungs. That unknown danger might be hard for Xiao Wu to handle. Okay, Teacher Xiao. DMO Bai understood that following Teacher Xiao's orders to get everyone out of danger was the most important thing right now. Could it be that the formidable dragon serpent from earlier couldn't stand it, and the couple is coming back for revenge? DMO Bai speculated. This aura is even beyond that of a soul, Douluo. Boom! Just as he was thinking, a strong gust of wind rushed towards them, and countless massive trees in the direction of the TangSan forest inexplicably collapsed, with a ferocious wind ravaging everything. Even DMO Bai and the others struggled to maintain their balance, constantly shielding their eyes with their hands. All the Shrek students instantly opened their soul rings to resist the impact, but they still couldn't open their eyes if it weren't for Xiao Wu, known as the Unmoving King. Using the King Kong Bear to block most of the pressure, they would have been knocked unconscious by the raging winds. Not good. Mubai, don't worry about the teacher. Take the little ones and run. Bang! Xiao Wu maximized his defense, taking on the risk for the students. However, just as DMO Bai and the others showed signs of retreat, the powerful aura suddenly exploded with rage. Moo humans, wicked humans. Don't even think about taking my Xiao Wu. Boom. In the next moment, a giant beast's furious roar echoed, causing everyone to feel as if their eardrums were about to burst, their minds instantly ringing, their heads buzzing, and their blood boiling. A wave of metallic sweetness surged uncontrollably from their throats. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and others were directly blown against the main trunk, making it difficult for them to even get up. Only Tang Xian and DMO Bai remained standing, completely dominating the scene. Not good, that shadow is coming. Xiao Wu, who was desperately resisting the impact, was extremely anxious. Roar, what is this? Xiao Wujia's pupils constricted violently as a massive shadow suddenly lunged at the treetops. When he finally saw the true form of the shadow, he knew that not only he, a mere soul saint, but even a title Douluo would have to turn and flee. But this is the TangSan forest. How could it appear in this area? It seems they're all going to meet their end here today. Xiao Wu felt a deep sense of helplessness inside. This helplessness came from a suppression between levels of power. A beastly figure as tall as a mountain loomed before them, its blood-colored eyes looking down upon them. Drip, drip. Cold sweat continuously dripped from Xiao Wujia's forehead. His legs trembled uncontrollably, although he had some guesses in his mind when it truly appeared before him. Xiao Wujia could not help but feel instinctual fear. This guy is truly the king-level soul beast from the core area of the TangSan forest. The Titan giant ape. Gulp. At such a close distance, Xiao Wujia could even hear the sounds of the Titan giant ape's stomach churning. Moo humans, hand over Xiao Wu. Xiao Wujia looked at the Titan giant ape with red eyes, suddenly overwhelmed by a roar filled with immense power, crashing directly into a giant tree, which collapsed with a thunderous sound. A single shout left Xiao Wujia in such a predicament. Is this the king of the TangSan forest? Xiao Wujia couldn't help but spit out blood, but still struggled to get up from the ground, standing in front of the Shrek Academy students. Almighty king of the forest, please forgive our intrusion into your territory. I sincerely apologize to you. Please let us go. We promise never to set foot in the TangSan forest again. Your Majesty, please forgive us just this once. Xiao Wujia could only lower his head to admit his mistake. Nothing was more important than staying alive. Chapter 66. Tang Xian's rampage against the Titan giant ape. Xiao Wujia humbly knelt before the Titan giant ape, yet the Titan giant ape didn't even glance at him, focusing instead on the figure of Xiao Wu behind Tang Xian. Seeing the Titan giant ape unusually calm and not continuing its rampage, Xiao Wujia thought he had received the Titan giant ape's tacit approval to let them go. Just as he was about to turn around and leave this place of trouble with the little ones, suddenly, the Titan giant ape let out a roar of indiscernible meaning. Xiao Wu, you have finally returned. In the next moment, a massive beastly hand seemed to move slowly, but actually struck with incredible speed, reaching straight for Xiao Wu's position. Others might not know what had caught the Titan giant ape's attention and caused its rampage, but Tang Xian certainly did. The Titan giant ape, the king of the TangSan forest that only appeared in the core area, was the soul beast that had grown up alongside Xiao Wu. Other soul beasts might not sense that Xiao Wu had transformed into a human, but the Titan giant ape was familiar with Xiao Wu's essence and aura. even though Xiao Wu had completely changed her appearance and had left the Stardow forest for many years. The Titan giant ape immediately captured Xiao Wu's unique aura and was unwavering in its recognition. Is this Erming? Is it here to welcome Xiao Wu home? Tang Xian frowned slightly. As he pondered, the Titan giant ape's enormous paw was already reaching forward. But in an instant, Xiao Wujie shouted, "Martial Soul True Body." Great strength, Diamond Bear. A hulking man radiating golden light suddenly blocked Xiao Wu and Tang Xian. Bang! In a brief moment, a violent shockwave erupted. Xiao Wujie's muscles bulged instantly, and the sound of tearing filled the air as his clothes were completely shredded by his muscles. Don't touch my students, unless you can step over my body. Xiao Wujie certainly couldn't know the relationship between Erming and Xiao Wu. He only saw the situation and knew that if the Titan giant ape captured them, the outcome would be certain death. Without hesitation, Xiao Wujie stood up to resist, even if it meant risking his own life. The dark golden diamond bear armor gradually covered Xiao Wujie's form. This time, he was determined to go all out. The soul power of 7 soul rings was operating at its peak. However, facing Xiao Wujie's futile resistance, the Titan giant ape simply threw a punch. Buzz! Another explosion. Mubai, what are you waiting for? Hurry and take the little ones and escape. Don't worry about the teacher. Damn it, since you won't let us go. Even if Xiao Wujie dies in battle, I'll make sure to tear your skin off. Big guy, let you experience my 5th soul skill, gravity compression. Buzz! The Titan giant ape's fur was instantly compressed by an invisible force. Erming withdrew its beastly hand and looked down at the insignificant humans beneath it. These annoying humans actually dared to disrespect him. Their audacity was growing. The Titan giant ape was once again enraged. Moo! In the next moment, unlike the previous beastly hand, Erming swung a fist imbued with countless scarlet veins of a different beast bloodline, infused with incredibly violent power, and smashed it down towards the ground. Bang! The intense soul power fluctuations and force impacts collided in an instant, creating an uncontrollable and frenzied shockwave that rapidly spread outward from the Titan giant ape. Like a tsunami in a typhoon, while Dai Mubai and the other Shrek students were like a lone boat in the eye of the storm, instantly capsized by the wave. Damn it, it's too strong. Brother Tang, hurry, take Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing and get out of here. Dai Mubai realized what was happening and knew he had to stay behind to buy time for everyone to escape. He was preparing to follow Xiao Wujie's lead and make a heroic sacrifice. However, at that moment, Tang Xian directly stood in front of Dai Mubai. I say, Dai Mubai, you're no longer the boss. You don't need to do these things. The current boss is me, Tang Xian. Step back. A mere soul master thinks they can buy time against a 10,000-year soul beast? Don't be ridiculous. Brother Tang. All right, Mubai. You step back. The strength of a soul master really is insufficient. If you go up, you might get slapped and probably die. Don't make a pointless sacrifice. Support me. I'll take care of it. Tang Xian stepped forward to stop Dai Mubai's attack. As he said, Dai Mubai was still a very weak soul master at this point. Although Tang Xian was also a soul master, the gap between them was simply not on the same level. Dai Mubai already recognized Tang Xian's strength. Tang Xian had always been stronger than him. However, even though he had confidence in Tang Xian's abilities, they were currently facing a Titan giant ape that had lived for 100,000 years. Even teacher Zhao could only be overwhelmed in the fight. Brother Tang, our strength can only be used to support you and teacher Zhao from the backline to relieve some pressure. Going up would undoubtedly just create more chaos. Tang Xian nodded slightly. Then let's assist us from behind. After saying this, Tang Xian stepped forward and walked toward Xiao Wujie, who was desperately trying to block the Titan giant ape. At the same time, 4 extremely dazzling soul rings, 3 black and 1 red, directly appeared. In an instant, the 4 black and red soul rings flashed wildly in alternating patterns, reflecting the rapid operation and surge of soul power. Tang Xian certainly knew that Erming had no ill intentions toward Xiao Wu. However, if he were to allow Erming to take Xiao Wu away without doing anything, their relationship would easily raise suspicions. Therefore, even though he knew he couldn't resist, he had to stop Erming's actions. This was also a good opportunity to test his peak combat power. Erming was indeed a rare opponent. The first soul skill, Holy Fire of Light. With a hum, a somewhat constricted fire circle surrounded the feet of the Titan Great Ape. However, standing under the Holy Fire of Light, Erming felt that his power was actually being suppressed slightly, although it was just a slight suppression for Xiao Wujie, who was already on the brink. It was undoubtedly a good chance to catch his breath. Tang Xian continued to unleash his second soul skill, Evil Eye Shock. The massive mental strength, accumulated from 3 lifetimes, targeted Ming in an instant through the evil purple eyes. This was an attack from the mental level, and Ming immediately felt a thunderous sound in his mind, causing a slight stagnation in power. Xiao Wu suddenly felt a significant reduction in the pressure he faced, experiencing a sense of relief for the first time. Third soul skill, Blade of Slaughter. Fourth soul skill, Azure Silence Thunder. Tang Xian's Peep of Bones sprouted 8 blood-red hands, each hand resembling a blood-colored angelic blade, a total of 8. At the same time, Tang Xian gripped the Haotian hammer with both hands, combining it with the fourth soul skill, Azure Silence Thunder. The pitch-black Haotian hammer was instantly enveloped in a violent, thunderous power, with immense force. A loud roar echoed as Azure spherical thunder coalesced atop the Haotian hammer, attracting heavenly lightning, counting down to the flickering silver snake. The Haotian hammer suddenly smashed down. Boom. Chapter 67. Chase Ming to find Xiao Wu. Strike. 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 Boom. Boom. Tang Xian completely treated Ming as a testing stone, exerting all his strength to showcase his abilities. At this moment, his soul power had gradually taken on a terrifying rose-crimson hue. Tang Xian's eyes were already filled with blood vessels. With each strike, a violent shockwave erupted in the area where the Titan giant ape was located, like cannonballs hitting the calm surface of a lake. And in the eye of the storm, Xiao Wu was completely freed from the Titan giant ape's grasp. But before he could catch his breath, he was instantly thrown away by the fierce aftershock. Fragments of leaves scattered everywhere. Tang Xian was also struck down by the Titan giant ape with a single palm. He directly plowed a huge, deep trench into the ground. At this moment, Tang Xian looked as disheveled as the ragged Xiao Wu, his face flushed and blood surging. It was clear that the counterattack from Ming just now was too powerful. Even with Xiao Wu, a soul sage, supporting him in front, Tang Xian felt as if his internal organs were about to be shattered. Fortunately, both Xiao Wu's martial soul, the great strength Titan bear, and Tang Xian's Sichuan golden body are extremely strong defensive soul skills and techniques. Otherwise, he would have died at the hands of the Forest King, the Titan giant ape. Xiao Wu's face was filled with shock. How could this kid Tang Xian have such explosive power? At this moment, Xiao Wu looked pale as he glanced at Tang Xian, who was in the trench beside him. However, like himself, Tang Xian had exhausted too much soul power and had no strength left to continue fighting. At this time, Tang Xian was half kneeling on the ground with the Haotian hammer, while Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and others watching from the back were all in shock. Tang Xian actually managed to reach this level. He has surpassed his peers by so much. Although Tang Xian looks a bit disheveled at this moment, everyone can't hide their admiration for him. Is this the true strength of Brother Tang? The four-ring soul master just withstood the first round of attacks from the Titan giant ape alongside teacher Zhao. Brother is still always brother. Dai Mubai recalled the first time he met Tang Xian at the Rose Inn, when Tang Xian said he would challenge him once he became a soul master. At that time, Dai Mubai was filled with anticipation and fighting spirit. But now, he has completely given up the idea of competing with Tang Xian because the gap is too big. This impression is deeply etched in the hearts of every Shrek Academy student present. To be honest, they never thought a soul master could suddenly unleash the power of a soul sage. From the Titan giant ape's reaction just now, it was clear that it was affected by Tang Xian's 4 soul skills, causing it to exhibit abnormal performance. This allowed Xiao Wu and Tang Xian to unleash such destructive power in their cooperation. However, when Zhu Zhuqing saw the battlefield filled with floating leaves, her pupils contracted. The king of the forest, the Titan giant ape, has disappeared. Huh? Wait, Sister Xiao Wu is also missing. Ma Hongjun immediately noticed that his leader had disappeared and exclaimed, "This is bad. Xiao Wu must have been captured by the Titan giant ape." Xiao Wu said with a solemn expression, but at the same time, a question arose in his mind. Didn't the Titan giant ape's gaze seem to be fixed on Xiao Wu just now? Was that just an illusion? Hearing Xiao Wu's words, the Shrek students, who had not yet recovered from the brief joy of surviving the Titan giant ape's grasp, tensed up again. Xiao Wu is a lively and lovely girl. Even though they haven't spent a lot of time together at Shrek Academy, they have already developed a deep bond of friendship. This is a genuine concern for a friend in trouble that comes from the heart. However, now among this group, who could catch up to the Titan giant ape? Oscar, give me a sausage. Tang Xian was the first to break the stalemate. Without hesitation, he said to Oscar, yes, wait. I'll get you the big sausage right away to restore our energy. Oscar loudly recited the soul spell and distributed the big sausages to Tang Xian and teacher Xiao Wu. I want more. I want the newly developed dreaming mushroom sausage. Tang Xian eagerly said to Oscar after restoring his soul power. Although he didn't understand why Tang Xian wanted the dreaming mushroom sausage, he was willing to agree to anything since Tang Xian had saved their lives. Tang Xian took Oscar's flying mushroom sausage and swallowed it in one bite. Brother Tang, what's this? What do you want to do? If Tang Xian was eating his big sausage to restore his soul power and recover his state, he could understand. However, Tang Xian now eating the flying mushroom sausage left him a bit puzzled. Could it be that Brother Tang wanted to restore his soul power and then chase after the Titan Great Ape to save Xiao Wu? That's right, everyone. Wait for my news. As Oscar guessed, Tang Xian's actions directly confirmed it. With a flap, a pair of luxurious golden, six-winged angel wings, even more splendid than a phoenix's comb, suddenly appeared on Tang Xian's back, combined with the flight speed boost from the flying mushroom sausage. Tang Xian rushed towards the starry big forest, like a golden crow, heading straight for the traces left by the Titan giant ape. Dai Mubai and the others were quite shocked. Tang Xian was seeking death. However, thinking about Tang Xian's direct relationship with Xiao Wu, everyone was moved. Just now, when facing the Titan giant ape, Tang Xian could have escaped by himself. It seemed that he fought the Titan giant ape head-on, just to buy Xiao Wu a little more time to flee, right? Now, for Xiao Wu again. Knowing the terrifying nature of the Titan giant ape, he pursued without a hint of hesitation. That was a Titan giant ape that even Xiao Wujia and Tang Xian together couldn't inflict any real damage on. Now Tang Xian was going alone. Even if he caught up, facing a 10,000-year soul beast meant certain death. Xiao Wujia was truly silent with a grim expression because of this. Throughout history, heroes have always struggled to pass the beauty's barrier. Tang Xian, such an outstanding child, is actually going to die in love with Xiao Wu. Tang Xian, you really know how to give me, old Xiao, a tough problem. It's obvious that as a teacher of the academy, he must prioritize the safety of all the students. However, Tang Xian is someone who has been personally advised by the title Douluo Tang Hao. If something happens to him, the students may be safe, but he might not be. Xiao Wujia's mind instantly recalled that night on the back mountain. If something really happens to Tang Xian, then he should just wait to face the unbearable humiliation from the Haotian crown. Thinking of this, Xiao Wujia gritted his teeth and said to Oscar, "Little A.O., think of a way to get me some flying mushroom sausages. Mubai, you take everyone and leave first." Xiao Wujia's expression was heavy, but he still held onto a glimmer of hope in his heart. Tang Xian is a clever and quick-witted child. He shouldn't be acting recklessly without reason. His sudden decision to chase after someone suggests that he has already considered a way to protect himself. Could it be that he has some means that I am unaware of? However, that is the Titan giant ape, and Xiao Wujing is not at ease. Chapter 68. Killing the 30,000-year old man-faced demon spider. 1 minute later, the acceleration effect of the flying mushroom disappears, and the speed of the golden meteor-like light slows down. But it remains incredibly swift. Tang Xian urged the six-winged angel's wings to rapidly delve deeper into the starry forest. However, even with the support of the six-winged angel, they still couldn't catch up with Ming, who was carrying Xiao Wu, and some traces had even completely vanished. Tang Xian can only continue to chase based on his initial judgment of the direction. However, Tang Xian is actually not very worried about Xiao Wu's safety. Ming would never harm Xiao Wu. Tang Xian actually wanted to take this opportunity to get rid of Xiao Wuji and the Shrek Academy students, and enter the depths of the Star-Do Forest, where the luck is most abundant. Signing in at the core area of the Star-Do Forest would surely yield extraordinary rewards. Moreover, this is Xiao Wu's home. He was quite curious about it. Just as he was pondering, a giant web suddenly appeared in front of him. Tang Xian charged towards it at an incredibly fast speed. But the giant web was extremely resilient, directly entangling Tang Xian in the spider web. Tang Xian's face changed in shock. "Oh no, I've fallen into the trap of a soul beast." Tang Xian felt a sense of foreboding as he found himself bound in a spider web. He suddenly turned his head to look at the web and immediately gasped in shock. A bizarre, giant spider with a body diameter of over 1.5 meters and a shiny black-purple shell was staring hungrily at its prey. This spirit beast spider had long legs resembling spears that exceeded 3 meters in length, and it moved silently, each step piercing the ground sharply. On the underside of the spider, there were some white patterns that contrasted starkly with its black body. These white patterns formed a grotesque human face, with a total of 8 small eyes shimmering with a faint purple light, positioned close to its underbelly. Tang Xian's pupils constricted, a 30,000-year-old face-devouring spider. I didn't expect this guy to miss Tang San and instead catch him. Such ancient face-devouring spiders are rare even in the Star-Do forest, as these terrifying soul beasts often fall prey to powerful soul beasts due to their strong killing nature. Let alone 30,000 years. It is extremely rare to find a soul beast that is cultivated to 1,000 years in the Star-Do forest. The face-devouring spider in front of him, with its strength reaching 30,000 years, can not only conceal its form, but also mask its aura, making it undetectable even by mental power. No wonder Tang Xian fell into its trap. The 30,000-year-old face-devouring spider moved forward along the silk, ready to harvest its special meal for today. But clearly, Tang Xian was not an ordinary prey. Tang Xian snorted coldly, holy light fire, with a buzzing sound. All the pure, white spider silk around him was ignited by the holy light fire. Tang Xian and the human-faced demon spider both fell to the ground at the same time. Hiss! The human-faced demon spider instantly let out a hiss, its terrifying face and eerie eyes becoming incredibly ferocious. Tang Xian brushed off the ashes from his body and shifted his gaze back to the human-faced demon spider. A 30,000-year-old human-faced demon spider looks quite impressive. This type of soul beast is also a high-quality soul ring. Tang Xian has 3 martial souls, the sacred bright dragon, the Haotian hammer, and the 6-winged angel. Currently, only the sacred bright dragon has absorbed a soul ring, while the other 2 martial souls are still empty. Now, Tang Xian's soul power has reached the rank of soul master at level 40, but he still needs soul rings for the other 2 martial souls. Tang Xian looked at the soul beast in front of him, the faced demon spider, with a playful glint in his eyes. He felt somewhat confident in dealing with a 30,000-year-old soul beast. Then, a flash of brilliance passed through his gaze. In that case, you shall be the first spirit ring of my 6-winged angel. Tang Xian could feel that the human-faced demon spider was very compatible with him. Just as he was thinking this, he had already activated his first soul skill, the holy fire of light, enveloping the 30,000-year-old human-faced demon spider in the sacred flames. The second soul skill, Blade of Slaughter. 8 blood-red demon blades sprouted from his peep of bone, resembling the human-faced demon spider in form. The human-faced demon spider was immediately startled by the surrounding flames, and when it saw the human in front of it conjuring 8 demon blades out of thin air, the identity transformation between hunter and prey was realized in an instant. This human in front of it was going to hunt it down. The intelligence of a 30,000-year-old soul beast was already quite remarkable, and it instantly recognized the situation before it. Looking at the slightly flustered, human-faced demon spider, which had a glossy black-purple shell, Tang Xian's face revealed a hint of severity as he said in a deep voice, daring to block my path. You'll have to pay the price. Let us see today if your shell is hard or my blade of slaughter is sharp. As soon as he finished speaking, the human-faced demon spider launched another web attack. A dense white web came rushing towards him, but Tang Xian directly controlled his demon blades to slice through all the webs that blocked his way into fragments. However, it was clear that this was just the first attack from the human-faced demon spider. Taking advantage of the moment Tang Xian was cutting the web, its 8 legs moved quickly, and the moment the web was shredded, it pounced towards Tang Xian's face. Tang Xian wields the 8-legged demon knife. While the 8-spider spear of a human-faced demon spider is equally sharp, the dark purple tip of the 8-spider spear gleams with an incredibly toxic liquid as it is thrust fiercely down towards Tang Xian. Tang Xian quickly retracted the 8-legged demon blade, placing it in front of him. Clang, clang, clang. The sharp metallic sounds violently collided. Zzz, accompanied by hissing smoke rising. What a terrifying toxicity. Even Tang Xian was surprised to find that his 8-legged demon blade showed signs of corrosion from venom. Immediately, the terrifying human-faced demon spider's human face twisted in an instant, and its 8 strange, huge eyes in the lower abdomen emitted eerie light. The human-faced demon spider used its web to bind its prey, combining with the 8 spider spears to kill. If the prey resisted, it would directly employ its specialty, psychic attacks deep into the soul of the prey. The human-faced demon spider sensed Tang Xian's movements as well, but he remained calm. Psychic attacks. Huh. Just because you can doesn't mean I can't. When it comes to mental strength, I've never been afraid of anyone. Let's have a go. Second soul skill, Evil Eye Shock. Buzz. 2 waves of invisible mental energy collided instantly, with no substantial sound between them. But at the center of the battle between Tang Xian and the human-faced demon spider, all soul beasts were startled and fled. The mental strength of the 30,000-year-old human-faced demon spider clashed with Tang Xian's mental strength from 3 lifetimes, maintaining for only a moment before Tang Xian shattered the demon spider's mental strength into pieces. The human-faced demon spider froze in shock. Clang, clang, clang. The 8-legged demon blade swung fiercely, instantly severing the demon spider's 8 spears. Bang! Whether physically or mentally, the human-faced demon spider completely collapsed, being thrown to the ground by Tang Xian's soul power in an instant. Then, Tang Xian leaped, accurately inserting the 8-legged demon blade into the demon spider's lower abdomen eye. A direct kill. The 30,000-year-old human-faced demon spider was indeed difficult to deal with. If it weren't for the high age of his soul rings and the compatibility of his soul skills with the human-faced demon spider, he would have surely faced a fierce battle. Tang Xian let out a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to absorb this human-faced demon spider as the first soul ring for his 6-winged angel, a soul beast roared from behind him. Suddenly, it jumped out from the forest. Roar! Tang Xian glanced back, his pupils contracting in shock. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. What is this? The dark golden terror claw bear from 30,000 years ago. Chapter 69. The potential king, dark golden terror claw bear. Hiss! Tang Xian's body trembled, quickly assuming a defensive stance. Suddenly appearing from the forest was a soul beast, a giant bear covered in dark golden fur, standing over 3 meters tall. Its eyes showed no emotion, filled only with indifference and cruelty. Its entire body was covered in dark golden fur, and its arms were particularly thick, with shoulders broad and strong like city walls. This was the top-tier ferocious beast among soul beasts, the dark golden terror claw bear. Tang Xian's gaze suddenly fixed on the 2 sturdy arms of the terrifying soul beast, where there were incredibly sharp dark golden giant claws, each measuring over 1 meter in length. Damn it, the soul beasts in the Star-Do Great Forest are indeed extraordinary in intelligence. That 30,000-year-old faceless spider was probably its prey. Now that the faceless spider has been taken down, I have become its new target. Fortunately, when dealing with the faceless spider just now, Tang Xian's soul power consumption was not too significant. Suddenly, the dark golden claw bear spread its strong arms, and as its claws sliced through the air with his movement, they produced a faint hissing sound. A giant claw of golden light, seemingly capable of tearing through anything, rushed towards Tang Xian in an instant. Block it for me. Tang Xian immediately swung the 8-legged demon knife that had just effortlessly slain the face-smiting spider. A giant net woven from several blood blades instantly blocked in front of Tang Xian. However, the next moment, a hissing sound echoed as the crimson 8-legged demon knife was slowly torn apart by the golden giant claw of the dark gold terror claw bear. Bang! Bang! In a brief contact, Tang Xian's 8-legged demon knife was utterly powerless before the dark gold terror claw, directly severed by the giant claw. Just as the dark gold terror claw was about to strike his vital chest area, he quickly switched to the indestructible Haotian hammer to block it. Clang! Tang Xian was sent flying. A rush of metallic sweetness surged up his throat. His blood boiled. Roar! The giant dark gold claw bear completely appeared in front of Tang Xian, exuding a terrifying soul beast aura. Tang Xian's expression darkened, losing the earlier ease he had when dealing with a 30,000-year-old human-faced demon spider. This was a 30,000-year-old dark gold fearclaw bear. The dark gold fearclaw bear is a solitary soul beast, terrifying in both offense and defense, with incredible melee capabilities and strong explosive power at range. Its strength is among the pinnacle of all soul beasts in the world. Moreover, adult dark gold fearclaw bears have no natural enemies. Even true dragons may not be able to please them. Among all top-tier soul beasts, it has consistently ranked among the best. This is a terrifying soul beast that can rival real dragons. In fact, among the top 10 fierce beasts in the legends of the Star-Do Great Forest, one of the strongest, the dark gold fearclaw bear, ranks 6th. This is enough to witness the innate strength of the dark gold fearclaw bear. The most formidable attack of the dark gold fearclaw bear lies in its terrifying claws. Although both of its claws look similar, the right claw is actually stronger. After reaching 10,000 years of cultivation, this creature becomes nearly monstrous in its terror. A 30,000-year-old dark gold fearclaw bear is on a completely different level compared to a 30,000-year-old human-faced demon spider. A 10,000-year-old dark gold fearclaw bear likely possesses the strength of a 100,000-year-old soul beast. This is the value of top-tier soul beasts. Yet now, Tang Xian's strength is only at the soul master level. This dark gold fear-claw bear can probably only be suppressed by the two soul beasts of 100,000 years, Ming and Ming. As long as this dark gold fear-claw bear is given time to grow, it will inevitably become another king-level fierce beast in the Star-Do Great Forest. Run. At this moment, Tang Xian had only one thought. The human-faced demon spider's soul ring was unimportant. Survival was the priority. This was the core area of the Star-Do Great Forest. The danger level was too high. However, in front of the 30,000-year-old dark gold fear-claw bear, escaping was not so easy. The dark gold fear-claw bear let out another lion-like roar, and a golden light claw that tore through space appeared, ignoring distance. Once again, damn it. If I get caught by this, I won't die, but will be left crippled. I can only try this. Azure Sky Bull Python Soul Bone Skill. Azure Delay Divine Claw. Tang Xian also unleashed a burst of azure light and charged forward, colliding fiercely with the golden light. With a loud bang, Tang Xian was directly sent flying by the shockwave. Taking advantage of this backward momentum, he swiftly transformed into a six-winged angel and soared towards the deeper parts of the Star-Do Forest. As for the 30,000-year-old human-faced demon spider's soul ring, it was best to give it up. After all, once he found Xiao Wu, relying on his relationship with her, he could sign in for a while in the most fortunate area of the Star-Do Forest. He would have everything. It wasn't worth losing his life here. Meanwhile, the 30,000-year-old dark gold terraclaw bear, struck by the heavenly blue dull god claw, suddenly went numb all over, revealing a hint of fear in its eyes. It sensed the aura of a superior, king-level soul beast. How could this human carry the aura of the heavenly blue bull python? Although the dark gold terraclaw bear had no natural enemies, growing up in the Star-Do Forest, it naturally understood respect. Moreover, looking at the direction the human fled, wasn't it the core forbidden zone of soul beasts? The dark gold terraclaw bear shuddered and gave up the chase. It turned around and picked up the corpse of the 30,000-year-old human-faced demon spider nearby. Its golden claws instantly split open the spider's abdomen, extracting the soul beast crystal inside and swallowing it in one bite. Roar! The dark gold terraclaw bear let out a roar. It only wanted its own prey. Losing one human didn't matter to it. Besides, it didn't dare to easily step into that direction. Soul beasts inherently have the awareness of seeking benefits and avoiding harm. After flying for a while, Tang Xian finally felt the crisis lift. He let out a sigh of relief. That was too dangerous. The powerful soul beasts in the Star-Do Forest were not to be trifled with. That 30,000-year-old dark gold terraclaw bear could probably withstand even a rank 95 title Douluo, if it weren't for the heavenly blue dull god claw inheriting a bit of the aura of the 100,000-year-old heavenly blue bull python. It might have come after him. In just a few breaths, Tang Xian sensed another life-and-death crisis. In the deepest part of the Star-Do Forest, the Titan giant ape had already brought Xiao Wu back. Ming placed Xiao Wu by the lake in the Star-Do Forest and obediently squatted in front of her. Xiao Wu, you're finally home. Can you not leave the Star-Do Forest this time? The human world is very dangerous. At this moment, there was no trace of terror in the Titan giant ape's large red eyes, only tension and concern. In front of Xiao Wu, it looked like a harmless soul beast, with no hint of a king's arrogance. Seeing this, Xiao Wu reached out to touch the Titan giant ape's toes. Ming, you were too reckless just now. You scare my friends. Chapter 70. Tang Xian meets Ming, Ming, and Xiao Wu. Ming, I can't stay at home for too long, or my friends who came with me will worry about me. Seeing Ming's obedient manner, Xiao Wu had to explain. Moo. The Titan giant ape let out a disappointed low growl, but even so, for it, who had lived in the core area of the Star-Do Forest, being able to see Xiao Wu return today made it very happy. Although it knew Xiao Wu couldn't stay here for long, it was better than not seeing her at all. Xiao Wu was now a human who had transformed from a soul beast, and there would still be opportunities to come back and visit them. All right, Ming, I'm doing great in the human world. I'm already a great soul master among humans, and my soul power has reached the rank of Soul Zune. Since I'm back, let's break through here. I want to obtain my third soul ring here. If I don't cultivate faster, I won't be able to catch up with my amazing brother Xian. Xiao Wu had been thinking about how to break away from the group to conveniently break through and acquire her third soul ring when she entered the Star-Do Forest. She didn't expect to run into Ming. It was just the chance she needed to break through to the third ring Soul Zune. Moo. All right, Xiao Wu, I'll protect you. With me here, you're safe. The Titan giant ape responded to Xiao Wu, looking very reliable. Seeing this, Xiao Wu sat down by the lake in the core area. She immediately began to adjust her breathing to break through. In a short while, a soul master aura radiated from Xiao Wu, and 3 soul rings floated around her. Done. I was originally a soul beast. There's no need to worry about soul rings at all. Xiao Wu jumped up in joy, feeling the level of her own realm. It's still more comfortable to be home. Here, my soul power increased by 6 levels all at once. I'm now a 36th level, 3-ring soul zone. If I cultivate here for a while longer, I might quickly catch up with my brother Xian. This is the innate advantage of a 100,000-year-old soul beast. As long as she has the conditions, she can break through quickly, and even soul rings don't need to be hunted. They can be generated on their own. Moreover, the soul rings generated on their own are all of the most suitable type and age for her. Just as Xiao Wu was breaking through to the 3-ring soul zone, bubbles suddenly appeared in the lake behind her. With a splash, a gigantic water creature with a cow's head and a serpent's body emerged from the center of the lake. The cow head was at least 4 meters in diameter, with large eyes shining like lanterns, connected to a massive snake body that was several times thicker than a 1,000-year-old tree, hidden in the bottomless life lake. Xiao Wu, congratulations on your breakthrough. Yes, the Ming. Xiao Wu turned in surprise, and a familiar figure appeared before her. The enormous aquatic soul beast in the center of the life lake was none other than the 100,000-year-old heavenly blue bull python, which she liked to call the Ming. Wait. When did the Ming wake up? It wasn't just hiding at the bottom listening to me talk, was it? Did it hear me mention Brother Xian? Thinking of this, Xiao Wu's ears turned red. This is bad. The Ming won't be angry, will it? It hates humans the most. Meanwhile, the Titan giant ape that brought Xiao Wu back suddenly had a fiery red glow in its eyes. This time it wasn't because it was about to go into a rage, but because it was angry, constantly beating its chest. Mu, humans, despicable humans. Clearly, seeing Xiao Wu's panicked expression, Ming thought she had suffered some grievance or abuse in the human world. In the eyes of soul beasts, humans were not kind characters. If they weren't strong enough, they would have been hunted down by humans long ago. Seeing this, Xiao Wu was startled and didn't have time to explain much. She just scolded the Titan giant ape. Ming, don't be angry. It's not what you think. Xiao Wu knew that the Ming and Ming genuinely cared for and loved her. If she didn't intervene, the angry Ming might rush out to find brother Tang Xian and the others. With Ming's strength, if he wanted to deal with them. Even if Xiao Wujia was there, or even Dean Flinder, it would be useless. Ming could smash them all to bits with one punch. Moreover, Tang Xian only had the cultivation of Soul Zone. If Ming had the intent to kill, brother Xian wouldn't be able to escape. Mu, Xiao Wu. Hearing Xiao Wu's gentle scolding, the Titan giant ape looked at her with confusion. Just as it was pondering how to explain her relationship with Tang Xian, a familiar voice appeared. Xiao Wu, you broke through? Tang Xian had already flapped his 6-winged angel wings, hovering in the distance, exclaiming in surprise. The 10,000-year-old azure sky bull python had long noticed this human, its eyes radiating 2 terrifying beams of azure light. The Titan giant ape's eyes were filled with countless scarlet bloodline inscriptions. Xiao Wu was first surprised, then quickly rushed between Tang Xian and a Ming. She spread her arms to block the Ming and Ming. Xiao Wu looked like a child who had made a mistake, biting her lip with her little teeth. Her small hands fidgeting restlessly. Brother Xian, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have hidden anything from you. Actually, I don't know how to explain why I'm here. Tang Xian interjected. Actually, Xiao Wu is a human transformed from a 100,000-year soul beast, isn't that right? So what? I already knew that. You knew. Of course. We sleep together every day. How could I not know? Tang Xian, Brother Xian, I didn't mean to hide it from you. I really didn't want you to dislike me. Xiao Wu lowered her head, clearly flustered. Tang Xian shrugged and nonchalantly said, what's the big deal? Everyone has secrets. Including me. I have secrets too. I'm actually special like Xiao Wu. As he said this, Tang Xian immediately released his 4 soul rings in front of the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python, especially the aura of the 4th red 100,000-year sky blue bull python soul ring instantly attracted the attention of the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python. A 100,000-year sky blue bull python soul ring. The Ming was even more shocked. There was only one sky blue bull python in the entire star-Do forest. When did he become someone else's soul ring? No, that's not him. Otherwise, he would have died a long time ago. What's going on with this human? Tang Xian smiled slightly. Because like Xiao Wu, I can produce soul rings myself. Could it be that he is also a soul beast that has transformed? The 100,000-year blue sky bull python couldn't help but have this speculation. Tang Xian shrugged his shoulders and said, I can only tell you that my mother is the 100,000-year soul beast, blue silver emperor. 100,000-year blue silver emperor. Brother Xian, even my Xiao Wu is quite astonished. Chapter 71. Dual cultivation with Xiao Wu in the core area. Tang Xian said with my mother is also a soul beast. If we talk about it, I'm not a normal person like Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu's eyes flickered, looking somewhat surprised, clearly taken aback by Tang Xian's frankness. Tang Xian gently flapped his six-winged angel wings and descended beside Xiao Wu, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. He softly said, actually, it doesn't matter to me whether Xiao Wu is human or a soul beast. We should all be a bit more honest, shouldn't we? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu bit her lip, and her tightly clasped hands began to tremble, with tears glistening in her bright eyes. It turned out that Tang Xian was just like her, and he didn't dislike her identity as a soul beast. That's great, really great. Xiao Wu suddenly released her tightly clenched hands, leaped towards the tall Tang Xian, and threw herself into his arms. Brother Xian, Xiao Wu won't hide anything from you anymore. Xiao Wu likes you. Xiao Wu, I know. I like you too. At first, the Titan giant ape thought that the human had done something to upset Xiao Wu when he saw her crying, gritting his teeth in anger. However, the Qing Tian Niumang restrained him, urging him not to act recklessly. Eventually, through the ensuing conversation, they understood the situation. However, even knowing that this human had taken care of Xiao Wu in the human world for 6 or 7 years, Deming and Erming still felt mixed emotions when they saw the two of them embracing so intimately. It didn't feel good at all. Xiao Wu also keenly sensed something was off, feeling two bright gazes fixed on them, so she quickly separated from Tang Xian. She explained to Deming and Erming. Deming, he is not a bad person. He is the best person in my human world. His name is Tang Xian, and Brother Xian is amazing. He is already a 4-ring soul master. With his cultivation speed, he will definitely become a title Douluo faster than Xiao Wu. Mu, Deming coldly murmured. Although Xiao Wu had a good impression of Tang Xian, the Qing Tian Niumang remained highly vigilant towards him. Plus, the aura of the 100,000-year soul ring was too frightening. This young man had secrets. Humans are the best at deceiving emotions. And Deming and Erming couldn't forget that Xiao Wu's mother also died at the hands of humans. Based on this, no matter how much Xiao Wu liked Tang Xian, the Titan giant ape and the Qing Tian Niumang harbored a hint of hostility towards him. Meanwhile, Tang Xian naturally noticed the attitude of these two giants, but didn't take it too seriously. He understood that Deming, Erming, and Xiao Wu had grown up together in the Star-Do forest, and their bond was very deep, plus they also liked Xiao Wu. However, soul beasts are even more conservative than humans. They had been together for 100,000 years and still hadn't mustered the courage to express their feelings to Xiao Wu. While he had jumped in first, even if they weren't human but soul beasts, it wouldn't feel good. The fact that they hadn't killed him on the spot was already a big favor for Xiao Wu. Thus, at this moment, Tang Xian was very clear that he was entirely an emotional intruder in the eyes of the Titan giant ape and the Qing Tian Niumang. If Xiao Wu hadn't been standing between them, Tang Xian would have probably ended up as a pile of meat paste by now. With this thought in mind, Tang Xian stroked Xiao Wu's hair, then turned to the massive Qing Tian Niumang in the lake of life and respectfully placed his hands on his chest, bowing deeply. He humbly said to Deming, Brother Qing Tian Niumang, thank you for taking care of Xiao Wu here. And to my brother Titan giant ape, Xiao Wu really misses you both. Although Xiao Wu can't stay long this time, I will encourage her to spend more time with you. Mu, that is more like it. Rest assured, as long as I, Tang Xian, am alive, even if we go outside, I believe that Xiao Wu will not be in any danger. Here I, Tang Xian, swear to the heavens that Xiao Wu's life is my life. I will take good care of Xiao Wu. Seeing Tang Xian's serious and sincere attitude, the hostility in the eyes of the Titan giant ape and the Qing Tian Niumang immediately lessened. The reason was simple. Even as soul beasts, they understood what it meant for a human to swear on their own life. Humans place immense importance on their vows. Moreover, swearing to the heavens is something humans rarely do, because once violated, they could face severe consequences from being unable to cultivate to being struck by lightning. Mu, human, you better remember what you said today, or if anything happens to Xiao Wu, even if the heavens can't take you, we will go out and kill you, along with everyone around you. Deming, Xiao Wu stomped her foot angrily. How could Deming say such a thing? She couldn't help but shake her fist at Deming. In response, Deming remained calm, while Erming turned his head away in anger. These two fierce beasts, despite having lived for so long, sometimes felt helpless when facing Xiao Wu. Brother Xian, Erming is actually a good guy. He means no harm. They are just agreeing to let us be friends. Look, this is Xiao Wu's home, and it will also be Brother Xian's home. You can come to the deepest part of the Star-Do forest to play anytime. Right, Deming? Erming? Moo, Xiao Wu, I didn't say that. Hee. It's settled then. You two better not bully my brother Xian. Xiao Wu completely ignored Deming and Erming's arrogance. She dragged Tang Xian to a beautifully decorated thatched hut surrounded by flowers and grass, saying, Brother Xian, this is where Xiao Wu lives. It's so hard to come home once, so please stay here and play with Deming and Erming for a few more days. And the Star-Do forest is full of vitality, and the cultivation speed is super fast, so Brother Xian can cultivate here. Xiao Wu's words struck right at Tang Xian's heart. You want to take this opportunity to sign in for a few days in the Star-Do forest. The luck of this place must be quite good. All right, Xiao Wu, since this place is so suitable for cultivation, let's not waste time. Let's hurry up and cultivate. Xiao Wu, I know a method that can help us cultivate even faster. Do you want to try it? What is it? Xiao Wu became curious. It's dual cultivation. Come on, Xiao Wu, I'll teach you. Okay, hurry and teach Xiao Wu dual cultivation. Tang Xian and Xiao Wu sat face to face among the dense flowers, their palms opposing each other, starting their dual cultivation. Deming and Erming, seeing this, also chose not to make things awkward. No one wanted to be a third wheel. The Qing Tian Niu Mang reburied itself at the bottom of the lake of life, while the Titan giant ape temporarily left this place. Brother Xian, I feel so hot. That's normal. Dual cultivation needs some heat to be effective. This novel can be downloaded through the open source, Freestar String downloader developed by Xingyu. If you obtain the novel file through a proxy download, and the merchant does not provide the software source code or open source address, please immediately request a refund and report the merchant. Author's email, Xingyu Outlook. Authors QQ, 201-759-3710 Official QQ Group, 149050832 Official TG Group, https, Me FQ Tool, Chapter 72. 3 days of hard training with Xiao Wu in the flower field. Xiao Wu felt that Tang Xian's palms had also become warm and hot. This warmth was transmitted through the touch of their palms, exchanging a pure form of soul power into each other's bodies. At this moment, in the depths of the Star-Do forest, countless pure spiritual energies frantically surged into the flower patch where Tang Xian and Xiao Wu were dual cultivating. The surrounding flowers instantly began to scatter their petals, swirling around the two of them. These pure spiritual energies quickly transmitted and absorbed between Tang Xian and Xiao Wu during their dual cultivation process. Xiao Wu suddenly felt the soul power in her meridians becoming restless, crashing around in her body. Xiao Wu let out a delicate moan. The impact of this dual cultivation was simply too great. The level and tier of her soul power increased many times faster than when she practiced alone before. She was caught off guard and let out such an embarrassing sound. Xiao Wu's face turned crimson. Fortunately, Tang Xian didn't mind and continued to apply force, guiding Xiao Wu in the dual cultivation posture. Xiao Wu, you can't be distracted during dual cultivation. Although it's our first time, we must stay focused. Hearing Tang Xian's words, she nodded with flushed ears. Xiao Wu had no choice but to endure the intense pain, adjust her posture, straighten her back, and sit properly. Tang Xian, I'll be behind you. This way, it's easier for me to transmit soul power to you. Okay. Tang Xian came to Xiao Wu's back without any hesitation and placed his hot hands on her drenched back again. Brother Xian, I feel that the transmission of soul power is still not smooth enough. Should I take off my clothes? Before Tang Xian could respond, Xiao Wu had already removed her thin, damp clothes that were as light as a cicada's wings. A completely snow-white back was exposed before Tang Xian's eyes. Tang Xian became even more heated. His eyes gleamed with a sharp light. Soon, he began to focus on serious matters, absorbing the pure spiritual energy around him and converting it into soul power, once again launching a fierce assault toward Xiao Wu. Without the barrier of clothing, the transfer of soul power between the two became smoother. Xiao Wu, dual cultivation is a process of mutual soul power transmission. You need to learn to cooperate with me. Move, Xiao Wu can't. It's okay, I'll teach you. You can learn my method of soul power operation and transmit it to me. so that both of us can absorb each other's soul power and achieve the effect of elevating our realm. Xiao Wu's breathing became rapid as she carefully felt it, gradually entering the right state in the flower bushes according to Tang Xian's instructions. Xiao Wu had never experienced such feelings before. Perhaps it was her first time in dual cultivation, and the absorption of soul power was a bit too fast for her to fully adapt. So, she felt a bit of pain and resistance. However, the rapid enhancement of soul power made her feel very happy and at ease. At such a close distance, Tang Xian could hear Xiao Wu's soft gasps. Xiao Wu also started to feel a bit unable to stop. As time went on, she gradually found the rhythm of dual cultivation, cooperating with Tang Xian, and eventually reaching the kind of cerebral climax he described. Brother Xian, is this dual cultivation? Why didn't you do it with Xiao Wu sooner? It feels so good. Xiao Wu had just broken through to the 36th level of soul power, and at this moment, she began to loosen up, growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Tang Xian is also like this, which is why he proposed dual cultivation. Cultivating in the Star-Do forest allows for a rapid increase in soul power. Originally at level 40 soul power, his soul power level is gradually climbing, but not as quickly as Xiao Wu's. After all, the higher the soul power level, the harder it is to break through. I can't take it anymore, Brother Xian. It's too fast. Xiao Wu can't handle it. If this continues, something will happen to Xiao Wu. The two have been cultivating in the flower bushes for 3 days, and only then did Xiao Wu call to stop. In just 3 days, Xiao Wu's soul power has actually risen to level 3, and her current soul power level is already 39. The Academy's teachers have said that the level of soul power must be solidified, and Xiao Wu has just recently broken through to Soul Sovereign. If they continue to dual cultivate like this, Xiao Wu will break through to Soul Ancestor. And if her level rises so quickly, something will happen to her. Tang Xian nodded slightly upon hearing this, and naturally held the exhausted Xiao Wu in his arms, covering her with her clothes. Indeed, Xiao Wu made a valid point. Increasing soul power levels too quickly also has its drawbacks. Cultivation cannot be achieved overnight. It must be a balance of work and rest. Let us end the dual cultivation here for now. Tang Xian wiped the wet hair of Xiao Wu, which was left over from their earlier dual cultivation. At this moment, Xiao Wu looked like a little red shrimp that had been boiled. She lay on Tang Xian's lap, shyly burying her head. Then she sweetly asked, Brother Xian, what is your soul power level now? In just 3 days, Xiao Wu had increased her soul power from level 29 Great Soul Master to level 39 Soul Venerable, and she felt a bit proud. She was very concerned about the gap between herself and Tang Xian, not wanting to fall too far behind. Hearing this, Tang Xian smiled slightly. The higher the soul power level, the harder it is to break through, but thanks to Xiao Wu's willingness to dual cultivate with me, I've also broken through 2 levels, and my soul power level has now reached level 42. You're still amazing, Xiao Wu. You've increased your soul power by 10 levels. Xiao Wu climbed up from Tang Xian's lap. The clothes that had covered her body fell off, and Xiao Wu was no longer a child. She took the initiative for the first time and lightly pecked Tang Xian's face like a dragonfly, touching the water. I should thank Brother Xian for this. And in the future, Xiao Wu wants to cultivate like this with Brother Xian. Tang Xian only felt a softness pressing against his chest. But he had just gone through an intense and exhausting training session. At this moment, he didn't have much energy to pay attention to these trivial matters. Wise men in the world are probably all like this. He pushed Xiao Wu away and said seriously, dual cultivation can enhance soul power quickly. But it also has its downsides and requires moderation. If it weren't for the special geographical location of the Star-Do forest with abundant spiritual energy, I wouldn't dare to let you act recklessly. It could lead to trouble. Upon hearing Tang Xian's words, Xiao Wu nodded, somewhat understanding. She lay back down on Tang Xian's lap, perhaps tired, and soon fell asleep. Seeing this, Tang Xian reached out to touch Xiao Wu's scorpion braid. He didn't disturb her. 3 days had passed, and he had accumulated 3 check-in times. His lips curled up slightly. He finally had time to check in now. The double cultivation over the past 3 days had nearly exhausted him. What he said earlier was just an excuse. In reality, there were no fields that had been overfarmed. Only cows that had been worked to death. Remaining check-in times, 3. Tang Xian smiled slightly, finally able to sign in. The deepest part of the core area of the Star-Do forest is right here, making it the perfect place to sign in. He glanced at the little dance sleeping in his arms. There was nothing more blissful in the world than this. He then shouted in his heart, System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully signed in at the Star-Do forest. Chapter 73 Reward. Dark Gold Fearsome Bear, and Ice Blue Scorpion King, Soul, Ring Soulbone. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully signed in at the Stardo Forest. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained a level 4 external soulbone, the right palm bone of the 100. 000. Year Soul Beast Dark Gold Fearsome Bear. Hiss! Tang Xian took a deep breath. The existence of the 10,000-year Dark Gold Fear Claw Bear, alongside the top 10 fierce beasts like the Azure Sky Bull Python, was truly intimidating. Moreover, it was a right palm bone. Although the soul bones from other parts of the Dark Gold Fear Claw Bear had strong amplification effects, most of them leaned towards defense. Only the left arm bone and right arm bone could exhibit the terrifying offensive capability of the Dark Gold Fear Claw. However, the soul skills of the Dark Gold Fear Claw that appeared in the left and right arm bones could not compare to those of the real Dark Gold Fear Claw Bear. They were not the top tier. The Dark Gold Fear Claw Bear had a very small chance of producing a palm bone, and only the soul skills recorded in the palm bone were the strongest. More importantly, the soul skills of the Dark Gold Fear Claw recorded in the palm bone could grow along with the Soul Master, just like the Dark Gold Fear Claw Bear itself. The palm bone is different from the arm bones. In a sense, it can also be considered an external attached soul bone. As long as a compatible arm bone can be found, it does not affect the fusion of the arm bone among the left palm bone and right palm bone. The right palm bone is the top-tier soul bone that the Dark Gold Fear Claw Bear can produce. And this time, the reward obtained from signing in is the right palm bone of the 10,000-year Dark Gold Fear Claw Bear. Tang Xian's palm was instantly enveloped by a golden light, and a terrifying dark golden claw appeared. An incredibly powerful force instantly fused with Tang Xian himself. What a powerful dark golden claw. I finally understand why the Dark Golden Claw Bear is one of the top 10 ferocious beasts. This Dark Golden Claw is too extraordinary. It comes with the Soul Bone skill, Sky Tear Claw. This skill is the strongest strike of the Dark Golden Claw Bear, unleashed from the right palm. Capable of firing 5 sharp claws, divided into normal mode and soul skill attack mode. Its power can tear apart dragons and shake the heavens and the earth. This Soul Bone skill, combined with the 100,000-year-old Blue Sky Bull Python right arm soul bone, is truly perfect. No wonder this is the most auspicious core area of the Stardo Forest. This is the best sign-in reward I've received so far. And this is only a level 4 reward. Tang Xian was extremely excited and even more looking forward to it. He still had 2 sign-in opportunities. Unable to contain himself, he shouted inwardly once again. System sign-in. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully signed in at the Stardo Great Forest. Ding. Congratulations. You have received a level 4 sign-in reward. The soul bone of the 400,000 year Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion's torso. Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion's torso bone. A powerful soul bone with an ultimate ice attribute of 400,000 years. It comes with the soul bone skill, Ice Emperor's Fury. It possesses an extremely strong freezing ability accompanied by a tremendous thrust release, attacking opponents with the might of ultimate ice. As the Soul Master S level increases, it can rapidly freeze the surroundings, encasing everything in ice for miles. With a soul bone like this, my tortoise. Soul bones are among the rarest treasures in the Soul Master realm. Yet now, Tang Xian had consecutively obtained top-tier soul bones. He now possessed 3 soul bones. The right arm bone of the Azure Sky Bull Python, the right palm bone of the Dark Golden Terror Claw Bear, and the torso bone of the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion. The least among them was still 100,000 years old. At the moment of receiving the reward, Tang Xian's torso bone instantly became crystal clear, like a piece of eternal polar ice marrow. It radiated a hint of coldness. This is the ultimate ice attribute, unmatched in power. Tang Xian took a deep breath, reining in his breath, and continued to sign in. He already had 3 top-tier soul bones, which were definitely enough at this stage. Now, he hoped to add soul rings to his other 2 martial souls. System sign-in. Ding. Congratulations on successfully signing in at the Stardo Forest. Ding. Congratulations. You have received a level 4 sign-in reward, a 100,000 year Dark Gold Fearsome Bear Soul Ring. The first martial soul, the Bright Holy Dragon, currently has no available soul ring attachment slots. Would you like to attach it to the Haotian Hammer or the 6-winged Angel Martial Soul? Those who understand me know the sign-in system too well. Tang Xian was overjoyed. Everything he wanted was coming to him. This system was just too great. Tang Xian decisively chose to attach to the Haotian Hammer Martial Soul, the 100,000 year Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear, also known as the Tyrant, is a power-type martial soul, making it perfectly suited as the primary martial soul of the Haotian hammer. The first soul skill of the Haotian hammer is Dark Gold Rampage. It is an ultimate power explosion. With a buzzing sound, Tang Xian's martial soul automatically manifested, and a scarlet soul ring of 100,000 years appeared around him. Perfect. Remaining sign-in attempts, 0 times. 3 sign-ins have been completely used up. Tang Xian was already quite satisfied at this moment. If he continued to sign in, he would become invincible. However, he and Xiao Wu couldn't stay here for too long. 3 days of dual cultivation here was already the limit. The brothers from Shrek Academy and teacher Xiao Wu's group were still looking for them outside. There would be opportunities to come back here to sign in, so Tang Xian wasn't in a hurry. Xiao Wu, we have to go back. We'll bring you back to see it again when we have the time. Tang Xian woke up the little dance who was sleeping at his feet. The little dance rubbed her eyes and nodded. Then she summoned the Titan Great Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python, the Ming, Air Ming. And the little dance had to return to the human world to cultivate. They would come back to see you in the future. Moo. Although De Ming and Air Ming were reluctant, they did not try to keep her. The cultivation of spirit beasts was very difficult. This was the path chosen by the little dance. She had to rely on herself to continue. Don't worry, my 2 big brothers, Tang Xian, will take good care of the little dance. Tang Xian patted his chest and released a powerful aura of soul beasts that only the Titan Giant Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python could perceive. The 100,000-year-old Dark Golden Terror Claw Bear, the 100,000-year-old Sky Blue Bull Python, and even the 400,000-year-old Ice Blue Scorpion King. Even a Ming shivered at that moment. This aura was terrifying. The human in front of them was even more frightening than they had imagined. However, he was very good to Xiao Wu and had helped her improve her cultivation significantly over the past 3 days. Because of this, they felt relieved to leave Xiao Wu in Tang Xian's care. After bidding farewell to the Titan Giant Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python, Xiao Wu and Tang Xian headed towards the outer edge, leaving the core of the Star-Do Forest. They had been away for so long. Hopefully, nothing unexpected had happened. Xiao Wu was also a bit worried, as she knew the dangers of the Star-Do Forest. The soul beasts here were not all so friendly. With Tang Xian's 6-winged angel martial spirit, they quickly reached the outskirts of the Star-Do Forest. If Teacher Zhao and the others couldn't find us, they should also be waiting for us at the outskirts. Tang Xian was speculating like this. Suddenly, thud thud thud, Tang Xian keenly sensed several hurried footsteps. Xiao Wu. It seems that 3 people are rapidly approaching me. Xiao Wu instantly became alert, wondering who would have such a clear target. When Xiao Wu saw the 3 people coming, she smiled slightly and said, Xiange, it turns out to be your old acquaintances. Upon seeing the visitors, Xiao Wu couldn't help but feel a bit jealous. Tang Xian was slightly taken aback, raising his eyes to look over and instantly understanding the source of Xiao Wu's attitude. It was none other than the renowned couple, the Great Dragon and Serpent, along with that little sorceress Meng Yiran. This time, not only was the Snake Lady Qiao Tianxiang present, but even the Dragon Lord Meng Shu had gathered. Chapter 74. The 400,000-year Ice Green Scorpion Emperor's soul bone shows its might. I thought it was someone else, but it turns out to be the famous predecessors of the Soul Master World, the Great Dragon and Serpent. I wonder what the purpose is for the predecessors to return and intercept the younger generation? Tang Xian asked with a faint smile. After several days of cultivation, his strength had advanced further than before. Even though the Great Dragon and Serpent combined possessed strength that even a soul Douluo would fear, Tang Xian still had enough confidence to escape from their grasp. Right now, Tang Xian was just a soul zone, and it was still too early to defeat them. He needed a bit more time to grow. Upon hearing this, a powerful male voice came forth. Ha, good lad. The next moment, the Dragon Lord and the Snake Lady, along with Meng Yiran, appeared in front of Xiao Wu and Tang Xian. The Dragon Lord exuded an unmatched wave of soul power, and in an instant, the surrounding leaves flew, dust swirled, and sand and stones were swept away. Tang Xian was unafraid, calmly gazing at the Dragon Lord in front of her, who was holding a golden dragon-shaped scepter. Let's see what tricks you can pull, she thought. Dragon Lord, may I ask what brings you to seek out your junior? Tang Xian asked without being servile or overbearing. Upon hearing this, the Dragon Lord raised an eyebrow. What was his intention? This kid had bullied his precious granddaughter and now was pretending to be clueless. Tang Xian certainly wouldn't forget that little witch Meng Yiran so quickly. She must have gone to Long Gong to complain. As for this, Tang Xian felt helpless. He could only smile faintly and say, Senior Long Gong, the snake lady has already taught me a lesson before. If you take action again, it might be a bit unreasonable. This guy, Long Gong, was momentarily speechless. He was caught off guard by Tang Xian's words. If he really sought revenge, wouldn't that mean he was hitting the younger one and then going after the older one? And when the older one got hit, he'd come after an even older one. However, despite that, Tang Xian's tone made Long Gong uncomfortable. Kid, it has been a long time since anyone dared to speak to me like this. Do you think I wouldn't dare touch you just because you have Shrek Academy backing you? The two dragon whiskers at the corner of Long Gong's mouth perked up. In the next moment, he suddenly gripped the dragon whisker staff in his hand, raised it, and slammed it down towards the ground. An incredibly powerful soul force surged towards Tang Xian. Some lessons still need to be taught. This soul force was at least at the Soul Emperor level. The Snake Lady had told Xiang that although this kid was a Soul Sect, his combat power was extraordinary, and even a Soul King might not be his opponent. So what about a Soul Emperor? Long Gong's strike was clearly meant to test the depth of Tang Xian's strength. The senior is really too irritable, Tang Xian said softly. But he also understood Long Gong's intention. This attack held no killing intent. He then slowly extended his left hand, and the bone from his back emitted a chilling aura of extreme ice marrow, which flowed along his left hand. The Ice Emperor's fury from the ice blue scorpion's soul bone. Crack! Bang! Bang! At the moment, the soul bone skill was activated. A massive icy armor of emerald spikes suddenly formed in front of Tang Xian and Xiao Wu, blocking the attack. The fierce soul power attack instantly struck, shattering the ice spikes. Tang Xian punched out, easily shaking off the remaining power. What a strong defensive power of the ultimate ice. Even Long Gong was taken aback. Not to mention Long Gong, even Tang Xian was a bit surprised. This was the first time he used the soul bone skill after obtaining the ice blue scorpion emperor's skeletal body. This truly deserved to be a 400,000-year soul bone. Even though he only had the cultivation of Soul Master, he could still exert such defensive power. If his level were stronger, the potential of the soul bone would be even greater. Boom! As the ice spikes shattered, Tang Xian stepped forward, and a heavenly hammer surrounded by holy fire appeared in his hand. Good heavens, a single person actually possesses both ultimate ice and ultimate fire, two extreme attributes. Long Gong clicked his tongue. However, Tang Xian no longer held back, firmly gripping the heavenly hammer and coldly saying, Long Gong, I called you senior out of respect. If you continue to be so aggressive, even if I die in battle, I will take someone down with me. His gaze then turned icy as it landed on the little demoness Meng Iran behind the world-shaking dragon snake couple. At the moment of speaking, a scarlet soul ring appeared. There was not a trace of excess, but the aura was incredibly terrifying. A 100,000-year soul ring. Long Gong's eyes widened. The snake lady did not exaggerate. Seeing it with his own eyes confirmed that what she said was true. This kid's temper is even bigger than this old man's. Which family or sect raised this kid? Long Gong was quite curious, his gaze unconsciously falling on the heavenly hammer held by Tang Xian. He couldn't help but feel it looked somewhat familiar, but because the holy fire obscured its true form, Long Gong momentarily failed to connect it with the Haotian sect of the three upper sects. The snake lady behind him was very astute. She poked Long Gong's back and transmitted her voice. Such a genius can only be cultivated by the three upper sects. Don't you find this kid's fire hammer a bit strange? After the snake lady's prompting, Long Gong's body shook. Suddenly, he linked it to something and had a hint of speculation. Could it be that this kid is really a direct disciple of those old fellows from the Haotian sect? Upon thinking of this, Long Gong's expression softened a lot. If Tang Xian really was a descendant of some hidden great family or the three upper sects, it wouldn't be a loss for his precious granddaughter. If Tang Xian had no connections to these, just a talented individual without a background, that would be even better. He could bring him into his own family to cultivate, and he would definitely become a title Douluo level figure in the future. If he could win over Tang Xian, once he became a title Douluo, their family status in the Soul Master world would be on a completely different level. After that previous test, Long Gong already had some guesses and expectations in his heart. However, he was only a Soul Master now, while he was a well-known figure, the world-shaking dragon snake. How could he easily lower himself and act humble like a junior? He must first crush this kid's pride. With this thought, Long Gong said nothing more, and 6 soul rings emerged from his feet, exuding extreme soul power pressure. He said in a deep voice, Kid, being overly aggressive is prone to breakage. Tang Xian remained silent. The Haotian hammer in his hand became even more heated, clearly indicating his stance. He was ready to fight to the end. Seeing this, Long Gong's mouth twitched. This guy was really stubborn. He could only say, "Kid, I'm giving you two choices. First, you can leave one of your legs as compensation for stealing my granddaughter's soul ring. As for the matter of you harassing my granddaughter, we will not hold it against you. Second, you can marry into our family. Not only will we betroth our cherished granddaughter Mangaran to you, but we will also cultivate you as the heir of our family." Upon hearing this, Mangaran behind him blushed and exclaimed, "Grandpa, what are you saying?" Tang Xian was also slightly taken aback. Was he going to lose a leg or marry Mangaran? He shook his head. Neither of these options was what he wanted. Chapter 75. Tang Xian's background scares off the legendary couple. Seeing Tang Xian's attitude of shaking his head, Long Gong frowned slightly and scolded, "Kid, don't think you're special just because you have some talent. Do you really think you can escape from us, the legendary couple?" Tang Xian shrugged. What Long Gong said was not wrong. He really did have that kind of confidence. However, now he did not intend to escape. He said, "Don't think that just because you have more people, my people are also nearby." "Your people?" Long Gong instantly became alert. Tang Xian nodded slightly, revealing a calm and composed smile, but he had no intention of explaining himself to Long Gong. Sure enough, Long Gong instantly felt several powerful auras rapidly approaching, two of which were not weaker than his own. Could it be that this kid is really a descendant of some major family or sect, accompanied by protectors? However, this speculation was soon interrupted by a penetrating voice. "The great dragon and snake, do you intend to go against our golden iron triangle?" Flinder and Xiao Wu had already arrived, followed by Xiao Jang and Dai Mubai along with other disciples from Shrek Academy. The couple, the great dragon and snake, immediately focused their eyes on Flinder, who wore square glasses, and used Xiao Jang, who was holding a scroll behind him. The golden iron triangle, like the great dragon and snake, was a renowned name in the Soul Master world. So how could the great dragon and snake not recognize these two? Back in the day, when Yu Xiaojang was traveling, he met a like-minded young Soul Master, Flinder, and the two decided to venture together in the Soul Master world. While hunting soul beasts in a forest, they encountered Lu Erlong. Over time, the three unexpectedly discovered that their cooperation could unleash a powerful martial soul fusion technique, and with their own strengths, they gradually earned the reputation of the Golden Iron Triangle in the Soul Master world. However, the Golden Iron Triangle eventually faded from the scene, and news of these three individuals disappeared from the Soul Master world. They never expected to encounter two of the Golden Iron Triangle here. The couple, the Great Dragon and Snake, thought it was bad news. The Golden Iron Triangle had always been inseparable from them, making it hard to guarantee Lu Erlong wasn't nearby. If the Golden Iron Triangle reassembled, along with Xiao Wujia, a seven-ringed soul sage, even if the couple of the Great Dragon and Snake fought with all their might, they wouldn't necessarily gain any advantage. Long Gong suppressed the anger in his heart and said in a low voice, "I wondered who it was." It turns out to be Flinder and the Master. Seeing the imposing group, Long Gong didn't force an attack, but merely narrowed his eyes slightly and said leisurely, appearing calm on the surface. After all, he was a senior in the Soul Master world. Moreover, now that only two members of the Golden Iron Triangle were present, the uncombined Golden Iron Triangle only had Flinder with decent strength. As for that Master, while his theoretical knowledge was unmatched, his combat ability was poor. Currently, only Xiao Wujia and Flinder were capable of fighting, and the Great Dragon and Snake couple naturally felt confident. However, their gaze towards Tang Xian deepened slightly. Did this kid foresee that Flinder and Xiao Wujia were nearby, which made him so fearless? Nevertheless, it was clearly not so easy for the Great Dragon and Snake to let go of someone they valued. Flinder and Xiao Wujia did not have such influence. What about the Golden Iron Triangle? What? Do you think the Great Dragon and Snake couple dare not act? Long Gong coldly shouted at Flinder and the others who were protecting Tang Xian. Seeing this, Flinder smiled and stepped forward, casually saying, "Senior Long, perhaps you do not see us, the Golden Iron Triangle, and the unmoving King Xiao Wujia as a threat, but you definitely cannot afford to provoke this child's father." Tang Xian's father? Long Gong was momentarily stunned. The speculation in his heart surged instantly. Could Tang Xian's background really be significant? He asked in surprise, "Flinder, our Gaishi Longshi couple is not easily frightened. In the Soul Master world, there are very few people we cannot afford to provoke. You say this, and I am quite curious, who exactly is this child's father?" Long Gong became cautious at this moment. Flinder was very shrewd and wouldn't speak without reason. If he accidentally offended some big shot, even the Gaishi Longshi would fear trouble. The child's surname is Tang. Flinter said, Su Nam Tang. Long Gong and Sheep exchanged glances. On the Douluo continent, there is a major sect that also has the surname Tang. That sect is the Haotian sect, one of the forces that even the Gaishi Longshi dare not provoke. The couple's gaze instantly locked onto the Haotian hammer that Tang Xian was holding. No wonder it looked so familiar. It turned out that this fire hammer is the innate martial soul of the Haotian sect, the Haotian hammer. Long Gong asked in a low and serious voice, Tang Xian, who exactly is behind you? Tang Xian was slightly taken aback, not expecting that Flander would actually want to avoid trouble and directly bring Tang Hao out. But is he someone who relies on his father? Tang Xian pursed his lips and didn't say a word. It was too embarrassing. But just because he didn't speak didn't mean Flander wouldn't. Of course, he was the titled Douluo Haotian Douluo. Flander transmitted Tang Xian's background word by word with soul power. Upon hearing the name Haotian, the couple, the Overlord Dragon and Serpent, were taken aback, and even the hand holding the staff trembled slightly. That was someone who even the former Pope of the Spirit Hall dared to challenge. The Dragon Lord gasped in surprise, and at that moment, his gaze toward Tang Xian underwent a dramatic change. This child is the son of Haotian Douluo. No wonder he's so extraordinary. Each generation is stronger than the last. Flander smiled slightly upon seeing the Dragon Lord's reaction. The reputation of Haotian Douluo in the Spirit Master world was far more formidable than that of the Overlord Dragon and Serpent or the Golden Iron Triangle. The couple, the Overlord Dragon and Serpent, swallowed hard in unison. Cold sweat dripped down as they recalled their previous actions toward Tang Xian, narrowly avoiding any substantial harmful behavior. This iron plate was not something just anyone dared to kick. This was no ordinary iron plate. It was like a heavy iron hammer that could crush your toes. If they had pushed their luck any further, they might have lost their lives. Ahem, Flander cleared his throat twice. Since it was a misunderstanding, I believe the seniors wouldn't want things to escalate, right? Finally, Flander provided an escape route for the Overlord Dragon and Serpent. Upon hearing this, the Dragon Lord, realizing the situation, quickly picked up the conversation. Yes, it's all a misunderstanding. We just wanted to greet this talented child, Tang Xian. At this moment, the Dragon Lord no longer exhibited the previous aggressive demeanor. His face was filled with a heavy expression. With such a background, how could they not show respect? Those who dared to challenge Haotian Douluo would not know how they died. He then looked at Tang Xian and exclaimed, I never expected that your father would entrust you to Shrek Academy, and that you would receive guidance from the Master. The Master's theory on martial souls is second to none. Under the guidance of Flander and the Master, you will surely achieve great things in the future. Tang Xian rubbed his forehead, feeling that Xiao Jang had done nothing and had unfairly gained favor. However, Tang Xian didn't elaborate too much. It was clearly someone else's business and had nothing to do with him. Since Long Gong was willing to downplay the matter, he was too lazy to stir up trouble. He nodded slightly to show understanding. But just when everyone thought it was over, a dissenting voice rang out. I disagree. Grandpa, how can you let this reckless person go so easily? Even if he has a background, I can't let it go. Grandpa, you love me the most. You have to stand up for me. Ian, be quiet. Long Gong, who usually spoiled his granddaughter, not only didn't speak up for Meng Ian this time, but also directly reprimanded her for being inconsiderate. For the first time, Meng Ian felt this attitude from her grandfather, and her eyes gradually filled with tears of grievance. Then, she angrily looked at Tang Xian and said, Tang Xian, wait for me. Once I break through to the Soul King, I will definitely skin you alive. Tang Xian shrugged at the words. The Soul King? By then, I might not even be a member of the Soul Sect anymore. Is it just you who can break through? Can you even beat me then? Damn you. Meng Iran was so angry that she couldn't find the words to respond. She raised her delicate finger and stomped her foot in frustration. Grandpa woo. In the end, unable to say anything, she could only cling to her grandfather and cry in grievance. It's okay, Iran, we're still great. Long Gong could only pat Meng Iran's head and comfort her. But what could he do besides comforting her? Tang Xian's talent was too high. He was simply not someone Meng Iran could compare to. Tang Xian was not wrong. Even if Meng Iran were given time, she still could not catch up to Tang Xian's pace. This child is already a level 42 Soul Master. Seeing that her most beloved grandfather had no reaction, Meng Iran ran out, crying towards the outskirts of the Star-Do forest. The Snake Lady had no choice but to awkwardly chase after her. Long Gong also felt quite embarrassed. He initially wanted to save face for his granddaughter, but now it had turned into such a scene. He could only brace himself and say, Let's call it a day for today's matter. Everyone, we meet without fighting, and if fate allows, I will come to apologize in the future. Regret will come later. After saying this, Long Gong did not stay any longer and directly fled the scene at lightning speed. It was too embarrassing. When had he ever been so humble? However, compared to his face, being able to salvage his life from his recklessness was not much. After all, they had provoked the Haotian, who did not even take the spirit hall seriously. Flinder and the others looked in shock at the direction where the mighty dragon snake had left, exchanging glances. Those who did not hear the telepathic conversation between Flinder and the mighty dragon snake, such as Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong, were even more confused. My God, what did Dean Flinder just say to the mighty dragon snake? Do Master, Xiao Wujia, and Flinder's golden iron triangle have such great deterrent power? They just left like that. Yes, Dean Flinder and Master, along with the golden iron triangle's name, still hold some weight compared to my immovable king title. Xiao Wujia shamelessly touched his nose to make up for it. Chapter 76. The devil training begins for Yu Xiaojing. Seeing this, Yu Xiaojing coughed lightly twice. How could he not know that his influence was far from as exaggerated as Xiao Wujia's claim? Calmly, he said, "All right, since you have all found suitable spirit rings, you can go back. This time I came to Shrek Academy at Dean Flinder's invitation, and I will return to formulate a devil training plan tailored to each of your martial souls." After finishing this sentence, Yu Xiaojing glanced at Tang Xian with surprise. It hadn't been long since they last met, and this kid was already a level 42 soul master. It had only been 3 days since they parted. He should be viewed with new eyes. Tang Xian didn't mind. 4 others in Shrek Academy, like Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu. Receiving guidance from the master would be a great help. He was just a special case in Douluo continent. Let's go. It's time to return to the academy. Although there were some twists and turns during this hunting trip in the Stardo forest, everyone still gained quite a lot. Flander exclaimed, especially for Xiao Wu and Tang Xian. Their progress was particularly obvious. Xiao Wu was now a 39th level soul master, and with just one more level of soul power, she could reach the soul sect level. Others like Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Oscar also made rapid breakthroughs during the practical training in the Stardo forest over the past few days, especially with the appearance of the Titan giant ape. These kids witnessed what real power was. Only by becoming stronger could they have the capital to confront all dangers. At Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaojing was appointed by Flandra as the next special training teacher for Shrek. He was currently gathering Tang Xian, Dai Mubai, and others on the playground. Since Yu Xiaojing had just arrived at Shrek Academy, he was not very clear about the soul power levels of each student. So he took some time to understand the current martial spirits and soul power levels of each academy. First, there were Dai Mubai with 41st level soul power and Tang Xian with 42nd level at the soul sect level. Then there were Xiao Wu and Oscar at the soul master level. The others were still at the great soul master level, including Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing. The strength gap among the Shrek 7 monsters was quite large. Yu Xiaojing frowned. However, he was not worried. These kids had top-notch talents, and the lower the level, the greater the potential for improvement. Moreover, as they progressed, it became increasingly difficult to advance. As long as he could teach each person according to their aptitude based on his martial spirit theory, the early stages of improvement would still be quite fast. Flanders stood at the front of the line and said seriously, from now on, there will be dedicated people to create specialized training plans for you and conduct hellish devil training. Before that, it is necessary to introduce you to the person next to me. His name is Yu Xiaojing, and he was once my partner. You can call him master or teacher. Xiaojing, you don't mind, right? Not at all. Yu Xiaojing continued with Flanders' words. Shrek Academy is also known as the Monster Academy. Only those who can endure the training I arrange can become stronger and qualify for the name of Shrek's monsters. Are you all ready? Master Yu Xiaojing. Even if they didn't know before, after these few days of Flanders' introduction, they already knew what kind of person he was. Moreover, they heard that Yu Xiaojing was previously Tang Xian's teacher at the Junior Soul Master Academy. Being able to teach someone like Tang Xian, a prodigy, theoretically left everyone without any objections. They became even more excited. We are ready. Dai Mubai and the others responded loudly. Tang Xian smiled faintly. Yu Xiaojing had indeed followed him. It seemed that Douluo continent couldn't do without Xiaojing, right? He was quite curious about what tricks Yu Xiaojing could come up with. Yu Xiaojing was satisfied with the students' attitude towards him and said, "All right, the regular training sessions must be conducted daily. Warm-up exercises first, run 50 laps around Shrek Academy." Huh? Just 50 laps? That's so easy. Ma Hongjun was a bit surprised. They were already accustomed to this training intensity, and 50 laps were a piece of cake for them now. However, Yu Xiaojang's next sentence immediately made Ma Hongjun shut his mouth. During the running, you must rely entirely on your physical strength, and you are not allowed to use a single bit of soul power. Hiss! Everyone gasped. Running 50 laps without using soul power? Master, are you serious? Your ears are fine. It's just a warm-up exercise. Yu Xiaojang revealed a meaningful smile, which immediately made Dai Mubai and the others feel their scalps tingle. Was this really just a warm-up exercise? How crazy would the days ahead be? Even Tang Xian opened his mouth. Running 50 laps without using soul power was no joke. As expected of you, Yu Xiaojang, you understand devilish training. This was a tremendous test of personal physical fitness and strength. An ordinary person couldn't possibly reach this level. Yu Xiaojang was truly treating them like monsters in training. While everyone was still in shock, Yu Xiaojang spoke again, delivering another shocking announcement. If any student fails to complete the 50 laps, they're not allowed to eat in the academy cafeteria. Oh, by the way, starting today, all meals for the students will be specially prepared by the academy cafeteria. If anyone dares to eat outside without permission and gets caught, Dean Flander will personally discipline you. Dean Flander probably wouldn't mind helping me discipline those disobedient students, right? Yu Xiaojang turned his head and asked Flander beside him casually. I'd be very happy to assist. The moment he said this, the brown square glasses flashed with a glint, sending shivers down the spines of Shrek students. Being disciplined by the dean, would they even survive that? Run. They had to finish these 50 laps, even if it killed them. With Yu Xiaojang's words, who would dare to go out to eat? Ma Hongjun slumped down on the ground, as if the world had collapsed around him. Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and others shared similarly bitter expressions. Little monsters, perk up. Today is just the first day of the devilish special training. There are still many days ahead. Teacher, please don't say anymore. We'll go run now. Please don't tell us your upcoming training plan. Dai Mubai shivered and quickly spoke to silence Yu Xiaojang. He took the lead and ran out. This new teacher was simply a devil. After hearing the devil's words, how could they sleep? Seeing this, the others hurriedly followed Dai Mubai's running footsteps, not wanting to stay a moment longer. Tang Xian shrugged his shoulders. Isn't he going to run 50 laps without using soul power? He actually wanted to challenge himself and give it a try. Just as he was about to take a step forward, Yu Xiaojang's voice suddenly stopped him. Tang Xian. Tang Xian turned his head in confusion to look at Yu Xiaojang. Master, do you have something to say? Yu Xiaojang awkwardly scratched his nose, his face turning red as he managed to say, the academy has limited funding, and you wouldn't want to eat poorly, right? Upon hearing this, Tang Xian's expression darkened. Yu Xiaojang was aware of his wealth and was coming to ask him for funds. There was no helping it. He was used to being extravagant. Both Yu Xiaojang and Flander knew that Tang Xian had a lot of soul coins in his pocket, and they speculated that it might have been left to him by Tang Hao. Tang Xian clicked his tongue, but he didn't pay much attention to it. To him, soul coins were just external items. The rewards he received from signing in were mostly those copper soul coins, silver soul coins, and gold soul coins, which are the most superfluous. He currently had a large pile of them in his Shumi ring. Tang Xian casually took out a sack of soul coins and tossed it to Yu Xiaojang. He said lightly, Xiaojang, you need to get us some good food. Everyone is still growing. Bang! Yu Xiaojang almost couldn't catch such a heavy sack of soul coins. It gave him quite a surprise. He had suspected that Tang Xian was wealthy, but he didn't expect him to be this rich. He had just called out to Tang Xian on a whim, not expecting such a big reward. Tang Xian, you're so generous. Tang Xian shrugged his shoulders, no longer paying attention to Yu Xiaojang's mixed expression, and ran to catch up. Chapter 77. Shrek Internal Struggle, 1 against 6. After 50 laps, every member of Shrek Academy was panting like a bull. Tang Xian was no exception, collapsing on the ground. Relying entirely on physical strength without using soul power was a challenge for everyone. My waist and legs feel like they aren't my own anymore, completely numb, and my entire back feels as hard as a rubber mat. I can't go on. If I move a bit more, I feel like I'll die. This new teacher is too terrifying. Life will be unbearable from now on. Oscar, stop lying down. Hurry up and make some sausages. I can eat even the most disgusting food at this point. You guys are going to squeeze every last drop out of me. Let me rest a bit, brothers. It hurts. I think I don't even have the strength to go to the cafeteria. Every person who finished 50 laps was moaning incessantly. Tang Xian has also reached his limit, but due to his cultivation of the Xiantian Gong, he can more accurately feel the benefits that such extreme consumption brings to the body. These benefits are like a trickling stream. They may not be obvious now, but after 1 month, 2 months, or 3 months, they will solidify his foundation immensely. After every workout and meal, Tang Xian quietly returns to his dormitory to practice Xiantian Gong to strengthen his foundation. During this time, his soul power has increased rapidly. This is a process of sedimentation for his own cultivation, a necessary process that takes time. Other members of Shrek Academy have also improved with each training session. Of course, in addition to completing Xiao Zhang's training plan every day, Tang Xian also checks in at Shrek Academy daily. Checking in is something Tang Xian insists on every day. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully checked in at Shrek Academy and received a level 2 reward of 1,000 years of soul power growth. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully checked in at Shrek Academy and received a level 2 reward of 1,000 years of soul power growth. Tang Xian's first martial soul's first 3 10,000-year black soul rings were also growing day by day in the aSign-In at Shrek Academy, slowly approaching the 100,000-year red soul ring. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhang did not let the others idle either, formulating relevant special training programs for them. These included, but were not limited to top-level medicinal baths, top-level dietary therapy, and top-level massages. Even many of Shrek's teachers received targeted training one-on-one from Xiao Zhang and the Little Monsters. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye, and Dai Mu Bai, Ma Hongjun, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Oscar, and Tang Xian all made breakthroughs in their soul power. Those with lower soul power levels, under Xiao Zhang's martial soul guidance, experienced rapid breakthroughs, and the level gap among the Shrek 7 monsters was shrinking at a visibly rapid pace. At this point, completing 50 laps of training intensity felt as easy as drinking water to them. They were no longer as helpless as they had been at the beginning. Their foundations had become immensely strong. Seeing this, Xiao Zhang was quite satisfied with the results of his training. Assemble. With a whistle, the Shrek 7 monsters gathered on the playground. Xiao Zhang stood at the front of the line like an instructor and said in a deep voice, "Tang Xian, step forward." Tang Xian stepped forward, feeling puzzled. What new trick is Xiao Zhang going to play today? Xiao Zhang ignored Tang Xian's gaze and continued. After 3 months of special training, you all have made significant improvements. Now, it's time to test the results of this phase of training. Let me see the progress you've made during this time. Then, his eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Tang Xian and the others, and spoke loudly. Tang Xian, you are the strongest, and you have integrated soul bones and other treasures of the soul master world. The following is the Shrek Academy's arena battle, and you will be the champion defending the title. Shrek Academy Arena Competition? Tang Xian said silently. Xiao Zhang is treating himself as a touchstone to test the training results of other Shrek Academy students. Xiao Zhang then continued to explain. This arena match is just a friendly competition among Academy students, to be taken lightly. Tang Xian is not allowed to use soul bone skills. Tang Xian nodded slightly, understanding that Xiao Zhang's intention was to ensure a certain level of fairness during the competition. With Tang Xian's 10,000-year dark gold fearsome bear right arm bone, 10,000-year sky blue bull python right arm bone, and 400,000-year ice blue emperor scorpion torso bone skill unleashed, even these little guys wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, even without using soul bones, defending the platform was still quite easy for him. Yes, the other 6, including Dai Mu Bai and Xiao Wu, were all eager to show off. After 3 months of grueling training, their strength had increased a level. Although they knew Tang Xian was also improving, they were anxious to see how far they had come compared to him. So it began, with Dai Mu Bai facing off against Tang Xian first. Xiao Zhang made the arrangements for the challenge. However, Tang Xian raised his hand to interrupt Xiao Zhang's proposal. Master, it's too troublesome to go 1 by 1. Let's all go at once. Tang Xian will take on 6. Dai Mu Bai, who was full of enthusiasm and ready to step onto the platform, paused. Brother Xian, are you serious? 1 against 6, do you look down on me, Dai Mu Bai? Xiao Zhang frowned at this and solemnly reminded, Tang Xian, do not misjudge yourself. The students of Shrek Academy are all exceptional geniuses. Their talents are not much inferior to yours, and I just said, you're prohibited from using soul bone skills. It was clear that Xiao Zhang was somewhat displeased. Tang Xian was still as proud and arrogant as before. However, Tang Xian shrugged and sincerely responded, Master, understand, I won't use soul bones. He then looked at Mu Bai. Mu Bai, don't be angry. I don't mean to look down on you. The intensity is too low. It's not challenging for me. I want to challenge myself. Hearing this, Dai Mubai was taken aback. Tang Xian's strength was indeed unfathomable, and he didn't have the confidence to take down the platform master by himself. While he was thinking, Xiao Wu had already jumped up. Since Brother Xian says so, let's all take him down today and show them the strength of our group. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, Zhu Zhuqing, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Ning Rongrong all stepped onto the platform, standing alongside Dai Mubai. Brother Xian, you're the one looking for trouble, so don't blame us for being ruthless. Maon Gajun grinned widely. Brother Xian, we'll go easy on you. The two fiery little witches, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, puffed out their chests, as such an opportunity to suppress Tang Xian was rare. Tang Xian smiled faintly. These guys are a bit defiant, but thinking about it, it's understandable. With geniuses of this level, which one doesn't have a bit of pride? It's just unfortunate that they were born in the same era as Tang Xian. Destined to be overshadowed, Tang Xian stepped onto the arena, facing 6 opponents alone. After 3 months of intense training, Tang Xian had already reached the 44th level Soul Master. Among the others, there was Dai Mubai with 34th level Soul Power, and Xiao Wu with 42nd level Soul Power. The rest had already broken through to the Soul Sovereign level. The gap to the Soul Master level was no longer too far. Yu Xiaojing was quite satisfied with this. Seeing Tang Xian's determination, everyone had no objections, and thus it was loudly announced. Shrek Internal Battle. Tang Xian Challenges 6. Begin. Chapter 78. Fighting with all our might in the name of the team. As soon as Yu Xiaojing's voice fell, Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and the others moved, forming a formation with Tang Xian as the center, surrounding him. Fatty and Zhuqing, you two attack with me. Dai Mubai naturally began giving tactical commands. Xiao Wu, protect our key support, Ning Rongrong and Oscar. They are our 2 divine supports. Ning Rongrong is always ready to amplify us. Oscar, stop dawdling, quickly create your big sausage. Just as Dai Mubai finished the tactical deployment, Tang Xian had already moved, using the Ghost Shadow Misty Steps to swiftly head towards Ning Rongrong and Oscar. In battles between Soul Masters, the first priority is to eliminate the opposing support Soul Masters. Seeing this, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Zhuqing suddenly exerted their strength, aiming to take out their supports, and they were ready to see if the other side agreed. The first soul skill of the Ghostly Cat, Ghostly Stab. The first soul skill of the Evil Fire Phoenix, Phoenix Fire Line. At the moment Tang Xian attacked towards Ning Rongrong and Oscar, Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun launched their attacks from behind, surrounding Wei to save Zhao. Tang Xian had no choice but to turn and block the 2 attacks. Although Zhu Zhuqing was a Soul Master, her attacks were not too strong. After a brief stalemate, Dai Mubai on the other side had already activated his martial soul, Tiger Howl, in the mountains. The first soul skill, White Tiger's Barrier, stacked with the third soul skill, White Tiger's Diamond Transformation. In an instant, the 3 of them charged towards Tang Xian. The pressure was immense. With the threat lifted, Ning Rongrong seized the opportunity and continuously made hand seals. 7 treasures famous. First, strength. Second, speed. Dai Mubai's soul skills saw a significant boost in power and speed. A beam of golden light surged forward. Tang Xian saw this and smiled lightly. You came at the right time. Holding a hammer surrounded by holy fire, he murmured, let me show you the power of my second martial soul's 100,000-year spirit ring. A dazzling scarlet spirit ring slowly emerged from beneath his feet. The crowd's pupils shook violently. Tang Xian's second martial soul actually obtained its first spirit ring, and it was a 100,000-year one. None of their spirit rings had even reached 10,000 years, while Tang Xian already had several 100,000-year spirit rings. A tyrannical and violent force erupted from Tang Xian's body, creating an incredibly powerful shockwave. Haotian Hammer Martial Soul, First Spirit Skill, Dark Gold Rampage. Buzz. An extreme force followed the swing of the Haotian Hammer, causing dust and stones to fly in the arena. The first to be impacted were Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, who were closest to Tang Xian. Crack, crack, crack. Dai Mubai's White Tiger Protection Barrier and White Tiger Vidra Transformation reached their limits, shielding Zhu Zhuqing behind him, while Ma Hongjuan's Phoenix Fire Line beside them was directly shattered. After a loud crash, the White Tiger Protection Barrier also broke, sending all 3 flying. So strong. No wonder it's a 100,000-year spirit ring. Oscar, give us the sausages. Hearing this, Oscar had already prepared the sausages and distributed them to the 3, but it still wasn't enough. About a big sausage. In this moment, Xiao Wu certainly wouldn't let Tang Xian catch her. Brother Xian, Don't forget about Xiao Wu. She twisted her slim waist and walked towards Tang Xian with a smile, her eyes sparkling with charm, a trace of enchanting pink brilliance flashing. Second spirit skill, enchantment. Tang Xian's spirit trembled. This little girl's charm technique was becoming increasingly enchanting, even making him feel a bit unsteady in his resolve. Fortunately, his mental strength was exceptionally robust. However, in that moment of daze, Xiao Wu had already seized the opportunity to move. Third soul skill, instant teleportation. In the brief moment Tang Xian was stunned, Xiao Wu had already flashed from behind and appeared directly behind him. First soul skill, waist bow. Her soft, boneless jade legs instantly locked onto Tang Xian's waist, and Xiao Wu flipped upside down, supporting herself with her hands on the ground, aiming to execute an 8-section violent throw. Tang Xian smiled slightly. Xiao Wu, when have you ever shaken me? Soon, Xiao Wu also felt something was off. So hard, Xiangu is so hard. No matter how hard Xiao Wu tried, it was just like the first time she met Tang Xian. It remained as immovable as a clock, and she felt that her legs were wrapped around an incredibly solid giant mountain. Tang Xian stretched out his palm and delivered a push to Xiao Wu's chest, sending her flying backward. Xiao Wu slid across the ground for quite a distance before finally coming to a stop. However, during this time, Dai Mu Bai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ma Hongjun had already regained their composure, and the three of them charged forward together again. Tang Xian frowned. Unless all 6 opponents are defeated at the same time. With the presence of the 2 genius supporters, Ning Rongrong and Oscar, he would only be continuously worn down. Although Tang Xian had enough soul power to sustain himself, it wouldn't be enjoyable like this. Divine Light, Sacred Dragon Possession. First soul skill, Divine Light, Sacred Fire. Buzz. Everyone was caught within Tang Xian's circle of fire, and all those targeting him instantly felt a stasis in their soul power. What a powerful domain soul skill. Tang Xian's lips curled up, of course. In these 3 months of signing in, the first soul ring of the Radiant Holy Dragon also reached the limit of 100,000 years. The first soul skill, Radiant Holy Fire, a domain-type soul skill, was once again enhanced. The 3 figures suddenly became extremely stiff. Meanwhile, Tang Xian moved freely within the domain. Although he did not have any auxiliary attribute bonuses, the opponent was weakened, which felt like a boost for him. With the ghostly ghost shadow, Phantom Steps, he easily dodged the 3's attacks and headed straight for Ning Rongrong and Oscar. Oscar, don't come over. Ning Rongrong also furrowed her brows and said to the other 4 in a low voice, protect our support. Dai Mubai, Ma Ongjun, Tsutsuking, and Xiao Wu were all taken aback. If their support was taken out, they would lose. The 4 exchanged glances and, in unison, took out the flying mushroom sausage created by Oscar's third soul skill and swallowed it simultaneously. Wings sprouted from their shoulder blades, and they rushed to provide support, easily breaking through the domain's restraints. Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Hongjun, and Xiao Wu each had various colored soul rings appearing beneath their feet, and in an instant, the soul rings flickered in succession. Everyone's soul power was instantly pushed to the limit. Fourth soul skill, Invincible Golden Body. Xiao Wu used teleportation to block in front of Ning Rongrong and Oscar. Tang Xian let out a loud roar. The third soul skill, Blade of Slaughter, summoned a terrifying 8-legged magic blade from behind, charging forward. With a clang, the crimson and golden lights collided fiercely. Behind him, Dai Mubai and the others had already rushed forward. The third soul skill, White Tiger's Blaze Wave, stacked with the fourth soul skill, White Tiger's Meteor Shower. Thousands of light orbs could lock onto Tang Xian. The second soul skill, Phoenix in the Fire, stacked with the third soul skill, Phoenix Wings Sky Soar. The second soul skill, Underworld White Claw, stacked with the third soul skill, Underworld Slash. 7 treasures are well known. The first is Strength, the second is Speed. The third is Soul. Ning Rongrong fully activated her support. Colorful light flashed out. Amplification added. The powerful aura erupted in an instant. Everyone's strongest attack was launched. Success or failure depended on this one move. Seeing this, Tang Xian stood ready. Come on, let the storm come even stronger. Chapter 79. Holy Light Azure Dragon Transformation crushes the entire field. Tang Xian let out a powerful roar, and the fourth soul ring of the Holy Light Dragon Martial Soul, 100,000-year red soul ring of the Sky Bull Python, appeared. The fourth soul skill, Holy Light Azure Dragon Transformation, Thunder Punishment. In an instant, the sky changed color, and countless destructive auras spread. Surrounded by the colorful soul skills, a blue heavenly thunder burst forth. With a loud bang, it was like thunder shaking the ground. All defenses and attacks instantly crumbled. Everyone struck by the thunder punishment was blasted out. They fell heavily onto the arena. Dai Mubai tried to get up, but he had no strength left to fight and collapsed heavily onto the ground again. Others were the same. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong's clothes were even more tattered, revealing glimpses of white snow and deep ravines. Zhu Zhuqing pouted, "We lost." Ning Rongrong was even more embarrassed. "Don't look." Tang Xian, feeling helpless, first picked up Xiao Wu and placed her on the lounge chair, and then draped his coat over Ning Rongrong. He took out a cloak he usually wore from the Shumi ring and covered Zhu Zhuqing with it. He acknowledged it. Then he looked at Yu Xiaojang. At this moment, Yu Xiaojang was already dry-mouthed. The previous sparring had greatly exceeded his expectations. It was so exciting, especially Tang Xian's displayed talent and combat power. Even his father, the Haotian Douluo, probably couldn't achieve this at Tang Xian's age. Tang Xian is undoubtedly a rare genius in the Douluo continent, not just for 1,000 years, but for 10,000 years. Yu Xiaojang clicked his tongue, and then reacted, distributing pills to Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, and others who had exhausted their soul power to help them recover. Once everyone regained their strength, they all cast awed glances at Tang Xian, who had defeated 6 opponents single-handedly with overwhelming victory. Yu Xiaojang announced with a trembling voice, "The winner of this Shrek arena competition is Tang Xian. All 6 of you have failed to attack the platform." Looking at the scorched bodies of the participant from the arena being struck by heavenly lightning, Yu Xiaojang declared the final result. Brother Xian is always Brother Xian. The leader of Shrek is indeed so powerful. Ma Hongjun was not discouraged at all, but rather even more excited. "Fatty, if you don't work hard in your cultivation from now on, we might not even be able to see Brother Xian's backside." Dai Mubai joked. "The gap is truly too vast. Brother Xian is really amazing." Xiao Wu also sat up from her lounge chair, even more in admiration. Ning Rongrong sighed. "Such talent, even the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School cannot match." Zhu Zhuqing looked at Tang Xian with great interest, wondering if this guy had already surpassed him by so much. Even Dai Mubai could only look up to him. Oscar remained very optimistic, thinking that as a support-type Soul Master, what was there to compare with a powerful attack-type Soul Master? Yu Xiaojang had just announced their defeat, but the group's spirits were not dampened. In fact, their enthusiasm was even higher. They were not unhappy at all about losing to Tang Xian. In an academy, having a target to chase after is a good thing. Moreover, the reason they could still stand here and think about such things was entirely because Tang Xian had secretly held back quite a bit during the fight. If it had been a real battle, they didn't know how many times they would have died. After all, Tang Xian also possessed the treasure soul bone of the Soul Master world. Many soul bone skills had not even been used. No, this was not merely holding back. It was like giving them a grand canal. Although their mindset was good, Yu Xiaojang was now looking at them with a gloomy face, making their hearts skip a beat. Damn it, are they going to be punished again? Sure enough, thinking this way, Yu Xiaojang announced angrily, "Since you know the gap, you should work even harder. Now that the results of the competition are out, punishment cannot be avoided. Everyone except Tang Xian must do 20 frog jumps around Shrek Academy without using soul power." Dai Mubai and the others could only accept it. Ma Hongjun and Oscar even wore worried smiles. Having just fought with Tang Xian, their strength had not yet recovered. And now they had to train again. Yu Xiaojang is truly a devil instructor. Just as everyone was feeling down, Tang Xian walked up to Yu Xiaojang, a move that made Yu Xiaojang's heart skip a beat. Tang Xian, "Master, let me jump with them." Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai and the others widened their eyes. For a moment, the playground fell into dead silence. "Wow, Brother Xian, do you have to work so hard? How are we supposed to live like this?" Ma Ongujun lamented. "You fat guy, what do you know? Brother Xian is sharing both hardships and joys with us." Oscar laughed and scolded. So touching. Dai Mubai had to admit it. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong immediately exploded. "Tang Xian, are you injured? If you can't handle it, don't push yourself." Tang Xian hadn't taken a single pill from the beginning until now. Compared to the others teasing, Xiao Wu was more concerned about Tang Xian's physical condition. Hearing this, Tang Xian straightened his back. "Xiao Wu, what nonsense are you talking about? When have I ever been incapable? A man cannot say he is incapable." Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong swallowed hard. "As expected of you, Tang Xian." Tang Xian smiled lightly and said, "Just now, it was merely a spar." If I was too harsh, brothers, please don't take offense. He continued, what's the big deal? Since we are a team, we should stick together. These little buddies are all future candidates for the divine throne. How can we not put on a good show to gain some favor in front of everyone? In the future, I will need to develop my own power, reach the pinnacle of the divine realm, and traverse all heavens. Going solo won't cut it. Sure enough, upon hearing Tang Xian's words, the other 6 members of Shrek felt their fondness for him rising rapidly. Yes, we are the Shrek 7 monsters, a united existence. Dai Mubai also came over and patted Tang Xian on the shoulder. Come on, Xian Go, have a specially made sausage to regain some energy. Oscar even squeezed out the last bit of his soul power to hand over the sausage. Ning Rongrong, at this moment, was touching the coat draped over her shoulders, which Tang Xian had taken off and given to her, and shyly said, thank you. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. Her cloak was also Tang Xian's, but the clothing was torn by her, so it was nothing special. Of course, on the playground, Dai Mubai and the others started jumping like lively characters. Hurry up and jump 20 laps, hoping to enjoy the top-notch food in the cafeteria tonight. A strange scene unfolded, with the Shrek 7 monsters one after another, hands on their heads, jumping up and down. A group of people found joy in hardship. Flinders stood at a distance, looking at them from a high building, nodding slightly. They're all good seedlings. I wonder how much they will grow in the future. He couldn't help but feel excited. Xiao Jang beside him nodded slightly, smiling lightly. Don't worry, this group of kids will definitely achieve great things in the future. He then added, this is just the first phase of the devilish training. In the next phase, I plan to take them back to the Great Soul Arena until they meet the graduation requirements. Chapter 80. Graduation Goal of the Great Soul Arena. Eternal Diamond. In the Great Soul Arena, Xiaojing brought Tang Xian, Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar to the Great Soul Arena. At this moment, each of the Shrek's 7 monsters wore metal masks, and Tang Xian wore a golden mask. 3 months later, returning to the Great Soul Arena, each person's realm had made a leap in improvement through 3 months of devilish training. This time, everyone wanted to verify their strength, their eyes filled with anticipation. Xiao Jang said lightly, kids, the devilish training has entered the 2nd phase. I brought you here with only one requirement. Previously, your graduation requirement was to obtain the Silver Soul Badge. Now, you must obtain the Gold Soul Badge. Hiss! Everyone gasped. Although they had previously spent some time in the Soul Arena for trials, their points were not many, all at the Iron Soul Badge level. To graduate, they needed to obtain the Gold Soul Badge, which was no small requirement. The Gold Soul Badge? Tang Xian smiled lightly and murmured. This was too easy for him. Xiao Jang added, Tang Xian, you are the exception. My requirements for you are far more than this. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai and the other 6 immediately focused their gazes on Tang Xian, who raised an eyebrow slightly. Everyone knew that the soul badges in the Great Soul Arena were divided into iron, copper, gold, purple gold, sapphire, ruby, and the highest, eternal diamond. I previously discussed with Dean Flinder. Based on your performance in the 1-on-6 arena battle, it's clear you still have reserves. Originally, I wanted you to graduate by obtaining the eternal diamond. Are you kidding me? The eternal diamond, the highest badge in the Great Soul Arena. The Shrek 7 monsters, including Tang Xian, looked at Xiao Jang in shock. This made Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun question whether the gap between them and Tang Xian was really that large. There were 3 levels between the Gold Soul Badge and the Eternal Diamond Badge: purple gold, sapphire, and ruby. It seemed not many, but the difference was like a chasm. After all, the difficulty of obtaining soul badges increased the higher you went. This graduation standard's difficulty probably wasn't meant for someone who was only a 4-ring soul master. Even a soul emperor would feel pressure. Everyone nervously looked at Tang Xian. Did Xiao Jang not want Tang Xian to graduate? Or did he have too high expectations of him? Once Xiao Jang spoke, Tang Xian's graduation difficulty directly increased tenfold compared to theirs. No, saying it increased 100-fold wouldn't be an exaggeration. Xiao Jang, you really think highly of me. Tang Xian was also taken aback. Previously, he had inwardly mocked the Gold Soul Badge as too easy for him, but Xiao Jang had directly delivered a heavy blow. The Gold Soul Badge was too low. The highest Eternal Diamond wasn't too low, right? However, Xiao Jang smiled and said, but this is just my personal suggestion. Dean Flinder said the difficulty was too great. After our discussion, Flinder said not to put too much pressure on Tang Xian. Ultimately, Tang Xian, your graduation standard is to obtain the 6th Soul Badge, which is the Sapphire Soul Badge. However, I still hope you can surprise me again, if possible. I hope you can aim for the highest eternal badge in the Great Soul Arena. After saying this, he added, of course, that's just a hope. If you can't achieve it, that's also fine. After all, the Sapphire Soul badge is already a considerable challenge for you. Beside him, Flinder felt a tremor inside. This was treating Tang Xian as if he was not human. His original intention was not to forcefully promote growth, but Xiao Jang still said it, although it wasn't a requirement. Since it was said, it was a kind of urging. For Tang Xian, it was a form of pressure. Geniuses can easily fall. Too much is as bad as not enough. Flinder joked, all right, just reach the minimum graduation condition set for you, and nothing else is required. Tang Xian nodded, indicating his acceptance. The Sapphire Soul badge, he was eager to give it a try. The others, including Dai Mubai, felt a chill run down their spines. Everyone couldn't help but clench their fists. Xiao Wu even patted Dai Mubai's shoulder. Mubai, Brother Xian is preparing to challenge the Sapphire badge. We can't embarrass ourselves. We should at least aim for a purple gold badge. At the back, Oscar was even more startled upon hearing this. Sister Xiao Wu, are you not considering your own limits? Just obtaining a gold soul badge was an immense challenge for support-type soul masters like Oscar and Ning Rongrong, let alone aiming for the higher purple gold badge. Zhu Zhuqing beside them gritted her teeth and said, let's first obtain the gold soul badge, if possible. We don't want to fall too far behind Tang Xian. Ning Rongrong also pouted, we can be strong too. Ma Hongjun even ran to Oscar's side. Brother Oscar, I think you're right, we should just aim for a gold soul badge and be done with it. Shrek Academy should not let this create a negative atmosphere of competition. Hearing this, Dai Mubai couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Fatty, are you trying to slack off? Tang Xian couldn't help but laugh at everyone's jokes, then said, let's all do our best and strive to graduate as soon as possible. You, Xiao Jang bluntly added, if you don't meet the graduation martial examination requirements, you'll have to pass my level 10 martial soul theory exam. Upon hearing about the level 10 martial soul theory exam, everyone shivered. They shook their heads in unison. The martial soul theory exam was just a paper tiger, impressive in appearance but useless in practice. A clear case of test-oriented education, not practical at all. In Douluo continent, strength is paramount, and it's all about the fists. Otherwise, this Yu Xiao Jang, a master of martial soul theory, would have long been invincible in Douluo continent. Seeing everyone's reaction, Flander smiled slightly. Xiao Jang's goal was achieved. With that said, they could only choose the martial examination. Dai Mubai and others gathered around Tang Xian, patted him on the back, and cheered him on. Tang Xian also felt a bit helpless. The Sapphire badge was just the minimum standard for him. Although he looked down on meeting Yu Xiao Jang's so-called expectations, he held himself to extremely strict standards. However, the Sapphire badge was still too low for my self-requirements. I, Tang Xian, want to do my best, and the Supreme Eternal Badge here is my goal. Tang Xian coldly snorted in his heart and touched the golden mask on his face. 3 months ago, he also wore this golden mask, transforming into a dark horse that set the entire Great Soul Arena ablaze with excitement among the gamblers. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth beneath the mask as he murmured, Great Soul Arena, I'm here to continue writing my undefeated legend. I, the Warhammer Tang Xian, have returned. Chapter 81, Dark Horse Warhammer versus Dominating Sword Xiaoyan. In the Great Soul Arena, the host's enthusiastic voice was passionately commenting. Ladies and gentlemen, today the Great Soul Arena will welcome the return of a heavyweight dark horse. Do you all remember that man who achieved over 20 consecutive victories in just one day 3 months ago and has yet to be defeated? That's right. The killing god, known as Warhammer. He is back to fight in the Soul Arena. As the host's voice fell, the audience was momentarily stunned. 3 months had passed, and the audience had changed again and again. Only a few old spectators remembered the dark horse from 3 months ago. Those who didn't know simply asked around and learned about such a fierce warrior. The audience gradually erupted into excitement. Ha ha, Warhammer. That guy who made me lose my fortune. This time, I'm counting on you to turn things around. I didn't miss here, right? Warhammer. It's Warhammer. Ladies, keep your eyes peeled. Let me show you how awesome my future husband is. Warhammer. That genius discovered previously. Don't just stand there. Hurry back to the sect and report this. The sect has been searching for over 3 months without finding the talented Warhammer. They definitely won't let go of such a genius this time. Of course, these were all people who were paying attention to Warhammer. Besides them, there were some who had never seen Warhammer in action and scoffed at those mindlessly praising him. You guys are exaggerating too much. If he's that strong, Why has he disappeared for 3 months? If that guy named Warhammer really had the ability, why didn't he keep winning? Yeah, he probably just took some drugs that day. He could only perform well for 1 day at most. A turtle who hid for 3 months actually has the face to come back to the Soul Arena. I'm not looking down on this Warhammer, but if he can maintain a 20-win streak today, I'll perform a crazy stunt. Count me in, I don't believe it either. Look at the contestants fighting in the Soul Arena today. They're all tough veterans in 1v1 matches, and their soul power levels are at the Soul Sovereign level. Not a single one of them is a soft persimmon. Any one of them could crush that Warhammer. That kid is definitely going to lose tonight. Enough talk. I'm going all in tonight. Wearing the golden mask, Tang Xian listened to the various comments from the audience, but didn't pay much attention. Whether dragon or tiger, they all had to bow down to him tonight. Even local bullies had to be suppressed by a strong dragon. With a cold snort, Tang Xian directly walked into the preparation area and approached the entrance of the Soul Arena. As the gates slowly opened, Tang Xian calmly walked into the Great Soul Arena, arriving at the center of the arena, with intense fighting spirit flashing in his eyes. Upon seeing Warhammer enter, the host paused for a moment before continuing to introduce. All right, this is our dark horse contestant, Warhammer. Now, let's see who his opponent is. As another gate in the preparation area opened, a man carrying a heavy black iron sword walked out. The host gasped. Warhammer's opponent is the level 46, 4-ring Soul Sovereign, dominating sword Xiao. With each step Xiao took into the arena, the ground trembled slightly, clearly indicating how heavy the black iron sword on his back was. Dominating sword Xiao had previously set a record of 30 consecutive wins. Ha ha ha. Warhammer's luck is just too bad. Dominating sword. Use your sword to chop that Warhammer into pieces. Interesting. Who would have thought that Warhammer's first match upon returning would be against dominating sword Xiao, who is known for his dominance? Those who spar with him either end up dead or severely injured. It seems Warhammer is going to fall today. That's right. Once that black iron sword is unleashed, he is unmatched among peers. Warhammer also appears to be at the Soul Sovereign level. And if nothing unexpected happens, something unexpected is about to happen. Dominating sword. Xiao Yan. As both sides entered the arena, the audience erupted into cheers. The host excitedly declared, then, tonight's first 1v1 soul fight is between Warhammer and dominating sword Xiao. Now begin. As soon as the words fell, everyone's attention focused on the two in the Great Soul Arena. Tang Xian, hidden beneath the golden mask, was momentarily stunned upon hearing the name dominating sword Xiao, then locked his gaze onto the Soul Master walking in front of him. He saw Xiao, with red hair, looking disdainfully at him, easily shouldering the heavy black iron sword with one hand, the large sword contrasting sharply with his physique. This punk is Xiao, a weapon spirit soul master. He could vaguely see droplets of fresh red blood on Xiao black iron sword, remnants from the previous match, and Xiao himself was exuding a powerful aura, living up to his name, dominating sword. He seems quite formidable. However, this kind of strength is only impressive to others. Dominating sword slammed the heavy sword down onto the ground and raised his chin, coldly declaring, "Kid, your luck doesn't seem very good. In front of me, dominating sword Xiao, your record of over 20 consecutive wins seems insufficient. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. If you admit defeat and break an arm, Grandpa Dominating Sword will spare your life." 3 months ago, dominating sword Xiao was out training and not in the Great Soul Arena. He never expected that this guy named Warhammer would rise so suddenly, and by the time he returned, most of his fame had been snatched away. He had long wanted to teach this Warhammer a lesson, but after that day, this dark horse never appeared in the Great Soul Arena again, and Xiao had nowhere to vent his frustrations. Now that this guy has resurfaced, Xiao would certainly not let him off easily. However, he didn't expect someone he thought would be a formidable figure, at least a middle-aged man, to turn out to be just a teenager when they met. A little kid who hasn't even matured. This disappointed him. How could someone like this achieve over 20 consecutive wins? In his eyes, this kid must have been on drugs at the time, or else he was just a flower vase bought with money. Yet, facing dominating sword Xiao disdain did not provoke Tang Xian at all. He completely ignored what the other party said and turned to the referee beside him with indifference, coldly asking, "Referee, can we blow the whistle yet?" The referee was momentarily taken aback, then announced, "Soul fight, begin." Immediately, a spark flickered in Tang Xian's eyes, and the Haotian hammer, concealed by the holy fire, suddenly appeared in his hand. Also a weapon spirit, This hammer surrounded by holy fire was far more imposing than Xiao Yan's coal-like black iron sword. With your broken sword, you dare to call yourself dominating sword? Then my war hammer is your dominating sword's father. Chapter 82. Instant kill Xiao Yan. Tang Xian hides his power. Faced with the arrogance of the hammer, Xiao Yan was directly enraged. Good, you successfully attracted the attention of my dominating sword. I'll make your death more brutal than the other contestants to show my respect for you. You don't deserve my respect. Tang Xian Gun Li Sao Det. What kind of little shrimp dares to act tough in front of him? Hearing this, Xiao Yan directly pulled out the dominating sword that was deeply embedded in the arena. His forehead instantly bulging with veins from Tang Xian's words. Pointing the dominating sword at Tang Xian, he roared, "Dominating sword manifest." A violent wave of soul power was released, and at the same time, 4 dazzling soul rings appeared around him. 2 purple soul rings, and the 3rd and 4th soul rings were pitch black. Little guy, you will pay the price for your youthful ignorance. The ultimate soul power instantly infused into the Xian Tai heavy sword. With a buzzing sound, the dominating sword was surrounded by a purple, ghostly flame. First soul skill, 9 Nether Ghost Sparrow. The host, seeing this, passionately provided live commentary. As expected of dominating sword Xiao Yan, he holds nothing back and directly activates his first soul skill, 9 Nether Ghost Sparrow, which is his signature move. Many contestants have been defeated by this sword. As another contestant with attached, strange fire, can the hammer withstand this sword? All the spectators in the audience were on the edge of their seats. This dominating sword Xiao Yan seems to be planning to kill the hammer with one blow. It's too domineering, giving the Dark Horse hammer no chance at all. It's over, this hammer is probably going to lose. If Xiao Yan had underestimated the hammer, there might have been some chance, but now it seems he is doomed to fail. Look, he's already using his ultimate move, while the other is just standing there. Who does he think he is, not dodging at all? Damn it, this time don't even talk about turning the tables. Just pin me to the ground. What was I thinking to bet on the hammer? Why didn't he dodge? That Xian Tai heavy sword is something even a Soul King wouldn't dare to face head on. Ha! I told you the hammer was just for show. Did he forget to take his medicine before coming on stage? Look, he's scared silly. However, just when everyone was not optimistic about Tang Xian, the members of Shrek Academy, watching from the VIP box, revealed a meaningful smile. Only they knew how terrifying Tang Xian was. Would he dodge such an attack? Absolutely impossible. Tang Xian now dares to confront even Xiao Wu, let alone the little guy at the Soul Sect level that he is facing now. At this moment, in the Grand Soul Arena, Xiao Yan unleashed his first soul skill, 9 Nether Dark Sparrow. A wave of energy was slashed out from the dominant sword, forming a purple 9 Nether Dark Sparrow in the air, carrying endless, enchanting purple flames, and let out a sharp phoenix cry as it rushed toward Tang Xian. Tang Xian, seeing this, did not dodge at all. He held the Haotian hammer horizontally in front of him, and, facing the oncoming Jiu Yuming K, he forcefully shook it forward without even using his soul skill. The power of 10,000 tons shattered the golden yellow sacred fire, directly breaking the purple ghostly fire. The enormous sword energy, which would be difficult for an ordinary person to bear, was easily blocked by Tang Xian. It was effortless. With your level, you dare to boast about leaving me with an arm? Ridiculous. First soul skill, Sacred Fire of Light. In an instant, the domineering sword Xiaoyan was enveloped by a powerful domain, and Tang Xian's killing intent was magnified countless times within the domain. Those who despise the divine will be killed without mercy. Buzz. The first soul ring of 100,000 years, the 9-wraith serpent transformed from the sacred fire, instantly coiled around Xiaoyan's right hand holding the domineering sword. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Tang Xian couldn't be bothered to look and turned away, coldly saying, "Noisy, take him away." As everyone was puzzled, they turned towards the circle of fire enveloped by the sacred fire of light. Inside, the previously arrogant Xiao Yan dropped his heavily to the ground, making a dull sound. At the same time, a heart-wrenching wail echoed throughout the entire Great Soul Arena. Xiao Yan's entire arm had been devoured by the 9-headed serpent. How could this happen, my arm? My arm. The referee immediately announced the result. They no longer had the strength to fight, and the winner of this match is the War Hammer. Then came the referee's hurried voice. Medical team, hurry in to save him. If we don't stop Xiao Yan's bleeding, he will die on the stage. A group of rescuers carrying stretchers and medical kits quickly lifted the off the stage. At the same time, the audience in the Great Soul Arena, including the host, fell into a deathly silence. Everything happened too quickly. They barely saw the War Hammer make a move before it was already defeated. No, not just defeated, but rendered useless. One move, then another. The once nearly unbeatable Xiao Yin was completely crushed. Is this the Dark Horse Warhammer that made headlines in the Great Soul Arena 3 months ago? Everyone gasped. This Warhammer seems even stronger than before. Instant kill. The host responsible for commentary on the soul fighting match was momentarily speechless, but quickly regained composure due to professional training, tremblingly saying, "Wow, the Warhammer has won. He is back. That man is back. He hasn't let us down. He is still the biggest dark horse from 3 months ago, killing the Xiao Yin in one move. Let's congratulate the Warhammer. 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 Warhammer." With the host's rising voice stirring the crowd, all the audience's emotions were effectively mobilized, and at that moment, whether new or old viewers, everyone was filled with excitement. This is what it means to be domineering. What was that, Xiao Yin? Didn't you see how the Warhammer confidently turned around after making a move? A direct kill. So overconfident, this is the kind of dominance a strong person should have. That was still boasting earlier that he would leave one arm behind and let the Warhammer live like a dog. But unexpectedly, it was his own arm that was rendered useless, leaving himself as a dog. Among the Shrek Academy students in the VIP viewing area, Ma Hongjun even mocked. If that hadn't said that at the beginning, maybe Brother Xian would have given him some face, but he was just too arrogant. When Tang Xian returned to the viewing platform, he happened to hear Ma Hongjun's words and immediately faced a barrage of teasing from his brothers. But was almost patted raw. All right, stop flattering. He then found a random spot to sit down. Opposite him, Yu Xiaojang silently watched the other battles in the Great Soul Arena. He then turned to Tang Xian and said, "This is too easy for you after one match. There is hardly any soul power consumed. It doesn't achieve the effect of honing your skills. Tang Xian, next. You can only use 50% of your soul power to fight." Yu Xiaojang once again made a harsh demand. He continued, "Next. There will be a 2v2 soul fighting match. You and Xiao Wu should give it a try. A team battle with cooperation." Two-person battle? Tang Xian took a sip of tea, looked at Xiao Wu, and said without hesitation, "No problem." Chapter 83. Xian Wu Combination versus Ming Ho Yuji. The host's passionate voice echoed again in the Great Soul Arena. Next up is our doubles match. Entering the arena is the Dark Horse, the Battle Hammer, his partner. Oh no, I mean his teammate, contestant Xiao Wu. This seems to be the first time the Battle Hammer is participating in a doubles match. I wonder how strong his partner is. Will she be a burden or a game changer? Let's wait and see. The mischievous host stepped on a colorful television, holding a microphone, constantly stirring the audience's emotions, instantly gathering everyone's attention on all the people in the arena. Battle Hammer, Battle Hammer, Battle Hammer. Even so, the name Battle Hammer was too loud, and everyone's cheers could only be heard for this one name. As for Xiao Wu beside him, at this moment, she had completely become a supporting character. But Tang Xian didn't care about these cheers at all. Focusing all his attention on Xiao Wu, he whispered, "Xiao Wu, this time in the doubles match, it's all up to you." Yu Xiaojang was right. One must learn to hide their strength to gain experience and training. This time, I will assist you. You will be the main attacker. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Xiao Wu's lips. Was it finally her turn to be the main attacker? Then Xiao Wu had to show off in front of Brother Xian. After speaking, the gate of the preparation area in the 2v2 Great Soul Arena slowly opened. The host introduced. First, entering the arena is our Great Soul Arena's biggest dark horse, the killing God Battle Hammer, who defeated the 30 consecutive winner, the Blade Master Xiao Yan, and alongside him is the 4-ring Soul Master, the soft bone charm rabbit contestant. The spotlight instantly focused on a pink-haired girl, while Tang Xian quietly followed behind. The relatively unknown Xiao Wu walked in front. Everyone was taken aback. My goodness. Who is this girl that makes a person like the Battle Hammer, who could kill anyone in his path, walk behind her? What kind of divine being is this soft bone charm rabbit? Xiao Wu's identity immediately sparked everyone's speculation. Tang Xian rubbed his forehead. The positioning indeed reflects one's status. But they seem to have forgotten that there is another saying, the finale. It doesn't matter if it's a rabbit or a dog. As long as there is a Warhammer player, there is an 80 chance of winning this match. Brothers, I will take the lead on this one. Where does the 20 chance of failure come from? Someone asked in confusion. Idiot. In a 2v2 team battle, what matters is synergy and cooperation. If the soft-boned, charming rabbit can't become Warhammer's right-hand partner, it will create a bond that doesn't complement each other. Not only will it fail to produce a synergistic effect, but the combat power will also plummet. Many seasoned gamblers know the ins and outs of 2v2 team battles and immediately counter with a rebuttal. They mocked. A bunch of chives, don't they realize who their opponents are this time? Those are the Underworld Lord and Moon Princess. Both are Soul King level existences. Even if that player called Soft-Boned Charming Rabbit performs well, if they drag their feet, Warhammer can still handle one-on-one, but 1 against 2, the gap is too big. They lose 9 out of 10 matches. Nearby, a group of indecisive fence-sitters heard this analysis and immediately turned their backs and switched sides. Damn, even if they voted for Warhammer, how does that compare to Blood Axe King and Moon Princess? The latter two have been a powerful duo for 10 years. Indeed, the cooperation between the Underworld Lord and Moon Princess has reached a seamless level. Some say they're the successors of the next generation of legendary champions. The match hasn't even started, and the discussions about the lineups of both teams are reaching a climax. Initially, Warhammer and Soft-Boned Charming Rabbit had high support, but suddenly their popularity leveled with that of Underworld Lord and Moon Princess, and it even seemed like they might be surpassed. Seeing this, Xiao Wu was so angry that she stomped her feet, her rabbit ears standing straight up. How dare they look down on the Xian-Wu combination? Today, let's show you how we can blind your dog eyes. Tang Xian heard this and gently pinched down the rabbit ears that Xiao Wu had raised. Calming her down, Xiao Wu, why get angry with these people who lack insight? We are from the Twin Souls sect, although the opponent is a Twin Soul King. Let's not forget that we are the monster students of Shrek. Killing across levels is a piece of cake for us. Today, let's show these frauds at the bottom of the well what they are missing. Alright, let's see how Xiao Wu performs next. She definitely won't disappoint Brother Xian. A Soul King, huh? Let's see if Xiao Wu can knock him to the ground. Tang Xian noticed Xiao Wu's excited state at that moment and realized he had successfully activated her competitive spirit. He then cast a meaningful glance towards the VIP viewing room of Shrek Academy. Oscar, who was watching from above, instantly understood and turned to shout at his brothers. What are you waiting for? Take out all your valuables and bet everything on Xiao Wu winning. This is a chance to make big money, including Dean Frank and the other 5 monsters of Shrek. They all grabbed their little treasure troves and rushed to the betting table. Even Yu Xiao Jang, who was standing nearby, was slightly taken aback but quickly reacted, swallowing his saliva and feeling incredibly tempted. He touched his pockets and immediately decided to bet all his remaining gold coins. He thought to himself, so that's how Tang Xian got so much gold. If Tang Xian knew Yu Xiao Jang's thoughts, he would definitely say, "You're thinking too small, Xiao Jang." Letting the brothers experience the idea of becoming rich overnight is also a way for him to give back to them. He doesn't care if someone takes advantage of the situation. At this moment, both sides of the Soul Arena had entered and were ready. They quickly arrived at the familiar trash talk segment. A tall and robust man with a pale face, exuding a gloomy aura, walked in slowly, accompanied by a voluptuous woman named Yu Ji, who approached with a seductive gait. This allure was different from Xiao Wu's charm. It was more enchanting and made people involuntarily stiffen. Little sister, with such shallow skills, you dare to compete with your sister for business? You can only blame your bad luck. You're just a soul sect, and you've matched up against us 2 soul kings. Yu Ji extended her moist tongue, continuously mocking and provoking, as if the outcome of the battle had already been decided. Clearly, both Ming Ho and Yu Ji viewed this as a match of 2 kings against 2 silvers. A guaranteed win. Yu Ji's enticing voice continued. Ming Ho, this little sister looks good. If you can handle her by yourself, I don't mind letting her play with you. Hearing this, Ming Ho, who had been lifeless with no spirit or energy, instantly trembled and his eyes sparkled. He had been cultivating with Yu Ji for a full 10 years and had long lost any sense of novelty. Now, looking at Yu Ji's domineering presence, allowing him to taste the new flavor of the soft-boned charm rabbit, he suddenly felt empowered. Ha ha ha, what a delicate little cutie. I'm Ming Ho. Just want to make you cry. Chapter 84. Suppressing Power, Fierce Battle with Yu Ji. Ha ha ha, what a delicate little cutie. Ming Ho, just want to make you cry. Ming Ho continued, Little sister, we are both level 51 Soul Kings. No matter how high your battle hammer talent is, right now, you are just a soul sect. Ming Ho and Yu Ji are not something you 2 inexperienced little soul sect can handle. But if you don't want to die, how about you accompany me for some fun after this soul battle? Ha 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 ha. Although Ming Ho appeared extremely strong in stature, while saying these words, he seemed incredibly lewd. Yu Ji, on the other hand, looked like no simple character. This alluring beauty was actually a versatile seductress. Now looking at Xiao Wu, she licked her lips and said in a deep voice, Ming Ho go. A commanding tone suddenly emerged, and upon receiving the order, Ming Ho immediately revealed his 5 soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, and black. The fifth soul ring was a black 10,000-year soul ring, and this configuration immediately caused an uproar in the soul arena. Ming Hao is actually bullying a little cutie, ha ha ha, but I love to see this kind of scene. Ming Hao, Tang Xian saw this and showed no fluctuations in his eyes. How dare this soul ring concoction boast in front of him, utterly ignorant. Just as he was about to step in and slap the Ming Hao twice to shut him up, Xiao Wu had already rushed forward, which made Tang Xian halt his intention to intervene personally. It was time for Xiao Wu to shine. Xiao Wu executed a rabbit kick, and the floor beneath her heels suddenly cracked open. She leaped up. Although her physique was relatively weaker, the momentum of her dive from air was not any less imposing than that of the bulky Ming Hao. At the same time, soul rings emerged around Xiao Wu. Purple, 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 purple. All purple. The arena erupted in an uproar. The first soul ring being purple indicated her extraordinary foundation. Even Ming Hao felt his pupils constrict at this sight. His third soul ring had only hunted a 1,000-year soul beast. Yet the opponent's first soul ring was already a 1,000-year one, and the age seemed to be quite high. A 9,000-year soul ring was still a 1,000-year ring. The fluctuation of her soul power was so strong that it gave him a sense of illusion. While pondering this, Ming Hao suddenly felt something soft wrapping around his waist. Xiao Wu's lips curled into a slight smile. Big guy, let me show you the power of my soft bone charm rabbit. First soul skill, waist bow. Violent killing, 8 strikes. Boom. The arena exploded with a massive cloud of dust. When the dust settled, Ming Hao was smashed into the depressed floor. His head was firmly embedded in the ground by Xiao Wu's violent killing 8 strikes, as if to tell him that with his kind of strength, he should quickly find a crack in the ground to hide in. Xiao Wu neatly withdrew to the other side, glanced at the motionless and embarrassed Ming Hao, and casually clapped her hands, proudly saying, I thought Ming Hao was so powerful, but he was so easily taken down by me. She then turned to look at Yuji. However, Yuji showed no signs of worry upon seeing this. Instead, she looked charmingly at Tang Xian, turning her back to Xiao Wu and said, Your little sister is too naive. Don't you know that Ming Hao's martial soul is the iron-armored rhinoceros? A martial soul known for its defense. That last strike was merely a tickle to Ming Hao. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu immediately became vigilant and looked toward the spot where Ming Hao had just been smashed. Boom! Countless fragments of stone suddenly burst open, and the dust-covered Ming Hao leaped up, his massive body suddenly contracting in midair, ultimately forming a unique posture that looked like a sharp bullet head. Grayish-white with a hint of black, or perhaps the sharp horn of a rhinoceros. First soul skill, charge. A powerful wave of soul power instantly locked onto Xiao Wu. Her heart raced as Ming Hao had already charged right in front of her, the sharp rhino horn just an inch away from her brow. In a critical moment, Xiao Wu let out a muffled shout. Third soul skill, instant movement. Boom. Ming Hao's attack missed, instantly shattering the floor where Xiao Wu had just been standing. Dodging to the side, Xiao Wu breathed heavily, still shaken. Damn, not only is his defense astonishing, but his attack power is also incredibly strong. If I had been hit just now, I probably would have been out. However, Xiao did not give up so easily. A hint of alluring pink light flashed in her eyes as she looked at the upright Ming Hao and playfully said, No way. I just want to see how tough you are. How could you just get rough with me like that? How could such a cute bunny be said to be smashed just like that? Can I smash you first? Ha ha ha, why not? Come on, after we finish. Let's roll in bed together. Ming Hao was clearly enchanted by Xiao Wu's second soul skill, charm. This charm technique was already on par with Yuji. Here it comes, the little flying stick is coming. Xiao Wu delivered a flying whip kick with her jade leg, and by the time Ming Hao realized it, there was no way to avoid the jade leg in front of him. He took a solid hit, and a clear red mark appeared on his already grayish-white face. It felt fiery hot. Ming Hao buried his palm in his face and roared, What a spicy girl. He was completely enraged and instantly summoned a cold, menacing sword. Fifth soul skill, Iron Horse on Ice River. A tremendous sense of oppression enveloped Xiao Wu directly. In just a few breaths, her figure had instantaneously moved several times, yet she still could not shake off the lock of his aura. A gigantic sword, formed from what seemed like 10,000-year-old frozen ice, stabbed straight at her. Wherever it passed, ice shards erupted. Tang Xian was just about to go over when he was blocked by the voluptuous Yuji. Warhammer, ha ha ha, you can't pass. You haven't had enough fun with your sister yet. How can I let you go so easily? Tang Xian was slightly taken aback. This month, Yuji really had confidence. Knowing full well that he was a dark horse in the Great Soul Arena, currently undefeated, yet still daring to block him. In just a moment, Xiao Wu had already made contact with the Underworld Lord. Fourth soul skill, Invincible Golden Body. Xiao Wu knew she couldn't dodge, so at the critical moment, she unleashed her fourth soul skill, and a golden light burst forth. With a clang, the Iron Horse and Frozen River formed by soul power instantly shattered into ice shards. On the other side, Tang Xian smiled slightly and refocused his gaze on the deep valley in Yuji's chest, which made one unable to resist the urge to explore. He murmured, "Yuji, since you want it so much, I'll play with you. And let's have a deep discussion about life." Then Tang Xian shot towards Yuji. Yuji instantly tightened her legs and cautiously prepared to meet him. This speed was too fast, completely beyond what a soul zone should possess. She said in a low voice, "Is it explosive power? But if it's just this short burst of explosiveness, I'm afraid it won't last, little brother. You shouldn't be able to maintain it, right?" Hearing this, Tang Xian sneered. "Can't last. Yuji, who are you underestimating and insulting?" Even if Tang Xian now suppressed his soul power by 50%, with all his soul rings confined within the purple 1,000-year soul ring, his explosiveness and endurance were not something an ordinary soul zone could compare to. This sustained speed attack would definitely make Yuji wish she were dead. Yuji lightly tapped her jade legs, her red lips parted. First soul skill, Moon Step. Bang bang. The air beneath Yuji's feet instantly exploded. Her alluring figure twisted like a soft snake, but her speed only increased. In the face of Tang Xian's explosive attack, Yuji did not dodge. Instead, she actively welcomed it. Ah, so refreshing. In a moment of interweaving, the two instantly separated, but Yuji felt an unprecedented desire for battle. It had been a long time since she felt this exhilarated. "Very good, little brother with the warhammer. You have successfully caught my attention. I want to see just how much strength you really used in those few moves." It was obvious that Yuji could sense that this so-called greatest dark horse in the Great Soul Arena had held back too much in their previous battle. Tang Xian's lips twitched. There was a hidden mystery in Yuji's words. Chapter 85. The Soul Fusion Technique of the Underworld Lord Yuji. The Arrival of the Moon Beast. Such a powerful soul king. Tang Xian felt the power of his opponent, Yuji, even after just a brief encounter. Although this was a sensation he experienced while suppressing his soul power, it equally proved Yuji's extraordinary nature. With a charming smile, Yuji placed her long nails on her fair, full chest, continuously playing with the black hair that clung to it. She laughed. "After today's trial, our little dark horse warhammer brother seems a bit overrated. With this little ability, I can play you to death before the Underworld Lord even deals with that little sister." After speaking, Yuji's eyes flashed coldly, and with a swift movement, she approached like a ghost. In her eyes, a mere soul sect was no match for her, a soul king who could easily crush him. Tang Xian shook his head slightly, even though all his soul power was suppressed to below 10,000 years. Anyone who wanted to look down on him would have to pay a huge price. Facing the aggressive onslaught of Yuji, he felt a bit of pressure, but remained completely unfazed. Only with pressure can there be tempering. This was precisely Tang Xian's goal. The holy dragon of light descended. Instantly, Tang Xian's golden light surged, enveloping him in a layer of sunlight, and a faint dragon roar echoed. At the same time, 4 soul rings, purple to the point of nearly black, emerged from beneath his feet, and a massive wave of soul power radiated outward. Yuji, who had just approached, suddenly felt an extremely scorching aura. What immense soul power! Yuji gasped, and even though all of the opponent's soul rings were of 1,000-year level, for some reason, she felt an overwhelming pressure as if facing 10,000-year soul rings. Yuji focused her gaze and could sense the oppressive aura of a top-tier beast martial soul from the opponent, which might be related to his martial soul. There was no time to think. Facing Tang Xian's sudden explosion of soul power, Yuji had to react. Soul power? Competing with a soul king in soul power, kid? You are too arrogant. Yuji snorted coldly and then whispered, "Nine-tailed fox ascend." As soon as the words fell, a cool and refreshing aura of soul power spread out, and 5 soul rings appeared beneath Yuji's feet. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. A 5-ring soul king. Although the quality of her soul rings could not compare to Tang Xian's average, the 5th soul ring was a 10,000-year soul ring, and her martial soul was the 9-tailed fox, which was only slightly inferior to a top-tier beast martial soul. The nine-tailed fox martial soul is said to be an extremely feminine martial soul capable of mastering lunar power. When the incredibly scorching flames struck Yu-Ji, a cold moonlight instantly enveloped her, forming a barrier that perfectly isolated the heat. What a chilling aura! It can actually resist my holy light fire. Tang Xian, thou win. But soon he noticed that the surface of the barrier was becoming somewhat thin under the scorching of the holy light fire. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. I told you, how can moonlight compete with sunlight? You're just relying on the advantage of a Soul King's soul power to hold on. After suppressing the Soul Ring's duration, although Tang Xian's soul power was slightly lacking, when he unleashed his full strength, he was not afraid of anyone. Haotian hammer, the power of 10,000 Jun. Tang Xian held the holy fire, surrounded by the Haotian hammer, swinging the massive hammer with incredible speed, without any pause, delivering a powerful strike. The endless fiery hammer struck fiercely against the barrier formed by the moon power in front of Moon Princess. With a crack, the Moon Princess's defensive barrier shattered like a mirror, and she was violently pushed back by the sudden surge of power. She happened to lean against the back of the Underworld King, who was also pushed back by Xiao Wu, and the Underworld King's expression changed.